이 셔터가
Like that, Clash retakes the lead.
Woohoo, buddy!
Hit it! Oh, yes! I love it! Give me more!
Move so swift that I can't be touched. Mind so sharp, you about to get cut. The stadium's loud. I'm feeling the crowd. No stopping
What in the world?
I see a touchdown.
지금부터 돌리는 잡자 같은 소리다.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship for 2021. This is your Western Finals, and I'm your host, Chris Puckett. Over the next weekend, we are looking for the best players from North America, Latin America, and Europe to see who is walking away with our grand prize. And this week, I am joined by some fantastic talent on the desk. We've got Bobby Plays, one of the biggest names on YouTube in this studio. Bobby, let's start with you. We're coming into the World Finals. Last year, we didn't get one. Now we've got the biggest names in the West all going toe-to-toe. How you feeling on day one?
I could not be more excited. It is literally 2 years in the making right now, and it all comes down to this. These teams have put in so much work over the past couple of years, and I'm super excited to see it all pay off.
Beef Mommy, there's been so many new names in the game. This is your first year casting your first ever eSports World Championship, and we are going to see some stellar competition. So what's on your radar? What are you looking forward to most?
Honestly, it's a long way from home. I came from Manila, as you can see over here, very proud representing, and coming all the way here, swimming all across the Pacific Ocean, it took 2 years for me to get here. But you know what? We've been waiting 2 years for this competition to come in, so obviously it's going to be very worth it.
2 years, and this year we've already had 4 stages. We're going into stage 5, and if you missed any of the previous action, let's catch you up right now.
Get ready. For the first time ever, Call of Duty Mobile will see the best teams from around the world go head-to-head. Watch as the top 24 teams fight for a $2 million prize pool and the chance to lift the World Championship trophy. Each and every one of these players has proven themselves through a grueling 4-stage gauntlet of competitive play. But now, there is no next round. It's all or nothing. Win or go home. 12 teams will compete in the Eastern Finals, and 12 will compete in the Western Finals. Day 1 action features round-robin style play to determine the top 4 teams, with those teams moving into a double elimination bracket on Day 2. Only the fiercest competitors will achieve Call of Duty Mobile glory. 24 battle-tested teams, 144 ultra-skilled players, one shot at the trophy. Who will come out on top? Find out right here, right now, as the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Finals begins.
That's right, Chad. It's time to get jacked because this is your Western Finals featuring the top 4 teams from Europe. I'm bringing the best 4 teams from North America as well as our top 4 from Latin America. 12 teams, 2 groups, only 2 teams moving on from each group. This is do or die time. All of the pressure on you, and it starts right now in heat number 1. I'm looking at that Tribe Gaming Na'Vi matchup, but that's not the only banger we got here in our opening hour. Beef Mommy, what are you looking at here to open this day up?
Well, taking out like ARP and Skate, you already know ARP top 1 team in NA right now, Skate being that top 2 seed in Latin America.
Right.
But honestly, I got my eyes on the bottom half. Asilium and Godsend, they weren't supposed to be here. And the fact that, you know, Fate gave them a second chance, they will definitely deliver.
Bobby, we've got a lot of top dogs in this one. A lot of people are talking about groups of death or who's going to be favored. If you're going to pick 3 teams to hold a trophy at the end of this day, who do you think are going to be the favorites coming into the West?
Oh, 3 teams. That's a lot of pressure. I wasn't expecting that one. I'm going to give a little bit of bias towards North America. I think both Tribe and Mayhem are looking really strong coming into this. I think Europe has a really good shot as well. Stamina, I think you could argue, is maybe the most talented team in this competition, but they're a very momentum-based team. So if they build that momentum early on, good chance it carries all the way through.
Here in the round robin, you are guaranteed to see all 12 of our teams, and they are all competing for this one prize. You don't want to walk away with second place, because if you get second, you don't get to put this thing on your mantle. You want this front and center, the brand new Call of Duty Mobile World Championship trophy. Everyone wants to get their hands on this baby, and not just the trophy, the money that comes along with it. Beef Mommy, there is some serious cash up for grabs.
Serious though, taking out the first place, $300,000 up for grabs. But taking a look at the 5th and 12th place, 40K ain't that bad. Just for being here in this competition, that is some serious money indeed. We even did some calculations. First place will give you 250 Sony's Xperia 1 Mark IIIs. Now that's a lot of phones, and we don't have enough fingers to actually go and play them.
And we have one of the best devices on the market in the hands of our players tonight. Big shout out to Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Our matches are about to kick off. All of our players have their devices in the hands, so it's time to send it over to our casters on the wall today. We've got Alley Cat and I Hold Shift coming up in just a moment. First, though, we got to tell you more about the official smartphone. Let's take a look at the Xperia 1 Mark.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one gets the second.
I do it when I cold show, the cold show. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
That's the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, and you can get yours just before the holidays. Our players have theirs in hand now, though. I'm told the matches are ready to go. So let's get our first heat of the day started as we send it over. We got Alley Cat and I Hold Shift with your first game of the day.
Bucket, thanks so much. Yeah, it's going to be a cacophony of chaos to get things started here, Allie, because we got 6 games all happening at the same time. But before we start digging into that schedule, how are you doing all the way over there?
I'm doing great. I'm missing your face in studio and everybody else in person, and nothing gets me more hyped than that Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III commercial. I'll tell you, we sit over here, we hear game over, we're hyped getting these games with these players. Looking at our layout right now, though, our top 2 games are going to be ARP versus Skate and Explicit versus Nova. Now, right off the bat, ARP versus Skate, ARP top seed in NA, but personally, Shift, I like to think about how seed doesn't really matter to me right now, considering this is the lowest ping most of these teams will be playing each other on.
Yeah, and let's be candid. Stage 4 happened like 2 months ago, so a lot could have changed since the last time that we saw them. But as we look through the rest of the schedule, I really want to turn the attention over to what's going to be happening between Mayhem and Zygnus. That's the #1 seed from Latin America, and Zygnus that would need to get a win there if they want to get out of the group. And then right below that, Tribe and Navi. Both teams have been tweeting a lot in the last couple of hours, so coming out with a loss early for either of those 2 teams would really put them in a very poor position in a group that is super loaded with heavyweight potential favorites.
Especially with the amount of confidence these teams are probably going in with this. You said they were tweeting out about their confidence, and some of these are the top seeds, possibly considered some of the top teams. Now, this is a bit of the group of death that we're looking at. We got Mayhem, Tribe Gaming, we got Godsent Asilium, how we talked about they weren't even supposed to be here, so I know they are going to try and come from under the rug and sweep some of these top teams.
It's crazy to think about. The biggest thing to really kind of keep in the back of your mind as we go through the entirety of the day, which is going to be a marathon of just absolute mayhem. 5 total matches is what you have. And to get out of the top 2 is what your goal is, because otherwise, you know, whether you finish 5th or 12th, you're still walking away with the 40 grand. So to get to that elevated prize pool, you got to get to top 2 in your groups. And a lot of these opening matches could determine the fate of some of these teams off the get-go. Specifically, I know we're going to be watching a lot of ARP and Skate. That's a match that I feel like ARP needs to win, but if Skate can find a way to upset, that would be huge for one of the Latin American teams to potentially make moves in their group. And also going to be going back and forth between a couple of different things as we're looking at Explicit and Nova as well. Explicit being one of those squads that honestly surprised the world during Stage 4 North America simply due to the fact that they were the team to eliminate Tribe at top 6, which I don't think anyone would have expected. Nova, otherwise, they didn't actually make it to stage 4. They finished top 80, and the qualifier did not make it at all towards that regional finals, but of course, winning Masters puts them in this position. And as we get into Crossfire for map number 1, it's Nova who's been able to reap the benefit of the first 4 seconds.
Already a lot of trading going through in the middle of this hill. Looks like Nova is trying to get in. They did have a lead for just a second, but again, we are only in the first opening moments of this hard point though. 30 seconds still left over. We can see the claps coming in from the side of Nova, but the trades are just not going in their favor. Looks like 2 players are gonna try to slide in, but the door is being held by Explicit as they're gonna go ahead and get a lead here.
Also keep in mind for you Nova fans out there, Marky, number 3, gonna be making his debut, or re-debut, I guess you should say, with this squad as we rotate over to the next hard point. At least that's where the attention currently is. Obviously with Crossfire, if you have not watched COD Mobile in a while, the hard point's got to go from one side of the map all the way to the other and then all the way back. So this juggle kind of going back and forth between hard point 2 and then hard point 5 is going to be a very difficult one to manage. You would have to feel like if you find yourself spawning out. But as we get the rotation, hard point yet to open, Explicit is actually already here looking to contest the early time.
If you pay attention to your mini-map, Solo actually was by himself for quite a minute there, going against 4 members of Nova for these spawns, and he actually ended up getting some help by Solar after a huge 2-piece to gain them these spawns for the first early couple of seconds, but Nova very quickly contested as they're forcing their way in.
A little bit of a 50-50 spawn situation. You see the team in blue, Nova, still spawning top left side, so they will be able to reinforce a bit sooner, but Solo in a great position up top and broken. Can watch this cross, not able to actually finish off the kill in front of him. Does turn back to finish his meal, and as they do so, 30 seconds left on the clock, and look at Explicit. They're actually already making a rotation to get all the way across the map, hoping to get an early setup for the 3rd hard point.
Solo clearly being a one-man army here. He has been yet to get shut down. He finally will, but huge plays out of him, not only to get those 20 seconds of hill time, but to move his team on the other side of the map. The last couple of seconds of scrap time will go to the likes of Nova. We're looking at a pretty even game across the board, 45 to 43, with the final seconds going in favor of Nova.
Weapon meta is definitely a topic of conversation that I imagine we'll be carrying throughout the day. Already getting a look at what is a new weapon comparatively if you only tuned in back to stage 4, the SKS, the Type 25, currently taking place of what were mostly Holgers and MX-9s from a stage ago. But as we fight just underneath Laundry, it is going to be Explicit, who did get here first with predominant spawns, and the kill feed seems to favor them as well, but Nova not giving up yet. You still have Holgers in play. I mean, the clip size is a lot of the reason why you're going to continue to see this, and Karma making good use of that, able to find one opening kill, looking for the break on the way in, but shut down immediately as it started to get off the ground by Explicit.
Saturn's trying to do what he could to get into that hill and try to gain his teammates' spawns, but unfortunately he would get taken down, so this is a lot of time going to the side of Explicit, 72 to 53 with 20 seconds left on scrap time. Actually, they did end up giving that up. That is going to be Yaya that actually cleans up the final person in scrap time. Not only that, they are first on rotation as well. Explicit has done an incredible job getting spawns.
And with these score streaks starting to come out, they are able to get really scrappy to the middle of the map, knowing you've got some security to confirm kills by way of those streaks. Sentry gun also down as we head back over towards the back left market area. Snipes inside the hill with a little bit of help, just guarding and really bunkering down with this turret around it. But take a look more at the minimap. Number 5 and number 1 in red are just surrounding the entrance. Nova's got to find eliminations before they can even sniff the hard point, let alone step in it.
Yaya should get some free kills here, as you said, and he will do just that. 2 kills going in the favor, keeps them off contesting for a hot minute now. 46 seconds still left on this hill, as Explicit is looking to break the 100-point mark here. Again, their target is 150. If you're new to COD Mobile, it is 150 instead of 250. Now as we get into the last couple seconds of this hard point, they can't win it off of this one, but we've seen how their rotations have gone in their favor.
Efficiency is going to have to be immaculate from Nova if they want to have a chance to even get back into this game remotely speaking, let alone to actually make a full comeback, even be talked about. This is a full 60 from Explicit. Again, you know, it was a huge surprise during stage 4 to see Explicit knock off a team like Tribe, but hey, you're kind of seeing why they were able to. They were great in hardpoint, and they're starting to showcase that maybe they've gotten a little bit better. But I say all of that, and we turn our attention over to what's coming up next. This final hard point in the rotation all the way in the back right corner of the map, and Nova is completely surrounding it. They've got streaks to work with, but they're going to need a full 60 plus some if they want to have a chance of maybe steal away this first map.
This is the first early rotation Nova has had in this game, but this is at the point when all of the streaks are getting called in, all of the skill streaks, and Explicit is capitalizing. As we saw, Death Machine just got called out as well. They only need 10 seconds to win. Lucifer looking to force a path for his team to get into this hill, but Nova is holding on 86 to 140. They need this old hill. They could play perfect hardpoint here, and they're looking to do so, but if you pay attention to your minimap, that's going to be Explicit spawning right next to the hill.
Yeah, it's a bit 50-50, and Nova a little bit lost in the sauce as they were trying to hold on, but that said, they do scrap together a couple of the final kills, so the full 60 starting to look pretty promising, and now it's decision-making time for Explicit. Do you want to try to break this old time with just a couple of members and maybe try to steal this game away in the scrap, or do you rotate to New in the mid-building? We're getting our answer. It's the latter of the two. Nova looking to contest. There's still plenty of time for them to rotate out of old and make their move to try to get a setup over here for New, but they've got to get through Solo.
It's Solo and Solar once again. Solar actually calling out the Death Machine. Again, 10 seconds is all Explicit needs, and not only that, they're early on rotation. Two players from Nova are going to be close enough to contest, but they can't get past the pre-fire of Solo XP, who's now also calling in his streaks as well. One player is going to be close enough from Nova. That's going to be Yaya. Is he going to be able to take down 3 players of Explicit in 5 seconds? We're going to find out. He's unable to and gets traded out, and this should be map 1 going in favor of Explicit.
Man, Solo looking so darn good. As we go on over to the next match,
Skade
we've got Skade, ARP. Again, these two opening matches are huge for all 4 of these teams. I think a lot of the conversation is, you know, you look at Nova, you look at ARP, those are the 2 favorites by seeding overall. They're must-wins. And now all of a sudden we're starting to see, you know, a little bit of a swap up here with Nova dropping their first map, and now Skade looking to put a battle here on firing range for their map 1.
Not only that, as soon as we hop in, this is only the first couple of hills in this game, but already a lead in favor of ARP. And not only that, if you saw that kill feed lit up red as they wiped every member out of Skade away from this hill. This is quite the money hill for the side of ARP here. Should they get all of this time, they're looking to go 50 and 20 now, 35 seconds left on this hill. A couple of contests coming in, but it looks like Skade isn't really waiting for their teammates. This is a team that I like to see play on top of each other, play out the trades, wait for each other when they push this hill, but looks like they're getting picked apart right now.
And that was one of the big notes we kind of took away watching back over the 4th stage in the LATAM Regional Finals. A lot of solo hero plays trying to come out, and largely some of them were successful, but you're playing up against a different caliber of breed here when you're going up against North America's best. Well, there is a break for the scrap time for Skade. We turn our attention down to the minimap, and it will go over to trailer. Pengi already in position to watch over the middle, and Red Arrow is just funneling all over that back obstacle course, just trying to make sure both doorways stay safe for some good initial time here for ARP.
It was a break on old, but unfortunately the time just was not enough. It allowed ARP to set up for New in trailer and just hold these doors. Jesus Saves actually just found a 3-piece on the likes of ARP, so they actually will be able to break in after that huge backpack from Jesus, but they're spawning fairly close. Looks like some streaks might be getting called into play here as well, but you're inside of that trailer. Looks like they aren't going to get you out anytime soon.
Yeah, honestly speaking, for Skade, this is really good for them. Not only do they find a way to break in with still 35 seconds to play with, but they were able to exhaust over a Tempest. They were able to get rid of a score streak in the form of the Predator missile, and you also had the drones out. So realistically speaking, this has been really solid for Skade. Yes, they will be a re-break attempt here for ARP, but in terms of efficiency, that's a lot of resources used for ARP just to try to hold on to this hard point.
And a little bit of a double-edged sword there for Mishift as they invested so much breaking into this hill just to tie up the game. Now ARP has broken into the last 20 seconds of hard time. It's 80 to 50, and they've also gone on rotation for next as well. So although the light at the end of the tunnel for Skade seemingly looked longer than it was, ARP is showing why they are the #1 seed.
Very important set of gunfights coming up here. As Leo Zera trying to make his way down the outside of the map, but going to be denied. Up top, though, maybe an opening has been earned for Linz as he finds a point of ingress. And with that, ARP are still kind of searching to see where exactly our Skade can be coming from. Smoke embellishes the backside of the hard point. It's a bit of a pinch coming out. It's just Leo's in by himself backside trailer, but there's a Goliath inside the hill, and ARP will use that to kind of just lock things up. Gravity Spike comes through. That'll help neutralize the Goliath, but still a nasty battle unfolding inside of wood.
That was a huge flank out of Leo's and to collapse onto the hill with his teammates, but unfortunately the trades did not go in their favor with that Goliath called in. So as ARP are looking to break the 100-point mark here, not only that, they are still looking to break into this hill. Only 20 seconds left to scrap time, hoping to see a rotation out of either side of these teams. It looks like that's going to be Jesus Saves on the other side of the map.
Again, it's scrappy, but it's working for Skade. Just down 36 points, 13 seconds to soak up. You turn your attention to the red arrows. They're already rotating over towards 10. The big question will be, how much more do you want to match this if you're Skate? Because you would love to soak up all this time. At a certain point, here's the thing, the way I look at it. It's been 40-20s essentially so far, favoring ARP. Skate needs to get into a position to win one of these rotations and actually start a hard point in their favor instead of just trying to break.
And this might be the point, as Miguelas actually went on a full flank through mid and shot the initial touch off of ARP, off of the reset of rotations here. Now they could do it 50 seconds. Nobody's in pure control just yet, but it looks like Limbs is struggling to stay alive top wood here. Nobody's on time currently, as it is just scrappy back and forth gunfights in the middle of the map.
But 3 straight kills, now make it 4 for Skate. Pengy, the only one for ARP to get involved. Trophy system goes down, trying to keep Limbs as safe as possible. Also has the safety blanket of a Goliath, but let's be honest, you're not going to call that in right in the middle of the hard point. ARP setting up, looking for something around the backside of the middle of the map, but really the flank is dealt with by Limbs. So yeah, you do get an entry and a contest here for ARP, but there's not enough members here to actually soak up any time. So again, what I'm getting at, the long and short of it is, Skate is coming out on top.
15 seconds left in this hill will put them over the 100-point mark and in a position to rotate. That's a big 3-piece for the side of Skate. They're going to get control for P2 as well. They could force ARP to spawn back here and create a little bit of a trap if you pay attention to your mini-map. 5 and 3, they're now spawning on the other side, and I don't know if Skate caught wind of it just yet, as we're going to try and fight our way into this trailer.
But they've got the Goliath called down and ready to go just as the hard point opens. We head under to the headquarters. Vortex gone out. That's going to do some significant damage. They're also blocking off the rotation. Wait for ARP. This is magical. You've also got the grenades coming on in, and they neutralize the Goliath as soon as it's called in. Oh, a brilliant swing here for ARP as they continue to fight their way into the hilltime.
Pengy gave him a noob tube straight to the face. I don't even think a Goliath could survive that. This is a close game. Skate has been holding and slowly creeping up time and time again, but ARP again are showing why they are one of the top seeds by continuously shutting down the momentum that they are creating for themselves. All score and kill streaks now being called as we head in for New Hill, and once again, who's in control? That's going to be ARP. Skate, unfortunately, is spread across the map and spawning incredibly deep on the other side of firing range. They're going to call in some score streaks and a Goliath, but that might not be enough.
Skate has given up too much time here. They will have the safety of one last Goliath. And what tools are still available for ARP to maybe neutralize it? That's the real question, although maybe you just deal with it at range. Jesus saves, already takes it down to about half HP. Grenades come through, and that will be enough to completely take it off the table. The hard point's not even open yet, Allie.
No, it's not, but 5 more seconds, and that's going to be all she wrote for the side of ARP. That is all they need to take this map. And as we look again, there is 6 games going on right now. We are going to try and keep you updated as much as we can. But as we hop into Explicit versus Nova, we're going to hop into their S&D. It looks like Explicit is up 2-1 on Raid.
Wow. Those first 2 maps are seeing some electric moments all across the board. But as you see at the very top of the screen here, Explicit, after they had won the Crossfire hardpoint, I won't say in comfortable fashion, but confidently, maybe. Now it's Nova's response here on the Raid Search and Destroy. Trades to open things up. Bomb has yet to commit, and one of the things, if you're newer to watching COD Mobile and you're remembering back to Cold War, look at where that B bomb site is and where that A bomb site is. They're in a little bit of a different position than what you may remember from the normal competitive multiplayer. So what I'm getting at here is the offense is tested, maybe even a little bit more so, just based on where these bomb positions are.
And already some trades have gone through. I don't know if anybody saw, but Solo actually just straight up pushed up into mid to get that first blood. He ended up getting traded out a little bit later, but I mean, the fact that he got to push up for free just shows the aggression on the side of Explicit, but he will get traded out. But it is a 4v1. The bomb is stuck out on B side. It's going to get collapsed on. Huge snipe out of Saturn's, but he's got a lot more to do as he actually finds 2. What an opening way for this round.
It's a 1v4 situation for Saturn's, and he's got himself a Type 25 to work with. Insert diehard reference of now I have a machine gun. Has a really good look at Solar, but can't finish off the kill. Bomb still down, plenty of time. Remember, 2 minutes on the clock instead of the normal 1:30 if you're used to watching the normal competitive multiplayer here in COD Mobile. And Saturn's, he's going to have a lot of real estate to work with on the backside of the map.
Lucifer's playing like he knows the bomb is down on B side. It looks like he's called for Solar Season to just pull on back, not take the challenge because they don't want to risk it. This is not a finals that you want to ego challenge, especially in Heat 1. Now, we're still on board with Saturn's. He does have 25 seconds to work with, but he still needs to pick up bomb and get that plant down while not allowing any of the Explicit members to catch it. He actually catches Lucifer, but the turn and burn, he will get shut down. Explicit now up 3-1.
Whew, got a little tight there for a second. You have to feel for Explicit. They said, whoa, hold on here. Let's not let this one get a little bit too loosey-goosey. You go back to stage 4, Explicit Search and Destroy is what really got them not just through some of the major adversaries, but arguably got them to qualify for champs in the first place. Again, they had to go through Tribe in a very early lower bracket matchup. So as we get back into it, Bomb making its way through poolside, bottom of the map here for Nova, looking to breach on into A. And defensively, it's just Solar who's here, so he's got a lot to ask for when it comes to trying to hold on to this, and he will be sniped out by Marky. Open bomb site now for Nova to work with.
I was hoping Solar maybe got the information and made the call out to his teammates to make a rotation collapse onto the A site, but he does get shut down before anything really happens. And as trades go out, Explicit is down 2v4. Bomb will be planted. This entire site is in control of Nova currently.
Does anyone know where Solo is, though? He may be the only one who has not been tallied. And if there was ever a player that could maybe open up space, it would be Solo. Veteran was able to tally one before falling. It's a 1v2 now. Solo looking to make his play over the top of the bomb. Reads one, backs off. No red dot chase to come through. Offense still playing off of the challenge, but Yaya takes the ego challenge. Solo gets a read on the last as well, but needs the regen. Low on health, able to get the reload off. There go the grenades, denied by Trophy. Solo now, 1v1 over the top, wins the kill, but is there time for the defuse? Sounds like
I think he got it, I think he got it.
Looks like it. It's real tight. Yeah, 1v2 Solo clutches.
I can't believe I literally watched Nova's teammate peek out from the side of basketball, and the trade should have instantly been there, but he actually pushes back, which has allowed Solo to regain his HP, regain his bearings, and child that basketball with the most optimum heady. And 4-1. 4-1.
I mean, look,
4-1.
Your speechlessness is mimicked here, Allie, okay? That is some next-level finesse on a mobile phone. Goodness me, but Yaya gets a read that Explicit on their first offensive attempt are trying to just rush right on into A, denies it by way of grenade launcher, and all of a sudden the flank is also available for Yaya. He cuts off the open stairs, and yeah, this is the definition of the mouse getting trapped up inside of the cheese wheel or something. I don't know where this reference is going, but it's a 5v2. Good luck.
Great composure out of Nova, though, after losing a round like that to Solo himself on a solo rampage. They actually have made this pretty clean. Nobody has dropped for their side just yet. There's going to be one player left. That's going to be Solar Season. He will get shut down 4-2. They are down, but they are not out yet.
Let's be candid here. Sometimes it's just how the half plays out. A defensive masterclass by Explicit sets the tone for what Nova need to do to match. 7 kills on board right here for Yaya in particular, doing a lot. Just to sort of make sure that, I mean, two of them he got by way of grenade and now through the smoke. Able to tally up Lucifer, more to challenge, and there will be a double, but eventually the numbers will overwhelm. That said, trades favoring Nova as they only lose a 1-for-3 initiation.
Absolutely, that too was all that they needed, even though he ended up getting traded out for V2. They know where these players are as well, so all Nova has to do is wait for them to peek this corner, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The first one that should get information is Saturn's, but Solar might have actually caught wind of that. Looks like we're going to see a rotation through mid, possibly to the A bomb site. I love this call out of them. They should be able to plant for free here unless Karma gets wind.
And this is one of those moments where you really look at what Nova is finding success with, and they're okay to say, hey, we'll play a 4v2 retake. You can plant at A. Solar's getting the audio cues that Saturn Scope is looking right at him, or at least is somewhere nearby. But the question is, backside jungle, does he read that Karma was waiting for him? And the answer is no. So all of a sudden, again, you kind of have to search for kills if you're Explicit. It turns into a 1v4 situation. Bomb is down, but Snipes is left literally holding on to whatever real estate he can inside of that basketball corner.
All Snipes can hope for now is possibly an overchill from the side of Nova, where they don't wait for their teammates flank in the back. Number 5, that's going to be Turo coming from poolside, but they end up doing the collapse 4v1, and their defuse will come through for a 4v3 S&D count.
So what? We've gotten a flawless from the first round of defense for Nova, and now they only drop 1 in a 1-for-3 exchange? I don't know. It's looking pretty solid at the moment for Nova trying to recover. Here's the other thing as well. I mean, we never really got a good look at Nova because they weren't playing in Stage 4 because they finished top 80. After I think they lost to Oxygen in the winner's bracket, and then R9, a team that I don't think anyone has seen much of in the lower bracket, to not even sniff out the regional finals. So we haven't really seen this team in full competitive form play since Masters. But you don't want to go down 0-2. That's really what I'm getting at here. Saturn's front side laundry. Feeling the pressure, nades himself back to get a little tactical retreat off.
Poor Nova just trying to make their way through this S&D, and Shift is calling out their T80 placement, but they are showing up to play here. 3v2, Nova in favor. 1:30 on the clock. Bomb is down and out on B side as well. Nova, though, 3 players are just looking down this. It's going to be Solar Season stuck on his own. He actually does shut down one. A 1v2 is possible. 1:15 left. Bomb is down and out at the B side. Both players for Nova are just pre-aiming this. Now, Solar looks like he wants to go for a full wrap, maybe shoot a couple players in the back, but he's got to check all of his corners before he gets there.
You have to keep in mind as well that Saturns could duel with him at long range with a scope of his own. And that seems to be the case as number 2 in red starts to make his way over to the back of Laundry, looking for a cross to see if anyone does peek their head around the backside at jungle. On the opposite side, though, Karma is not here for any sort of help. So if Saturns gets caught off guard, Solar very well could put it into a 1v1. He gets a call out, sees the head, and Saturn's backing away, may have just utilized one of his many lives there, because that looked like it was going to be good for Solar.
That was so COD timing. Solar saw him. I actually don't even think he caught wind of the RAF either, but both these players are now looking down, waiting for this chow. 20 seconds left on the clock. He could get wind here, but he will get shut down. So now we're going 4-4, 3 rounds in a row, 1 on the side of Nova.
He had 6 matches at once. Pick your poison is really here. It is so much to watch, but we see the side-by-side picture. ARP Skades starting off the search and destroy of their own, and oh my goodness, Skades up 4-0 right now in that raid search and destroy. We keep our attention here with the tight battle in map number 2. 4-4 the current count. Nova putting on a masterclass defensively. Markey finding first blood onto one of the big heavy hitters for Explicit as Solo falls.
You need not only 2 hands to play COD Mobile, but 2 hands to count the amount of matches that we have going on. Again, we're going to try and keep you updated as much as we can, but hopping still into our match, Explicit and Nova tied 4-4. Explicit actually down lives now in a 3v5. Bomb is going to be on carrier with Yaya. He's taking control of Kitchen currently. Looks like we slowed down our plays just a little bit. Just waiting for any sort of information on either side of the map. Neither team really want to giving up anything up.
This whole offensive half, I don't know if there's been anyone else to tally up a kill besides Solar. And the thing is, all of those sniping kills have been when he's left last alone. So, like, you're not really finding a lot of value out of the scope. And I think a lot of that is, like you had just brought up, Explicit was playing with a lot of vigor and a lot of pace in the opening 30 seconds. But this time, as they pump the brakes a little bit, doesn't really change the result. As Nova stay flawless, 5v3, 45 seconds to go. And it looks like the hit has to commit over to A.
Bomb is slowly pushing up its way poolside, and Nova's definitely caught wind of that as they are all rotating to the back. A kill comes through for Markey.
So
that
good.
is 2 with the snipes. He will get traded out, though, and that is another round on the side of Nova. Explicit, it seems like they ride a lot on the back of Solo, getting those opening kills, but Yaya kind of caught wind of that, and he's been shutting them down ever since.
Yaya and Turu both have kind of been their sole defenders as the initial line of defense over towards one or the 2 bomb sites. You've had Turu, who's gotten very aggressive over through B. He's actually pushed through the raid circle at the moment as first blood comes by way of a set nade mid-map. Solo does counteract that, turning it into a 4v4 as the bomb is not yet to commit, but Explicit putting a lot of threat here at the B site. The big question is, what can Yaya do mid-map? Does he want to play for the flank or just stay over by pillars?
Looks like Karma's trying to catch somebody's toes on the back here of the raid circle. He couldn't find enemy just yet, so Bomb should go down for free. 40 seconds on the clock. It is a 4v4. A couple of gunfights are going out, though. Solo almost gets taken down. He manages to play his life. 3v4 now. Seems Nova's just stuck on the back burner.
Bit puzzling to kind of see Nova stay as passive as they have been, considering the opening first blood plus the positioning from Yaya, but we get into a 3v3 now. Saturn's taking care of Lucifer. Time ticking, 20 seconds on the clock. You got to make a move, and it's going to be Karma to go first. Gets over towards the van. Knows he's got to contest it nearby, but over the top, not able to lock down the shot. Second chance, but with that in mind, Veteran is able to find one and then tally up the second, killing off time, and that will be enough as Snipes and Veteran clutch things up, and Explicit send us to around 11.
Huge play out of Snipes there. He actually went back into their deep spawn into mid to get a new angle at the B bomb site, so he was able to help team shot those players from Nova that had pushed up for the defuse. Huge plays out of them to go into this round 11. And now bomb is going to be in the hands of Explicit as it seems, of Nova as it seems it's going to be making its way towards the B side.
Talk about the chess game going on right here, though. You've got Yaya, who's able to tally first blood by way of the Thumper, and Nova are putting on a bit of a bait and switch. They're sending numbers A, but the bomb looks like it wants to go over towards B. And Explicit, with only 3 alive, are going to be stretched so thin defensively they try to play both bomb sites. This is a tough call right here. and Explicit need to decide exactly how you want to spend these resources. You've got a good position for snipes, but someone's got to find 2 kills before falling. You've got to go 1 for 2 somewhere.
3v5. I've seen crazier plays, and Snipes could be in a position to catch all these players, but unfortunately he is too busy watching this mid-cross. It looks like he will push up to the steps, possibly go poolside. No, it looks like he's still going to push towards B. Finally, the information gets called out by Team Solo that they have pushed up onto the A site. Bomb should go down for free here, and no free pick for Snipes from mid. This is looking like a round in favor of Nova.
Karma sitting inside of money can absolutely make safe any play from the immediate flank. It's going to have to be a long con here for Explicit, and Lucifer the first one to make a move coming through that open staircase. It's being watched by a couple different Nova members. Solo checks on in, taking out a 1 HP. Karma wants the kill. Thumper's not going to get the job done, but Marky in the same breath simultaneously is able to take care of the last remaining player from the flank side. So it's all down to Solo. Well, and 1v5 with 15 seconds. If you don't take by my candor, I'm not feeling all that hopium about what's going to happen here. And Nova do respond. A beautiful defensive half. And it puts them into a position to get that into a round 11 and secure it off of a good offensive setup. But we go over to map number 3 here. As, pardon me, no, this is map number 1 being started up between Asilium and Godsent. You know, Beef Bobby said it on the desk. This is a very important match for either one of these 2 teams as you look at this in the scheme of your group and say for both squads, this is a must-win.
Obviously a very close game as well. It seems Asylum's actually in control of the point for now, 89-55. Godsent is in the favorable position here, but again, this hill is in control of Asylum. 40 seconds on the clock. This could be enough to tie up the game. It is getting scrappy though, as players on both sides of the team are just trying to flood in for this contest.
I know a lot of people are looking through the groups and say, the 4th seed from Latin America, no chance they do anything, but hear me now there, friends. Godsent fought through a very difficult regional playoffs bracket, and how about that 100 killer drone looking like a 100 killer nuke as it finds 3 on the intro into this bomb, or this hard point rather, with 8 seconds to play. It's a play for scrap time, which honestly speaking, Asilium really needed. So now you're just down about 15 points, and we look towards the attention of a rotation, which comes right back to the middle of the map, and the first one nearby would be Doo-Doo from Godsent.
As we hop in, nobody has gotten into the hill yet for contest as it pops a minute on the clock. It looks like some skill streaks are finally getting called in. Jazz, though, is looking to go on a spree here. Again, we saw that 3-piece from the 100 killer drone. It gets thrown once again, seeing what it can find. It will find 1. But again, this hill is so back and forth, right in the middle of the map. There's only so many angles you can take for this point.
The slight numbers advantage, though, is good for Asilium to reap the benefit of the majority of these first 30 seconds. Balance with the Holger, able just to kind of lock things up, trusting that his teammates can watch over the top of him. But this is the thing, is you have so many different angles that you can get on and find easy openings here. So as we were really crediting Godsent for the current scoreline when we swapped over, we get into a point of contest in which we've got a dead even game. Asilium has really kind of built the favor over the last minute and a half, and now, oh, what? Balance, what have you done? He just got squashed like a cockroach in nuclear warfare. What? Dude, move out of the way.
Not only that, all of Godsent is spawning right on top of them, and they get all 3 players. And not only does that, they have 3 players on for the rotation, as well as this hill is about to pop 104 to 100. These spawns are all over the place. It looks like Asylum might be in control, but as soon as I say that, Godsent finds 2 and find themselves in control of this hill. This is kill streak galore as they are getting called left and right trying to contest this hill.
It's just, you know, talk about your good old-fashioned cause and effect moments. I don't want to say that Balance squashing himself has led to this, but I won't not say that. I guess is what I'm getting at. Godsent looking good on the upper second floors here as we go back and forth. Shark starting to turn some favor back in favor of Asilium, and it looks like that very well may be enough to see the back 25 seconds largely go the way of our team in red. Spawn's still good though for Godsent, so we'll give this one more good college try. But a lot of the focus will go over to what happens next. A lot of this map and takeoff for me really exists between what happens in this 3rd and 4th hardpoint coming up.
Shark trying to pick up the pieces after that play to get a little bit of a contest in, but what I'm worried about now is there's 6 seconds left in this hill. Why is Asilium still investing so many players to this P2 as we head into P3 now? They have left Feints on his own to fend for this hill, and it's actually working in his favor, but unfortunately for him, Godsent is spawning right next to him. Finally, some cavalry come in the way. I don't know how Godsent didn't capitalize on that mistake on the side of Asilium, but these pieces are now coming in their favor, but again, spawns are right on top of each other.
128, 120. Ceiling all of a sudden have seen this rotation go completely astray. Balance up top, opens up maybe a point of ingress to get into this hard point, but Godsend are just slaying out onto the hard point itself. 140-120. 10 seconds left to play. Concussions come through. Thumper getting reloaded. It's finding some damage, but Shark finds an entrance with Balance, who still has the death machine out. There is still a chance for a Cillian, but look at the spawns for Godsend. They can still work their way in from the back, and Joker will do just that. But is it enough? That's the true question. Does Cillian still have some numbers to contest? But, oh, it's all looking dire. 2 seconds. Can anyone touch? The answer, no. And how about the 4 seed from Latin America coming out with a map 1 win?
I mean, once again, 6 matches are going on all at once as we're going to be hopping in between back and forth. But Fates there was in such a good position. Unfortunately, the rest of his teammates did not get the memo. But now we're hopping in with Nova and Explicit tied 1-1 in the series. Now into this domination, 33-22. It looks like Explicit is in control.
Big shout outs here to Nova for not pulling a reject and just capturing the C flag. Shout outs if you caught that regional mishap. But Nova, a lot of work to do if they want to try to fight for this warehouse. Again, the favored side of this map for Dom will 100% be on the A side. Hard to say from when we swapped in who started on that place, but based on the score, Explicit in a very controlling position as they recontest over in the middle. The R9 out. Don't see a lot of that, but Solo going to try to do a little bit of toe tagging here as Explicit will once again just assert dominance all across the warehouse, leaving Nova very little opportunity to find a way to contest. And they're going to play for the long flank through office to try to flip the spawns.
Love to play out of Yaya to actually push through mid. I was hoping he would go a little bit further into half wall for this deep push, but regardless, he makes his way onto the A point. He could contest, and he does win the one gunfight he needed to start getting that cap onto the A site. And now not only do Nova have this B going into cap, but Explicit have to worry about getting him off of their home flag. So B now in control of Nova. They do have B and C, but 30-point difference is what we're looking at, folks, here with a minute and 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, that was such a quick turn for Nova. A lot of credit to Saturns for just playing his life, being a distraction essentially as the play for A had happened. The spawns nearly flipped, but Explicit recover. 66-44. Gravity Spike misses, jumping over the top of his veteran, but cannot tally the kill. So we still have this B flag in control of Nova. And again, we'll find out here in the next couple of seconds who did start on the favored spawn side. And if Nova did not, exiting at 56-75 would be amazing from the bad side of the map.
Not only that, Explicit, although they do have control of B once again, they did have half a cap on the A site. So again, only a 20-point difference, as you said. But Explicit, that retake was so fast out of them. And now they're starting on the C side. I wonder if we're going to see a spawn flip right off the bat.
You got streaks to play with, specialists as well if you're Explicit. ARP, Skate, coming up on your second monitors. Again, that's a 1-1 game. They're playing domination on Crossfire early stages. But Skate, again, the Latin America is showing up today, Ali. And how about Migueli's up top? Able to lock down the middle of the map, and from what is the preferred side here in Crossfire, it's a 2-flag hold early on for Skate. Although ARP are trying to work their way around the backside of Butcher, the big question is, could anyone deal with Leozen, who's still just hanging on to his life, but he does get caught out. What happens to the spawn here? Because number one, Jesus Saves may have very well flipped the tides around in favor of ARP.
And as you said, they are showing up once again. Seeds to me don't matter too much right now as they are all on, again, the lowest ping that they have been on, going against some teams that they may have never actually played before. So surprise is a big factor here as we're on board with Pepe that's actually trying to get control of this B site by himself. He gets the opening 2 kills, which allows his teammate Zai to also push up. They should get a free cap here.
And they get the spawn flip. ARP getting exactly what they came for from the unfavored side. Although, number 4 in Escape, that's Leozera, he actually still spawns bottom side Laundry. So a 1v1 elongatedly persisting over the top of the C flag. It's just individual gunfights all over the map. Finally, ARP, after securing the B flag, are trying to come down, but Leozera, he's done so well. Buys a little bit of time, and this C flag will finally flip. Jesus Saves with the Thumper, makes good on it, and we've got our first trip cap going the way of ARP.
Even though A started going back to the side of Skate, Jesus was just sitting at the C point. He wasn't even capping it. It was about a little over halfway capped on the C flag, and he just sat deep in that spawn to block it for the side of Skate. It was just getting free kills, just freebie kills until his teammates called out that all 5 were down, and then he slowly makes his way over to the flag and finishes that cap up, which then flips out the spawns. And this is looking scary for Skate, but it looks like ARP had to do a lot to get here because even after all that, 55-60. Skate is still somehow in the driver's seat. They are still somehow in the lead here. 2 minutes left on the clock with only A under their belt.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that we assume that Skate started from the favored side. on this half, and they are not going to be the victors of this first half if this continues the way it looks like it's going to. Mago up top, Holger just essentially locking down the mid-street, playing crossing guard. And yeah, this is going to be ARP coming out victorious from the first half from the unfavored spawn side. So here's the thing, Skade, yeah, you looked solid in the opening hardpoint, throwing around some work as well in the surge, but you're going to have to match exactly what ARP done. We need to see a spawn flip come through, you have to feel like, for Skade if they want to have a chance to win this third map.
Again, after that trip cap, for the game to still be this close, 75 to 69, it makes you speculate what happened in the first couple of seconds of this hard point of this domination. What was those opening caps like? Was there a trip cap on the side of Skade, so ARP had to make up for that in later? We don't know, but already straight off the bat, a three-piece on the side of Leo Zera. Huge opening kills for Skade to get that A and B cap.
My goodness, this has been perfect so far. Streaks are coming out, but this Predator missile is going to come up empty because everyone's already inside buildings. So a brilliant set nade followed up by kills. Do you turn this into a moment to start coming over towards the C flag? Because as everybody from ARP spawns at the same time, they spawn all over the map. But it looks like for the time being, Skater are going to try to keep playing the AB hold. And yeah, the surprise in my voice, I think, is well merited because all of a sudden off the respawn, ARP have a chance to look and contest this B flag almost immediately. I
think the best play for Skate in this situation is to make sure to clear out the kills on their B flag. Once they get about 2 or 3 under their belt, maybe then send one player to go around the backside of the map and just maybe touch C a little bit, do a little bit what Jesus was doing and just block those spawns, get a couple of free kills. But unfortunately, that is not what we're going to see after the trades go out. It's actually ARP that stands on top of the B flag. They now have B and C under their belt here, looking to flip the lead.
Yeah, Jesus Saves can essentially just sit mid-map by Bus Depot and just watch the cross. Gravity Vortex comes through for Pangy. Thank you very much, he says. Hunter Killer Drone also in pursuit of Leo Zera. Dealt with Pangy up top. Hey, what's up? Shakes hands with another. And ARP just dominating the kill feed. And this is where it starts to get very dangerous for Skade. It's almost desperation time. It feels weird to say because the score is still technically close, but the status of the map is all in favor of our squad in blue.
Not a big fan of what Skade is doing here. It looks like they're trying to send 3 to 4 players to the C side to possibly can create a contest, but they have just been getting pieced out of mid here by Pengi, who gets gets to watch that cross. But 112 to 103. It looks like Leozen finally skips on by and will be able to get a little bit of contest onto this C site, but they need a lot more than that if they want to win this game.
Yeah, spawns for ARP happening down in Laundry, and they're sending all of their numbers over to make sure B never flips, as from long range, number 2 in blue can actually watch over that C flag. And now the Predator missile starts to get called, then that'll clear space in the middle. So once again, Leo's in by himself. Number 2 in red needs to try to get something miraculous put together, and he gets denied as Pangy comes to reinforce. He'll deplete the progress on C, and oh boy, now all of a sudden it's do or die for Skade. You need to find a second flag and find it now.
Unfortunately, Leozen was not able to pull a Jesus Saves as we're on board with Mago that finds 2 on the B side, just holding it with a Holger by himself. Look at this camera. Look how cool these guns are, Shift. I am very jealous of getting a hold of what looks like just an absolute futuristic cannon in my hand while holding down this B flag.
Mago on 16 kills. We'll send all 100 volts of the Holger right down main, even destroying through. I mean, that's the other thing about Crossfire. Yeah, these buildings look like they're made out of bricks, but with the Holger, it's going to feel like paper mache. One last player made a very desperate play to try to get over towards C. That was Linz. Not going to get there. And that will be a 150 to 122, favoring ARP in what was a very good poor side spawns from them to get the early flip, win that first half, and yeah, fist bumps all around. ARP cruise through a map 3 win, putting them up now 2-1 in the series.
I mean, it was fantastic composure on the side of ARP, but Skade made so many little mistakes there that just has me punching my book. But again, we're going to hop into Asilium and Godsent. Again, Godsent is up 1-0. We are in the S&D right now. Map 2. No rounds yet. We are in the round 1 of our Search and Destroy. Already in favor of Asilium, though. 4v1. Very quick round indeed.
Balance coming forward. Last player to deal with. No problem as Noel will drop.
Oh. Shooting the non-existent bodies.
He drops and then gets a little bit extra. That'll be a really nice response here just to get things started on the right foot for Asilium. But Balance, you better believe that I've got my eye on you for the rest of the weekend with that little self-squasher out of the Goliath. It's not often we see something like that from a player like Balance, so. 3 kills in the opening round. He says, all right, Shift, I got you. Hold on to this round real quick.
I was about to say that he's 3-0. He's listening to your comms right now. He's shooting bodies. The confidence out of Activision right now, even though they're down 0-1 in the series, is exactly what we want to see in our Worlds Finals. Now, Bomb is actually going to make its way over to the B side. This is a full 5 push. Jazz, there is only so much you can do in this situation. He actually throws a nade, which could be a freebie, but nobody's crossed him just yet. Marvel actually will get shut down. Looks like Jackson is finally going for the peak. Might find a free 1 or 2 players. We've got hit the shots. He finds 1. Might find the second. Pulls out the noob tube. Does get shut down. 3v4. Bomb down. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
That's fine, though. Jazz going 1-for-1's okay. Help is here. Although, Joker Dudu finding 2 straight eliminations leaves Faints with a scope by himself. And he almost, you could see him right here just kind of sitting up a little bit more saying, all right, well, I don't think expectations are all that high for him to clutch this one up, but of course he'll give it a go. Bomb down, and he's going to take the long route, wrapping through backside of jungle. Mate gets a look at one, has an opportunity, misses the shot, and that will likely be the end of Faints, and it will be. So a brilliant response, and for a map that, hey, let's be honest, it largely favors the defense. Finding an early offense like this definitely makes Godsent feel like they've, well, done their homework on the search and destroy for firing range.
Imbalance is 3-1, tied up 1-1 in our search and destroy. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Godsent as they make their way over to the A side. A lot of cavalry going out, a lot of stuns, a lot of nades, but there's only going to be 2 players with Cillium over there. A little bit of a new tube action, doesn't take down anybody, but number 1 actually Balance is looking to hit through the spawn, maybe find a free kill or 2. 5v2, all of Godsent has been wiped out before the bomb even crossed mid-map.
Yeah, Cillium's aggression on defense here through this mid and A bomb site has been potent, to say the least. Noel trying to work with Dudu. They still have the bomb to work with, so there is an opportunity to clutch this 2v5. Now made easier as Noel did find Balance to make it a 2v4. And keep an eye on Dudu. He's trying to make his way through mid-map, and, well, we tried to swap over to his POV, but as he does, Jazz will tally the elimination, leaving Noel by themselves. 1v4. Picks up a sniper just in case. Extra tool for the job. Up close and personal. Clean. Wins the first. Looking for the quick scope, but yeah, this is the smart play. Cillium going to respect that. Okay, Noel, you've gotten yourself the A site. We'll just try to triple hunt you down with all 3 of our last members.
What he doesn't realize is all 3 players are looking to shoot him in the back of the head. Should he peek this just a little too much? But caught timing might be in his favor as he actually looks towards his spawn with the sniper. If any time's to hit a clip, it's going to be right now. He doesn't find one. He's missing the shots, and the trade will go out on the kill on Marvel.
Yeah, I think for this, you've learned now. You're through the first 3 rounds of your offense. Godsent, I mean, their swarm over to B was very successful for them. They have seen limited to no success whatsoever on their approach towards A. And not a lot of that, I could say, is to the fault of Godsent. It's just that Cillium is doing so well with these set nades that put a lot of pressure. So now, all of a sudden, Utility opening up the door to try to make their way over towards B. Defensively, Marvel is here, and he hits a shot through the wall. Good for a first blood, and Jazz, I'm sure, will be sitting there saying, thanks very much. Makes my job a bit easier.
If anybody you don't want looking down that scope, it's going to be Marvel. He's looking to find a second one here. He does not know that Dudu has actually crossed, but Bomb is going to struggle to get down here as all of the players of Cillium have officially made this rotation. Number 1, Balance is actually on the other side of the map, who might hit a flank here soon.
That's the thing about it. If you're going to hit 5-man hits to B, you've got to get in no matter what the outcome is on your first attempt. Joker doubles down. Balance is still waiting. He's just waiting to see if there's going to be a cross out. Faint's watching over the middle with his scope. Marvel's got a sniper of his own just behind him. So firepower does provide a one-shot kill potential, but to take down multiple members at the same time, it would have to be onto Balance, who nearly whiffed right there on Arau. Bomb planted, and neither of the snipers can do much to find any exit kills. We go 3v3.
The patience did pay off for a kill on the side of Balance, but Bomb is now down for free. This is actually a more favorable situation for Godsent currently because they can now just watch this mid-entrance as Cillium tries to force their way in with the sniper, probably hoping to get a pick here to open up the lane for his players, but Godsent backs up. They back up and give a lot of control over to Cillium. Thankfully, a kill trades out 2v2, though the snipes are not hitting 2v1. Godsent Bomb is down. You just have to win 1 or 2 gunfights, but Balance comes out on top. Godsent, you were in the driver's seat. You had complete control of the B site. All you had to watch was that mid push, but instead they allow Cillium to push up, get a couple of trades going their way, and that's the bomb defuse. 3-1 in favor of Cillium.
Bit of a miscue there, you feel like, right? I mean, it really is a favorable setup for Godsent. It's a 3v3. Two of the last 3 members for Cillium are holding on to scopes. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They just give away too much space, and the retake is arguably way easier than it should have been. Trophy system denying early utility is a lot of it coming from Godsend, is heading over towards the A site. Shark, first blood on a Mihawk. Balance once again up to his crazy antics mid-map. Good for one. The Fennec at that range, though, doesn't like the look of the gunfight, backs down, and we'll just hold on to numbers here for Cillium's defense.
Cillium is one of those teams that once they get on a roll, it is almost impossible to stop them, and Godsend's feeling the blunt of that right now with Balance very confidently pushing up through mid-site, getting a first blood, and then getting the help from the Shark sniper over in tower. Now 4-1 in the S&D, looking incredibly confident.
The thing about it, for Godsend is how do you not get a read on what Balance is doing? He's just running through the middle of the map every single round. Nobody from Godsend off the rip was even watching from top wood over towards tin or over through barrels. It was just a walk in the park for Balance, and the defense comes away with 4 of the first 5. We swap the sides, though, with Cillium now on their attack. And maybe Dudu trying to inspire a little bit of the same energy that Balance is putting on as he's playing just underneath the sniper tower mid-map, but he's playing a much more passive angle, trying to see if maybe Cillium gets a little bit over-aggressive over towards the trailer entrance.
I definitely respect the counter, but Cillium actually looking to change pace here as they have slowed down incredibly. They are working at 0.5 times speed right now as that first blood gets on the hands of Marvel with the sniper. One of the scariest snipers I believe we'll have in our finals today. As some trophy systems will go down as well, but 3v3 huge shots out of Arojo here to kind of balance that out. That's going to be bombed down as well. He finds another kill. He's saying, this is my trailer now, this is my A site, there's no free plan for you, as he's going to tube it as well.
Thumper finding some damage, cannot confirm the kill, but again, we've got multiple games going at the same time. Looking from the top left, ARP up in the series 2-1, but down currently on the takeoff hardpoint for map number 4. We swap our attention there, as Skade has looked really good in the hardpoint so far. I mean, I should say that we've seen them play one map, and we're tallying up the score right now, and it's looking great for them through the first hardpoint. Also looking at what the spawns are looking like, 50-50 at the moment. Leozera realizing that, okay, I'm the last player left alive for the favored spawn side. I got to keep my life, but does get chased down by Pepe, and ARP battling back here early.
Skade, if they are anything, is incredibly resilient, especially in our respawns. But ARP have continuously won rotation in that first hardpoint that we watched them. It looks like they're continuing to win that rotation once again. 20 seconds, though, left on this hill. We're hoping to see a little bit of a cross-map action here for either side of these teams, but it looks like a lot is still getting invested. 15 seconds on the clock. It looks like it's going to be Skade that to be closest to the next hill.
Miguel, great position here to watch this rotation, but cannot connect with any of the shots. So all he can do is communicate that, okay, they're making a play through the north side of the map, and the next one up defensively on this rotation would be Pabzera trying to hold just a cheeky corner, wait for maybe a bit of help. Pab will find one, but then gets traded. And Miguel still not able to hit any shots at long range. Even though the hardpoint will open up in their favor, ARP have a chance here off this break attempt to really gain some momentum. Just comes down to, do they have anything to use to try to break? And, well, maybe we don't get our full-on answer, as Linz will deny us that as he finds the first 2, and the rest of Skade clean up the pieces. And it's a cleanup on aisle 3 as Skade dominate the kill feed and walk away with the first 20 seconds here on the hill.
And this is what we didn't see from Skade earlier, was absolutely no rotations, and the fact that they got this early hold on this hill. I don't expect ARP to be breaking in anytime soon, as they have to wait for their teammates, but it looks like a little over-aggression on the side of Pepe. He will get shut down. This is in our 20 seconds going to the side of Skade. If I was ARP, I would just go ahead and hit that rotation, let them have the scrap time, and hopefully play for the full 50, as number 1, that's going to be Limbs on Skade that actually spawns out across the map and should get free rotation as well. ARP is falling behind.
Well, the thing about it is they've controlled the top side of the minimap, which is what you're going to want as we go from the 3rd to the 4th hardpoint. Top left corner is where we're going next. And Leozera actually goes to hit the old time, maybe just trying to stretch ARP a bit thin on this initial setup, but gets traded. So now the hit largely has to come from the front. Gravity Spike available from Leo. Do they want to try to use this as they make their way up? Bit of a bait and switch situation. Not as clean as you would have liked it, but the kill still comes through regardless. So Leo's in up top, now makes his way back down to the low ground. Doesn't get full credit for the 3rd elimination, but help is here from the rest of their teammates. Only big question here is, look at number 2 in red. Pangy spawns behind all of this, and fortunately Skade deal with the chaos, and now all of a sudden can stretch their way closer to 150.
Leo was huge there with that big opening break. Leo's in finding, I believe, 4 to 5 players after ARP had that first initial, but they were able to flood their way back in. That's 3 on the side of ARP, 108 to 70, 20 seconds left in this hill. It should be scrap time in favor of ARP to almost tie this game up, but Skade is looking to invest a little bit more into this scrap time. 13 seconds left on this hill.
ARP just relying on one. It's Sia trying to do whatever they can to just soak up or contest as much of the scratch time as possible. And I would say mission accomplished here. They only give away about 4 seconds in the last 20. So 113.76 to score. We rotate back over towards Fountain. Pabzera working on a bit of a flank behind, and Jesus Saves is completely caught off guard. And now the full flank comes and is embellished by Pabzera. Brilliant solo play. That'll clear off any ARP members on the hardpoint, and with blue arrows surrounding, this is looking like there's going to be time generated here for Skate.
What patience and absolute routing by Pabzera there. I mean, that was the opening kills. The fact that he managed to get caught timing the slip behind 2 of those players from ARP and then also get a kill off hill while managing to stay alive, meaning that ARP still had to go on the hunt for him behind enemy lines. That was huge for this opening hill. Now 30 seconds left, 125, a mere 25 seconds left needed for Skate to take this next hard point.
ARP in a bit of trouble. These last 18 seconds will be enough if they soak up every second to win the game here, but they are forced off. Gravity Vortex comes out to make sure of that. ARP, though, can you hold off this next hit? You've got drones in play. Dragonfire's making their way across, but ARP still tallying eliminations. If you could put together a bit of a forward zone across this hard point, maybe there's a chance here. And Pepe coming back to the fight, able to go 1 for 1, and that trade will allow an opportunity as the hard point opens for ARP to get there first. But you've got Zia, who was trying to make a play, does actually realize that Skate aren't just hitting from the front, they're coming from multiple angles.
Unfortunately for ARP, they have to play perfect hardpoint here if they want to somehow slip this game away. 20 points is all Skate needs here to close out this second hardpoint, but ARP are forcing their way in. They're holding this time for now as they break that 100 mark point. 38 seconds left on this hill. Balance looked like he was trying to go for a flank on the other side, but he gets shut down quickly by Pengi, who's holding down these deep spawns.
This is a tight one. Pepe doing everything on that flank to take away a couple, and ARP are not losing a gunfight right now. Hold on a second. Comeback definitely potentially on the cards. We look over to see what's going on in game 5. That one just starting, but a tight one here as Skate and ARP continue to go back and forth. The comeback is still alive here for ARP. This is very doable. They do everything you possibly could have asked for them on this second hardpoint. The big question is, can you win the rotation going on in the next?
That's exactly as you put it. They have maybe one push into this next zone. It looks like the gunfights are actually going in their favor. We are going to hop right back in, 138 to 130. They were late on rotation, but they somehow flooded in. Skate, though, hold on to life here. It's only one more player of ARP that's going to be close enough to try and contest this. He's going to wait for his teammates, but they have spawns. They have one contest here, possibly go in their favor. It's not going to work out in the end. 150 to 130. ARP almost pulling it off.
Look at Latin America's regional finals were game 5 galores. Skade providing that. And we swap over to an EU versus NA battle here. Nova and Explicit also locked into map number 5. And as Explicit had won the first offensive round, they find themselves now up in numbers 5-3 in the second. And, I mean, the Bobs nowhere even near planning anywhere. They're just winning gunfights and saying, okay, fine, give us the numbers advantage. We're fine with that in the first 30 seconds.
I can't even believe there was 3 players, none of them having the bomb push up on the A site. One actually does get shut down by the likes of Marky here. Marky and Saturns are watching over this A site, but what they don't know, number 4 on the side of Explicit is Solar Season. It looks like he might get a free full wrap here, but he's got to be quicker about it. With a minute left on the clock, and the bomb is actually down and out now at the A site. It looks like Veteran and Solo are just looking to go for the kills.
Wow, what a play call. Play for the eliminations, but Karma still tallies 1. Big question, will Solar be able to lock down the 1v1? Yes, he will. Backside, a little bit unexpected. Explicit, it's not as comfortable as you would have liked considering it was a 5v3, but still up 2-0 in the first 2 rounds.
Once that bomb was down at A, the fact that the aggression out of Solo to just push him, get those 2 kills was huge for the likes of Explicit. And I said Solar could get a flank here. He didn't have a whole lot of time to do it, but near the end, he finally made his way down the round side of the map and ends up getting that 1v1 kill. But as we hop on board with Solar Season, once again, Bomb is forcing his way over to the B side. But what they don't know, number 2 in where that's going to be Karma and Saturns that might shoot them in the back.
This is so brilliant, though, from Explicit. They double smoke mid. It completely envelops the entire sightline that could be watched from mid-map, but Saturn's repositions, takes care of Solar, who is trying to once again sneak behind enemy lines. Veteran still keeping the numbers in favor of Explicit's offense. We go 4v3. Bomb making a play past the B site. And Karma up top gets sniffed out by Solo. Huge pick. And now it's really just down to Marky. He's going to have to hit some incredible shots. Sees one, but doesn't pull the trigger, knowing that, okay, threat could be imminent. I got to make sure I keep my life. Even more so now that Turu somehow just took himself off the map. I don't know what just happened right there.
I don't know either. Marky actually getting that timing, walking away from the B site. The second the bomb's getting planted, he catches Solo. Solo turns and burns. Explicit are giving no breathing room for Nova here. 3-0. What a convincing round out of them. The aggression has just not allowed Nova to get on their feet.
Look, Explicit search and destroy in stage 4 is the reason that they are here. And now it's starting to become a reason that they may start off their group stage with what I would say for just by seeding alone would be an upset. And this is your EU Masters champion in Nova. Yaya looking to make sure things stay tight. Finds first blood but gets traded. Bomb looking to get more aggressive through the middle of the map, but at the moment, there's no vacancy at either bomb site. So you got to make a decision, and Marky, huge pickup as he was shot at first. Still tallies a kill before Lucifer eventually goes pinstripe into the kill feed and turned it into a 3v2 favoring Explicit.
3v2. They're not even worried about bomb right now, but that's actually a huge 2 out of Saturns to shut down Lucifer and Snipes in a 1v2. This could be the first round Nova puts on the board, but it is Solar Season who's making his way across the map. Now he does have to pick up bomb as well. There is a minute on the clock. Number 5 and 2, that's going to be True. And Saturn's actually that god timing. They back up. They're playing together, playing for the trade, looking to go for this bomb.
But Solar gets the read on Turu at least.
Contact.
Now making his way over to the launch bay. Saturn's trigger display. No, doesn't finish the kill. Bomb picked up. And he should know that B should be largely free here. We tally everything else that's going on. Map 5 on Summit for ARP and Skade. Top right, Cillium, Godsent, map 3. We stay here, and we move over to this map 5 just to tally how things are going this way. This could be a huge upset as Skade find a way to get to map 5. Something they did routinely through Latin American Regional Finals, and they take the first round here versus ARP, the North American Regional Final champion.
I would almost argue to say map 5, game 5 is Skade's favorite place. They feel at home here in the length of series. And if anybody's going to take this one away, it's going to be them. Already first round on the board, up 1-0. Looks like they're going to make its way over to the A side. Bomb is there as well, but 4 members of ARP is actually going to be inside of this mid.
ARP not afraid to take these opening gunfights through the middle of the map and can contest everything. Up top, Thumper. Jeez. People said the shorty was nuts. Miguel tallies up a very open and free first blood, provides some vacancy for the bomb to get planted, and it will do so. Lynn's able to get it down, and now the retake required for ARP. Zia finds one kill mid-map, and they have an opportunity to try to flood through this. The question is, do you go through mid, or do you just go from the ski lift? That's the only real thing you have to consider here.
Big bomb plan. It's all going to be up in Miguel. He's up in this mid. He's at the perfect angle here to catch a player or two off guard. And not only that, he can check on bomb as well. Jesus saves, though, is down and out over on our ski lift here, just trying to get an angle. Let's see if Leosin might read that. He gets the timing. Can't finish the kill just yet, but Jesus is the only one alive. The trades do go out in their favor. Now up 2-0 in this S&D.
It's just Thumper. Oh, it hit you twice. All right, eat one of these for breakfast. All right, Leosin, we get it. You got to stay warm, but come on. Here we go, 2-0. Third round of offense coming out for Skate. And they have really relied on what these snipers can find, but the set nades, I was about to say, have also been really good at controlling space early. Lynn's able to tally a first blood with it. Panky forced to respond. Does actually clear out computers. That was bottom right of this free cam. Mago's the one that's by himself. Smoke trying to keep him alive. Lynn's finding some hit markers. Goes to the Thumper, but getting through it is Mago with the pistol. Finds one. Would need to do more than that, though, as he tries to find a corner to hide in, but Miguelis will get the trade. Pangy on the opposite flank. Keep things relatively even. We go 2v2 and a big 1v1 win there for Pangy. Now leaving Pabzera by himself. 1v1 with a minute 15 to play.
He was locked in. I don't know if you saw his cam there. He was locked in with that 2-piece. And now in a 1v1, it's going to be the sniper. The bomb is down. It's going to be Jesus versus Pabzera. Pabzera's making his way down bottom. He does get bomb. He doesn't have a free plant at B, though. If he ends up going here, Jesus should catch wind of it. 55 seconds on the clock. He has plenty of time to do whatever he wants here. Bomb looking to go down, but Jesus is going around the rear. He might check this just in time. The bomb gets planted, but does he know that Jesus is right behind him? He got a shot in the back. He turns and burns! He turns and burns the kill. 3-0. Look at him on the camera. Look at him. Look at the hype.
Oh my goodness. The ice from Pabzera picking up the Type 25 at the same time as grabbing the bomb. And whoa. I haven't seen a turn like that in months. Unbelievable stuff, and Skade stay flawless on their offense. Trying to get aggressive. Miguel, first blood again. ARP have been empty in these opening engagements.
Empty indeed. Skate has just been continuously getting that first and 2 bloods and nothing getting traded out for the likes of ARP, which just allows the rest of them to push up and get free kills. We're on board with Miguel currently. Bomb is going to go down on the A side. I mean, ARP is just giving up complete free control of the map. Skate just freely pushing to the A side, freely getting that mid control and getting that first blood. ARP has got to change something now.
Leo's here attack down to critical health, but stays alive. Leo's in. Now getting activated. Thumper coming out, trying to get the double. Mago staying alive. Zia turns this from a 2v4 into a 2v2 as he takes the Thumper out of his zone for a double. Leo's in, looking to take down one from close range. It's Limbs and Leo's in, who clutch up. And yeah, get amped, get excited. It's 4-0 up, and Latin America's looking for the first major upset here in the Western Finals.
4-0. I mean, the read out of Leozen to check that corner and get that instant trade with his teammate. They are looking incredibly comfortable on this map. Game 5, like I said, Skade feeling a little bit too at home here, up 4-0. Opening gunfights already. Mago finds one on Miguel's. The trade does come out, though, 4v4. But again, that free mid push on the side of Skade actually not going in their favor for once. 4v3. ARP showing a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Leo's here up top. Denies Pangy from chasing down a teammate. Good help coming through in the full flank. Look at the bomb carrier. It's Limbs. He gets around the back for 3! All of the investment for ARP. It's all eggs into one basket. And it's a little too early for Easter references, but hopping around the back is Limbs for the triple and a bomb plant, leaving Mago by himself with the scope, and he's been tallied. Everyone knows where he is. Leo Zera's making sure there's no rotation. Here comes the play. SKS for the kill, and it's a 5-0 offensive half from Skate.
My mouth is open right now. My jaw is dropped. That free flame, not to mention it was the bomb carrier of all people. ARP just getting picked apart on Summit. Unfortunately, you hate to see it. It looked like they finally had some light, like they maybe finally had some footing, but Skade, I mean, they have just been pulling at them out from under the rug. We're going to see a little bit of an aggressive push all the way through the A side. That's going to be up there on Leo's end, hopefully going for the flank.
This is so much information for Skade. They know A's safe. They could be in one of two places. They're either in computers or they're making a play over towards the top second floor, over towards B. And Skade's defensive setup looks pretty solid around the corner. 1-for-1 trades. Pabs there on the flank for another opening. And oh no, ARP, your North American regional finalists, are about to get upset by Skade unless Jesus Saves can add another commandment to the 10 saying no, not going to happen. It's a flawless 6-0 map, 5 in Skade. Yeah, Silencio, por favor, ARP. They take the first map win and first round win here in the round robin.
6-0. 6-0, a game 5, the first series that we've seen finish so far in our Heat 1, ARP versus Skade. And now you let the other contenders know, Skade will take you 6-0 in the map 5 S&D. Do not let them go the distance.
Wow. Unbelievable stuff from Skade. I'm lost for words. That is, I mean, look, I'll toot my own horn here for a little bit. We're talking, you know, who are favorites, who's going to come out and potentially win this whole thing. And the only thing I knew for sure was that Latin America was not going to come out sleeping. And no, they did not. Skade just absolutely woke everybody up. And it's in a place where, look, the Latin American Regional Finals, they got through the Winners Finals and then into the Grand Finals. All of them were map 5s. But in the Grand Finals, they lost both of the best of 5s on map 5. So the fact that they could come through, make their corrections, and take down America's favorite when it comes to the Regional Finals, unbelievable shockwave just sent through the group.
It just means you can never count them out, even when they're down. We saw it in the hardpoint, we saw it in the domination, and now we saw it 6-0 S&D against the top seed in America. This is ARP. This is some people's favorites going into this. And like we said, this is the lowest ping some of these players have been on. So if anybody's going to be caught by surprise, it's going to be some of these top teams by these Latin Americans who have been playing on God Wants to Know ping. Here's the highlights from all the matches in our Heat 1. Most of them going to Game 5s, I believe, Shift.
Yeah, that's the other big thing. It's not just the fact that Skade has woken up this group. Godsent, I have to imagine they're still kind of playing through their series. They took a map off of a perennial favorite. I mean, everybody's coming out to play, but Skade, my goodness, this is electric. Because look, we said it at the very top of this matchup. Skade, if you find a way to beat ARP, your hopes of getting out of the group have just gone up exponentially. Whereas now all of a sudden, since ARP have lost, you almost have to look at them and say, you better win out if you want to have a chance, because only 2 teams are getting through these absolutely heavy hitter stacked groups.
Well, that's what Heat 1 does exactly, is that it sets the pace for the rest of the day. We're going to see where some of these teams stand in pools here shortly. But Skate, again, huge opening win for them, a matchup that maybe people might have not favored them going into it. And now that they've shut down one of the bigger teams, they have to feel confident going into their next matches.
That turn from Papsera, if that isn't a message, I don't know what it would be. And I don't know what the equivalent of vamos is in Portuguese, but I'm going to have to look it up because this Brazilian juggernaut just absolutely threw everything amok. I mean, it's a 6-0 surge. When this Skate team was being daunted by Map 5 Search and Destroys, to come through and flawlessly take it from ARP, that is unbelievably incremental when it comes not only down to what could happen in this group, but the chances of Skate maybe getting out of that in the top 2 spot has just become a huge possibility.
Especially after I see that map 1 hard point firing range 150 to 86. ARP were clearly confident going into this series, but Skate, don't count them out when it comes to that search and destroy 6-3 win, going all the way down to Summit Search and Destroy 6-0. And the fact that it wasn't always like a clean wipe of a round, like it came down to Papsera in that 1v1. Not only did he have to get bombed down, time was dwindling, and Jesus was actually in a prime position to shoot him in the back. He had the route man paid, and Papsera just turned and burned on him. So to lose like that, that is a huge blow to the side of ARP.
Unbelievable. I'm lost for words. I really don't have anything else to say. I'm just curious to see what the other results are going to look like after this first heat, because I imagine that's not going to be the only major upset we see on the day. It may not even be the only major upset we see in the first round. Again, we've got 5 total matches to get through, 5 total heats, I should say. 6 matches going on at once, so there's a lot to track. And, well, thankfully, we've got a lot of resources available for us to at least attempt to try to do that. So, Heat 1 coming to a bit of a close. I mean, Allie, the whole question really just comes down to how much further can Skate go? Because I think the biggest thing setting up the rest of the day is that is one of your hardest opponents on the schedule that you've already dealt with. So can you find a way to maybe upset again and then almost guarantee yourself maybe a spot out of the group?
I don't even know if it counts as an upset. Again,
yeah,
Skate
that's
making
true.
all these game 5s. The second they reach that 3rd game mode mark, if they're going anything further than that, if you're the other team, I would be shaking in my boots. But moving on from ARP and Skate, I do want to talk about what we saw from Solo and Solar Season.
Sure.
Because I think those might be my 2 favorite players going into today. Solo seems to be putting a lot of those opening gunfights with his team on his back. The second he gets that first blood in S&D, you might as well count the round in their favor.
Yeah, Explicit was really riding that pony all the way through the regional finals, and it looks like the horse is here to race again. So it just comes down to, can they get through what I think would also be considered a bit of an upset, playing up against that Nova squad, which was so good throughout the EU Masters overall. And we take a look at it. Oh my goodness, production just putting it to life. It's a 3-2 map 5 winner for Explicit. News here to us, this is also a major win for Explicit when it comes down to trying to get out of a very stacked group.
Absolutely, and again, this is another game 5. This is only our first heat of the day, and that's 2 series that gone all the way, gone the distance to game 5, and Explicit, for them to come out on top once again, Heat 1 sets the pace. $300,000 up for grab in this in this Western Finals, $1 million overall. Sure, you get paid if you're down and out, but you're only going to get into that 6-digit figure money as we're watching in the replays.
Yeah, you mentioned it too. I mean, all the S names really for Explicit were really showing up. Snipe, Solar, and Solo, all of them looking really solid in the moments that we had a chance to watch over the top of it. And it was another map 4, map 5 thriller, it looks like here, as we didn't get a chance to see much of what was happening on standoff, but down 2-1 in the series. Explicit scrapping together a map 4 hardpoint win, and then look at the tally on the search and destroy. 5-1 here turns into a 6-1 tally. Map 5 dominance from 2 of our quote-unquote underdogs. And, well, we're seeing it here in studio. We saw Cilium also up 2 maps to 1 there for a moment. So, I mean, hey, that's another massive series, although it's not as highlighted as the first 2 that we saw. I'm sure the desk will be able to break that one down in more depth, because for Cilium and Godsent, we said it. For both of these two teams, you look at this matchup on the schedule in your group, and you say, we have to win it if we want to have a chance to get out of our group.
I'm just happy all these matches are going to the distance.
Same.
You know, we don't have any clear top giants right now. Once again, some of these teams we haven't even saved since stage 4. And as we're watching now, we're going to hop into the Asilium and Godsent. Asilium is up 2-1 on Godsent. Already up. It looks like they're up 30 points as well in the hard point.
Joker has been a huge reason on this Godsent team getting through the Latin American region. It was a bit of a surprise, right? I mean, we didn't know how many teams we were fully going to send. We knew at least 3, and Godsent was number 4 on the list after losing in the lower semifinals in dramatic fashion. So they find themselves an extra opportunity to work into the World Championships for the Western Finals, and they've made good use of it here so far. As we look to rotate, 8 seconds left in the hard point, and so far, Asilium there first, but numbers to contest from Godsent as they make their way across the middle of the map.
Are there first, but again, this is only the first couple of hills. 50-52 is going to be the name of the game. And the first one's on rotation. Looks like it is going to be Asilium. 4 and 5, that's going to be Faints and Shark just locking down this first couple contests coming in from Godsent as they're spawning across the map.
Balance, Fennec in hand. Trying to play through the smoke. Contestant nearby. Gets the first. Waiting for the second. Good help coming through. And it's the Thumper at his own feet that he survives through it. Uh-oh, Balance! How many more times is this going to happen?
I feel like it's a good luck charm at this point. The second Balance watches himself with a streak or kills himself with something, that's when Asilium starts coming out on top, as they do have a 30-point lead, currently looking to get this 20 seconds of scrap time as well. And not only that, that's also going to be Balance pushing out through mid-map, hopefully getting 1 or 2 kills on this rotation.
No, denied. That is a very good pickup from Godsent's POV. They will lose the back 18 seconds or so, which is punishing on the scoreboard, but if you're looking for hills that could provide you a full 60, this one coming up could be one of them. But Shark has slipped the net, and he swims into the hard point, but Araujo denies. Balance also caught into Coffin Corner. He will be tallied, and with that, Godsent cleanly open up the next hill.
I do wish Shark and Balance there played a little bit closer together, not only for trades, but I wish Balance played their life just a little bit more in that corner, got a little aggressive shooting at the player in the window, giving up their position, but they do have 40 seconds to play with right now to try to break themselves into the back of spawns, and that's exactly what they're going to do. You see 4 players forcing their way into the back that is going to spawn out Godsent, but 35 seconds still left for grabs on this hill. That's 3 kills for Godsent as they are shutting down the back, getting a couple of spawn trap going on right now, but the clap should come in shortly.
Godsent, great recovery here. Asilium had a nice route starting to build towards the very top part of the minimap, but denied. If maybe even desperately so. And now Noel, on rotation, finds the first elimination, plays over by the ticket booth, and has gotten himself a bit of salvation here. Sanctuary by way of the trash can, but too many angles to watch. Jazz cleans things up, and just as it was a perfect hill for Godsent, they will find themselves tested here on rotation going to noon.
Tested indeed, and actually he built just enough time for his teammates to make the rotation for next, as well as we saw Dudu slowly making his way towards in for the new spawns. And not only that, they have now the initial as well. Streaks are getting called in. The kill feed is lighting up for Godsent as they flip the lead now 120 to 104. 50 seconds in this hill. The Godsent Mihawk does have a death machine in hill. Shark will shut him down. Streaks galore is going to be the name of this hill.
Joker does get into the Goliath. This is win condition here for Godsent to maybe send us to another map 5. Hunter Killer drone out, Balance in, trying to stay alive, has to deal some damage and does deal some significant damage to Joker. It's marginal, really, I guess you should say. And oh boy, it's a feeding frenzy right now for Joker. Staying alive through the smoke, shots are coming in, but he's still pretty darn healthy inside this Goliath for now. 8 more seconds required, and it's just not gonna happen. Too many specialists and score streaks in play. Asilium trying to flood on through, and Shark actually gets into contest. Joker taken out of the Goliath, but 1 was not enough for Asilium, so we have another map 5 on our hand, and we stop over to the number 1 seed out of Latin America. They're squared up against the NYSL Mayhem, stuck in a map 3, and what was a triple cap for Mayhem is trying to be cauterized here, the bleeding at least from Zygnus, as they do take back the A flag. They do stay a bit empty, though, from finding a second on B.
Mayhem putting a little bit of a clinic on here. Is it 65 to 28 right now in control of B and C, and decapping those as well. Zygnus showed a little bit of life here on C as they start to get the cap. That's going to be Cheeto by himself getting the spawns as well, but Mayhem flipping it right on its head, looking to take that A flag.
Such a difficult flag to get over to B here. without any high ground possession. It's just, you have to do something miraculous. Tectonic playing bottom scaffold will close out the half. 40-point gap established by the Mayhem, which is a good margin to have. Again, we're jumping into this one late, so we don't know who spawned where, but it looks like Mayhem did spawn from the A flag first. So now their attempt to start things off from the bottom right corner in the red trunks. And Zygnus, look, here's the deal. You capture this B flag early, you have a chance to neutralize this differential pretty darn quickly.
I think gunfights going back and forth. B looking to go in the hands of Mayhem once again. 75-35, not the most favorable position for Zygnus. They need to flip something on its head here early in the second half, and that's not looking to be possible. Mayhem already spread out across the map, getting a couple free kills. Zygnus getting a couple going their way, but they have a lot of work to do.
The thing is, they have shut down 2 of the death machines that were used off the break for Mayhem. So, I mean, coming in with a specialist advantage was NYSL, you would figure, just based on the score. But Zygnus doing well to at least neutralize some of those tools, but they really can't convert. That's the biggest problem, as score streaks are then invested to make sure that everything stays safe around the B flag. And now Awaken pulls out a death machine of his own.
Tatio actually is on the other side of the map. He's actually at the C site trying to look for some free kills, but unfortunately instead of going for that C point, he gets a little too aggressive near the B side to shoot a couple players in the back. Mayhem read that and get the free kill as they now break the 100-point mark. 100-48, looking possibly to go up 2-1 in this series as they have B and C under control. I believe Zygnus would possibly need a trip cap here to come back.
Yeah, 2 would, I don't believe mathematically would be enough if you were to exit the entire way, but they are going to get an opportunity here to steal away the C flag. So an AC hold. Wait a second. Not going to happen fully as space denies and starts to deplete, but the spawns will flip. So C will get there, but with that little desperate play from space to generate a little bit more time and space of its own, it's Mayhem who turned it into an AB hold instead of a BC hold.
Looks like it's just pick your poison at this first point for the side of Zygnus. Do we want the poison to lose at C side or do we want to lose at A side? Let's just pick and choose for our one flag because it looks like Mayhem's going to run away with this 123-61. I'm getting a lot of streaks called in, specialists as well. B has a little bit of capacity on it, but again, Zygnus, nobody's close enough to get in control.
Yeah, triple cap now for sure required. And it doesn't look like it's really going to be all that plausible considering the positions that NYSL currently are in. And here's the thing, you know, you wanted to talk about Mayhem in the past, especially from stage 4. You can even throw the Masters conversation. Where were they struggling? In my mind, it was largely in just their specialist and their operator efficiency. They were overcommitting so much, and in Respawn, they were getting punished for that. This time, it looks like they've been able to kind of count their cards nicely and cruise their way into what very well should be a map 3 win to put them up 2-1 in this series. Just comes down to, can Zygnus pull off maybe the impossible here? They have to get through a Goliath if they even want to see this B flag. And Awaken's just going to kind of sit here and wait for someone to step on that flag before it looks like it's all but all over. One last opportunity to touch. B flag not going to happen. And in the same breath, the spawns from Mayhem will allow them the C flag, which would have guaranteed the win. So they will go up 2-1 here, 150-82 the final score on the takeoff down.
150-82 is not the way that you want to drop down in map 3. But once again, Jibs, I have to talk about the fact that all of these matches are going the distance. We've seen a couple closeouts early, but once we start getting past that domination into our second hard point and our last S&D, it starts looking a little bit closer.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing about it is if Mayhem have cleaned up their respawn, that's going to be great news for the longevity of what this day is going to look like. Because, look, it's hard to really kind of make full-on predictions because of all the interregional battles that we're going to have in front of us. But this was definitely one that I think all 5 of us here at the Broadcast Talent were looking at to say, if there were to be a potential upset, who knows? Because the Zygnus team showed resiliency through stage 4, and in their little show matches they played versus both Mayhem and Tribe kind of in the period between, they were still looking pretty darn competent.
Yeah, and of course you have that conversation about teams that are better, and, you know, one game mode or the other. Some teams are better at Respawn, some are better at S&D, but this is Western Finals. You can't really have a favorite game mode because there are going to be teams who will smoke you out. Now, again, most of these have gone the distance. We're seeing a lot of really high-end competition here. It has been such a treat thus far as it looks like we're hopping into this S&D. Asylum versus God Sent. This is Game 5 once again.
Game 5's galore, baby, and we're just in heat number 1. I know Bobby earlier was saying, hey, buckle in for a long day because we're going to see Game 5s at some point throughout the day. I don't know if Bobby would have counted it large enough to see that we're going to have 4 of our first 6 games go to Game 5. So a tight battle here, and again, potential groundbreaking things could happen for the LATAM region if Godson can find a way to take down Asilium. And so far in this opening round, it's the opposite that's starting to occur. The offense for Asilium, 5v3 with the bomb plant now here at A.
I mean, the full control on the A side already. 44 seconds left on the clock, but looks like they're just going for the kills. Bomb finally gets planted. 40 seconds now on board. And a 3v2 suddenly.
Whoa.
Godsend finding
Whoa.
a bunch of kills, connecting to Dudu, finds a double. And it's now going to be Shark by himself. He needs to win the 1v2. What was all in the hands of Asilium quickly dwindles down in the hands of Dudu as they get the defuse and go up 1-0 in the S&D.
Somebody watch the flank. Hey, it's a 5v3 with the bomb plant. There's only 3 ways they can hit the site. Hello? Unbelievable. So it's Dudu and Joker with the final handful of kills that just make Asilium look lost in the sauces. Allie turns into a 5-year-old for a second, which is fine. We all snickered once or twice about it.
Come on, Dudu got a double. Dudu got a double on the site. All right. Bob is making his way over to the A site. We're on board with balance. It is still a 5v5. Plenty of time to work with, but a lot of control over on the other side of the map. They've actually made their way into Kitchen. Might push out into B and get the likes onto Dudu. He does get into a gunfight. He doesn't fall just yet. He manages to stay alive, and first blood actually falls for side of Asilium.
It's not just advantage for Godsend in numbers. Look at the position through the B site for number 5 and number 2. They have to know that you've taken away options for Asilium, so they're going to keep Noel just hanging out backside red. They'll send Dudu back over to help over the middle of the map, and he actually sees Shark through Kitchen. He takes the gunfight, and Asilium look lost. Get these guys a GPS, an atlas, a compass, something.
They were fully pushed up into Kitchen. They had all the artillery to push through spawn and maybe make a wrap towards B site if they weren't too comfortable with A. But the fact that Bomb actually went back through mid over to their side spawn, they lost 2 players, 48 seconds on the clock, and now we have Arajo on the heady for A site. I mean, this Asilium doesn't know what to do.
There's not many options at this point. Someone's going to have to do something clip-worthy because we know Marvel's got a scope. Does Feints? Sure sounds like it, and he's playing just over through Tiki. Marvel does take down 1, but the response comes through, and that's the last automatic weapon for the side of Asilium to work with. So now 2v4 with just scopes and 15 seconds to play. Bomb should be recoverable from this position just outside money window. Feints has to try to make a slide shell happen. No quick scope there, and oh my goodness, Dudu is just... Whew.
I mean, he flanked through mid, through the back, and I mean, there was just nothing Asilium could do at that point. It was a great play call out of him. He was like, you know what, I'm tired of sitting and waiting for you guys to push up onto this site after we picked you apart in the first couple of seconds of the round. Asilium, 2-2 in this series, but down 2-0 in the S&D. Looks like they put everything in their favor. They get into favorable positions, and then it just all falls apart as the Bomb's now getting free put down in mid. Don't know why the bomb carrier was by himself, but Noel gets the free kill and gets to push back out.
Yeah, Asilium's early utility didn't look like it caught much because Godsend just ran and sprinted forward. Joker tallies up Feints. Shark also drops Marvel. I mean, what? You're going to ask him to hit off 3-4 quick scopes to even salvage that engagement. He's going to back away and try to play this 2v4 with his teammate Jazz, who does keep the bomb in their hands. So there's an opportunity here, and honestly, defensively, they are leaving a lot of vacancy here towards the A site. So if Marvel can get a read on this and they commit for a plant, there is still an opportunity here for Asilium to salvage this round 3.
I'm a big fan of Marble on both sides of the spectrum, but unfortunately his team looks like it just puts a little too much on his shoulders for getting that opening pick and allows the aggression of Godsend for free kills. But again, I talk about aggression. Jazz actually did just fine too, now putting themselves in a 1v2 situation. 48 seconds on the clock. They do have Bomb as well, but Godsend, both players are stacking on top of each other. They're looking to play out the trade.
Gets the sound cues from stray shots coming through mid. Jazz was considering maybe double backing over towards his spawn to maybe get an angle at B, but instead now pushes through the cutout, works backside jungle. And he's going to have, again, this is a lot of clearance. You know that there's no one backside by apartment. No one, obviously, is shooting at you through the backside of basketball, so he's going to go for the plant. And his post-plant position could play the back stairs if he wants to. This is a great look at a 1v2.
Now the biggest problem here is Godsend actually set both players to the front side instead of going for the pinch, which probably would have worked better in their favor. So Jazz is set up here if they read the front hill from some stray shots. Maybe got some sound cues, doesn't know they're going to be there. Turns just a little too late. Good try, but now Godsend up 3-0 in our Game 5 S&D.
Yeah, look, it's a hell of an effort from Jazz. The first double he finds is an immaculate one. It just, maybe a little bit of shakiness as far as what does he want to do at the post play, because when you're going through a 1v4 like that and you get the bomb down, you have it set up for you to play through backstairs. He hit the nade. Go clear out the rest of the stairs and play tree or something. You have a really good angle at where you planted the bomb, but instead decides to hold his ground and gets punished for the decision. So now it almost feels like a must-win round coming out here from the defense, or pardon me, from the attacking side of Vasilium, and this is a fresh look. 3-member hit through open stairs, up into kitchen, and there is no one home.
Honestly, I'm getting PTSD. The last time they did this, they fell apart after their first pick and then pushed their way back through mid into their own spawn. But you gotta imagine the call out from Noel right now. He's deep in their spawn, coming out the rear from poolside. So they've gotta know they're all in mid.
Holy mayhem! 124 to nothing? Okay, I don't know where the map one came through for Zygnus, but I don't know if they loaded into this map.
I thought you said they weren't gonna respawn. What's going on?
Bobby's face right now says it all. he's leaning back in his seat like, bro, are you kidding? This is the definition of a sheesh.
All right, well, 138 to 0 on the right side of our screen as we're just going to go back over to the game that's actually got some action going on. 2v2, Godsend up 3-0. Mihawk here looking to maybe slide across and pick up this bomb that seems to be taken down on the heady. It's going to be Mihawk and Noel versus Jazz and Faints. Faints gets a little bit of information on poolside. Doesn't get the kill, though. 30 seconds left on the clock. They got to pick up this bomb and make that plant, but Asilium's got wind of it. Maybe this will be the first round they get on the board.
Oh, Noel does get information on, that's Jazz, top cutout. And with that information, Mihawk kind of freezes in his steps. Oh, he's going to play a timing. Gets the sound cue, pops up for one. Opportunity for the second, doesn't get a clean look at it, so backs away. Now 1v2. Faints, what do you have in store for us? Electric with the scope throughout all the EU regional stuff, but it would have to hit a quick scope here as he tries to slide Chow over towards the back box. Not going to happen, and it's 4-0 Godsend. The number 4 seed from Latin America, what's happening?
Again, like I said, some of these teams, this might be the first time that they're properly playing each other. And, you know, these other teams, these top seed teams will come in with the confidence and Godsend. They can just come out and surprise, and that's exactly what they're doing. Asilium, even though some rounds keep going their way, Godsend just always ends out on top in the weirdest of ways. Bomb now is going to be making its way over to the A side, but already we're going to see some opening gunfights. The snipes out of Joker, getting that close shot. That's Bomb down. 3v5 already in the favor of Godsend.
It's not the fact that Godsend continues to find numbers advantages from off the rip. They're finding them in positions that are allowing them to... Jazz, what happened? Just completely dominate the map. And then Jazz just gets pistol whipped. And now it's down to Faints again. This time he's got at least a Type 25 to work with. The question would be, does he also have the scope in the back pocket? Regardless of that, the most important part of this equation for a 1v5 is the bomb. And there is no way in this high heavens he's going to be able to get this for free.
I mean, there is 5 players just waiting for any sort of information. I mean, you just watch your mini-map. Number 5, that's going to be Noel just sitting on top of the bomb. Faints some might get timing. He captures 2 players. Does he get the opening kill? He doesn't. He gets wall banged from Joker as he turns around for that kill. 5-0. We might be seeing another 6-0 S&D game 5 shift.
Latin America has come to play. Maybe you just say Brazil's come to play because Zygnus didn't show up on the raid hardpoint we just saw, so it's mostly just Brazil right now. I need to start boning up my Portuguese. As we'll swap the sides over. Godsend first look over on their offense. Good smoke covering the staircase over to Laundry, and a good look from Dudu as he moves through the car, explodes. Mihawk gets credited for the double. Dudu looking for number 3, no problems there. And the bomb's gonna get planted. It's a 4v2 for Godsend to go 6-0 in the map 5.
I blink and there's smokes. There's a car that blows up. That's
God.
2 players down. Shark in a 1v4. 6-0 S&D is looking in the favor. Is there any time to clip it? Be now, but Shark quickly shuts down one. Possible. He could do it here. He finds the second one. If anybody's going to do it, it will be Shark. 1v2. 27 seconds on the clock. It's a little hurt now, but he does have the information. Smokes go out. The 2 players Godsend are looking to make their way towards him, though. Only 20 seconds left for this bomb defuse. He needs at least 4 of them. Shark's going to push up through the smoke. He might get this kill, but 10 seconds. He doesn't have enough time for the defuse either. This should be a 6-0 in favor of Godsend.
Sees one over the top. Shot's not going to be clean enough,
Shock
and
it.
it's a 6-0.
Shock it.
Number 4 from Latin America.
Shock it.
What? What?
What?
Do your best, Little John. What? I mean, this is unbelievable. never in my life would I have expected number 4 from Latin America, number 2 from Latin America to come out, steal away 2 games. I won't even say steal away. They dominated 2 game 5s.
The 6-0, I don't even know what to say at that point because it was straight up godsend, just getting free picks, easy reads, just picking apart Asilium even when they had advantage, even when they had control. But it was also some bad call plays. Asilium, when they pushed up into that kitchen, I was like, oh, this is perfect.
Yeah.
They can push through spawns, they can wrap into the B side if they want, maybe get a couple players in the back. But Bomb made its way up to kitchen. Somebody got caught out of position on the side of Asilium. Godsend finds first blood, and then Bomb goes back. You never backtrack Call of Duty, backtracks through mid, goes back through spawn, then they're just stuck out poolside, and that was 6-0.
We don't have to adjust our monitors. You don't have to adjust either. Yeah, 3-2. The map 5 winner, Godsend. Number 4 from Latin America. I don't even think they knew they were going to be here after they had gotten through their regional finals. So the fact that not only have they done that, we talked about both these teams would need to win this matchup if they want to have a chance to get out of their groups, and Godsend sends it through electrically. And a lot of it did come through the search and destroy for sure. But even in the respawn, I mean, Dudu's looking great. And the entries have been on point throughout the entirety of this series. And that, I will just say, it pans out for a very dangerous path through this group if Godsend continue to play at this level.
I mean, the first 4 maps in the series, I mean, it was fairly close, as we're going to see on our board right now. It was pretty back and forth between both of these teams, and for them to come out at 6-0 in the S&D at the end, what a pacemaker. Again, this Heat 1, I believe we have 4 matches that have gone to Game 5. As we reminisce now, Asilium versus Godsend, what a way to come out on top at the start of the day.
Yeah, and look, I know that there are probably a lot of people out there that are Brazilian diehards, and they're probably sitting there saying, Casters, come on. Why would you ever doubt us? It's just the simple fact of the matter that it's difficult to give expectations to interregional play. You know, we haven't seen it. It's the first time in 2 years that we've had a chance to get everyone, at least mostly everyone, in the same playing field. And my goodness, Latin America has turned up for their region. For Brazil in particular, I have to imagine the national pride is high. And on the other side, now it's the question of, if you're Asilium, what does the rest of your groups phase look like? Because like we had mentioned in our earlier matches that we concluded, you essentially have to win out if you want to securely get out as a top 2 without having to worry about tiebreaker situations.
Especially when they probably went into this thinking this might have been an easy series. Again, a lot of these top seed teams definitely are going in with a lot of confidence. As we look at this series layout, our first hard point was fairly close, 150 to 127. Firing range, search and destroy. Asilium kind of closed that out 6-2, and standoff 150 to 83. But that's when Godsend kind of shows some life back up in that hard point. But again, search and destroy, 6-0. Godsend. They shouldn't have even been in the driving seat for the search and destroy. As we saw earlier, Asilium take that 6-2. Asilium, going into these next heats, you got to forget about this match. You got to forget about the 6-0, because this is what is setting the pace. Now you are in a very unfavorable position going on for the rest of the day that you weren't expecting to be in.
So I guess the question is, we start to look back over some of the independent statistics from some of the matches we've had. Search and destroy, we've seen the biggest blowout so far in the series. And you take a look over at just how things have unfolded. I mean, look at the overall KD. The slay-heavy power of Asilium is still represented here. But I think the biggest question I asked you, Ali, is just the adaptations were absent for Asilium on Search in particular. It was a one-dimensional hit, and when that doesn't work, it was like, what do we do now?
Oh, you gotta wonder whose shoulders that game is kind of on. You gotta wonder who's the play caller when it comes to search and destroy, because having overall KD is positive for Asilium. But again, once they were caught out of position, it's like they didn't know what to do. It's like they suddenly got headless and they lost all chain of command and just started moving around the map on their own, and they weren't really playing on top of each other. They weren't playing for trades, where Godsend continuously was able to capitalize that. I can't imagine how many times I could count that Godsend sent one player back through the spawns and just collapsed onto the rest of Asilium and picked them apart.
Do you think that's a lack of confidence from Asilium, just saying they're trying to play numbers more than actually playing the map? Because any time that they got first blooded, it's like everything came to a screeching halt. I think you're absolutely right. There were a number of opportunities for them to actually kind of turn the map back around to their favor. They just never took the right steps.
I think Asilium might be the counterpart of Skade, where Skade, when they're down and out, you can't count them out because they will continuously come back and crawl their way into that game 5. But Asilium, they were very confident in their S&D. We saw that in the 6-2 earlier in the series. So I'm sure going into this game 5, they were like, you know what, we go game 5 S&D, we have this in the bag. Like, we win this. But Godsend came out swinging, so to shut them down so early and continuously to do so, I think Asilium just couldn't get back on their feet. I think their confidence was just ripped away from them.
I'm so glad you used the word confidence, because that was what was kind of just lurking in the back of my mind, is not only does that put you in a great spot to close out potentially map 5s because of your experience, but you win a major series, and all of a sudden, you're feeling really saucy about the rest of the day. We don't know what the final score was, but I don't think we need to know what the final score was. It was 150 to very little, I have to imagine, if it was anything at all, as Zygnus does fall to NYSL Mayhem. So one of Latin America's and Mexico's pride down currently in this group phase, of which I think all of us were looking at that Group A and saying this is going to be a difficult one to predict. And we take a look over at the final scores. It did turn into 150-56, so I would say respectable, but I don't know if I could really put a lot of weight into saying respectable to them.
I mean, we saw they had broken almost 100 point with zeros, about like 100 to 0. So at least Zygnus got on the board with 56 points. I guess a little bit of credit there. I don't know you try to salvage any of that confidence, but standoff S&D 6-3 into domination 150 to 82. We can imagine that went just like the hard point that we got a glimpse into. Now, I want to talk about how you said that you didn't think Mayhem had done very well recently in their respawn, but clearly going against Zygnus have flipped that on its head. So do you think maybe that's because we haven't seen them in a while, or maybe they had just fixed the plot holes that they were missing?
I think it's one of those things that you kind of look over the course of what has happened throughout the year, and you try to pick out strengths and vulnerabilities. And the vulnerabilities, at least in my mind, existed with Mayhem's respawn. And a lot of it was just, I think, off the get-go, throughout Stage 2, throughout Stage 4, they were just committing everything when they had it. In the small looks that we had at the respawn here in this series was that Mayhem were really being diligent about when they were going to use particular specialists, particular score streaks, and seeing how they were going to layer those on top of one another instead of just having 4 death machines out at the same time. So if they could continue to kind of mold and adapt in that way and become efficient as well as super slay heavy, which we know that this full roster can provide, they're going to be very dangerous. It's just one of those things that, you know, their search and destroy is by far, I think, the best part of their quote-unquote competitive kit. So if they can find a way to start taking control in domination and find ways to maybe even trade hard points, they're looking like they very well could be a potential favorite. It's hard to really put a lot of weight in it because we didn't get a lot to see a lot of the series, but just based on the results and some of the replays we're seeing, it does look like Mayhem have definitely figured out where some of their weaknesses were.
And if you're new here, remember, a reminder that there's 5 heats today, 6 matches going on all at once. We will try to keep you updated as much as possible as our Heat 1 here comes to a little bit of a close. We're going to get some replays here from the matches of Mayhem and Zygnus that we happened to miss a little bit of. So here's a look into how those went down. And one thing I've noticed, I guess, for the most part from what we have been able to see is kind of the overall evolution of the strats coming out from these teams. You know, I feel like it used to just be going at each other, slaying out, but I feel like we're seeing a lot more strategic plays out of them, a lot more strategic usage out of skill streaks and out of their specialists. And I wonder if that might be a deciding factor going into our finals, is which team really started capitalizing on the competitive aspect. I
think it's a really fair point to kind of put a pin in and say, yeah, we got to keep our eye on it, because that could be the determining factor. Because going into this, we could really only live off of an eyesight test of, yeah, we saw some Latin American regionals. Yeah, we tuned in, we watched North American regionals. Sure, we also watched a bit of EU. And we kind of looked at those teams playing up against one another. But when you start to throw in the mix inter-regional play, when metas could be very different depending on whatever region you prefer to watch, and now you've got a weapon meta that's very different than what we had in Stage 4, question marks start to arise. Because for Zygnus, if you go back and rewatch their Latin American regional finals, they were running like 5 Holgers almost all the time. You can't get away with that now, and maybe that's part of the reason why they're finding themselves down and out, at least through the first heat.
Absolutely. It's definitely an interesting take. And now I want to think about talking about being interregional is some of these teams that have now fallen to our Latin America teams fairly early in our Heat 1. You got to think, do you think going into our Heat 2, 3, 4, 5 of the day, they're going to start respecting these teams that are now interregional, being like, all right, we fell down and out early to somebody that we were incredibly confident going against. We went into Game 5s and lost 6-0 S&Ds. Do you think maybe that's going to make them a little hesitant going into the rest of the series?
I think it definitely can. Because at the end of the day, it's not just the 1v1 matchup that you have, but in the back of your mind, you've got to consider who else is still left on your schedule. So for ARP in particular, if we want to use them as an example, you lose a match that in your mind at the beginning of the day you say, we have to win this, we should win this. Against Skate, they don't do that. Now all of a sudden, you've got to go back into that group and say, where do we find our unexpected win maybe so we can get out of this group? I mean, yeah, the 40 grand, like we continue to mention with this $2 million prize pool is guaranteed from 5th to 12th, but you want to make it to Sunday.
6 figures.
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
Want 6 figures. You want the cash. You want the big money. $1 million up for grabs. What would you do with that money, Shift? I gotta know. You get $300,000. What do you do?
I don't know. I couldn't even possibly comprehend that kind of money.
Do you buy as many Sony's Xperia 1 Mark IIIs as you possibly can?
I think you might have to. I mean, I think Beef Mommy was onto something. Of what, 250 different phones you could have. Also going on, and just to kind of keep in the back of your mind, we've got Tribe going up against Na'Vi. And I know that us as the Bounty broadcast now, we're looking at this matchup with a lot of open eyes because this one could also be a determining factor of what the path would have to look like for one team or the other. A lot of question marks about what Tribe would bring into the table after going 0-4 in Search and Destroy throughout Stage 4, finishing top 6, whereas Navi's coming out of Europe looking really strong. Both teams had some words to say on Twitter at the beginning of the day, and it looks like the only words being shared now are favoring Tribe at the moment. As you look over towards what's happening here in the group phase overall, you know, again, that group standings after a first heat, it's going to feel like, oh, it's just the first heat, but for matches like this, it's a very important first heat.
It sets the pace. I will always say the first heat of the day, the first matches of the day will set the pace for the rest of it because you start getting a little bit of an idea where these players stand, where these teams stand in our inter-regional finals here. As we're going to take a look at our groups right now, we have Tribe and Navi coming up next. Now, this might be the first match that we see where team is up 2-0, and there's the possibility of the reverse sweep. I'm not counting them out down yet, but also the possibility of a 3-0 as well.
And look, I'm going to just take the conversation to a back alley here and just talk about the fact that any expectations and predictions you out there may have had, throw them out the window. We had Game 5s everywhere, except for the Mayhem and Zynga's game. So, I mean, that says a lot. The other match that we haven't really been able to tune into with a lot of authority was the Stamina versus Full House gaming match. The fact that Full House, again, the number 3 out of Latin America, could take Stamina to Game 5, I think says a lot about their potential throughout the day. So, I don't know. I'm pumped to see what they have to offer.
Well, we've had 4 Game 5s, 1 Game 4, and now we're hopping into a series where Tribe Gaming is up 2-0 on Navi. Now, should it follow the rest of our groups in this Heat 1, it should hopefully go the distance as we hop right in. Though right off the bat, it's going to be Explicit up 8-3.
Yeah, Explicit Skade now on screen. This it would be a second Heat game here, I would have to imagine. And again, Skade can find a way to start their group up 2-0. I mean, both these teams, they could have the potential of starting their group 2-0 up, and that would be huge. Because really, I think you look at this matchup, kind of like we were talking about Godsend and Celium, you needed to win that match. It was a must-win. This one kind of feels like the same thing, but Skade coming off of their big win are hot to start here on the standoff P1. 30 seconds already tallied.
Skade already, with a big lead here, 35-8, 15 seconds left on the clock. Already going in for rotation as well. That's going to be 3 members of Explicit, though, looking to put a little wrench in those plans, but 1 will fall. 1, 5, and 3. That's going to be Pabzera, Leo, and Leo Zin here, looking for that rotation.
Explicit locking down a couple of inside angles to try to find a way to breach on in. But the reinforcements are going to freely work around the back and reinforce this warehouse. Thumpers just to deny the front door. Leo's in up top, guarding the window. And that will be enough for him to earn a couple of streaks, plus also the gravity spike. Even though he falls and Explicit find a way to break, Skade have been able to at least tally up some early specialists that they could very well use to build a huge buffer here early in this map 1.
Should have been a contest out of Explicit, but Solo, the one-man army there, out of Skade, but Solo, the one-man army, finds 3 people on the point, 54-15, 30 seconds left in this hill. A little bit of contest coming through, but at the end, it's going to be Explicit coming out on top.
These Thumpers are just turning this map into a Michael Bay venue. Explosions everywhere. And with that Skade re-break, they don't have to use too much. I mean, you've got, obviously, for Fabzeri, he's got the Vortex gun ready to go whenever he wants to use that. And honestly, the rotational timings that we were kind of cautious of when we were watching Skade play in their opening match and their opening heat, they're rotating around standoff like it's a partner they've danced with for years. So we'll keep that one in the back of our mind, and we jump over to the target of our final Heat 1 matchup. It's Tribe Gaming up 2-0 against Navi, and we find ourselves in the domination here on Ring.
Up 2-0 indeed. A and C respectively getting capped on both sides, but what we're really paying attention to is the scrappy gunfights in B side. Huge nades out of the side of Navi, Don Lai, and Veer looking to get that control over onto this B flag, but again, back and forth, no serious contest just yet. On board with Bolu here as he's looking to hopefully find a kill or 2 as they start to push up and get a little aggressive here. Nobody's really down and out yet, but B did end up falling in the hands of Navi, but it's looking to get flipped here soon.
Yeah, Veer, there are questions about would he be able to actually compete this weekend. He's given us our answer. He not just loads into the lobby, he makes safe the B flag for Navi. An important 2 flag hold at the moment. Mighty mid-map, making sure there's no rotation either through Zig or the open stairs. Wants the challenge, nearly lines up a couple. But with this, Tribe start to get a little bit of ground to work with, but largely a lot of it counteracted as Navi continue to have a foothold here on the B flag.
map 3 in our series. There's usually always that little bit of a flip map, and for Na'Vi, it is do or die. Down 2-0 in the series will be our first matchup that has going to either try and pull off the reverse sweep or get a hot 3-0. B and A still in control of Na'Vi as they're looking to break 30 seconds here to 16. Still a fairly close game here as a lot of contestants looking to come out of Tribe Gaming on the B site.
Bolo's super important position. He works his way over to the backside, over to Laundry, but cannot find any elimination. Thumper, some damage from Marshy, but no kills as Na'Vi were tested on the B flag, but they hold off. There is no flip, and with the numbers, they will stack it up to deplete. And the 2 flag status will stay for Na'Vi as they continue to grow their lead here in the first half.
A lot on Charlie's shoulders right now. He's looking to push through mid to possibly get on that ace side, but he gets cut out of position before he really can do anything. And now Miney's looking to shoot a couple players from the back. He will get that information and called out and taken it down. Tribe now down 20 points here as B has yet to get flipped in their favor. They seem to get a little bit of a foothold, but you got Creed watching over from window here, who is just not letting anybody pass circle.
Yeah, this is a really important role that we've seen a couple of the players pick up the SKS and play this more anchor style slow AR. And if you can find a way to get the double tap in, you're going to be rewarding the benefits of just alleviating pressure at a very safe distance. So Creed definitely executing on that, calls in the Dragonfire. Trying to make a play through Kitchen as they're really kind of tired, I think, of just flooding right on in towards Raid. So now all of a sudden, you've got an opportunity to work on the back. Childs on 6, 3 in a row for him. And he'll meet up with the rest of his teammates as Bandon Marshy cleared out the front door, but Creed's still up top. And he made an effort to keep the B flag neutral, at least contested, but it looks like with this stack, Tribe should flip, and they will.
Tribe finally getting some time onto that B flag. There's actually a huge play out of Marshy, who went through the back of spawn to get a little bit contest on A, which forced 3 members of Na'Vi to try and get them out of their spawns. But it looks like Veer actually is hoping to do some of the same things, but they're nearing that 75-point mark in our first half. We're looking at a 75-48 ending.
Largely not terrible, I think, for Tribe. You find yourself within 30 points, and you sit there and say, okay, doable. The big thing here is you have to come out and know what you want to use off the break-off operator-wise to maybe win some favor at B, because with this scoreline, you know that Na'Vi have earned up, if not all of them, most of the score streaks and specials they would need. So an important break-off here for Tribe. 1 player will stay back to capture the home flag. The other 4 using the cover of smoke to try to come through, but it's a war machine from down line. That'll be used to take down what I believe was a death machine that was popped, and with that, Tribe will go back and forth with it, and they actually do win the trades, and with that also the B flag.
Woo, but Miney is looking to have something to say about that. He pulls out the Thumper to try and get them off of B. It will get capped in the hands of Tribe Gaming, now in control of A and B side. But again, Na'Vi's not going to give it up that easy. They're looking up to push in with the Goliath called in mid. A lot of kill streaks going in as well. Back and forth, it does find 1, but no serious contest yet.
Big question here for Creed. Do you want to use this Goliath? Well, never mind. Not going to use it at all. It's absolutely deleted. I was going to ask the question, do you use this to try to flip the spawns and go back over to the A side through mid-map, or do you use it to be the kind of bodyguard over towards B? Doesn't make much of a difference to the conversation because he is vacated from the premises very quickly. And with that, Tribe commanding position across the map, not just over the B flag, but more importantly over the middle of the map. There is no avenue here for Na'Vi to work with whatsoever unless they can find some kills.
Na'Vi still in the lead, but Tribe Gaming really in the driver's seat here. Still having A and B side, now getting favorable spawns in our second half here. All of Na'Vi is just stuck out in middle side. Looks like they're trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the A side. Big gunfight to win, but he loses it. Now, once again, looks like we're going to see the lead come in here soon. The lead flip. Number 1, we're on board with Envy. He's looking to make his way up pool, possibly do a little bit of contest onto the C site. He's going to cut in mid, probably shoot a couple players in the bag. Number 2, though, that's going to be Don Lai looking to make his way over to the A site.
That's a massive double. I mean, Envy was the only player to keep the A flag safe from not just a capture, but also a spawn flip, and he's now turned that into a handful in a row. Miney, though, opening up space of his own through Laundry, and with that, a double stack here under the B flag. It's just down to Envy. He's going to have to try to contest this, but can't get there in time. The concussion was sent, but cannot use it to find any kills, and all of a sudden, Na'Vi have turned the flag status in their favor as they hold the CB setup.
That's exactly what Na'Vi needed. They needed that 1 break and hold on to the B site. Now Tribe have to scramble to try and get this control back, but I mean, it's in the hand of Marshy and Bolu. Find 3 members of Na'Vi. They should get control of this B site, but again, 114 to 102. This is going to be probably one of the closer dominations that we will see today, as everybody's trying to get control of this B side. Is there enough time? Is this going to flip the lead? We're going to find out.
I think the question really kind of could be answered by what does Na'Vi have available to use? I mean, you don't have the Goliath anymore. You have to feel like most of the score streaks are going to be limited to Dragonfires or Predator missiles, if not maybe even Hunter-Killer drones. But those are now being matched and met by Tribe. 3 straight kills, make it 4. 121 is where it's currently stalling for Na'Vi, and with a 2-flag cap, Tribe are going to meet and supersede that quickly. Play around the back, though. Spawn's potentially going to be flipped, and Band is trying to get scrappy. He's going to allow this to happen. He's going to make a play for the C flag while Na'Vi is trying to make a play around back through Laundry, and as they clean things up, hold on a second. This is going to be a 50-50 battle for what happens over the B flag.
That was a huge play out of Dawn9 Mining to go over to the A site because all 5 members of Tribe Gaming were stacked onto B. They were so worried about that contest, but Tribe end up answering in the end. Now the lead switch is there, 132 to 129. A and B in control of Tribe Gaming. Na'Vi maybe have one push here, but unfortunately they're investing too much on that long route over to the A site, and they do not have time for this. So now there is no pressure going to the B side. Goliath does get called out in favor of Tribe, 140 to 133, looking to close this out in a 3-0.
And the Goliath can just make sure nobody sets foot onto this B flag. You also have the drones out. Dragonfire is getting the tags, and this is so much information. Yeah, not going to happen. And that's probably one of the matches that we were looking at saying, this one could be the barn burner in heat number 1. It ends up being the opposite case, a very clean 3-0 for Tribe. Questions largely surrounded them after their top 6 finish at the regional finals. And no questions to be asked here as Tribe get the full-on clean sweep versus Na'Vi to open up their group.
You know what, that's fair. I do have a couple questions.
Okay.
Na'Vi did come back, and they came out swinging in the beginning of that first half, and then they were able to come back and get that B control a little bit later, looking to hold on to that lead, so there was some life there. Of course, the 3-0, you see that and you automatically assume a clean sweep, but Na'Vi, I'm wondering if our Search and Destroy and Hardpoint went the same way with just little mistakes, a little over-commitment to certain things that they shouldn't have committed to, and maybe that's what made them falling out against Tribe Gaming.
I'll piggyback you in a different way, asking a question to Na'Vi, but I'm looking more longevity-wise. With this loss versus Tribe, they still have to play up against Mayhem, and the question would be, can they get past the NYSL Mayhem? Because you feel like they're going to have to if Tribe continue to play in this form, and if Mayhem are putting people in 133 to 0 blenders and hard points, you feel like they're going to be cruising their way maybe through this group. So Na'Vi, there may not be immediate questions as far as what happened in this series, but as far as their group is concerned, they're going to have to answer a lot when it comes down to what Mayhem have to offer later on in. We take a look over the full Heat 1 scores, and to break it down, Puckett, Beef Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
Thank you so much, chat. Show some love to Alley Cat and I Hold Shift. They just crushed 2 hours of Heat 1 action. We got Beef Mommy and Bobby, though, to look at all of these numbers, and for me, the first thing that stood out was Latin America is here to play. Brazil is here to cause upsets. In North America, well, I'm not as worried as I thought I might have been. The lower seeds in North America slipping up early, but then you have NYSL and Tribe coming out with some clean victories here. Beef Mommy, opening thoughts here. We had our first round of action. Who are the stars?
There's so many thoughts. My paper is full. Their mouths are dry, but you know what? We have so much to talk about. Latin America has shown up today. Only one has really fallen, but at the same time, they reached map number 5. So there's been 4 games today, 3 LATAM teams to really just reach that game number 5, and they're looking really sharp.
And keep in mind, this is just Heat 1 of 6. In our Heat 1, though, we saw so many incredible plays, and we got to give a shout out to one special hero out there, Bobby. This is our Razor making a statement play of the game. Solo didn't win this one, but this put Explicit on my radar bright and early. In game number 2, he comes up in a 2v3, turns it into a 1v2 clutch with this one. Bobby, break it down for me.
Absolutely beautiful plays, the constant re-peeks, knows when he needs to regen, knows exactly how much time remains, gets a little bit of information with the shoulder peek right there, slides outside, shot over top of the heady, and just in time, makes it onto the bomb side. I believe that was a 1v3 and absolutely made a statement right there.
Incredible stuff. So that was Solo in our Razor making a statement play of our opening hour. We have 5 more heats to go. So lock in, get ready. This is our Western Finals, and this is just the beginning. We're going to commercial break. When we come back, Heat 2 is ready to go. Don't go anywhere.
Game over.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin. Game over.
The one. Get just a second.
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
fight kills going in for ARP. Little B missing as well. It's contested, but only 2 seconds. And ARP, after the 3-0 win, the reset, somehow come out on top.
Hello guys, I'm Jesus Can Save You from ARP Gaming.
This is the MVP Pepe.
Hey, what's up guys? Mago here.
We are in the NA region and competing in this World Championship for Stage 5.
I'm feeling really confident because we already won Stage 4, so I know we can do it again.
We are improving more. We are spending too much time working together.
Plenty of time to come back in as Mago. Second grab spike much better than the first. He's on a double. Get him a triple. I'm on a fourth. Yes, absolutely. Mago for 4.
For Stage 5, definitely excited. I know it's going to be challenging. There's going to be, all the teams are at a high caliber.
We are working hard in our mistakes, and we have a new coach.
We're ready for Stage 5, so be ready, teams, and good luck, man.
It is going to be Pepe dropping.
It's Pepe for the ace as well.
Yeah.
This is Pepe for the ace, and it's a hunter drone to the skull.
Hey, Raza, thank you for the support.
Hope you cheer us on in Stage 5. Love you and thank you for your support.
Woo!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships Western Final, and we just got our first heat underway. That team, ARP, came in as the #1 seed from North America, and unfortunately fell to Latin America's #2 seed in that Game 5. They went the distance, but it wasn't pretty at the end. So ARP, you cast them in the NA regional shift. We're expecting them to bounce back, right?
I mean, yes?
Question mark? Okay.
It's kind of hard to say because we talked about it a number of times. You look at what your schedule is, you have to beat Skate. And the fact that you don't, now all of a sudden you look through the rest of their group stage, they've got Stamina next. I don't know. It's a tough tall ask for them.
Yeah, you're playing one of the EU's toughest. So, Ali, we've got Stamina on the other side of that matchup. You watch the EU teams. Are you excited to see this squad, who's already starting with a 1-0, maybe go up to a 2-0 here?
Absolutely. I can promise you my favorite region going into this is EU. It's totally not biased, I promise. But I'm expecting very big things out of them, and I'm hoping that they're going in this with the confidence that even though it is interregional, even though they're going to be playing teams that maybe they haven't had a whole lot of reps against, that they keep their confidence because I think that's what's going to win them those gunfights on that lower ping.
Things are getting spicy here, ladies and gentlemen, but believe me, if you've got yourself a Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, your fingers are going to be feeling nice and cool, comfortable like a cucumber. So let's talk about this shift, one of the greatest devices on the planet. This is such an awesome feature. If you're playing on mobile, you need this power control.
Look, I can barely even surf through my social media platforms without my fingers getting a little bit toasty. So the fact that you're jumping in and playing at what has been a high level already throughout the day, you still got 5 more hours maybe to go. I'll tell you, this was Golden Boy's favorite thing when he was hosting from when we did the Masters and everything in Stage 4. I think it's mine too. The fact that you can kind of allocate how the power is being sent around, you don't get super hot thumbs, super important. Love it.
A $2 million prize pool thanks to our friends at Sony, and of course, one of the greatest devices in the hands of all of our players throughout this tournament. Speaking of that tournament, we're about to move into our second heat. So, Ali, let's preview some of these games that we're going to see here because we've got a lot of upsets already in our bracket. Some of the favorites are starting to perform. But when you're looking at this matchup, I've got Explicit and Skade coming in at 1-0. That's going to be a big one for me. Which other games or teams are you excited to watch here in our second hour?
You took it right off the top of my head with that Explicit and the Skade matchup. But I'm looking at ARP and Stamina mostly because ARP, we saw that clip of them. They're talking about their confidence. They're talking about coming out and being that top seed and their confidence going into this after winning Masters. And now they've been taken to a Game 5 by Skade, and they have lost and gone down out this early in our day. So going against Stamina, I'm assuming they're going to have their guns up and ready because ARP is going to be swinging.
Tribe Gaming is going up against Zygnus, the #1 seed from Latin America. That is going to be the bruiser battle for me. I hope you guys are excited. We're about to kick this one off. So enough from the desk. Let's send it over to our casters. We've got Beef Mommy and Bobby Plays. Take it away.
Oh my gosh, so much action already. Those guys were up here for an hour and a half nonstop.
That's going to be us.
Absolutely crushed it, and we've still got so much more action. Like they mentioned, so many upsets. Every single team that finished #1 in Stage 4 lost. So that tells you just how unpredictable the rest of the day is going to be. Which of these next matchups are you looking forward to most?
See, we kept on having a conversation, right? Who's going to be the best team or the best region coming out of it? And Latin America is something that you always have in the back of your mind because during their Stage 4, It was so close between all these teams, and I'm not surprised that it's going to be close here as well. They're proving every single one of us that even with the strongest NA teams and EU teams that we have here so far, it doesn't really matter. For me, the most important matchup, it's going to be Zygnus versus Tribe. You told me the rivalry is real, and they always talk about, okay, if one loses, it's the ping difference. But now, they have the same ping. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I've seen these two teams battle it out countless times over the past year. Both of them have put in so much work, and I know they are not going to disappoint in today's matchups. And like you mentioned, those LATAM teams, especially the Brazilian teams, have impressed us so far today. I think especially the fact that the Brazilians just don't have as much opportunity to scrim against those other teams because they're further away. So obviously they're going up against Zygnus, but it's just difficult for the NA and the EU teams to go up against them because the ping difference is so big. It's very obvious they've been putting in the work, and they deserve to be exactly where they are.
Spotlight's on you, and now you have every single right to play as much as you want. We saw in Heat number 1, every single time we were basically blown away with the performance of every single team that has been here so far. 4 game number 5s. And now for Heat number 2, it's about to get spicier. We already know that. And especially with our first matchup, it already started. We already see here, Explicit versus Skade. We already saw the first half of the game a while ago before we went on break, and we are going to be hopping on it a little bit later on. But Nova and Full House, both of these teams lost by a little bit of a margin. So what do you think about this second matchup?
Right now, I don't know what to say, because looking at the scores as they were happening, Full House took Stamina down to the wire, and right now I would say Stamina is probably the #1 EU team. Full House, especially based on the results that I saw, at least from Stage 4, probably looked the weakest. Godsent actually looked really strong in Stage 4, but unfortunately for them, they ended up having to go against Zygnus and Skade consecutively. So for me, I felt like Full House was going to struggle a good bit, but the fact that they took Stamina all the way down to a 3-2, I think they have a very real shot of taking out a Nova team that also just lost to Explicit.
That is scary to actually go and see. Imagine that, a team that is so low in the brackets and was able to really just scrap by into the tournament, going up against Stamina, a team that was supposed to be, but honestly, they were supposed to win 2 major tournaments to get into Stage 4, but knowing Stamina, they kind of dropped the ball at the very end, even though they start very strongly. Fortunately for them, they need to do the same here. And going up against Full House, we keep saying it, that they are a very momentum-based team, and if they find the littlest light and the littlest opportunity, they will take that, and to the very end, they might even win it.
Yeah, that's very similar to what we even said about Stamina leading into this. They are a team that could be argued as maybe the most skilled as far as gun skill goes, but just seems to be able to lose their momentum really quickly. So the fact that they were able to bounce back and get the game, or get the win early on, definitely a good sign for them. But obviously, the match that we're getting ready for, Nova going up against Full House, for me, it's really a toss-up right now. Do you give the edge to either one of them?
Honestly, I want to give it to Nova, because really seeing what they've been going through the past few days, obviously having to get a sub, that's going to be very difficult for your team chemistry. And now you're going up against another team that has a little bit of an edge towards you. Now, with that into consideration, I think when it comes to having the psychology of being a player, is that going to let you have an edge over your opponent? Yes, we keep saying game skill, we keep saying map awareness, but there are a lot of things happening behind the scenes with these players. They have to travel. The pandemic's happening. So it's really that mindset that will bring you in and really make a difference in this competition.
Yeah, I believe we do already have some of the maps run down, so we're going to take a look at a couple of those in a second right here. We do have Godsent currently at 3-2 for their total map count. Just all the way down, you can see. We have our winners and our losers, but overall, really the only non-game 5s were Mayhem and Tribe. So those two out of NA looking very strong off the start.
Absolutely. And one, actually, Explicit really made me wow, because their performance in Stage 4, it was a little bit lackluster. They were at the very bottom of the pack, but they were able to show it up. They showed every single one of us, even in you guys as the viewers, that against Nova, it doesn't really matter. They won it fair and square without any problem. So with our first matchup really coming into play, there are a lot into consideration since we are going into the second half of the game without even quite seeing the first. So even if we do see the scoreline, I feel like it's going to be difficult for us to go and really gauge what will happen, knowing that we are going in here a little bit late into the game. So yeah, looking at your screen right now, taking a look at Group A, you see Stamina, Skate, Explicit, all having that lovely win. And over here in Group B, NSL, it's going to be really weird here because it's the type of teams that you know that we're going to deliver, except for Godsend. Now that is the wild card that I was surprised to actually go and get a win.
Yeah, I mean, that was basically all of phase number 1. So many wild cards getting the wins. I think coming into this, most people felt like Group A was probably going to be the most predictable, and the two teams that most people expected to finish top 2 ended up losing, ARP and Nova. So we'll hop on into the Explicit versus Skade matchup right here. And Pop sitting back, playing this relatively passive off the start. We do see a couple kills going on in. A lot of improvement that we've seen for this Explicit roster, but Skade looked unstoppable in their first matchup. We'll see who comes out on top right here as we do hop into the hard point.
As we can see here, Explicit having the advantage of those 2 games already so far, and Skade having 1. It is going to be do or die for Skade to win this hard point. Now we are going into Raid. That's going to be very difficult because this map, if you go in there with a really dominant P1 and P2, you can utilize your score streaks and your operator skills really early on into Garage.
Yep, pretty even off the start for both teams. Veteran still looking for that first frag, hasn't found it yet. It is Explicit on the hard point. They only need 1 more map in order to move on to the match victory once again. That would put them at 2-0 overall today, and especially coming in as the number 4 team in North America would be absolutely a massive upset. So it just goes to show you never really know, especially whenever you take out all the factors that could possibly prevent a team from playing their absolute best. Playing on good servers, obviously looking good so far for Explicit, but it's Skade over on P2 already.
Leozen doing such a great job at infiltrating the second hard point. Really just doing a lot of attacking and clearing out all of the angles which he can. He was able to take down a few before he goes down on his own. So that's going to be a very important start for his team. But unfortunately for them, Explicit already breaks the hill just quickly enough. 33 seconds left on the clock. And they already have an advantage of having 20+ points already to their name. And now we can see the contest finally coming through for the side of Skade. But it is going to be a really great effort on their end.
Yep, that was a quick break going in for Explicit, but just like that, Skade hops back on in. Explicit spawning in multiple directions. You got him down on basketball court, coming up mid-steps, absolute beams out of Pab right there. 7 kills on the board for him. Explicit players still trying to contest. I'm not sure this is the move right there, especially with that long rotation over Garage. Typically, that's going to be one of the money hills here on this Raid hardpoint map. We actually see Miguel's, I believe, took himself out with the Thumper. That's something we've already seen today, and we'll probably see a few more times if I had to guess. But Explicit with that early break, absolutely crucial.
Yo, you are absolutely right with the Thumper. We keep seeing players kill themselves over and over again, and we are going to be seeing that in the future. Now, while we're talking about this very obvious situation where Explicit was able to flush out the members of Skade, that even though they went in there very early, the fact of the matter is the Thumper is such a huge deal now. You basically have a grenade launcher that can... It's basically like a war machine, like a little baby war machine that you can go out and flush every single one. Not only that, it's going to be able to get rid of a Goliath, something that you won't be able to see in Stage 4 because everyone was rocking a Shorty, which you can't do that if you are going to be going one-on-one versus a Goliath.
Oh my gosh, it's Thumper City. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen more trophy systems, especially with the number of people rocking the Thumper so far, but another solid hard point for Explicit. Even with that late rotation, if you look over at basketball court, they've already got 3 players, make it 4 players set up. Player number 4, Solar, spawns directly on the hard point right there. Couldn't have played any more perfectly. Doesn't even matter. Skade wins every gunfight on the way in. Solo's all by himself. He gets shut down, and that is a picture-perfect break out of Skade.
Explicit early on the rotations, and the defense was solid for the first few seconds, but Skade is just going to absolutely deny that. We only have 1 player left in the hardpoint, though, and Pabzera is going to be having that 13, but does die himself. So that's going to be very hard for Skade, knowing very well it's a back and forth. I know it's a 94 and 54, but it's still very well one good hill from Skade, and they can go and probably tie things up. But for Explicit, they don't give up.
Yeah, this has been just absolutely incredible out of Explicit, even when they get broken. Immediately getting that time back on the hill. Loose for 20 kills on the board. He's got a Gravity Vortex. Hunter Killer Drone finds one there as well. A little bit surprised to see players running Dead Silence and Respawn, but obviously that little element of stealth paying off for a number of these players. Pab finds 15. His team needs to make this early rotation, but it's already Explicit there again. They've been able to find some of these breaks. Taking a look at our other matchup that we got going on right now, ARP up 1-0 against Stamina again. Stamina, probably the favorite out of EU. Not looking great right here as they find themselves tied up at a 1-1, but losing the respawn off the start.
Same map, different team, and a different story altogether. We see ARP up 1 and Stamina just having such a difficult time at getting across. Shift gets 1 though, having 3 to his name, and will he get a second? Yes, he does. Locks it down, making it a 1v2 situation, but no, is not able to actually go and clutch it up.
This is definitely one of the matchups that you're going to need to keep an eye out for, because ARP coming into this felt like they had a really good chance of moving on from their group. Stamina felt like they were one of the favorites, but Stamina did not look great up against Full House in game number 1. Mago with a little eyebrow raised down in the camera right there, but ARP takes the lead off the start. Obviously, Sniper is going to play a really big role. Oh, my utility. It is an absolute war zone over here on A somehow. Mago gets away with his life, but he gets challenged topside too. Stamina players flooding in from every direction. I don't know how he's alive. Renetti comes out, but he can't hit the shots. ARP players drop Stamina, now 2-man advantage.
That was a ring around the rosy around this tree right now, off to the backside of the staircase, but Durari finally finishing things off. Inferno as well gets rid of Sia. Now that was a very difficult situation to be in, being that cycle. Oh gosh, Pepe with a beautiful 2-piece. And now we are at a 1v3, but Narcs just shuts it down, and Stamina finally looks like they found their footing. And yes, they did win a while ago against Full House, and they want to do that again against ARP Gaming, but this is why we like to see all of these games here so far. There really isn't a dominant team. We've only seen one sweep, and that was Navi against Strive, but with Stamina ARP Gaming, that is not going to be the case. So a very aggressive start going into that Bravo site.
Yeah, we see the R9 coming out. Not really a gun that's super popular right now, but EU players love it. They absolutely love it. It's not going to do a whole lot to save from the Thumper, though. It's going to be 2 kills for ARP off the start. Zia looking for the rotation up past top laundry. He's going to get a kill with the trophy system. If I had to guess, that was probably somebody trying to shoot a Thumper. Zia gets shut down right there. Drari trying to stay alive, playing his life. Jesus Saves doesn't see him right there. Pepe's going to find Narcs, all the pressure down onto Drari, hitting some shots, but not able to get the kill shot. And just like that, ARP retakes the lead.
The MVP for me right now was the trophy system, really doing a good job at setting the pace. Really, I'm not even joking. It's the one that started the whole thing, and it just snowballed out of control against Stamina. Now, ARP, will they take it to the next level and really continue this win going into this round? And now, they need to go and attack the site really well. As we see, Stamina really had a hard time in that last round. They need to make advantage of that.
Yep. ARP holding on to this lead, but especially on Raid, Search, and Destroy, we've seen the momentum shift very, very quickly on the switch from offense to defense. However, Zia going to be able to find the kill there anyway. Narcs with a nade. Zia makes it a 2-piece. Shift going to challenge over top of the Heady. 3v3 right here. Bomb still not down. Looks like it is in the hands of Pengi right now, and as another ARP member gets shut down, Stamina finds the advantage, looking to tie things back up.
Now, I don't like what I'm seeing here, Pengi. You're a little bit too far away from your comprende. That's not going to be very nice. You need to go to your friend right now. Maybe if you're going to be doing a pinch, but that's going to be so difficult as one person. Grizz is going to be right into the middle of the back. Pengi almost dies himself as well, but finally his teammate in there, Jesus Saves. He absolutely does. Resurrects from the dead, and Grizz is going to be able to go down. Now, they bring it down to a 2v2 situation, so all they need to do is play it safe and really just enter the site already.
Yep, Pengi spots an Arcs. Not going to be able to get the kill shot right there, but you know you've got that shotgun lurking just around the corner in the hands of Shift. Looks like he's going to go ahead and back up right here. And now Pengi making his way to top laundry. Bomb still in hand. They're checking all their corners, not taking any type of unnecessary risk, but that's going to allow the Stamina players to make the rotation on over to B. You can see Narx is pushed up and Shift right behind the Lambo right there. If they get the audio cue, might be able to make something happen, and actually the smoke goes over top, trying to capitalize and see if they can get a sniper angle to work with. Jesus Save's going to miss the first one right there. Narx going for the jump shot, but you can see there's a player on the wrap. They got to be aware. Player number 2 is going to be Shift in the top side, taking some damage from the side. Time is dwindling.
Shift is going to be able to spot Jesus, but no, yes, finally gets the shot. Now, that's going to be very hard right now. 1v1 situation. Shift, one more, but doesn't really quite get it as Pengi spots him with a Type 25. And finally, bringing ourselves into a 4-2 in favor of ARP. And I can't believe that Stamina is not doing a good job in S&D. They are a really good S&D team, especially with a player like Narx that can snipe your head off if you just go and peek. And maybe they're just having a hard time at defending this. They were way better when they were on the attack, but again, very aggressive push right now going into the side of ARP.
Whoa, sniper trades off the start, but Zia flies on into the cubby right there. He's going to be able to open up the A site for his team. Bomb has been dropped, but they're going to be able to pick it up right there. Stamina players now wrapping back toward top stairs right here. Narc's not able to spot anybody on the bomb site. Should have some utility to work with down here if they do want an easy plant, but ARP still playing things nice and slow. Right now, no real type of map control for Stamina. They've got Kitchen, but pretty much all the ARP players have flooded on into basketball court right here. And now Narc's hoping to land the snipe, but Mago's pushed up. He's got a sniper in hand. Same should be true for Jesus Saves. And now Mago gonna find Narc's right there, and life just got a whole lot more difficult for the squad of Stamina.
Narx was supposed to be their savior, and Grizz with the back end doesn't quite deliver as he gets traded out himself. A 1v3 situation is in order, and it's all up to Shift with his DLQ to go and make a difference. Gets spotted though, and just like that, Pepe from the back end gets rid of him, and we are at map point 5-2 in the favor of ARP Gaming nonetheless. And finally, we get to see this team finally wake up from that first heat. One more, and they get to go up 2 in this series.
And coming into this, I think a lot of people considered ARP to probably be the number 3 team in North America, which obviously not a discredit to them, but we saw pretty early on the results in Stage 4 as far as champions go. Not necessarily the most important thing, but they are definitely not to be counted out going up against the Giants of Stamina. Players going to drop off the start. It's going to be a man advantage for Stamina right here. Zia playing things nice and slow, looking for some information in mid-map. Do you have one player in Inferno wrapping back to the B site? Nobody there peeking quite yet. I believe Pengi has the bomb in hand. Trying to get some information, but nobody wanted to over-challenge yet.
Readjustment is needed for ARP Gaming. Now, they are a little bit too spread out as I would like. They need to go and move as a unit, maybe even a 2-1, but it just seems like the bomb is a little bit too outstretched here into gallery. Now, he's going to be seeing one, challenging one more person. That's not going to be good if you have the bomb. But then it's a good thing. Tamago finally gets a shot. Shift is going to be going down. They even things out at a 3-3.
Oh, Pengi was in a terrible spot right there with a sniper challenging an AR. Nade goes over top, but it's going to be on the backside of the bomb. Unfortunate. Pengi's going to be able to get away alive. Inferno's not able to land a shot on him. Bomb goes down. It's still a man advantage for Stamina right here, but Inferno's feet going to get spotted underneath, but it doesn't matter. Inferno wins the gunfight. One player remains. He's trying to clutch up. Mago, not really any opportunity right here. Narc's already on the bomb anyway, and Stamina's going to stay alive a little bit longer.
Pengi a little bit with the aggression, not really needing to go in that far into the bomb site. He should have just go in and went away with his teammate where they can be safely tucked and still have the bomb in sight. And unfortunately for them, they didn't really have the util to go in there and have a little bit of distance, but still going in there, ego challenging into that corner and really just losing that gunfight. 5-3, and now Stamina, they can actually take this around. They finally have the tides in their favor, and now they're going to be going into a little bit of a more unorthodox kind of push, really heavily utilizing here in mid, but see ya, spots one.
Why is he going prone right there? You're smack dab in the middle of the open. You know that he knows exactly where you are. That feels like a massive missed opportunity for ARP, and players getting shut down left and right. Inferno finds Pepe right there. All the pressure on. Pengi going to be able to get the bomb down right here. Inferno gets spotted, and Jesus Saves feeling very aggressive. That's just a terrible ego shell. I'm not really sure what the thought process was. Pengi tries to find the miracle 1v4, but it wasn't meant to be. Stamina charging their way back into this game, and right now, it just looks like ARP is having a tough time closing out the S&Ds.
Well, that is the hardest thing to do, is to close out an S&D match, and we can see here Stamina finally creeping up little by little, wanting to bring things into a round 11. But that was a very funny round, I guess. At the very end, ARP just didn't know what to do. I mean, from beginning to end, it was just like, why are they so far away from each other? Why is Sia right there? Questions that need to be answered, but then they might not do the same thing all over again.
Oh, and Drari heads outside the hard point, but it doesn't pay, or not the hard point, the bomb site. He gets shut down immediately. I have never seen somebody push out that aggressively from that A site. Inferno is going to be able to find one from the top side once again. He's been huge for them. Jesus Saves with the pick onto him. Now at 2v2, Mago trying to go for the trade, not going to spot anything quite yet. An opportunity for ARP to finally close this out. Does feel like it's starting to slip out of their fingers, but right now, just waiting for one of these Stamina players to overpeak and hopefully punish them with a sniper. I believe both of these remaining players for ARP, sniper in hand.
This is going to be very difficult shift right now. He has a monumental job at having sights at A, while Grizz, again, going into that backside push. He always goes in there for the pinch, but it doesn't always pays off at the very end. And now they go, and they need to go and pick up the bomb real quick. 51 seconds left on the clock. They need to make a play, and they've been stuck here in the same spot for almost 1 minute now. And all they need to do is just pick up the bomb, pick a site, because you do have the advantage of taking one.
Oh, Grizz sees the laser sight right there, but he doesn't see the player on the flank. We've got an engagement on our hands. Grizz is going to be able to win it right there. He has the opportunity for the two-piece. Can't quite make it happen, but 10 kills on the board. No bomb plant going down. No control of any site. And it seems pretty bleak for Mago right here. Grizz beaming with the Type 25, and just like that, Stamina's back in this thing, tied up at 5-5. We got a round 11.
And here we go. Stamina is going to be very comfortable at being the attacker in this round. They had 2 rounds a while ago in the attacker's side, but they have the Tides in their name. And finally, 5-5, round number 11. We're going to bring things down here. ARP is going to be in shambles, but we see here a very aggressive push going into the A bomb site, but we don't see a lot of defense right now coming in from ARP.
We have absolutely no A presence for them, but somehow still able to find that first blood. Pretty much freely giving up that A site, and they feel very confident in their ability to retake. Pengi hoping somebody hops to the top side. Maybe another free kill for him, but time's dwindling. You can't afford to play this too slowly. And they're still sitting top stairs. Now only 30 seconds remaining. You got to find these kills pretty quickly. You can see the thumper shots going over top. Grizz on the inside of the cubby. Jesus Saves right up above, sees a player. He doesn't see him. He jumped over top of his head, but Stamina's only got 1 player alive anyway. It didn't matter. ARP looked like they were going to give away the game, but somehow closes it out with a dominant retake over on the A site.
And just as we thought that they were going to lose that round because they lacked defense and the rotation was a little bit too slow for the side of ARP going into the A bomb site, I was holding my breath, but it's a good thing they were able to go and turn around, and now they lead the series at a 2-0. ARP looking very sharp today.
And that was a beautiful read out of ARP. They knew exactly what Stamina was going to do. Full send onto that site, and they used up so much utility in the process that they didn't really have any way to defend against the retake that ARP had set up for perfectly, especially once, I believe it was Inferno, dropped off the start. You're at a man disadvantage, even with the bomb down. It's just really, really tough to make something happen right there, and that was a perfect read out of ARP.
Absolutely. Every single time we thought that they were going to lose it, Stamina, for some reason, drops the ball at the very end. And with that final round, I just really want to experience what happened there. That was a very hard misstep on their end. But before we actually go and talk about that search and destroy, let's take a look at the past as we see the replays right now of what we didn't get to see a while ago into the first matchup here in firing range and hardpoint.
Yeah, we've got Stamina looking pretty strong off the start, but obviously knowing the result, things did not pan out quite that way. Skipping pretty far forward right here. Thumper shots going into the hard point, but it is ARP full control right here, and it looks like big streaks going in for Jesus Saves. He had 21 and Goliath to work with, so even if they had found a way to maybe be able to get the break right there, it's just tough to deal with a Goliath. They're a little bit less of a factor now that we got so many thumpers in play, but still a huge tool if you know how to use it right. Go into the search and destroy. We had a 5-2 lead for ARP, and it seems like the defenders have been really kind of back and forth. You're either in full control on defense or you absolutely have nothing to do with anything and you're just confused. But
you're in shackles.
They had a really solid read in that round number 11 and they played it to perfection.
Yeah, you definitely brought up a very great point at the very end. They had the full send of the team, a 5-man push going into that ace site, really just infiltrating every single angle that they could get. And this little moment here, this was so funny to me. Jesus Can Save You apparently has a bunch of blind spots that he can't really go and see. Maybe we're just seeing it because we're a viewer, and if you really are in the zone, you're not going to be able to notice that. But he had a choice. That would be really bad if that was like a 1v1 situation.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably playing on a different FOV than we are, so we'll give him the benefit of the doubt right there. But looking at the overall map wins and losses, ARP 3-3 right now. Obviously, they do have the overall match loss and Stamina with the match win, but right now, ARP just looking super solid, especially even having the respawn advantage for the KD. Usually you expect Stamina to be the better respawn team, but man, ARP has come out to play today.
We are at a very even playing field, but speaking of, we see here Asilian and also Mayhem finally getting one more game, and that we would really like to see. We already know Asilian has had a pretty rough time here so far, and for the side of Mayhem, they've been pretty spot on in this entire competition in heat number 1. And finally, we get to see here, starting things afresh, Crossfire in Hardpoint. We finally get to see it here in Central Building. We do get to see NYSL Mayhem kind of struggling to go in there for the contest.
Yep, we see the clear out right there, but Jazz can go ahead and hop on, get some more time. One of the big weaknesses that we have seen for Mayhem is their tendency to come into hard points and have a really slow start. Jazz getting the 3-piece right there and shooting the bodies. He's on a 5 spree right now, and a huge opportunity for Asilium coming off this start, especially losing against the number 4 team in Latin America off the start. Can't be great for your confidence, but they're looking absolutely beautiful off the start.
I know, you can see here, 0 for Mayhem. That's going to be very difficult. We already know Crossfire is going to be a map where no mistake should be made, as the rotations are going to be so far. And you can already see that Asilium looking very comfortable over here at P2, but one person will want to make a difference. Awaken and Nero goes in there as a duo and finally flushes out Asilium.
Yeah, we got Feints on the lurk right here, but Awaken has the read, finds his first kill of the game, and the slow start for Mayhem, they're looking to bounce back right here. A very efficient break. Is Awaken going to go ahead and hop outside? I believe he was actually getting wallbanged through 2 walls. I don't even know how that happened. You can see the start. We got ARP versus Stamina right here with that early control on C side for ARP. Typically, that's going to be strong side, but Stamina players making their way on over. They might be able to get the early flip, and if that's the case, it will not be looking good for ARP, especially when we go into the second half, you're going to be at a massive disadvantage.
And I thought we were going to be in triple cap territory as Stamina finally goes down. You can see all that blue going in there. I was kind of feeling scared for ARP at the moment, but finally getting that BC hold. That is one thing that you really want here in this particular map in Crossfire. Charlie flag is going to be that stronger flag, and obviously Gorilla Base not really that favorable here.
Yep, and a whole lot of Stamina in the feed right now. They're trying to make their way on over to that B site, but Zia immediately shuts things down. He is the king of the B building right now. His teammates cleaning up that progress over onto B. And right now, Stamina players just trying to get this mid-map control. It looks like they've pretty much given up on the attempt to flip for that C control, and especially this late in the half, it's just not really worth it for you to invest that amount of time into it. You see Grizz all the way pushed out. He's got 9 kills on the board. He's got an equalizer to work with as well, and sees Pepe. Should be a kill, but he's getting shot in the back, and Mago going to be able to save his life. Huge streak saver right there, and a solid half for ARP, but one thing we know about Crossfire, Dom, there is a very much strong side advantage. So that's going to be in the hands of Stamina in the second half, and definitely going to be difficult for ARP to battle against. They're really going to have to bank on their streaks and their operators.
And I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to go and get all of those unless they go in for the flip, which they might actually go and do. Full send going into Bravo at the moment. They expect one person to really just go in there for the defense, and that's going to be Inferno into Bakery and Butchers. Butchers, a spot that you absolutely need to go and get because you're going to be able to go in, have that defense into central building as well.
Right now, Zia with the solo attempt over on B. He has a trophy to work with, but there's just too many Stamina players. But the Hunter-Killer drone is only going to find one. There were so many people right there, but for some reason, they're able to dodge. Pengi going to die to his own Thumper looking at the feed. Once again, that's something that we expect to see a lot today. Stamina actually not able to get B control right there. It looked like they had every advantage that they needed. Zia with the drone up in the sky, trying to keep things clear right now. Mago going for the wall bang. But finally, those final players for Stamina are going to be able to hop on. And now it's a big-time uphill battle for ARP.
Two-player push right now going into Butcher, trying to go into C. No, make that three players, trying to make an important play, but they need to get rid of one play. That's going to be Inferno, trying to go in there for that really heavy defense. But with the Thumper in hand, obviously that is not going to be a very easy task. You can see here, we actually see a very impressive hold right now from the side of Terrari as well.
Yeah, that was a huge clear over on C, really a one-man defense. And that was a lot of time, a lot of kills, a lot of energy invested for ARP right there. To not be able to get that C cap is absolutely devastating. You can see the Stamina players pushing through once again. You'll have ARP players maybe get a tiny amount of progress here and there, but there's just so much C-side advantage. So many different angles that you can die from. There's just so little you can do, but Pepe hops on. They get B. They don't have to hold it for a ton of time in order to be able to get the win. And now that they have it in their control, they can defend from that B building. Players from Stamina already hopping on. Pepe trying to play his life right now. They're going to spot him out and be able to take him out. But this is absolutely huge for ARP. And they now have a shot at the 3-0.
Jesus Saves actually went in there for the contest, going into Charlie, trying to cap it all by himself, playing the game of a ring around the rosy between three other players, but no, unfortunately shut down by the Pred missile. Only one person. Pepe trying to make a difference. No,
he killed himself with the gravity vortex.
Oh no, that's going to be very unfortunate, but still they are going to be able to go in there for the defense as well.
Oh my gosh, that looked like it could be absolutely devastating, but now Stamina going to find themselves in triple cap territory. I believe we're going to go to Tribe Cygnus, and eventually we're at Tribe Cygnus.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a highlight for you guys. You don't really get to pay this kind of premium in other streams, right? Your premium Bobby Plays and Beef Mommy casting, doing a little bit of BTS right for you guys. Just a little special thing for World Champs. But now we are starting off firing range, Tribe Gaming and Cygnus eSports here in the hardpoint. First matchup of the day for them. And we already know rivalry is going to be there. The ping is going to be the same. Now there's no excuses this time.
Yep. And you can see Ban playing things nice and slow. He's one of the key players for Tribe coming into this, and apparently just did not give the comms to Kim Wags right there because he slid right past him after dying. That is not something that you can let happen. Pretty much a tie game coming into this, but solid map control for Tribe. Ban still lurking, trying to play for some of those streaks. You can see just crossing right here, but shots in the back. A big feed for Cygnus right there. They're going to be immediately able to get the break. We got 4 games going on right now. I believe one of them just finished up. It does look like we actually have a Cilium taking map number 1 off of Mayhem. That's absolutely huge. Na'Vi looking really solid right here. 55-7 off the start up against Godsent. ARP going to take the win. That will be a 3-0 for them going up against Stamina, and that is really going to shake up that side of the bracket.
And take a look at this. Cygnus eSports, 47 already to their name. Now, that's going to be very difficult for Tribe. They only have a few seconds left here on the hardpoint, and the rotation needs to come through. They only have one person left in the hardpoint to go and make a difference. Doesn't win the gunfight into the next hardpoint, but they do get scrap time over here into American. Now, that's going to be very big for them, but that scrap points aren't going to be enough. The rotation going into trailer is going to be the most important.
Right now, Tatio trying for the solo hold. He's already got 12 kills on the board. No streaks for him, but he's got a death machine to work with. Kimwax wasn't watching his teammates back, and Tatio's going to get dropped off any type of streaks that he had right there. It's still going to be trailer control for Zygnus right here. Cheto pulling out the Thumper, finds one, pulling out the SKS as well. That's a gun that we've seen more and more throughout these championships as it's become more and more apparent. This is a top-tier gun, but man, Zygnus looking so strong. A one-tap for Cheto right there. Thumper comes out, trying to get the break. Ban shuts him down. He's trying to hold down trailer for Tribe.
No, the SKS being used here, I'm not really quite fancying in that moment. I know the SKS is going to be a really strong gun, but you need to be very skilled to use it. And if you're going to be here in firing range where you know there's going to be tight corners, that's going to be very difficult because Type 25 can outgun you very fast, and we saw that really quickly, but hopefully it's going to pay off at the very end. We can see here the contest finally coming through from Tribe, but they keep getting all of the scrap points, but that's going to be very important. They close in the gap, less than 10 points left, and the rotation is coming through right now. The side of Tribe. It's a good thing. They're already set up.
Beautiful plays out of Bolu. Nearly at the turn out of Cheto as well, but there's only so much that one man can do. Zygnus finds the break, but the hard point has already moved. They got to make some moves right now. Band already set up in the bottom side there. He's been so good for them so far, and now the lead. Back in control for Tribe, and as I say that, they get broken. Zygnus back in the lead. Envoy trying to hold down the hard point. Child's making the push on in. Really in opposite corners right now. The wallbang attempt out of Envy, not going to land, and Zygnus is going to be able to find the break once again. Envy looking to push in, trying to find something through the window, but Envoy wins the gunfight too. Man, what a back and forth game out of these two rivals.
Ooh, Archie! Taking a look at that, a beautiful two-piece. Not only that, a wall bang, knowing very well the comms are in order, knowing very well that there's going to be Envoy in that little corner. As you can see here, paper-thin walls right now in P5, and you already know that it's going to be very spicy indeed.
Marshy streaking out right now. He's at 18-8. He's got a Goliath and had a Pred missile to work with as well. Still has it. Make it 19 for him. He's going to get shut down in the hard point. Obviously, you have the lead for Zygnus right now, but you got to think those streaks are going to start to become more and more of a factor. Tatio has he used the Death Machine, and he actually shuts one down for Tribe. They get a player up in tower, and actually a massive turn of events goes to the bottom side of Tin there as well to find another one. Tatio building up some streaks for himself. He's going to find another, getting close to that drone.
He's streaking out right now. He's taking more to his name. 26 already. Trying to look for one more person. Band is going to be right on top of him. He's still not out and about. We can see Tatio 26 already and still needs to bring out his death machine. He's looking in for the kill. Gets one more. Yes, finally. I thought he was going to be getting right now, and Envy can actually go and take him down, but no. Gets even more streaks.
Oh, Tatio is bullying them right now. Nearly on a Goliath right here. He's on a 7 spree. Finally gets shut down by the only person that could probably take him out right now. That's going to be Marshy. Cheto sees players on the inside of the hard point. He says, nah, I'm going to back up a little bit. My team's looking pretty good, only 17 points needed. This is going to need to be a full 60 for Tribe if they're going to be able to stay in this. Bolu calling in a Goliath. Marshy calling in a Goliath. 2 Goliaths on a hard point. Should be pretty easy to hold, but you got to think about the number of thumpers they're going to have to deal with on the way in.
And take a look at that double Goliath setup right now for Tribe Gaming. Now, this is what they needed to go and rack up the points here in P2. This is going to be very hard for Zygnus. All of their hard-earned effort just to be crushed at the very end late game. 39 seconds left on the clock, 106, and still climbing. There is no way Zygnus can actually go and touch this hard point with this double Goliath right now.
Yeah, I believe maybe a death machine behind right there. Still seems like a decent amount of HP for Bolu, and Marshy's completely untouched. Even with the scoreboard looking like what it does, I don't know if there's any way that Zygnus can win this. There's just too much firepower on the field for Tribe. They got a death machine and 2 Goliaths. The Goliath going to go ahead and hop on. He gets shut down, but takes Tatio with him. Marshy's still going to soak up the rest of that scrap time. Even if he dies, he's got a death machine to work with. Zygnus pushes on in. Just is going to be able to find one right there, but they've still got to deal with the Goliath in the hands of Marshy. Thumper shots everywhere. Somehow, Zygnus might be able to pull it out, but Just is the only one in there. That should be able to seal the deal for Tribe. Goliath on the point, contest left and right. They're trying to find something, but there's just too much Marshy.
Marshy, the indestructible Goliath, you beautiful man, you. How was he not taken out early on, where were the thumper plays? It was just not there. Zygnus had every single advantage, but sadly couldn't go and use it. And now with a very heated match in firing range, we get to see a different kind of match in the same map. NYSL Mayhem going up against Asilium. And now it's going to be a 0-1 in the favor of Asilium, obviously. You can see here, Bomb is going to be right behind, just chilling right now, which is going to be good, playing for picks.
Little B is going to get picked by Marvel off the start. He's typically the X factor for them in the search and destroy, especially with them down 1-0 off the start. Things not looking great. They find themselves down in the search and destroy as well. Bomb currently in the hands of Balance. We've seen a couple missteps, I would say, out of him so far today, but obviously still a fantastic player. Bomb going down all the way and feints with a two-piece with the Deagle. What is happening right now? Awaken, the only player left alive. Bomb's down, and it's a 1v5. Not too terribly manageable for him, making the rotation on into bathroom, but there's players right on the outside. He's going to get spotted. Shark finds the kill, and it's 2-0 Asilium off the start.
That round was a lost cause. You can see the defense was just absolutely solid from Asilium, and finally getting 2 to their name here so far, but knowing Mayhem how very well they can actually go and play search and destroy, there might be an easy turnaround. Now they're going to be going into a very passive approach yet again. Going in here, one more person going down, though Little B takes down Marvel, and that's going to be a very great start.
Man, the thumper angles out of Asilium right here. They're going for the cross maps, not able to find it. That's a huge first blood for Mayhem. And like we said, Little B, the X factor for them. Can be one of the best snipers in the world, but sometimes he has his off games. They need him to come through big. Nero trying to play his life, but not going to be able to make it happen. Balance on the inside. One player on the outside, but Little B, ego challenge with the sniper, hits the quick scope. Doesn't matter what gun's in his hands. That's not a good sign if you're Asilium, because you do not want Little B getting hot. And that looks like that is exactly what's happening right here. I'm a little surprised that snipers still run lasers on their scopes, given how much they've made it visible and how much that kind of nerfs your ability to be stealthy. But that's Little B in the flow state right there, and now one player remains, Jazz, to try to clutch up in the 1v4.
2 for Little B. And we keep saying it a while ago, if you give this guy a shot, if you give him the chance to heat up and get everything, he is going to absolutely win it for Mayhem. The boys of Mayhem, they just get carried by this man so much that it's absolutely scary for them. Yes, sometimes it's a good thing. Most of the time it is, but there are times where if he doesn't deliver, that's where they get kind of shaky. Little B going to be in a little bit of a pickle, but he still gets the shot. Jazz goes down, and beautiful flick by Little B, and I thought it was going to be bye-bye for him, but no siree. He gets the shot, and finally, point number 1 for Mayhem.
Jazz had first shot with a full auto AR on Little B, who had his back turned. Oh my gosh, I wish I could have seen the opposite POV of that, because that was absolutely absurd. A huge round win going in for Mayhem right there. The A push once again. I don't know if that's Asilium playing back or maybe a player disconnected right here. Balance creeping his way all the way up to the outside of trailer, and it looks like they're going to double peek right there. Nero had the read, but trying to take out 2 players at once is not an easy task. And a big opening frag, but Awaken going to be able to trade. Marvel drops, feints, takes out Awaken right there. Little B's still alive, so if you're Asilium, you can't feel too terribly confident.
You can see here, he's going to be by America. Now, that's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation if you really want to go and plant for A, knowing that Little B is going to be absolutely hot on your tail. Now, we can see here, the other members of Mayhem are going to be a little bit spread out, and I actually want them to be in a buddy system where, yes, Little B can probably take care of it on his own, but they know very well that they need to be careful. Little B gets 1, but gets traded out. Shark does a monumental job at the Type 25, but the plant is finally going down.
He almost hit a collat right there. He hit markered both of them, and he shot a little bit higher. Oh my gosh, it would have been unreal. The bomb's going to go down onto the A site. Space and Tectonic left to clutch up right here. Very, very spread out. One player inside wood, one in American right now. Space looking for angles. Tectonic's going to get picked. Now Space trying to peek out, find something. Got sniper in hand, but he is weak, weak, weak. And the thumper going to end it real quick. Another round goes in for Asilium.
And just quickly like that, I feel like with the Thumper, it's just so overpowered. And I know the Shorty was a really big meta back in the day of Stage 4, but the Thumper, it's just as bad. And taking a look at that, you can even use it here in Search and Destroy. And now, Asilium finally getting their balance back, having one more round advantage to them. 2 to their name, and we can see here a very passive push yet again, but a Nero having an opening pick.
Yep, he is the king of trailer, or at least that's what he aspires to be right now. They know where he's going to be. It's just a question of whether or not they want to challenge it. You see the attempted shots right there, but Awaken, the read on the Asilian players pushing on in. He doesn't see the one to his right. Shark going to be able to shut down right there, but Space going for the wall bangs, and that's the beauty of a marksman rifle. Whole lot of wall penetration, a whole lot of damage. Nobody right there. He's not going to be able to get any information. It looks like the Asilian player is going to go ahead and back up. And now they're going for the wrap back, but Nero's got the read, finds one, gets traded out. Still a man advantage for Mayhem.
Beautiful read, but they probably assume that they're going to be going at A, but it's a good thing we see Tectonic just laying there, chilling in Bravo's site. And as you can see here, 2 members right now trying to go in there for the retake of Bravo, but they don't know that one more person is right there to greet them, and there you go. That is a very good start there. Very great read from Captain Tectonic, and really just having one more point there. That should have been a really good move. Asilium, I give props to you because they were spotted by Nero, went back in for the rotation, going back to Bravo, and that was a really good read. Unfortunately for them, Mayhem was prepared.
Yeah, they just moved up into map control positions anywhere that they could, and when it got to that point, Asilium didn't have any way to make the read. Balance going to get weak right here, but not going to get spotted yet. Tectonic still in that lurker position. Jazz pushing all the way up to Wood right there, but feints. Huge 2-piece right there. Space is going to find Balance with the Thumper. Awaken peeks on in, finds a kill for himself, but Nero's going to drop as well. Jazz on the wrap to the backside of A. They don't realize Tectonic's back there, and he's going to be able to find another, just playing those off angles to perfection. Marvel now looking for the peak. I believe 2 snipers in play for Asilium right now. Could go to their advantage. Really depends on how Mayhem decides to play this.
Big plays right now from Tectonic, really always going into that back end, always giving that support in the flank. And now his long rotation going into Bravo. Not quite sure if this is my favorite part actually for him to go and infiltrate, but we can see here very comfortably Awaken is going to be right there in for the defense, and there you go. This is why I don't want him to push in that far. Marvel gets that shot, and we can see here 2 members left for Asilium.
Yep, Feints is dead set on rocking that SK. What? Or on the Deagle. What? I'm not really sure what Awaken was looking at right there, but he just seemed completely confused. He's going to get shut down. Asilium extends the lead right here, now up at 4-2, despite how strong Mayhem looked in match number 1. Asilium bouncing back big time despite their loss to Godsent. And right now, Feints looking for the snipe on the cross. It's going to be Mayhem pushing pretty hard over toward that A site space. The opener onto Shark. Nero pushing up, trying to find somebody over on American side as well. Not going to be able to land either of those Thumper shots right there. But they get the map control, taking a look at the Na'Vi Godsent matchup. Godsent taking the lead off the start, 2 rounds to 0. One of the struggles that I anticipated for Na'Vi is their inconsistency in the search and destroy and their dependence on specific maps in order to win. We saw that in their first matchup, and it looks like the struggle's continuing right here. They're going to need to find a way to bounce back. But keeping an eye on our Mayhem versus Asilium matchup. Huge frag for Awaken. Bombs down. Time's ticking. Awaken with the SKS in hand, not trying to peek anything, and now Feints all by himself. Doesn't have the time. Tectonic 5 and some frag. Mayhem staying alive.
Now we can finally see, and we had this conversation a while ago, that Little B, Mayhem really just goes in there for the defense, especially when Little B, the play is around him. And now we can see that even though he's not doing a good job in the last 2 rounds, you barely get to see him have a kill, Tectonic steps up, and that's why we need to see a balanced team where everyone does a good job and not just rely on one teammate. And now we can see here a very aggressive push going into Bravo, sending in a full stack of 4, but then Marvel with a pick.
Such a good sniper, so difficult to counter, and with Awaken dropping off the start, makes it tough for Mayhem, but a 2-piece right there. Tectonic in space, find 2. Shark can find the trade onto Tech, and now Marvel trying to find the peak. Jazz, who's not had a great game, gonna find a crucial one onto Nero. They get man advantage once again right here. The snipe's gonna miss. Space capitalizes, finds the kill. Now a 2v2 right here. Checking all of his angles. Not going to spot anybody. Bomb is down over on the B site. It's going to make it tough for Mayhem to read. He was looking good early on, but finds his rhythm once again. Going to be able to pick up the bomb in that same motion. Not actually going for the plant right there. You can hear Space going for the wallbang shots just to check if anybody's on the opposite side. Now little B going to check A long, and it is going to be wide open, as right now Shark's pretty content to wait for the plant.
I mean, if you are a Shark, what else can you do but wait for the plant to go down? It is a 2v1 situation with little B still alive and Space as well. And now the backside going in. If you were going to be this guy, Shark, you need to go into trailer. But, I mean, Space is going to be right there to greet you. But who do you want? A sniper or someone that you can actually go and have a shot? But no, SKS does not give you a shot. A 4-4. And finally, we even things up here in firing range. Search and destroy. And we finally see Mayhem finally picking things up. Will they finally get a win here? Or will we see a round 11?
All right, that SKS is tough to counter when the other person's hitting headshots. It is just absolutely absurd. And little B with opener onto feints once again. Marvel's still alive, so they have a counter, but they got to make it count. Trophy System's doing everything that they can, but there's so many explosions, the thumpers, the nades, the smokes. Space holding the angle. He's going to get shut down. Shark finds one as well. And flooding onto the bomb site. Little B playing it slow. Hits both snipes. They have no idea where he is. They're so confused, but Balance wins the gunfight anyway. All the pressure on for Tectonic. He's going to peek the long angle right here. Should be able to win it up against the Fennec, but he's going to back up and continue to play his life. 1v1. Balance. Jazz weak right here, but Balance wins it right there. Some body shooting, some bad manners, and now Asilium 1 round away from closing it out.
Tectonic could have had that in the bag, but obviously going to be very difficult as a man advantage for Asilium. I feel like he could have just held back a little bit, and knowing very well that he was there in that certain spot, Asilium did a really good job, but I feel like for the side of Mayhem, he could have just went in for the rotation, and obviously, yes, the diffuse was probably going to be going on there, but he did whatever he could to really just deliver, but unfortunately for them, really wasn't able to pull through. And now, again, another very aggressive push going into that alpha site, but without any kind of defense from Asilium.
Marvel with the shot through the bottom of trailer. Oh, it looked like they had the position to get the plant, but now the opportunity for Asilium to win right here. Little B finds Balance. You know Nero's not trying to challenge anything that he doesn't need to. First thumper shot goes out. Second one's going to be a big hit marker onto Shark. Jazz is going to peek, but the smoke not going to allow him to find anything right here. Little B on the inside finds the shutdown. The push on in, but Marvel's the only player remaining right here. Finds one onto Tectonic. Making the wrap toward back of A right here. Actually trying to find the angle on the inside of trailer. Oh, the COD timing. The COD timing was not kind to him, and now shots coming from all directions. You can hear Little B sniper in hand, and just not enough time for Marvel to be able to clutch. Little B slides on in. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a round 11.
And this is what we like to see and what we deserve here, all in the studio and at home. And we really get to have an amazing search and destroy, and Mayhem really gets to show everyone how well they can go and respond, and Asylum as well. They already see how much of a competition Mayhem is, and they go in there for the possible readjustments, but the possibility is going to be more on their side to win this because they have a hold of the bomb. So they dictate the rhythm of the game, and let's see how Mayhem is going to respond with a difference.
Marvel with the opener onto Awaken. Absolutely crucial. Bomb going down right here. Little B an American trying to find a snipe. Not able to get the planter right there, and now the pressure on, especially a man down. Not going to be easy, but feints shut down. Nero evens it up to a 4v4, and we saw a lot of utility go in for Asilium right there, but Marvel finds Little B. That could be the dagger right there. Shark finds Nero. Shark finds Tectonic. Marvel with another. Asilium now taking the 2-0 lead following the huge opener. The slow start for them, but wow. What a performance in the search and destroy.
We already know that Asilium was going to be so good into that search and destroy, especially as the attacker. Now, we are going to be moving on right now to our next matches that we see here on the screen. You can see on the left, Zygnus eSports going up against Tribe Gaming. Hackney Yard search and destroy with Tribe having 5-1. Zygnus just falling apart at the moment, almost winning that hard point, but it's not even going to be this close in the search and destroy.
The thing is, like, when you're in the group of death, you just can't afford to have an off match, and it seemed like Zygnus had that against Mayhem. And to their defense, this is a really difficult matchup, or two matchups to have off the start, but Band is just torching this team right there. He finds the thumper shot onto Envoy, run out of ammo, just hit him with the noob tube, and just now all by himself, left to try to clutch up right here. Bomb is down over on that A site, and he's going to sit back, play things relatively passive. Band lurking on the opposite side. We do have Childs alive as well, and we know that his snipes are definitely nothing to be scoffed at. I don't think he's going to be able to see him quite yet, and right now just playing Ring Around the Rosie.
Taking a look at the timing, that's what's happening right now. They keep seeing one, finally gets to have a 1v1 situation, but then gets spotted, doesn't really quite check right behind him, been banned. Finally takes the cake, and they do win the search and destroy 6-1 in a very dominating fashion. And now, let's forget about that, and we're hopping right into the search and destroy of Navi versus Godsend right now in standoff search and destroy. Now we can see here, Godsend going one up. Navi, they are having a very hard time, and yes, they did win that hard point, but Godsend seemed to be like, they're really good, and they're really pent up on really winning this search and destroy, having the advantage of one more game.
Yeah, right now, I mean, Navi just not quite what we expected from them. They have not had that same momentum that they had whenever it came to stage 4, and obviously a lot of that momentum ended up coming out on day 2. Unfortunately for them, you don't get to play in day 2 if you don't win on day number 1. Kike gonna find one onto Noel. It's gonna be a 4v4 right here. Sniper gonna get spotted out right there, but Kike able to stay alive, and with the bomb down, now the pressure on for Navi. Kike lurking around this barrel right here. Thumper, thumper, thumper. Thumpers everywhere. Couple snipes coming out of Veer and Joker, but Creed finds a huge one right there, and it looks like he'll be able to keep his team alive unless they get 1v3 right here. And it's not going to happen. Kike able to get the defuse.
Very great start from Navi, and they're just denying that one more win for Godsend. And if it was a team that bases something off of their momentum, it is going to be Navi. I'm not going to be surprised if we see things again in round number 11 with Navi on top, but that is going to be a monumental task, and Godsend is not going to be an easy opponent. Now we can see here, going through boxes, trying to see if Statue is going to be really clear, and it's a good thing we don't get to see Navi over push us a little bit, but they need to go in some sort of defense here somehow.
Bomb's going to go down. Noel, 11 kills on the board. He's had himself a game, but Kike going to find the opener. They don't check the corners right here, and that's going to put Noel at a disadvantage, but it doesn't matter. Knife comes out right to the face. Veer able to trade right there. Navi still got 3 players alive, but the trophy system, I don't know how Veer didn't die to the trophy system right there, but Don Lai slides the corner. Mihawk's going to drop. Another round goes in. Their hopes stay alive.
If you were Navi, why do you not check the corners? You send 3 people and not one person takes a look at Cubby. You always have one person there at the very least, and almost taking one out, and that was just absolutely crazy. And you know what, Godsend, that was a pretty good push, but unfortunately for them, it was just a little bit too much with the knife kill. The disrespect, Bobby.
Oh man, I mean, I don't think it was even disrespectful. I think that was phenomenal reaction time right there, because that was the only way he was going to end up winning 100%. That one. Bomb in the hands of Noel. He's got 13 right now. We saw that beautiful play out of him, but needs a little bit of help out of his teammates. Mihawk makes his way on up and trying to quickscope. He hits it onto Miney right there, looking for the 2-piece. Kike slides the corner, not going to stay right there, but it doesn't matter. Veer's going to drop as well. Mihawk coming through. He's trying to end this one ASAP. Not going to be able to hit the first one, but Thumper comes on out, and we know how effective that can be. I don't know what that read was. It seemed pretty obvious the direction that he was going, but wasn't quite looking. However, The pressure on Kike to clutch the 1v3 right here. Players in every direction possible. Na'Vi just not going to be able to find a way to make it happen. And that's going to be Godsent evening up the series 1-1.
Mihawk, it's just all onto him, really just bringing his whole team into the limelight. Every single time there's a search and destroy and they win it, it's because Mihawk just absolutely popped off. If Mayhem has a little bit, we see here they have a Mihawk, and Godsend really just having a great time here. He's always that superstar and he just absolutely delivered. You see that double piece? That wall bang? He didn't even know. He just pre-shot, pre-aimed, and he got it.
And I thought coming into this that Godsent was going to be underrated because they did have such a difficult schedule whenever it came to the LATAM Stage 4. They've definitely shown out right here, taking out Asilium, tying up the #1 team, at least coming into this in Na'Vi at 1-1, looking really strong in the search and destroy, and you know they can bring it in the respawns. They've definitely got an opportunity at the upset here in the most difficult region, or the most difficult group in our championships.
Yeah, and just like taking a look at what we had, just the game that we got to see, that was so impressive for Godsend. And I know we went in there late in the game, but let's take a look at what happened into the highlights that we've seen here so far. Hardpoint, Stamina, and ARP Gaming. We can see here a very strong start from Stamina, and obviously ARP having a little bit of a struggle into getting a lot of the points.
Yep. We knew this was going to be a back-and-forth matchup, even though ARP came into this as a little bit of an underdog. They brought their A-game. They put in the work. That's something that we knew about them from the very start, even coming into this. They practiced more than just about any other team, and it's obvious that that practice has paid off as they end up getting the 3-0 victory up against Stamina. Probably the favorite to win their group so far here, and I'm going to title this just the group of confusion because I have no idea who's going to win.
You were just absolutely right. So, you know, the whole time, heat number 1, I was like, okay, I'm pretty confused. In heat number 2, I thought there was going to be a little bit of clarity, but no, I'm still very Confucius. And I'm saying that, you know what, it's going to be the same for every single heat because this is how well all of these teams are played because there's just nothing in there, nothing stopping them. The ping, no, there's no excuses for them to not go and win the 300K that's waiting for them, and really, that's going to be very impressive for them.
And the fact that we had ARP winning domination with weak side in the second half, that is not an easy thing to do at all. That goes to show, like, even when they're at a disadvantage in the domination, they still find a way to make it happen against one of the biggest contenders in their group. This has got to be a team that you got to watch out for.
Speaking of contenders, we get to see our favorite right now, Zignish and Tribe, and we can see here, Tribe is up too. And now that's going to be very difficult for Zignish, having a very rough start to the day. And we can see that domination matchup here in Summit, 14-14. They have a very even score, but it's still very early on into the matchup where we can see that Tribe Gaming already having their sights for Bravo.
Yep, Band just waiting for people to come up the stairs right there. Not going to be able to get the kill onto Just, but able to back up. Might be able to survive the concussion, and Just doesn't actually peek behind the box right there. He's going to have to pay. Band now on a 6 spree right now, trying to get those streaks in play. And right now, it looks like Tribe pretty content to leave B alone, play for the streaks. Band does it perfectly right there. And once those streaks start to come into play, we saw it on the firing range as well. Once those streaks start to snowball, it is really difficult to bounce back. Zignish able to get some big progress onto B. They get a feed right there. They're going to be able to get B off the start, but they got to maintain it, and it looks like right now they're going to go ahead and lose A. Now the split in play for Tribe.
And take a look at that. That AC split is going to be absolutely beautiful with the Predator missile also in hand. Now it's all up to Zignish. Which one do you want to go and defend? Do you want to go have a Charlie flag? Do you want to go for a Bravo flag? And we can see here only one person, surprisingly, from Tribe Gaming is actually going to be in control room where you can go and defend, but they are heavily defending it very, very well. Band doing such a great job in this tournament so far, and especially here in domination, and especially you can see here, Kimwax is gonna say no though.
Kimwax on a spree right now. He was on 9 before dying off right there. He's got a Goliath in play, and it looks like Tribe not the only team with that strategy to play for streaks. We are gonna get the shutdown right there. 2 players at once, too difficult to challenge. To Tio not able to make his way into control room, and now Tribe seeing if they can find a way to get the triple cap. They're going to lose A right there, and Zigna's actually going to be able to maintain right here. Just is going to sit back and wait for somebody to push in for C. Didn't seem like Tribe had the read, but Bolu right above. Absolutely perfect to Tio. Trying to save it, not able to make it happen. Bolu able to win that gunfight, and that's going to be crucial for Tribe to build a little bit of a lead right here.
Comps from Tribe were really absolutely great in that particular moment where Just could have shut down that Charlie flag, knowing very well that Just was going to be around the corner, so they were just a little bit more careful into checking all of the angles that they really needed to go. And here we go. One more push going into the side of Zignis, and they're trying to flush out all the players of Tribe Gaming, trying to go in there for that 2F control, which is going to be a very important power position if you do want that Bravo push.
We got Childs pulling out the MX-9, not a gun that we've seen a whole lot, but incredibly effective in the close range. The gravity spike's gonna get shut down. He finds a 3-piece right there. He's going ham right now. Ego Childs and wins it anyway, and he's gonna stay alive the half. Gonna be able to save him right there, and he's got some streaks heading in. Oh, that was crucial. The force breeze stays alive.
I guess a gun is never truly nerfed at the hands of a very skilled player in Childs with a 12 already having a hunter-killer drone. As you can see here, 66 and 75 in favor of Tribe Gaming, but we can see that it's not going to be a comfortable lead because Zignis eSports, they can definitely go and have a lot more, but then Envy stops the push of Charlie.
That was huge right there. Takes 2 players off of C, gets pushed up. Kimwax going to be able to spot him from behind. Is going to be able to get C right there. Marshy hitting some beams, but not quite able to get the kill. Trophy goes down. He's got a Tempest to work with. I would say it's probably the most difficult operator to use, but if you master it, it is insane. And it's definitely one of the best counters for a Goliath. We saw one Zignis player with Goliath in their pocket, so we're going to have to keep an eye out for that more than likely. Marshy going to be holding on to that until it comes into play. Thumper not going to be able to find the kill, shut down by the Hunter Killer in the hands of Just, and now the double cap in play for Zignis.
And now that's why you want to be at the side of the Gorilla base here, because Charlie and Bravo, that's the 2 flags that you really want to get your hands on, because you can just be chilling in 2F, having defense in Charlie and having sights on Bravo as well. But if you're going to be spawning off of that A flag, it's going to be quite the trip if you want to go in there for the defense, and that's why we get to see Tribe Gaming having such a difficult time going in for the infiltration. It's all Zignis eSports all across the board, and just like that, we see the points just having that close gap here.
To Tio, 10 on the board. Knows where he wants to play, just holding map control right now. Thumpers come on out, Just trying to hit one. He's got 18 so far showing out for his team. It's do or die for them right here. Cannot afford this loss. Being down 2-0 off the start in this group is just not something you can let happen. They keep the lead, or they gain the lead right here, and Cheto going to be able to win 1, but there's now Tribe players push up onto B. There's a lot of them. It's going to be difficult for Zignis to stop this push. Just going to slide right there. Finds Childs, not going to be able to find the second one. Trades left and right. Envoy pushes up on in. Bolu's going to drop. Banned right on the back side of console right there. Going to be able to get that one. It's just trades left and right. Nobody has any control right now, but Tribe has B, and that's the only thing that matters at the moment. We see that Goliath come in, but you want to keep an eye on Marshy. Running that Tempest for the sole purpose of being able to counter a Goliath. We'll see what Kimwax is able to do with it.
And you can see if Dragonfire is going to be at the hair, but then gets shut down immediately. But then the Golly's still up and running. Not even trying to go in for that Bravo flag. Only going in there for the defense and Charlie, knowing very well they want a triple cap. And there you go. And that's going to be very big in Bolu. Honestly, he's a really good player, and the fact that they were able to retake Bravo and now going in for that Charlie flag, that is going to be so impressive. A really great way to end the series.
Oh, the 2-piece from Band could potentially seal the deal. We see Zignis players trying to push for C, but Tribe's got complete control over there. Just gets down to 1 HP. Titio's on the inside. He gets absolutely beamed by Band. Thumper comes on out. He's going to keep spraying that doorway. It's not going to be able to connect. This is their last opportunity. It's do or die for them. Bolu trying to find a way to protect that B flag. He's staying alive right here. Zignis player's not pushed up quite yet. They don't have a whole lot of time.
It's close, though. It's still very much possible if they do a really quick triple cap, but you can see here one last push coming in from Cygnus, but then only 2 players right now from Tribe. They actually don't get it, as we see the Thumper being put into use. 143 and 133, 10 points in between, and Tribe with such a solid hold denies Cygnus eSports of a win today. Mind you, they haven't won anything yet here so far. Tribe Gaming 0-3s.
Oh,
that is just, that's their second 3-0.
I mean, Tribe right now has got to be looking like the favorite going into the rest of today. Taking out their first opponent 3-0 in Na'Vi, the #1 team from EU, following it up with the #1 team from LATAM. They have come to play today. And Na'Vi struggling once again. We see them, even though they're tied up right here, the double cap in play for Godsent. Dragonfire assist for Creed right there. He's got 17 on the board now, looking for B control. Death Machine going to come on in, but it's going to get shut down, and that is going to be huge for Na'Vi as they hold that BC control.
Beautiful take by Na'Vi, and that push really just united the front into that Bravo site. But what they need to do is get control right now, because only one person is actually going to be there. Only Creed has that defense. They just gave it away, and just like that, it's going to be a Godsent all over the board, almost having a triple cap, just barely going in from that Charlie. It's a good thing they were able to go in for the stab. But then I'm pretty surprised why Noel went in there for the rotation, going to Charlie, knowing very well he's the only one there to cap Bravo.
Yep, Godsent gonna full send on in. They get B back in their control. Not in need of a triple cap quite yet. Veer slides corner, easy kill right there. Mihawk waiting right on the inside, and Doodoo with the triple right there. Veer pushes on in, trying to get some progress. Kike's got his back, slowly taking upwards, but you're gonna need more help than that. Na'Vi, another player on, but he gets shut down. Noel, Death Machine gonna drop. Creed finds the double cap. Na'Vi keeping their hopes alive. The Pred gonna be able to find 2 right there. He's got a drone to work with as well if he wants it. Mihawk able to get the trade. 25 kills on the board. They gotta push fast. It's do or die, and it's now into the triple cap territory as we speak. Godsent so close to finding a way to pull it out, but man, what a save from Na'Vi. 146-47. Time ticks down. They're gonna take their second win, but we've still got more games to go if they want to win the match.
Speaking of more, we're taking another look right here at Mayhem versus Asilium. We can see here 99 and 125, and Mayhem kind of having a very difficult situation here, because we see that Asilium is up 2. That is something I never thought I'd actually see come here, especially with that Goliath going in there for that really amazing defense. A and B hold though from the side of Mayhem, so they can still clutch it up.
Wow. Mayhem's in triple cap territory right now. They need a triple cap in order to win. They've got space alive inside of a Goliath. They need C control. He's slowly making his way over. Cillian players on the inside, most likely. Probably got some thumpers waiting for him on the opposite side of the wall. You can see them swapping right here, and he's just looking to overlook onto C. He doesn't want to actually hop onto the flag, but Awaken's going to hop out right there. He's got a Death Machine in hand. We got FHJs, we've got thumpers, we got all of the above, and right now, Space overlooking, trying to defend his teammates right there, but Jazz gonna be able to get the kill. They had the opportunity, but shut down over on C, and it's still triple cap or die for Mayhem.
Now that's going to be very difficult. Jazz with the big kills. Gets rid of the Golly, and not only that, Little B as well. But again, you can see here a full team going into it right now. We finally get to see Charlie being capped. No! Faints with the denial.
Oh, they get it!
Oh, one more, but Little B goes in there, just capping it just by a little bit. Triple cap territory, and we can see here a very interesting trap here that we've seen Mayhem just lay.
Time!
Time!
Time ran out!
142 and 143. Asilium still wins it. What just happened? 1 point. Timer runs out, and we thought Mayhem did enough to actually go and have one more, but they get 3-0'd. What a tournament, what a series. I am just heartbroken right now for Mayhem.
I forgot that you could go to time. I can't remember the last time I saw a game of domination. Oh my gosh. All my predictions are out the window. I have no idea who's going to win at this point. Tribe looks great. Tribe looks absolutely amazing, but everybody else, I have no idea, because Asilium lost to Godsent who came in last place in LATAM, and then they beat Tribe, or they beat Mayhem, who beat Zygnus, who came in first place in LATAM. So, I don't know anymore.
You know, our faces right now, you know that meme? That lady with the geometry, the shapes on her face? That's us right now. We're so clueless as to what's actually happening here. We're finally seeing the replay of what happened here. It's absolutely crazy. And Bobby's right. I forgot there was a timer. I thought it was going to be enough for them. They looked solid. One more point. But it was so unfortunate to see the clock dwindling down. For everyone watching at home, I apologize. We're actually shouting so much if it actually hurt your ears. But honestly, my heart hurts more. 1 point for Mayhem. That is just absolutely crazy. But we're going to forget that again. I'm actually having a really interesting time here. Roller coaster of emotions as we are so hyped to finally have one team just lose and having their hearts ripped out. We're going to restart again here. Godsend, Navi, take off. Bobby, please take it away.
Oh my gosh, what a freaking roller coaster right now. We got all game 5s, now we got all 3-0s. I don't know what to expect anymore, Navi, with early control. I'm still trying to keep track of all the different matches that are happening. Oh my gosh, Godsend with the early break right here, but this isn't the main one that you want to play for. Most of the time, these teams gonna play for P2 control, but primarily P2 spawns. That's gonna set you up really well for P3 and give the faster access to this P2. So Don Lai soaking up some of the time right here, hit by the concussion, but he's going to be able to go prone. Chalice right there, wins the gunfight anyway. Joker drops. Beautiful, beautiful start out of Navi.
I know, exactly. Exactly what you said. Beautiful start, and it's because they are at a very great space where they can actually go in there and have their spawns in their favor. They spawned into the Special Forces base, which you really want to have because you have sites of P1 and P2, but unfortunately for them, the spawn has flipped, and we can see a bunch of Godsend members going in there, and Navi really just wants to go and win this.
Right now, Navi has... Oh, they don't have spawns. They would like to be able to get spawns for P2, but right now they just don't really have any type of map control. We got the nade coming in from Mihawk in the top side, a 2-piece for Creed. Kike finds one as well. Not able to find the break quite yet, but it is just Thumper City up in here. Creed able to win the gunfight in the top side, and that is going to be P3 spawns going in for Navi. Not only able to get this time, but that is absolutely massive for them to be able to set up for the next rotation.
Creed, yet again, important plays, and not just one player that you know will actually go and have your back and be in an important place at the most important time. And finally, the rotation needs to come through into P3, and we do get to see Godsend being in the right place right now. Generators is one place you need to be in P3. Make sure that you go and spawn over there, just in for the rotation into P4. So right now, we get to see plays of Navi still trying to figure out if they want to go into the hard point or not.
Yep, Creed's already got a Goliath to work with, and with so many covered angles on this hard point, it could be tough to deal with. Thumper, Thumper, Thumper. We saw it, I think I saw an M13. I didn't know if we'd see any of those today. I thought maybe Type 25 was the only gun that was allowed, but we do see a little bit of variation right there. Death Machine to the top side. Kike going to be able to get the assist, mainly just trying to get information right there with that drone. Navi holding the lead, but they don't hold the hard point. Miney trying to get the break right here, but he's going to get traded out. Kike shuts down as well, and that's going to be huge, taking out that Death Machine from the hands of Navi.
And take a look at that. Thumper versus an operator skill, and guess who comes on top? It's going to be the Thumper. And we can see a lot of the points already going into favor of Godsend. They're going to be leading with 16 seconds after the clock. Scrap points are going to be for them, but we can see the two players right now from Navi. That is going to be 5 and 2. Creed and Miney going in there for that early rotation, but 3 more players still need to go out there as they actually go and spawn into Healthcare Center. Now, that's not going to be a place that you want to go and spawn because of how far it is.
Yep, we've got Navi players already on that next hard point, but they've got a gap to close right now. Huge gunfight win for Veer right there. No, he's not feeling great right now, but he's shooting great, and that's all that matters. We got Navi players on the top side, the bottom side, inside the hard point. They're everywhere at once, trying to find a way to close this gap right now. Joker from the bottom side looking to make the push on in. Kike rocking the Holger. Haven't seen it a whole lot, but definitely a whole lot of utility with the long angles that you got on this type of map. And It is going to be the break going in once again for Godsend. Navi just not finding a way to get these holds.
You're absolutely right. Godsend going in there, flushing out every single Navi player. And the only reason why they were able to do that is because Navi players, they were all inside of the hardpoint. You need your Slayers going outside. And yes, you can have probably 3 players inside, but then every single one of them, that is the price you pay for actually funneling every single one of your players. But just like that, they finally get a hold of it. But then just, it's going to be very hard because they only get how many seconds left, and the rotation needs to come through. And we can see that Godsend is already setting up for the next hardpoint. But I like to see what's happening over here. Player number 1, Don Lai, is already trying to go in for that fight into that scaffolding, but loses that.
Yeah, we got a wrap right here. We got Godsend players on the point. Kike trying to hold map control right now. He's got 18, but his teammates just not really able to find the hold so far. Players finally onto the point. Contest for Dudu. Dudu finds 1. See if he can find 2. Somehow the Thumper didn't do any. No, okay. I'm not upset about it. Like I'm all for gunfights rather than Thumper fights, but Godsend still maintaining this lead. Contest from both sides, and they're pretty content to just sit with their backs to each other. You can't shoot me, I can't shoot you. We'll keep it that way.
Both of these teams are in shambles. There is no map control whatsoever. You don't get to see one person into launch base 2F, which is a power position that you always need to get. And finally, we get to see 2 players finally battling it out. But no, they still don't want it. And there you go. Finally, 1 more player trying to go in there for that early rotation for the side of Godsend, but doesn't really quite make a difference. Finally, Navi picking up the pieces. 14, 114 and 114 for both of these teams. Now that's going to be very impressive. It's anyone's game at this point.
Yep, Creed 29 on the board, absolutely slaying. He's got teammates on the hard point right here, and the death machine's gonna come on out. That's not a good sign for Godsend, but he's shut down for the baton side. That's gonna be a huge, no, it's not a break. They don't get the control quite yet. Players contesting right now. Kike finds 1. It's Godsend on the point anyway. He's not finding any kills right there. He uses the entire thing with only 1 kill to his name, but Veer, 3 in a row for that man. Kike follows it up with another. Somehow Godsend is keeping this point contested. I didn't know you could wallbang that. I'm going to use that in the future.
I was about to say, Kike is just exposed to every single one of the teams. And not only that, everyone watching where you can actually go in wallbang and spam your Holgers all across the board. And thank you so much, Kike. Love you. We're going to use that. But yeah, you can see here a very strong start from Navi, but there's only a few points difference. As we can see, the rotation already coming in from the side of Navi into P3.
And Godsend doing everything they can to find entry over here into P3, but Navi with solid control. 1 player in the top side, and that's going to do a whole lot to keep other players out. Don Lai wins 1, but he's traded. Nobody on the point right now. Navi back on. Only 10 seconds needed. Time's ticking. They've got a Goliath to work with if they want to. The contest goes in again. Tempest only going to find 2 for Dudu. They contest again. They find the break. Somehow it's only chaos everywhere you go. There's thumper shots, type 25s, explosions galore. Navi looks like they might find a way to get those last couple of seconds. They won't go through. There's contest still, and Creed 36 on the board, finally finds a way to clear it out.
See, what did I tell you, my dude? Creed always there, the right time, always delivering. Creed doing such a great job at Summit, clearing out spaces all on his own, and that's exactly what we saw here in Takeoff. Bobby, that was a great back and forth.
I thought nobody was going to win that. I thought we were just going to have a tie due to nobody wants to play the game anymore, and we're just going to have everybody contest the hard point. That's what it felt like right there. But we are going to have ourselves another map 5. It's not all going to be 3-0s right here. And definitely going to be a good one with a lot of pressure on the line. One of the underdogs in the entire thing, Godsend, now an opportunity to go up 2-0 up against one of the teams that was expected to be a favorite in this tournament.
They keep beating giants in this competition, Navi being one of them. And obviously, a while ago, Asilium, I mean, yes, Asilium wasn't probably the hardest person to actually go and beat, but they're looking really good. But with Navi finally getting the pace, this is what we were talking about. That reverse that we really want to see Navi really just pull off. Game number 5. What are your thoughts? Who do you think is going to win?
I don't know. Maybe Godsend are the Legend Killers now. Maybe that's who we have to dub the Legend Killers, especially with the way they've been playing. I think we saw a lot of struggles for Na'Vi in the Search and Destroy. Taking a look at the end of this one, obviously really down to the wire, and it could have gone either way, like especially with the way that these tight hard points play. It is non-stop thumpers just being sprayed into the inside, and you got to hope that they connect and you find a kill. If they don't, you're done. Na'Vi was able to win a couple more of those gunfights, and they, I mean, their rotation, you got to give credit where credit is due. They were the first one to rotate over there. They kept spawns for P3. That's ultimately what that set them up for the win. But man, that was just pure chaos over here on P3.
It was anyone's game, even to the very end. It just really was one player that made a lot of difference there. Creed really did a really good job. And we keep saying that, we keep commenting like, okay, we have players like Creed doing a great job. But Kike, thank you so much for showing us that wall bangable spot in takeoff. I'm pretty sure every single one of the people watching right now are going to copy you. And that's why I like seeing tournaments, pro tournaments, because we get to steal whatever strategy they have and apply it in ranked games.
Something to keep in mind, Na'Vi has not won an S&D yet. They lost their first S&D.
Right.
Did they even have a second S&D in that matchup?
I'm pretty sure they did.
They did not.
I'm going to go back into my little
They
page
did not. So they lost the first one.
They did.
They lost the second one. They've just not looked very consistent. Now, I will say they're very map dependent in their Search and Destroy. So there's a chance that we got a map coming up where they feel a lot more confident. But it's just so risky playing the dice like that where you only have your strengths on specific maps. And a lot of these teams have been able to capitalize and punish them. We'll see if Godsend's able to do it here.
Knowing Na'Vi very well, the win conditions need to be right for them to go and win the Search and Destroy. The thing is, they looked so solid in Search and Destroy in Stage 4, but you know what? Everything that's Stage 4 related, out of the window. We're not going to be talking about that anymore because it doesn't apply here. As much as I want Godsend to win, I'm still looking forward to Na'Vi really just pulling it off. Just because of that loss a while ago, they really need to have a dub.
Yep. I think even when it comes to their Search and Destroy in stage number 4, it was very dependent on specific strategies, and a lot of that was just throwing all their utility at a bomb site to clear it out and then hope that the other team can't retake. It seemed like any time that the opposing team found a way to adjust, they were able to counter them really, really hard. So we'll see if maybe Na'Vi can be the one to make some adjustments right here, but it's going to be a tough matchup with the way that Godsend's playing right now.
Absolutely. And we get to see what happened in the past, especially with Na'Vi's really rough start and Godsend, a very surprising win. And now I know they went against Asilium. That is probably a very hard matchup, but they were actually like at the bottom. They didn't even know that they were going to be here in this competition. So it's supposed to be Na'Vi that's a little bit of a harder opponent. But we're seeing here how consistent Godsend really is. But you know what? We're going to be talking a lot right now. We can see here one more time as we throw it back to the host and really talk about what's happened here in Heat number 2. Take it away.
Thank you so much. We got Beef Mommy and Bobby crushing it on the casting. Here on the desk, I got Alley Cat and I hold shift and about 25 pages of notes here because we've got 6 games going on every single hour and so much action to keep track of. For me, standouts explicit, right? We got to clean up the finish of that last game. Na'Vi is getting the W. We had the score reported wrong originally. I believe it was a 3-1 finish in that. So Godsend, unfortunately, not going to take that match. But it's huge for Na'Vi because this is the momentum they needed. If you went down 0-2 to start your day, you're not moving on to day 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And especially because we're starting to get in later in the heats where we're getting our top teams right now. If you're Explicit and Tribe, you're sitting at 2-0. You are sitting nice in your pools right now. You're feeling confident, but those teams going in the lower brackets that are 0-2, you have to start worrying.
I love it. I'm loving it so far. Shift, though, we got to check in with the scoreboard here. Big picture, we got 2 groups reminder. Only 2 teams are coming out of each group. So who are your favorites so far? The scoreboard there in Group A, it's looking pretty muddy with 4 teams sitting at 1-1.
Yeah, on both sides, really. I mean, it's 1-1s pretty much across the board on both of the 2 groups right in the middle. It's just Explicit and Tribe Gaming that are currently sitting pretty, where Tribe, you know, their next big opponent would be Mayhem at the very end of of their group schedule. Whereas Explicit, yeah, they beat Nova, they beat Skade. But Full House, even though they're 0-2 in their group, is going to be a tough next opponent for them. And then they also have to still play Stamina in ARP. So even though they're sitting pretty right now, and they've given themselves a really good chance to get out of this group, considering they're out of that chaos, which is 1-1 fest, they still have a long path in front of them. So they're looking good so far. But I still think there's some, ground to be covered when it comes to trying to get through the rest of that very treacherous Group A.
One of the big surprises for everyone is our team from Mexico, Zygnus. They came in with the #1 seed from Latin America. They're currently sitting at 0-2. But despite the losses, we got to talk a little bit about a player who is making waves. In fact, he made a statement in their comeback. They didn't get the W here, but this gave me hope. If you're a Zygnus fan at home, your squad can come back if you got more plays from Tatil like this. He just went on a run here, Shift.
Yeah, it's a really impressive finesse move, really, because he's just going rogue. He's not a part of the play for the hard point, really, at all. He's just trying to work around the back and maybe spoil spawns. And when you go on a 7 spree like he does, just finding individual gunfights after individual gunfights, yeah, that's going to do the trick. And at this moment, I was like, oh boy, Zygnus has woken up. They're really taking a spanking over to Tribe, but like you'd mentioned, even regardless of the special play, Tribe just looking like a much more complete squad right now.
Allie, we see NYSL having a little bit of a tough time. Do you think we're going to see Zygnus eventually jump them in the leaderboard? Is NYSL still your favorite?
I don't know if NYSL is typically my favorite, but Zygnus definitely could come out from under the rug here, especially with the momentum coming from this clip that we're watching right now. And I actually wanted to bring up something kind of funny about our desk predictions that we did yesterday before all of our matches. I would like to say, guys, we are right about two matches.
Two. We got 2 so far.
We got 2 right out of however many we've already gone through, so anything can happen.
There you have it. We got to go to commercial break. We got more games coming your way. Heat 3 coming up next. It's Call of Duty Mobile World Championships.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world. Now let the games begin.
The one. Gets the second.
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
Ready? How you like me now? Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over. Game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Hello, I'm Veteran from Team Explicit.
I'm Snipes.
Hey, my name is Solo.
Stage 4 went well. We placed 3rd NA. We got taken out first round and made a pretty big comeback throughout the losers bracket.
Explicit. Get the upset, get the dub. Tribe on the weekend 0-4 in Search and Destroy.
What makes my team special is that we always talk to each other. We're more than players, we're more than teammates. We're always trying to hype each other no matter if we lose or if we win.
It just seems like they're having fun, right? Like you go to their camps, they're just enjoying themselves.
That's something that makes my team Explicit like special.
The biggest challenges I think we faced in stage 4 as a team were just like timing wise, it was really awkward for us. We had made actually a lot of roster changes in terms of players leaving and stuff after around that time, so we actually had to come back together and get all our team chemistry, which is very similar to what we had to do for stage 5.
After coming back together though, I feel like all of our mindsets are refreshed and we go into every game with a positive attitude. We're kind of the underdogs of the North America region, and we're here to show that we can compete with the best of the best.
Thanks for watching,
and I hope you'll be cheering for us to lift the trophy. Let's go!
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Call of Duty Mobile World Finals here in the Western Finals. We've, of course, got a lot of upsets happening early on today, and that team you just saw, Explicit, they're part of the party. 2-0 on the day. They took out the squad that just beat ARP, the #1 seed in NA. At 2-0, they're right there with Tribe. Is Explicit in the conversation of best in this tournament?
I didn't even know they were going to be up at this point. Honestly, they were supposed to be the teams that were right in the middle of the pack, but you know what? They delivered Heat 1, Heat 2. Come on, let's get it on. They definitely know what's to happen.
Bobby, yes or no? Explicit makes it 3-0.
They're going up against Full House Gaming, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I think they do.
All right, it's time to find out. Is that match ready? Is Explicit ready to take charge of their group? They would go 3-0 if they can take down Full House Gaming, another squad coming out of Latin America who has not had success yet today. If they do get to 3-0, do you have a favorite here, Beef Mommy? Is there a favorite player on Explicit that is going to be using this Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III?
As you can see here, the Sony's Xperia Mark III, and obviously the player that I really want to see shine through. I really want Solo to really go in here because Solo has been absolutely crazy on the respawns and also into those search and destroys as well, clutching up that 1v3.
Yeah, I love seeing his clutches, and of course, this man is hearing every footstep possible. Bobby, we got the game enhancer on here. It's not just your view, you got the best sound possible. They've done everything right here with the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, and they did it all alongside pro gamers.
Yeah, I mean, you can adjust audio levels, frequencies, fine-tune those footsteps so you can hear them on the opposite side of Crossfire if you want to. Anything is possible with Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, and like you said, when you're working with pro gamers, you're going to get the best result for gamers.
I absolutely love this device, and you can get it just in time for the holidays. We have plenty more games coming your way. 4 more heats still here in day 1 for the Western Finals, and our next heat is just about to kick off. We gave our players an extra minute or 2 here to take a bathroom break before we get into this one. But some of the other major matchups to look out for, Tribe Gaming still undefeated. NYSL, they have their work cut out for them. We will keep you updated with all of the action, so don't go anywhere. For now, though, enough from me. Let's set it over. We got Alley Cat and I Hold Shift to kick this one off.
Well, I'll say this much. This heat right here very well may be the most important. Okay, we've got a couple teams at 2-0. Sure, they're sitting pretty. They've got a little bit of a cushion, mostly because we've got 8 squads that are sitting at 1-1. These are obviously, if you find yourself in a 1-on-1 versus a 1-on-1 matchup, those are important. But I'd say most importantly, the teams at the bottom, the 2 squads at 0-2, they must win here in Heat 3 if they want to have a chance to get out of the top 2 in their group.
No, I absolutely agree with you. At the very bottom, they have to win out here. Right now is their chance to do it, and we're going to hop right into gameplay. Explicit versus Full House. Explicit, again, is 2-0 thus far in pools. Let's see if Full House will be the ones to take them down.
Yeah, Full House, again, one of those squads needing a win. And I'll say this much, for Full House, sure, they're 0-2, but each of the series that they've played so far have been immensely competitive, so it's not that they're sitting necessarily down and out, but very well could be if they don't find a way to get through the very strong Explicit squad here. As we get the standoff hard point, P1 opening up in favor of our team in blue. Explicit reaping the reward of the majority of this first 30 seconds, getting 22 of the first 30 to be specific.
I mean, already right off the bat, the Vibe squad of Explicit is in complete control of this P1, and we haven't had too much conversation about who we think probably the best players thus far in our Western Finals regions is, and I want to argue in the conversation Solo already after our 2 heats. I mean, just been lights out player. He has been the deciding factor, I feel like, for this Explicit team, as he has always been the one fighting him first, always the one being aggressive, getting that opening 1 or 2 kills. And again, the other S's on the team, Solar and Snipes, have been following him up every time.
Well, so far, the entire squad looking very dominant. 40 of the first minute coming by way of the first hard point. Unbelievable when it comes to overall score efficiency. And Full House Gaming, well, they're getting a little bit of a secondary play coming out. I was about to say for a moment there, you had Trix, who was trying to work around the very backside, maybe open up a bit of a flank, but it gets denied as Explicit sniff it out and now turn their attention over towards Gas Station, which is where the next and maybe even one of the last hits that Full House can put together. They get on in and Trix in. He's able to get himself a double. That will open up the hard point and for the most part, flip the spawns around. Full House looking to recover here in the second hill.
Really, really big break out of Full House here. Should they get this final 30 seconds, they're only looking at about a 10-second deficit, but it looks like Explicit has actually decided to completely give up this entire scrap time and set up for new across the map. I honestly love this play call out of them. Not only that, they've left Lucifer in mid to try and get a couple picks off rotation. He already finds one, finds the second as well. He will finally get traded out, but this initial should be in the hands of Explicit.
This is one of those things, though, for anyone who may be a little bit fresher to watching COD Mobile. You can put the salt in the wound very quickly if you start off with the dominant heads up, opening hard point and a half. Veteran has already got a Goliath. So it's 54-40, and you're thinking, man, not bad here. Full House is in it, but with a Goliath in the mix, this next 60 seconds at Grandma's house is not going to be looking all too friendly, especially considering you got to get up the stairs, and then you've got to deal with the Goliath. It's not a pretty picture to paint, that much is for sure, and Veteran is just going to be pretty much indomitable from this position.
I'm clenching my teeth here for just a moment, as unfortunately 2 players from Explicit pushed up a little too far, and they lost spawns for just a second. I thought Insulin was about to make a play, but thankfully they regained. They have that Goliath in hill and are locking down this time. Now already a 40-point deficit, 85-40. Explicit is playing lights out. Full House is doing all they can to try and contest this hill, but there is only so much you can do when there's a mecha monster sitting in the middle of it.
Veteran is low, and okay, 15 seconds of scrap time, considering a Goliath is actually not a terrible situation, but you turn your attention to the very bottom middle of the minimap. Turret already set up for Explicit on new, so more obstacles to hurdle here if you're Trixon in Full House Gaming fashion. Trixon mook their way in and find very limited to almost nothing whatsoever. Explicit, just their efficiency across the map and respawn is just flawless so far, and with this hard point opening up, it'll be pretty much all Explicit members in and around the hard point.
I can't see Explicit dropping a hard point, seeing their rotations on this map alone. They've consistently given up that scrap time in the last 20 seconds to make sure they get spawns rotate across the map for new, which is something I feel like we haven't seen from many teams thus far. So Full House is struggling to get that break in, because once they do, maybe get 20 seconds near the end, but they've already broken the 100-point mark. 115-57, 30 seconds left in this hill. Death Machine gets called on the likes of Veteran, but unfortunately it is just not enough as they're trying to get this last 30 seconds of hill.
Yeah, it's Explicit. This is their 5th hard point played, and it looks like it's going to be their 5th hard point won. They have been unbelievable in and around a multitude of different maps. It hasn't just been standoff. They've played almost every single map in the pool so far, and they found themselves pretty confident and comfortable wins. This one looks like it's going to be no different. Last-ditch effort here for Full House. They committed Death Machine just for the scrap time, which is never something you want to do, but in this instance, it's something you have to do. And as we turn our attention back over to the middle of the map, as the first hard point will come to play in front of Brown, Solar's got a Death Machine of his own, looking just to use this as the one tool needed to put this game out of reach. But Fashion, couple of eliminations, maybe a chance to extend this map a little bit further, and the equalizer shut down. So, hey, okay, maybe there is a chance here for Full House to extend this to another map, or pardon me, another hard point. Just comes down to, can they clean up the rest of the Explicit pieces with only having 10 seconds between them and a win?
I'd say 10 seconds was a little too late for Full House to start shooting back. 5 is all they need to go up in this map. Series 1-0 already, 148. It should happen here, 150-68. Explicit take the series up 1-0. I'm a little worried for Full House in this sense, but as we hop right on over to our next game, ARP Gaming versus Nova. ARP a little bit slacking of a showing of what we expected out of them, being the top seed in NA, sitting at 1-1 in our pools thus far, looking as a 40-point lead, though, in our opening firing range hardpoint.
And again, for ARP, really outside of the 6-0 loss on the map 5 Surge to Skate, all of the other maps that they've played have been tremendously close. So even though they find themselves in that kind of mix of 1-1 squads, which almost everybody is, ARP are still putting up one heck of a fight throughout the first 2 matches, and including now, as we take a look at the firing range status, Nova is getting absolutely mollywopped. ARP are all over the place. It's almost the same calls that we had from Explicit. It's just efficiency of score streak, specialists. It all seems to be panning up in favor of ARP so far.
Loading up into our Heat 3, it seems all surprises are now under the rug. We had our Heat 1, everybody going to the Game 5, everybody tucking away all the surprises, and now we're seeing all of these very convincing matches coming into our Heat 3 after our Heat 2 as well. A lot of 3-0s from there, and looking possibly to do the same here in our Heat 3, 127-32. ARP is just making this look way too easy, shit.
Yeah, it's, again, you know, the snowball that can occur in COD Mobile, because you've got score streaks and you've got specialists, it can get out of hand really quickly. And that's where we start to see, you know, a couple of heats that we had, a couple matches from the previous heats, rather, I should say, where, okay, there's 2 death machines and a Goliath out, but there's a way to shut that down. You turn that into a comeback. That's unbelievable. Obviously, the situation on hand right now is anything but that, as Nova are getting absolutely put into the blender. Marky trying for something with the death machine, nothing will occur, and this is the most convincing hardpoint score we've seen so far today. 150-33, biggest blowout so far in the day.
150-33, that's got to hurt your confidence going to the rest of this match, especially in this S&D for Nova. Again, both these teams are sitting at 1-1. This is an incredibly important heat for both these sides.
Wow. We swap over to a quick search and destroy look in, as Full House now going into map 2 versus Explicit. Crossfire, the venue for this search, which we haven't seen too much Crossfire search and destroy on stream yet today. So we'll see what the snipers can bring to the mix here, as you would expect for the side of Explicit. Solar Season would likely have one, but it's actually Fashion who finds first blood onto Solar in particular. Like a little bit of an aggressive play, and maybe this is Explicit kind of giving up the snipe plays in favor of trying to play a little bit more aggressively with some machine guns in. That may be why Solo sneaks his way to the second floor and rewards himself with a double.
They were hoping for the trade out with that 2v1 push in, but Solo said, no thank you, I'll take both and put them under my belt. 4v3, flip the situation on its head. 40 seconds on the clock. Explicit is up. However, there is going to be a snipe inside his Fashion stand, and he does find one to get the trade and even it out, but his teammates fall around him. The trades go through for the side of Explicit. This should be around in their back pocket.
GDS, though, finds one of what would need to be 3. Second opportunity, but Veteran shuts him down. A little bit of a play just outside the bus depot. And Explicit, with their opening favor, turned into a very quick plant and a very quick round win. So for Full House Gaming, and need to respond. And, you know, here's the thing. When it comes to Crossfire, very, I would say, easy on the attacking side to get a look at B, if not maybe even a full-on plant. So really what I'm getting at here is you've got to continue to find good success in the beginning with either snipes or set nades. Fashion rewarded with another first blood, but Solo, different angle this time, changes it up and still trades his life out for 2. He's been so good in these opening first blood battles.
And that's already 4 kills on Solo's head. And Full House, I don't think they've won a first S&D in the series yet today. I believe their earliest one was against Stamina. They lose 1-6, and against Nova they lose 5-6. So they definitely don't want to fall out early here in the series, again, especially against the 2-0 team in pools. As we hop into the gameplay, though, 2v2 situation. Bomb is down and out. The huge snipe out of Solar. Can he find the last one? Bomb is planted, 24 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Veteran's in a really nice clutch-up position. He can just kind of watch the middle of the map. He gets the information. Shot goes just a bit astray for Solar. But, again, just kill the time here. They'll double up and make sure that life becomes difficult for Bigadera. But how about this? Solar being pressured. Bigadera has to take the challenge, and he's just ratted his way to victory. Bang.
Thumper in hand. There's only so much he could have done in that situation. So Explicit is now up 2-0. Fairly calm. Again, you can look down at the bottom of your screen, see the cams of all the players, see all of them with their hands on their Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III.
Here's the other kind of conversation point. Let's just figure that Explicit will continue to play at the level that they have been. They go 3-0. The worst they can do is find themselves in a tiebreaker for a top 2 spot. That's incredible, coming out the gate that hot. but still Full House. Don't want to rule them out as of yet, as Insolent is able to track down Solo for a trade. But once again, the pressure from Solo individually has allowed his team a chance for a free plan at B, and the retake once again required for Full House, looking at a 3v4.
Full House just need to start playing closer together. I feel like every time we look at them, they're so spread out on the map where Explicit is constantly stacked on top of each other, so they will always win the trade out, especially when you have a player like Solo getting 2 kills every other round, and that's going to be Snipes finding the last one. 3-0. Full House got to change gears here.
Yeah, and we talked about this the last we were on the mics together. In the teams that are suffering in Search and Destroy, there's just been very little adaptation to what is being thrown their way. In this particular example, it's Solo just running amok in the middle of the map. We turn our attention back over to our secondary match, though, just for a brief moment. Nova starting things off on the raid Search and Destroy versus ARP, but ARP winning the first round. They flawlessly take the second as well. So we talked about their very surprising opening round loss. Looks like they've cleaned things up pretty considerably, and as we swap perspectives back, speaking of cleaning things up, well, how about it?
Explicit now 4-0 as we hop back into our original game. Full House, again, like I said, they have just been playing so spread out that the second one of them dies, there's just nobody there to help the trade out. And as we're on board with Explicit right now in Solo, they're going to take the bomb over to the B side. It looks like an unfortunate counter on the side of Full House Gaming is going to A, so no free picks for them. Maybe some information cross mid, though.
First time we'll see Solo kind of pump the brakes and play a little bit more passively. Bigodera gets an angle onto Snipes. Major scope threat down. Solo gets challenged. Maybe a bit over-aggressive for Bigodera. That's an easy trade back, now turning a 3v5 to a much more manageable 3v4. And Solo up top has a couple of contestants down low, of which it looked like Solar took a shot. I think he understands that there are players bottom side broken here. Just comes down to what do you have to do to get Solo freed up to try to find a favorable challenge.
We've incredibly slowed down here in our round. Bomb still needs to go down. It looks like it almost has a free plan at A, but actually that's going to be Trix that's just watching over that site. We have a minute to go, so they could take time, but they actually do shut down Solo in top, so now they have complete mid control. Looks like Bomb probably will be able to go down here unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, no, Solar's the only one left here, and he's just been watching in the middle of the map. So this time, a little bit of a hesitation, or maybe just a change of pace for Solo, trying to play a little bit more slowly, and Full House Gaming capitalized very nicely by getting into bottom broken, denying any crossing angles. So that way that B site is always contested in some form. But we've seen 1v4s in this map with scopes before. Could it possibly come through again? Solar, the one, asked the question if he could make it happen, but it's Trix in the opposite sniper who's able to find the kill, and as we swap the sides, Full House finally get on the board.
Full House definitely need to get on the board here, but again, they're still down 4-1. Solo did slow it down quite a bit in that previous round, maybe just trying something new, but I fully expect them to fly out mid here and get a couple of free picks. Bomb now in the hand of Full House Gaming. That's going to be on Insolent as they smoke out mid to try and cross. One player actually is going to be left behind in building. He's about to get met by Lucifer and Solar, and they quickly clean him up as they force their way through spawn. They've already cleared out the A site and clearly know Full House is making their way towards B.
Yep.
This looks like another round in Explicit's hands.
Yeah, Full House is going to be really tested when it comes to trying to work for any space to even look at the B-bomb site here. Although Barrel sticks out, Snipes gets eliminated. Insolent with an elimination, but still Veteran pushing through the backside shops. And this is a big problem for Full House. You're essentially stuck here. Top shops and as well over the middle of the bus depot. But Insolent found a scope, picked it up, made good use of it. Now 2v2. And Fashion obviously understands the risk of players around the back, but instead wants to commit, and I like the call. Try to get some space to get this bomb planted.
Honestly, that pick out of Insolent was incredible. Now Explicit don't have any windows or doors they can peek out of, so they risk getting picked off, but that timing for Solar to get him off the bomb, but the quick scope out of Fashion puts him in a 1v1, but 50 seconds. He has plenty of time, but he's got to pick up this bomb, and Veteran seems to know exactly where it is. He gets the information. He's got to go for the challenge. Veteran comes out on top 5-1. A closer round for sure, but still in the hands of Explicit.
And, you know, here's the thing. Explicit are essentially getting away with murder. They're doing whatever they want with no consequence. The only round that they didn't get away with was when Solo decided to not try to take too much. So when it calls for, you know, do you get your hand stuck in the cookie jar, so far Explicit is just running away with every opportunity they create for themselves. And Full House going to be tested once more as number 5, Solar, Fennec in hand, makes the first play forward, but does get dealt with. Bigadera, good response. Veteran here to try to pick up a trade, but is playing very passively, understanding that a trade is required if you want to try to hold on to this defensive round.
Should Veteran decide to push up right now, he could get perfect timing on these 2 players with their backs turned to him quite literally. I'm sure he's getting the call out at the B side as well, so if he wraps here, they could get a free pinch onto the site before the bomb goes down, but they got to worry about Fashion sniping in the back. Once again, there are multiple games going on at once. We're going to try to keep you updated as much as possible. To your right, ARP versus Nova, up 3-0 thus far in the S&D, looking at possibly go up to 4-0 as it was a 2v1 situation.
Veteran, though, 2 kills as the bomb is planted on our main focus here on the left. Opportunity with Lucifer picking up another. Oh, no. How has this gone wrong here for Full House? It's 1 more member left alive. It's Bigadera. Has to play around the back. Veteran trying to stick for it. Snipes, gets the kill. Plenty of time for the defuse. Wow. That was a 3v4 situation. The Explicit turnaround. They take the search and destroy 6-1. That puts them up 2-0 overall. And we quickly swap over to Raid as we're looking at Nova. Able to capitalize for a first blood, but they've got a lot of work to do here before we can even consider this to be a series.
And quickly trade out. Bomb is actually down on B-side Bombs, and he looks like he's just trapped here. Turo's trapped here by likes of Mago. He's just not letting him push into this window. It looks like a 4v3, but a little bit more in the hands of Nova here. Minute and 15 on the clock. Nobody really trying to give up any information. Toru is kind of stuck here in this corner.
Honestly, though,
from his teammates.
He's already gotten 1 and survived, and that's enough from this position. The fact that he has a chance to get a second would essentially guarantee the round, you would have to feel like, but the bomb does get collected and it gets backed out. Jesus saves, able to turn things, and as Turu heard some footsteps, is not able to capitalize on the timing. So with 50 seconds on the clock, and take a look at Zia, number 1 in red, has already pushed through cutout. This is a free Planet A, and ARP are going to know that.
The fact that they picked up Bomb or just able to freely push back. Not only that, Mago actually turned to see for the chow, and Turu's still sitting there. He's still waiting. I guess he thinks the bomb is still there, but this is a free plan. 3 players from Nova are going to make the rotation, but is it soon enough? Is he going to be able to snipe some toes or the hop up? He saw a toe for sure. He might get... Jesus Saves might get taken down here. He's just laying behind this bomb. He knows he's getting scoped right now, and he wins! He wins the 1v1, guys! Jesus comes out on top. 2v3. Bomb is down. 30 seconds on the clock.
Dude, Jesus Saves going massive in Nova. Left with Karma, finds the first.
He's like...
Thumper out, tries to take care of it, but Zia's the one who doubles down. And look, there are a number of ways we can break down that round of where it started to grow on for Nova. But let's take the most potent of all of them. Jesus saves for 2. Zia finds the backup. Oh, jeez. I mean, come on.
He was pre-firing that for a good, like, 5-10 seconds. He knew Jesus was there, so the fact that he got to pop up for free and actually won the gunfight. Nova, I'm worried for the rest of your series. 5-0, ARP up on top. Already 2 bloods going down from Zio, and Maga finds 2. 5v2, looks like Nova's confidence has just been picked apart. Bomb is down. They will find 1v4. Only so much you can do in this situation, Yaya. And that's going to be all she wrote. 6-0, ARP up 2-0 after that S&D.
What? This is a Nova team during Masters. Granted, that was like half a year ago. They looked great. And I would say one of the more proficient parts of their gameplay was what happened in Search and Destroy. Now, the thing was, I mentioned this from before, and I don't mean to bring up bad news here, but, I mean, Nova finished top 80 in Stage 3 in that open qualifier tournament. A lot of that was due to the fact that, hey, they had to play up against a good adversary very early on in the tournament, but goodness me, that is just not at all what you would expect. Huge breakdowns in each of those Search rounds overall. ARP starting to gain some momentum, but we swap back into map number 3 here between Explicit and Full House. And Hack the Yard is the venue we find ourselves at. Favored side for Explicit off the rip, and they've already turned it into a 2-flag status for their favorite.
Already a couple of seconds under the hill. Again, this is the opening moments of our domination. 17-18 C in the hand of Full House Gaming. A and B, of course, under the likes of Explicit's wings. They have full warehouse control right now. If you look at the bottom of your screen, though, number 1 and 3, Trix and GDS are possibly looking to go through a mid-flank deep A, but they're going to have to answer to Snipes. They do end up taking him down, but a lot more work to do, as number 5, Solar Season, is actually just getting up behind them in mid, near crates, and getting free kills in the back.
Got to find a way to flip here at some point if you're Full House. decent eliminations, give him a look at Warehouse, and the kills are good to follow up behind that. The thing about it is you still have number 4 Solo, big X Factor, playing inside the garage down low. He does get traded, so this should be an opportunity for Bigadera and FHG to step onto this B flight, but can they actually stack it for a full capture? That's the question. Lucifer provides us our answer as he will come through, find the kill, and immediately turn that into some depletion of the progress that was gained.
Unfortunately, it looks like Full House is just investing way too much into mid side here as they're pushing maybe 1 or 2 in Warehouse and then letting the other 3 push up into mid, and it hasn't gone in their favor just yet. One player actually slipped behind enemy lines. That's going to be Godera. He will find 1. He finds 2, but he does get traded out, so unfortunately that doesn't do anything for side Full House Gaming here unless they capitalize on this Warehouse control. They've been in this position before. However, they were too slow to act on it. Some capitalization going on the B side, but again, it's already 60-33 in Explicit's favor.
This is the last look here on this half for Full House to try to make something happen, and it's going to be a full flood as everyone spills into the Warehouse. Snipes on the heady. Clean for a first. Obviously sees the tracer of GDS up top. He'll make sure that there is some contest here. And as he does get the challenge, wins it with a little bit of help from his teammates from beyond. Last player that could have possibly made any action for FHG over the middle of the map was Insolent. He will fall, and with that, it'll be a 75-40 count on the half. And honestly, there was some, contest there from FHG at the beginning of the round, but largely that was a very comfortable half for Explicit.
It was the same problem Full House Gaming had in the Search and Destroy. They continue to spread out their numbers and not play for the trades. So instead, they send like 3 players into mid to try and push into mid Warehouse, while 2 others are trying to fight their top battles, and they just aren't winning the gunfight. So Explicit, again, they've been stacking this Warehouse time and time again, but the light at the end of the tunnel. Full House Gaming, they are in favorable spawns right now. They do have A, they do have Warehouse control for now. There's only 2 players on the side of Explicit that are here. They take these 2 down. This should be a cap.
The thing about it, though, Explicit is just denying the B flag. They don't even need to capture it. Because they held the 2 flags for so long in the first half, keeping that neutral is win condition in a way. Now you're even putting a little bit of extra punish on it as this battle for the B flag is starting to turn up in favor of our squad in red, but Fashion up top does reward himself with a triple. That will give him a look not just at the flag, but also at the death machine. Now on 3 in a row. Lucifer down low with Solo. Nades will come through. Concussions as well, but holding down the trigger. Ooh. Fashion able to double up, and Trixon will make sure Top L stays safe. Full House now working with 2 flags.
Solar! Solar was in a prime position. All 5 members of Full House Gaming were in Warehouse. They were investing streaks and specialists. Solar was all the way at half wall at the bottom side of the map in green. He could have made the full push onto the A side and made that contest and forced Full House Gaming to back up for Warehouse control, but he cuts into mid instead and makes the challenge and dies to the death machine. That could have signed off the game here. Again, Explicit are still in the lead currently, but they only have C under their wing. A and B in control of Full House Gaming, but it looks like for now Explicit has broken into Warehouse and might be getting this cap.
You can't let this flip if you're Full House. You have to be able to get back in. A contestant Insolent saves a life by working his way through the top window. Now pushing forward, taking control bottom L, but Veteran meets him and outbests him. GDS on the low ground, playing through Garage, just trying to keep his life. YY's the reload, but does not have enough bullets in the mix, and Explicit will be denied the chance to get this full flip. Yes, there are still numbers to contest it, but largely Full House is still in a position to make sure that this stays neutral.
Lucifer cutting in from the mid to give his teammate help on the B side. This should be a cap for them. B and C now in control of Explicit as they break the 100-point mark. 103-82, 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Once Explicit has control, it might be almost impossible for Full House Gaming to break back into this Warehouse.
Math is not good right now for Full House. They're going to need this B flag and then probably some time for a triple capture as well if they want to work their way back in and see this series extended to a 4th map. But Solar has other designs in mind. He's worked his way across. The spawns for Full House are by the office. The last place you want to be, and you see exactly why. Snipes picks him up off the spawn for 2. Fashion trying to get back in to contest this A flag, but these spawns are just not good whatsoever for Full House. And Explicit have everything they could possibly want. Full trip cap coming in, and 150 is well within their reach.
Full trip cap. They're getting all the kills in the kill feed. They're spawn trapping the likes of Full House Gaming, and you just gotta imagine what this is doing to their mental. Just trying to fight to get 1 flag, just to get a flag, just so they can end out with something in their possession. I mean, I can't imagine the comms right now.
The thing is, with Full House likely losing this 3rd map, it puts them to 0-3 in the group. And their only hope at this point is to win out, which will be a difficult, tall ask, I would say, for anybody. But you also have to have a lot of hope that somebody else completely beefs. That's your only chance, is to find your way into an elongated tiebreaker situation. But It's not feeling all that hopeful for Full House. They were very competitive in their first 2 heats, but this one, all explicit from start to finish. We take a look across the other games going on. Bottom right, ARP Nova. That one is a map 3 situation with ARP up 2-0. And then Mayhem and Navi squaring off for a map 1 in the firing range hardpoint. But like we had mentioned, with ARP already up 2-0 and Nova being pretty heavily beat up in those first 2 maps, it's do or die here for our team in red.
Absolutely, and I was going to say they are at least a bit tied up here in the domination, but 2 flags are in possession of ARP. They have CMB under their wing, while Nova is sitting pretty at 36 down, 45, about 10 points here dwindling, but it looks like they're trying to make a full push through mid here. A lot of contests going over to the C side as they're looking for an AC cap here. An interesting strat, but it might work out.
ARP, having lost their first matchup to Skate, came out and took care of business versus Stamina, looking to best the other EU team in their group. And with a marginal lead here as we get closer and closer to the end of the first half, very back and forth affair, all things said. It's just a B flag hold for ARP, and with their spawns being towards C, they will commit a couple of numbers to try to take this, but actually Yaya is still in the action and will make sure it stays neutral for a little bit longer, giving his team a chance to respawn and maybe fight for this B flag off the next break.
And paying attention to your minimap, 3 and 4 on the side of ARP Gaming. I don't know why they're putting so much over to the C side. All 3 of them rotated for that flag when they only really needed 1 to cap it, and because of that, they might lose B here as well. The mid control that they fought so hard to get, they are still in the lead, dwindling, but Pepe has something to say about that as he finds a 2-piece to try and keep them off the point, but B will end up getting capped for the likes of Nova. Now, this is the light that they needed.
But look at all 4 members. ARP just in a conga line over towards the B flag. They find the kills while doing so, and that will be an instant retake right at the end of the half. But the big thing, again, we look at this overall score line, you know, let's say it finishes 75-68, which is not 75-66. That's not bad.
No, not at all.
This is still a very even domination.
For a team that's down 0-2 in map series to be in your domination second half, only down about 10 points, that is not bad at all, and now that they know how to play it. We saw them take ENG, which is a really good strat because it pulled off a lot of the members of ARP Gaming from the B side and forced them to make a rotation towards the other side, which then gave them mid control, which almost let them flip that lead. So hopefully we see some of that out of Nova here in this opening breaks. Actually, a lot of spread out contesting going on. Nobody's really on the B side right now. We got 3 members of ARP trying to go for the C. We got 1 player from Nova. That's going to be Yaya, who's taking over the A site right now. B is still completely uncontested.
I love this. This is sneaky. And Yaya has been an individual hero for his squad. He actually takes down 2. Oh, but the last 1v1 off screen does not go his way. And this is now all of a sudden a high risk, high reward situation, turning more towards the risk side of the conversation as Pengy has taken down C, able to sidestep Saturns and take him down by way of the Thumper. And all that's left for Nova to hold on to is the B flag. Although they will have an opportunity to make their way over towards C, but a death machine gets called in, and that's immediately shut down by Mago. Oh, huge investment for Nova turned aside.
Mago is huge there. They were the only one over by the C side as Nova was trying to make their way over for that cap, and I believe went on a 3 spree to make sure no contest happened there. Not only that, managed to stay alive as they are still over there. Not only that, I think we're looking possibly at a trip cap here. Karma is on the C side again, shut down by Mago. Mago is still holding the C side on their own. It's going to be the triple cap in the name of ARP. This could be all she wrote.
ARP is being so damn annoying right now. It's just there's always one player that they're missing in the count, and it's just that player is becoming such a nuisance that Nova doesn't know how many numbers to send. They have to throw 4 members over to C to get their home flag back, and while doing so, ARP now have complete mid-map control. This has been the definition of chaos turned into complete favoritism for ARP. They are unbelievably deterrent right now if anything Nova wants to do. They can't make a decision because they don't know where anybody is.
This is a 5-3 for Jesus right now. He's just running amok in their spawn. He doesn't even care about the C point at this time. He just wants the kills. I mean, Jesus is one of those players that will consistently get behind enemy lines and just shoot you in the back, shoot you in spawns. You can tell he understands the game incredibly well. So ARP looking to close this out, 127-93. Nova do have the C site, but mathematically wise, unless a trip cap comes through near the end, there's not much they can do.
No. Not much they can do whatsoever. Man, what a weird first couple of rounds this has been. I mean, Skade striking first against ARP, but a brilliant bounce back from the North American regional champs, and on the opposite side for the EU Masters champs of Nova. What do you do from here? I mean, because this is a beatdown. It's going to be 150 to around 110 at most. And man, Nova's got a lot of figuring out to do because they have been really, I would say anything revealed as far as maybe what their worth is or what their worth is not. This has been a very surprising and very convincing 3-0, though.
ARP just kind of playing with their food right now as we saw them give up the B side to Nova here in the last dwindling seconds, and a Goliath get called on the A side. So not much you can do there. A lot of 3-0s in this heat here shift. I feel like this is something we didn't expect going later in the day because of our first heat and how, you know, we went so much the distance with majority of our maps, but Heat 2 and Heat 3 have proven to really just be a little bit of a massacre.
And here's the thing. The tone that has been set from that first heat has definitely started to dissolve its way through all the other matchups because it pans, you know, for ARP, let's just use them as an example because they're what we have on screen. You lose to Skade in your first matchup, which is a match that going into it schedule-wise, you're thinking, we should win this one, but you don't. All of a sudden you say, okay, we have to win out, and it brings a different level of mentality to when you're playing up against a team like Nova, maybe, for instance, and when you start firing on all cylinders, things like that happen.
I mean, specifically speaking about ARP as well, I'm happy that their confidence didn't get squashed from that Heat 1 because when you're a top seed team and you go in this inter-regional finals and you go out like that early, and that's got to hurt your confidence. So I'm glad that they've kind of regained. I can't imagine the talk was kind of like, all right, guys, we got to chill out. Like, we got to play our game the way we do it. And that's clearly showing now as we move into our later matches.
And on the other side, you know, kind of just keeping the conversation with the matches we've seen so far, full house. 0-3 now. And like we were kind of bringing up just kind of casually as they were losing their third map, you have to now hope that you not only win out the rest of your matches, but somebody else has to completely, or actually a couple of different teams have to start beating each other up if you want to try to force an elongated tiebreaker situation. The deck is not stacked in their favor, though, losing their opening 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge toss-up now as we're going into our Heat 3 because you have to start working out the math, right? You have to start thinking what teams need to do what for us to land where. So it's a lot to be done as we look at the games we've seen thus far. Again, 6 matches going on at once, 5 heats in the day. We're hitting to the midday right now, and players are starting to be warm, starting to find their groove and their vibes. Once again, Explicit 3-0 in pools right now, a team we really need to talk about because, again, they said their confidence going into this was all about the vibe, all about, you know, we are more than teammates, we're more than just players, and is really showing up today here.
But this thing, I would say, you know, looking back at this series, the 150-33 beatdown from ARP, and then turning it into a dominant search and destroy, it's almost like, okay, like you had mentioned, maybe they just woke up feeling like the Skade was going to be a breeze when it comes down to which opponents they had to start their day off. But then you start to put the heat underneath their seat, and this is the ARP that we saw during Stage 4. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here largely is, yeah, they didn't have to play up against Tribe, but when they played Mayhem in 3 separate best-of-5s, this was the ARP that we came to know during that Stage 4 run that they went on. On the other foot, though, what is going on with Nova?
I literally don't know. It's literally like they were just starting to get picked apart. I feel like this series maybe wasn't a good telling tale because that was ARP. That was prime form ARP, and Nova maybe just didn't know how to deal with that. Maybe Nova, it just isn't on that level yet. But at this point, you have to start winning your games, at least maps, at least something to get your momentum going, to get your confidence going. Because, I mean, 6-0'd, 150-108, 150-33.
Yeah.
This is Western Finals. These are the top Call of Duty mobile teams that we have in these 3 regions. You have to start making a change here.
We'll take a look over another one of our matches that's going on right now. It's Cygnus also at 0-2, needing a win, and they find themselves playing up against Activision, who, honestly speaking, have been very competitive throughout the day. They currently sit 1-1 in their group, so an important match for both of these squads, technically speaking. But, you know, for Cygnus, this was, I don't think, what anyone expected after coming out of the Latin American region, winning the qualifier and the regional finals. They were looking like the major favorite to possibly make waves in Latin America, but the largely Mexican squad find themselves down in desperate need of a series win here versus Activision.
Well, something I want to talk about in Heat 2, Activision actually 3-0 Mayhem. That was a giant killer that we saw there in Heat 2. So going into Heat 3, going into this hard point, I'm definitely looking at them maybe to continue that momentum going into this series. But Cygnus, we can't count them down and out yet. Pretty even game. Again, we were in the opening seconds of this hard point, 24-19. Rotation, though, looking in favor of Cygnus.
For Activision, the loss to Godsent in their Heat number 1 is one that very well could play disastrous for them when it comes to trying to escape this group. But That's a conversation we'll save until later in the day, because right now the big cause for concern is, can you get through Zygnus and put yourself at 2-1 and essentially throw Zygnus out of the conversation for exiting this group. Get to the second hard point, it opens up. First 15 seconds good for Zillium. Trophy System trying to keep it safe as Jazz watches one door. The rest of his teammates trying to surround the others, but Zygnus do have spawns. We're trying to reinforce, but it's all in pieces. One by one they come, one by one they fall, until finally maybe there's some interactions that start to favor Zygnus, but the reinforcements for Zillium have made their way across the map. They reinforce, they stack back up, and this is looking like a very close to full 60 here in the second hard point for Zillium.
This is crazy, Alan. I literally blinked and saw 5 players of Zygnus going in rotation for this new hill, and I blinked again, and suddenly all 5 of Zillium members are in it and getting almost a full 60. So clearly a lot going on here as they are contesting the 68-19. The final 7 seconds will go in their favor as one player of Zillium is left for scrap time. But again, Zygnus is on rotation. There's only 2 members of Zillium over here for this rotation. Some streaks will get called. I don't believe it will find anybody though. So the first opening seconds we should see go in favor of Zygnus.
I like to use that Predator missile coming out from Zygnus. You get a read that, okay, they're double hitting this 2 through mid, 2 through the back alley. Let's take care of the 2 through mid with the Pred. Everybody else on spawn start to focus the back alleys of Grandma's house. But now all of a sudden, Zillium have again snuck their way in. Jazz up top, looking for 2, but only finding 1. And with that, Zygnus will hold on to this setup, at least largely speaking. Balance is trying to deter that setup as much as he possibly can, and he's done well. Look at the play through the back here. Zillium got full numbers flooding around. That's going to flip the spawns around, and now they've got a realistic look to break this hard point with 30 seconds to play.
30 seconds is going to be huge as it'll put them over the 100-point mark, just almost, but almost with Jazz kind of played their life a little bit more there as they push in all by themselves, but not that they need to. Zygnus boy finds 3 to hold on to the scrap time, actually, which should have been a good hold for Zillium. We're going to see a Goliath finally get called in now here around mid-game, 78-55. Although a big hold out of Zygnus, Zillium is still in the driver's seat as they have set a Goliath in the middle of this next hill.
A lot to ask for Zygnus to try to break this with Shark maneuvering the mech. His death metal screams in our ears. Goodness, it's aggressive. But here comes the play around the backside. Zygnus has 1 player hitting over, trying to watch over where the A-bomb site is. Everyone else hitting from the front, but there's just no tools. There's no nades. There's no thumpers. Nothing is coming in. Shark is fully healthy on this Goliath, and he's reading the plays coming from the high ground. This is too easy. They're just running right in, and this is just a feeding frenzy. Shark dominating. And now all of a sudden, Zygnus, maybe one more look at this hard point, and what do you commit for this, if anything?
This death metal is literally like Shark's theme song right now, and this Goliath is like just getting the clip ready right now. They have the death machine pulled out for Zygnus, but he's finding all of them! He finally gets shut down. A mere 20 seconds left on this hard point. What a run that was. I can only imagine the kill streaks under his name, and Balance is actually still getting the scrap time by themselves, getting all these opening it kills. 9 seconds left on the hard point. Once again, we talk about rotation. All of mid-map control is going to be in the hands of Zillium as they break 124 to 66. They need about 30 to 40 seconds here to close out this map 1. They're looking to do it here. Number 2, actually, that's going to be Voy out in mid-statue, possibly trying to create a little bit of a ruckus, but the Thumper does get called out, looking to shut him down. A couple kills do go in the favor of Zygnus as the hardpoint is actually completely uncontested. A little back and forth here.
Zygnus needing to find a way to start zoning out Brown. You can find a way to get 30 and give away nothing. Maybe there's a chance to see this go to another hard point, and maybe you can pull off a comeback here, but you have to feel like Zillium have to have more score streaks or operators to use. We'll see what indeed they may have. Hunter Killer Drone gets called out, finds 1. But here comes the play through Brown. Feints down low with Shark. They're going to be double hitting this together. They find 1. Feints around the corner, gets the reload off, re-chows. It's Shadow who does not find the kill, and it's Jazz who's there to help out. Zillium find a way to at least contest and keep the hard point neutral, and now as they break, they will not be able to win it here, but boy, will they be close.
They do contesting at the final couple seconds of scrap time, but they have to worry about rotation once again. Zygnus is going to be the first one there to touch it. Marvel, though, has something to say about that as they actually find 3 and freely break into the back, which should have been a full setup by Zygnus. Now they are looking to close it out here, only 20 seconds to win, and we're also going to look over to your left side of your screen. Navi versus NYSL. Mayhem up 2-1 in the S&D. Mayhem up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, the death machines on the right-hand side of this picture-in-picture will favor Zillium. That will get them the map win. very confident and comfortable, and still so many questions about what's happening with Zygnus, a team that looked so darn good in their respawn. You maybe question, was it just because they had the 5 Holgers, and that meta was one that really favored them, because so far they have been looking a little bit overwhelmed with the new weapon metas that we have here for Stage 5. But we switch back over to what we have going on with NYSL, Na'Vi, both teams sitting at 1-1 in the group. Both would love to get a win here, because still on the schedule for NYSL is Tribe. And for Na'Vi, I mean, you still have to go up against Zygnus, who maybe it's not looking like the opponent we thought they were, but a Celium to finish off their run. So a lot to be asked, and a lot that could still determine what happens in this group based on whoever comes out on top in this matchup.
A very slow round of S&D, though. His bomb is yet to go down. It's looking possibly get laid at the A site, but we're on board with Space right now, who might catch wind of that and maybe get a free call. The information does get spread out. The bomb will get planted. 40 seconds on the clock. He's going to make the overchow. Space actually loses the gunfight to Don Lai. A couple of gunfights going in the favor of both sides. Is now 2v2. 30 seconds left. It's Don Lai by himself on the bomb. Actually, across the map is going to be Miney, but he finds one. The perfect timing for that. Now it's going to be Nero on the hunt for him to shoot him in the back. He does get the information of where he is, but his teammate should be on the other side of that wall to close it out.
Yeah, Miney can just play the clock here. Nero's got absolutely no idea where he is. He hasn't shot any bullets in the last minute. So playing to the window, just going to throw shoulders, check to see if anyone's defusing. Nero, difficult choice to make here. Has to take the gunfight. Wouldn't have made much of a difference. No time to defuse, and Miney closes things out to tie us up at a 2-2 count here in the search.
Big play out of Miney. I was about to say he was a little bit deep far across map, and I was a little worried. Like, Don Lai's stuck in a 1v2 right now. If he can't find one, that's a little bit scary of a situation for the likes of Na'Vi, but he does find the one and close it out as Miney is able to clutch up at the end. 2 minutes on the clock. Bomb making his way towards mid. Actually, they're going to get met by 2 players of NYSL and Mayhem. Nero finds one, but Miney quickly trades it out. 4v4 already. A lot of gunfights happening in mid. Miney manages to stay alive, and Creed actually loses a free gunfight. That's unfortunate for him. 4v3. Bomb is now stuck out in middle.
It's just does Na'Vi realize the bomb is down, because if they do, they're in a great spot to just kind of watch over. There we go. Now they finally are able to get this picked up. And they can collect this, and there's still an opportunity to play off of Don Lai's position, but he's going to have to find a kill somewhere or get a read on any of this defensive setup for NYSL Mayhem. Veer tracks out Tectonic, who is trying to work around the top middle, and Space will take a couple of shots. That's good information. So if Na'Vi can find a way to tally where Little B is, they can make a read here and take this 2v2 to their favor, just playing off maybe a bomb plant.
They might get timing
Little B?
here. Little B, oh, he does find one though, and that was enough. Even though he does get traded out, bomb still does need to get planted, and we're on board with Space right now. And I think he's got the read that is going to be coming to the B site. So if he just plays it here, maybe plays for the plant. There is a sniper on the other side though. He doesn't want to get caught out of position.
A lot of space given here from both players. Veer hunting down, timing for Space though. Just that much better. Tapping away with the SKS, easy kills, fist bumps all around. And Mayhem, they will take a 3-2 half as we swap the sides.
3-2 lead. Na'Vi can still do something here, and they're not down and out yet. Mayhem on the attack. Bomb's going to be on the board with Nero. Looks like a 3-hit over to the A side. One of them just gets insta-killed by Veer. Huge snipes out of him. Big opening break. Little B finds one of his own, though. Most impressive sniper thus far as we've seen Little B on Mayhem. We've seen him being a huge deciding factor for the side of NYSL when it comes to search and destroy.
And for offense, one of the things that we know about Mayhem is they do try to get Little B in a position to work for a first pick or watch over where the push would come from. But numbers good for Na'Vi. 4v2 now all of a sudden, bomb down just outside of the second floor stairs. And Awaken is going to have to try to make a long con happen here. I mean, there's nothing Tectonic can do. He's just got to hold his position and hope that maybe timing would be good. Tectonic for one, but not another. So now it's up to Awaken. He is the mystery man on the field, though, as no one has any idea where he is. So there's a free kill on Veer. We'll turn the Thumper into a scope. But the problem would be, how do you get through the next 2 opponents with the bomb still down on the outside of the map? We take a look over to what's going on in the search and destroy as it starts up on firing range for Zygnus and Asilium. And a good start for Zygnus so far, at least as far as we can tally. But our attention stays with what's happening here with Mayhem and Na'Vi. It's a very tight affair on takeoff.
Wait, still stuck in this 1v2. He's looking to hopefully find another one. He has plenty of time to do it, but he's got to get that bomb. And by the looks of it, Don Lai and Miney definitely know it has to be down and out somewhere around them. Again, remember now he has 30 seconds to make his way over here and make a play. And if he gets this opening kill, they're far enough where the trade might not come in.
Yeah, he could sneak this bomb, no problem. It's just, does Donlai hear anything? Is an arrow snapped over as if maybe he did up top. Awaken able to push back one, gets a look at the other, but Miney's just essentially playing bait right there. Just, here I am, take a look at me. A little sleight of hand trick right there as Donlai finishes off the kill, and we stay deadlocked this time at 3.
The snap was gross out of Awaken that he was able to stop on that second player, but unfortunately in the 1v2, Donlai was just able to help his teammate there as he was making the perfect bait. The bomb now going to be in the hands of Nero once again. They're playing a little bit slower. They don't want to get picked off by Veer like they did in the previous round, but a lot of gunfights are about to happen on top of each other here over in Train Station.
Yeah, Creed and Don have gotten so much freedom. Those nades that came through mid, just allowing them a chance to work their way very quickly up the middle of the map. QK for 1, Miney the second, 5v3. NYSL stuck at the moment. There's nowhere for them to work with. They have to find kills. Nero's going to get caught with a nade out. Nothing to find there. Space left for the 1v5. I mean, hey, I don't want to rule him out. He's got a lot of time to play with, but Creed it's just, look at the mini-map. I mean, it looked like they spawned on opposite sides of the map there for a moment. Na'Vi getting aggressive, and the change of tempo works out for them to now go up by 1.
Slow and methodical, definitely not the best choice for Mayhem, as they've seeming to be very aggressive, pushing up in the mid-map and getting Little B open on that first snipe. They are worried, though, as Veer's been hitting a lot of his scopes in this opening round, getting that first blood and putting them in an advantage. Bombing his way towards B now, though. They're going over to the edge of the map. Little B got that opening kill. This should be round now for NYSL Mayhem as it opens up a lot of lanes.
And just look at the difference of this offense for Mayhem. Na'Vi throw the same set nades. They throw Creed and Donlai up the middle of the map trying to get aggressive, and NYSL say, come on in, water's fine. Brilliant readjustment as Mayhem will heavy stack over towards B. Little B with the first blood. Tectonic making sure the flank stays safe, and this is a great look for a plan at the B site. Nero sticking for it, but denied, and Veer finds a follow-up. Those 2 kills turned into a 3v3. Awaken able to collect the bomb and escape with his life, so a little bit of strangers of the night kind of passing by one another as Veer is the next closest contestant. Watching the staircase, Awaken wins the 1v1, and now we get to a 2v2.
Not only that, Tectonic gets taken down in the deep spawn, so another flank is completely open. I'm sure Nero's screaming at who was supposed to be watching over him on the bomb site, and what was supposed to be a free round for Mayhem is now in the hands of Na'Vi in a 2v1. Bomb needs to still go down. It is Awaken once again left on his own. 1v2 against Miney and Donlai once again.
Oh, timing. I was about to say Miney's trying to come and collect himself with Donlai so they can display that as a duo, but the timing is perfect from Na'Vi's point of view at least, and now the first time that we've had some separation between these 2 teams in the Search and Destroy. It's a 2-round gap. It's going to require NYSL to win 3 in a row. And really, it just comes down to, what are you going to see here from Na'Vi? I don't imagine they're going to run the same set nades and the same double push up mid, and they're not going to. Veer is going to take a quick look at the cross, see nothing, and it's going to be QuickA over towards the top side of the map. He gets figured out, though, and will reposition. The timing is beautiful. Little B, though, quick scope, denies it, and first blood good for Mayhem.
I was about to say, that aggression of Kike to just push up all by himself. Little do you know, 4 members of Mayhem were there. Not that they were even needed. Little B hits the quit scope. Again, 5v4, Bomb making its way over to the B side once again. Tectonic was watching the flank. He takes down 1 with him, but he will get shut down. 4v3. Bomb is going a little bit slowly towards the site right now. Looks like Na'Vi's going to catch wind of it. Number 1 actually is going to be Creed, though, all the way deep in the back. But it looks like Lil B's reading this. It looks like he's going to wait for the peek. He does, but he gets shut down by Creed. Now the flank is open. He's going to force Space to turn around and try to win the gunfight.
That is such a huge play from Creed. You're in a 3v4. Your whole flank play had been stopped, even though there were trades. Tectonic read it. For him to still commit to that flank play is super impressive. And then a little jump peek from Creed. That's his 3rd in the round. And Na'Vi in a great position, 3v2. They've completely flipped the map, a little around the world strategy coming through here. And the thing about it is, Mayhem have not cleared the B site. Sure, they've gotten around the back of it, but you don't know what's in the middle of the map here. So you've got to get someone to some high ground. And it looks like Awaken is going to go sniff things out on the opposite side of the map, while the bomb carrier of Nero will just kind of follow in his footsteps a little bit more delayed.
That was such huge gunfights in the back there. Creed had no business winning those. No business. Both teammates from Mayhem had pre-aimed that door. They knew he was coming from spawn. They knew they just had to wait for the peak. The fact that Creed won, not one, but both of those gunfights to flip this round on its head. This is 5-3. Na'Vi win this. They take the SD. They tie up the series 1-1. That's what Mighty and them are looking to do.
Awaken, bomb plant, Veer. He does not get there. He tries to go to the pistol to save the round by just making sure the bomb doesn't get planted, and all of a sudden, a 2v4 turns into a 2v1 favoring Mayhem. Creed, though, his 4th kill, looking for the full ace. He's got Awaken! Bang! Creed with the ace and a little bit extra, and that will give Na'Vi the map win. Oh, boy, what a heroic play from Creed.
Shoot all the bodies you want, Creed. After that, shoot all the bodies you want. You win 2 gunfights you had no business doing. They were pre-aiming. They knew you were coming. Not only that, you clutch up the 1v2 at the very end with the bomb and defuse. Creed keeping them alive in that series. Now tied 1-1. We're going to hop back on over to another series. Cygnus versus Asilium. They're also in their S&D. Asilium up 2-1, also up 1-0 in the series.
Balance, though. Plenty of freedom from his teammates mid-map to get this bomb planted. And actually plants it from an angle that I believe Feints may be able to see from Sniper Tower. So Chato already in a very difficult 1v3. Going to be made extra difficult when it comes to trying to clear off Feints and also try to find a way to defuse. At 30 seconds, it's just deck is stacked against him without question. So take the Locust over through jungle path. His first opponent would be Balance, you would have to feel like, if he even gets there in time. It's just, I don't know what you do here. If Shadow's going to realize that the bomb is down, but Balance, close corner. Feints was up top to play the clutch. Shark nearby. Not a lot that Cygnus could do from that round, and we go 3-1 with 1 more to play in the half.
I would say not a lot, but you know what? After that Creed play, there's no reason none of these players to 1v5. There's no reason. After that, I'm convinced if you are stuck in, I don't care, 1v1, 1v5, you can do it. Creed proved that in our last series, but Asilium is up 3-1 in the S&D. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Balance thus far. Going to pull out the Thumper, maybe get some information over on the A site. It is only going to be 2 members. They've still slowed it down quite a bit, actually. You see how spread out Cygnus actually is on the map right now.
It's so much utility from Asilium, and nothing connects onto Envoy. So he can just sit here and enjoy himself. He's got one player nearby watching over the top of him. That's Tatio, who's going to get the information first and foremost, as Balance was taken care of. His first blood comes out in favor of Cygnus' defense. If they could find a way to get out of this half with a 2-3, that would be okay. But for a map that largely seems to favor the defensive side, 2-3 is a tough scoreline to go through, but Shado turns this into a very favorable defensive round. 5-3 now as he finds the 2nd kill.
Asilium, unfortunately, are just walking into the pre-aims of Cygnus as 2 fall. Bomb is now down and out, still by their side. Marvel does find a free pick, but still 4v3. 50 seconds on the clock. They need to lay it here soon, and there looks like they're trying to make it towards A site, but there's 3 members of Cygnus just waiting for the push down these lanes.
And again, Envoy is the one who's going to be the biggest deterrent of this entire play. But Feints goes from a 3v5 now to a 3v3 as both snipers connect. Praying for some sort of a wall bang. But little does he know, the wall he needs to be watching is the one immediately to his right. Envoy, does he see a barrel? Does he push out for this? They literally could smell one another right now.
I don't know if Envoy can see this laser, but that sniper laser is clear as day on our screen, and now he gets the free kill from the push-up. That should be the dwindling down 1v3. Jazz left on their own on the other side of the map. Not impossible, but only 10 seconds to do it. Kimwax is going to clean it up. 3-2 to stay alive in this search and destroy.
All that comes down to the fact that Asilium threw about 20,000 nades over through backside of A, and none of them connected onto Envoy. And then Justice plays prone and says, as soon as point of contact is made, I'll bump up and take care of any seconds or thirds that may be down your alley. So beautiful setup for Cygnus. Gets them out of the defensive half with 2 rounds. But the question here is, what is your offense going to look like on a map that has been very defensively sided, and a Asilium team that has been very competitive throughout their searches, maybe save 1? They're going to try to make a play immediately over towards A. Defensive pressure is just not here whatsoever. Trying to look for a retake, but there's a trophy system down. None of these nades are connecting, and Envoy is just going to get a free plant.
Maybe, but it looks like Balance has made their way into trailer here, so maybe get a free push out. She does find one, maybe push out, find another one, but Vinvoy is going to be there. Bomb does go down basically for free. 4v3 situation. He actually loses the gunfight. It's all on Shark's shoulders right now, as there's also a member in the deep back of Spawn. He's going to get in a gunfight, will get shut down. The trades are going back and forth. This is absolute chaos, and on top of it all, Cygnus stuck in a 1v2. Bomb down. He does win the gunfight at the back.
Oh my, I was about to say Shark almost just threw. Tatio was on 1 HP. He had to have gotten a call from his teammate. Hey, I've tagged him up. He's sitting back trailer, and Shark is going over to the bomb for some reason and nearly gets stacked up against him. But salvaging the round to Cecilium puts him that much closer to going 2 up in the series. And again, for Zygnus, if you're joining us here late, they're 0-2 in their group. Only the top 2 get out of each of our 2 groups, so it's a must-win series here for Zygnus, and you have to feel like this is a must-win search and destroy. You don't want to go into a reverse sweep situation versus a good Asilium team.
All right, off the bat, Asilium drops feints as he gets picked off right away. There's Shark with 3 kills. I don't even know where that happened on the map, but that's 3 down. What suddenly was a favorable situation for Zygnus now in a 2v4. Bomb is stuck out on A site, getting watched over by Balance. That was chaos.
That's just the power of being able to spam through a smoke. Cheto wasn't in a position to watch over the top of it. He was blocked out by the smoke grenade that was down, and man, Zygnus just single file lined their way down right into the barrel of Shark. And you can see all the littered bodies in the back over here. I mean, it's just one by one by one. Balance now up close and personal, dealt with. Brilliant shots from Tatio. Makes this into a more manageable situation. Bomb recovered as well, and Cheto gets a kill mid-map. What do you do here for Asilium? Do you want to maybe try to wrap somebody back over to B, or are you going to full commit to defending here at A? Smoke will come out, and it looks like they are going to try to hug over towards trailer.
Tatio's looking at the wrong door. Jazz pushed up. I guess he got a sound cue. I don't know how Jazz did see Tatio there, but now it's a 1v2, although working at the back is going to be Shark. Shark's already found 3 players. Let's see if he can find another one. He does give up his position by not winning the 1v1 against Cheeto. He has 40 seconds to work with. If he can isolate a gunfight and win the 1v1, he could come out on top.
There's nowhere for him to go. The cross is now being watched by Tatio. He's going to have to make a play. Regen comes out. And out comes the play. Makes his way through bathrooms. Sniper! It's Cheto. Obviously hearing the call from the player model. Sniper! But he will find himself right in the waiting arms of Tatio. Yeah, great stuff from Zygnus there, considering the fact that they all lined up for a Shark triple. The delayed play from Cheto mid-map definitely helped turn the tides there for Zygnus to stay in this map.
I mean, that was basically 2v5 with Tatio and Cheeto against the likes of Asilium, so they turned a very unfavorable situation around on its head. 4v3, still a very manageable down round count in the search and destroy. Again, down 1-0 in the series. Trying to get a couple wall bangs going through here, as again, this wood is actually made of paper when it comes to map these guns. Bomb, though, is actually still inside firing range. It hasn't pushed out at all to either side of the map. They're just looking to stack in here, I guess, but Balance is pushed up really far mid. Might get the information on this. Maybe shoot a player or 2 inside.
This is the thing, though. Balance did this a bunch when we last watched Asilium play this firing ring and search and destroy, and he's being contested almost every time now. With that extra 30 seconds, Zygnus are just happy to stay here and just wait for an overextension, but Cheto in the window. Balance will get the sound cue. Just holding his life, making sure there's no rotation to the middle of the map, and I like this. For Asilium, this is fine. You're playing defense. You're killing so much time off the clock. A minute's already passed, and no one has seen each other, really.
But that's the thing, Asilium can get very impatient. I think that's what Zygnus is banking on. They're banking on somebody getting impatient and peeking something that they shouldn't peek. As we finally see the bomb making its way over towards A, a lot of commitment now. All 5 players are over here, and somebody's crossing through mid. Might almost get picked up by Tatio. I need to get this bomb plant down. 40 seconds on the clock. Balance is still pushed up mid. Could make the flank here, maybe get some likes on Tatio, who has gone top firing range, but smokes go out, and the bomb should make its way up.
Zygnus had such a good position top wood to watch any crosses for defenders coming into the site, and they give it up. Cheeto had a perfect look at barrels. They self-smoke it, they full stack back alley, and it allows Balance to just walk onto the flank again. Shark from the front just has to play his life. He was happy to do so for a couple of kills, and then you just wait for Balance to make a play. That's a setup that Zygnus, I mean, you're not going to be able to go back and relook at that and make an immediate change, but why not keep someone top wood to help contest that cross?
It was a patience game. It was 100%, it was just a patience game, and unfortunately Zygnus were on attack, so they had to get the bomb down, and they were banking on the fact that Asilium would get impatient and peek something they wouldn't, get a pick, and then get control of the A site, and that's just not what happened in their favor. So just an unfortunate play call, but again, 5-3, Asilium in the driver's seat, 1:30 on the clock. Bomb once again down and out in mid. Zygnus, I guess, looking to maybe replay that last round that didn't even go in their favor. Once again, they are not past mid-map at this point.
It's tough because Envoy Stumper got information on Shark, who is playing in trailer, but all of the smokes had already come out. They can't cross and make good on the damage, and now as everything has evaporated on the map, it's first blood for free for Feints. Man, it's just there have been so many moments for Zygnus that's like, here's your opportunity, green light, go. And they kind of get caught sleeping just a little bit too long. And maybe that's just because they find themselves at an 0-2 group tally. They know they have to play for a win, and it's maybe giving too much respect up.
Okay, they got the pick. They got that opening pick. Now they can push up onto the A site and get bombed down. Now they have control. They're going to have to worry about Shark making this peek, though. Just does win the gunfight. 4v3. This is what Zygnus needed. The bomb will get planted down on Envoy. That's another kill on the board of Zygnus for number 3. We do have to worry about Marvel working his way in the back. Nobody's turned for flank just yet. Just is actually looking in mid. He catches the cross, but Jazz pushes into Drailer and gets 2. Now it is a 2v1 with bomb down. Zygnus picked apart by the likes of Jazz, who just for free has all 3 of them turned for the flank, cleans up the last one. That's going to be 6-3. Shooting bodies, Jazz, you deserve it after getting those 3 kills.
God, there are so many rounds that, I know the word was thrown around a lot last year, but breakdown rounds, that one in particular, that was a breakdown. Zygnus had everything they could possibly want. Marvel took a shot from the back, you know he's flanking. The smoke was pretty darn clear where Jazz was coming from, and everyone just panicked. Wow. But a major matchup here. Mayhem, Na'Vi, both of them 1-1 in the group. After Mayhem surprised in their round 2 matchup, getting 0-3'd. Now find themselves on the domination standoff. And Na'Vi, great position here. BC hold and a player or 2 over towards A. Triple cap comes out, almost off, I won't say off the break, but here in the second, third set of engagements, things are looking good. Veer up top, nearly a chance to just shoot fish in a barrel, but finally Mayhem, they were able to come back and take their home flag.
The little trip cap was short but mighty. A and B in the hands of Na'Vi, 59-39, excuse me, 60-40 probably would have been the more appropriate way to say that. But mid-map control in the hands of 2 players of Na'Vi. That's going to be Miney and Creed here. Creed having a hecking series after we saw in that last S&D. Mayhem, they're looking to make this comeback because they're starting to get a little bit of progress on B. It's going to be Don Lai that has something to say about that, though. He does get the player off. A lot of mid-control here going in favor of Na'Vi. Number 2, though, that's going to be Miney actually making his way towards the C side. If he wins this gunfight, that's going to word trouble for Mayhem. He does win it. Thankfully, though, first half, 74-47.
That little moment of triple cap, keep that tucked in the back of your mind because that could play as a difference maker if Mayhem come out and find themselves a 2-flag status right off the rip. Take a look at the kill death. Again, Creed, you mentioned him. He's all over the place. Just going rogue. No hill time or objective time whatsoever. He's 13-11, just the most engagements by far in the lobby. Don Lai, though, now the first one forward, and Little B will actually commit the Death Machine off the rip as this is going to be NYSL trying hard to just full stack this B hard point, pardon me, this B flag, but it's a card that explodes and takes care of all those Mayhem members, and Na'Vi will make sure this B flag, for at least for now, will stay neutral.
A lot of streaks getting invested here on the side of Mayhem to try and get this B control, but even after all of that, they only have a low progression. It is still very completely neutral. There's 2 players on Na'Vi that are there in mid, but Nero cleans up 3 to keep Mayhem in this, but again, 82-54, they are still down. They should get this B cap, but number 2 spawns out. That's gonna be Miney. They're gonna chow this C cap.
This is gonna be great. Nero went equalizer, and it's not equalizing, it's dominating. He completely keeps Na'Vi in the back right corner, and that freedom is enough for Mayhem to just walk back on and eventually capture the B flag. There is more than enough time here with this 2-flag cap for them to get back into this game. It could be tight, but for the moment, Mayhem in a pretty powerful position, and once you capture this B flag, it's very difficult to retake it just with how many positions and high ground spots you can freely watch over, especially if you have death machines and tectonic topside screens. This is a very difficult player to deal with, especially when he wields the death machine.
Usage of streaks galore, and I was gonna almost say Na'Vi is spawning out deep near C. Good, great trouble for the likes of Mayhem as they're all kind of stuck in this mid corner of the map, but it's actually working out in their favor. You got Space watching over the C side and also helping in mid street for B. This is a huge power position for him.
But gives it up. And what? Why?
And gives up B.
Why? Awaken now all of a sudden has to come forward with Tectonic, and they will, but the flag still flips. Is there anybody else from Na'Vi who can stop this from reflipping immediately? Here they come off of spawn, but Tectonic, big win. They stack it. NYSL snatch up the B flag right back.
Creed just spawned near C side. I want to see a beeline to the C, win the gunfight against Little B, and maybe put yourselves back in the game. That's exactly what he's going to do as he goes for this contest, and now it's all going to be up to Kike to hold onto this A side as well. There's also a member of Na'Vi going through mid to go for B, but he actually does get shut down. So once again, 106-94. The flip should come here soon, but we do have player number 5, Don Lai, on the side of B.
Awaken spawned behind C still, even though Na'Vi were slipping the map around. So 99-109, Na'Vi controlling the B flag after all the chaos that just came through, and they still have Creed, who's all around this back C flag. You need to deplete this progress and then eventually find your way back in, work this brown building, maybe try to get back up top in screens, and if you can find a favorable kill feed, maybe you can stack for the B flag. Here comes the action. Awaken, Tectonic, first 2 kills, and Awaken is absolutely woke at the moment. Trophy system to go down. Tectonic finds a kill with the Dragonfire, and now when the Death Machine is out, they can try to stack, but Na'Vi still just keep funneling through any type of explosives you possibly can. The War Machine out to aid the effort, and all the progress that was made will be instantly depleted by Na'Vi.
Na'Vi is struggling with these power positions on street, but they've just decided to all 5 push out and get mid control, and that seems to be working. 130 to 110. They're looking to close this out here. Creed has been playing lights out in this series, just knocking Mayhem down time and time again, not only getting behind the spawns, but just outslaying them in this mid control. He's got a Death Machine as well whenever he decides to invest it. That chooses to be now. He does find one. He finds the second as well. 140 to 115. Na'Vi looking to take this series 2-1.
Creed just said, nail, meet coffin. This is looking all but done here for the 3rd map. Unbelievable spree from Creed. And that will be enough likely for them to walk their way into a map 3 victory and be up in the series 2-1 unless something immaculate happens here in the B flag. Wait a second, A's gonna flip. Do they have enough time to stack this B flag? No, they do not. It would have been an amazing comeback effort, but too little, too late, day late, dollar short, however you want to frame it up. Na'Vi, they take the edge, and hey, that's refreshing news for Na'Vi fans and terrifying news if you're a Mayhem fan.
I completely agree. Creed, wow. I mean, we saw him in the S&D and we see him in this domination as well. He has clearly been the X factor for Na'Vi in this series thus far.
Yeah, it's maybe in the tournament so far. Hard to say because Tribe hasn't lost a map yet. So, you know, whatever's happening over in that camp has got to be feeling pretty darn saucy. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. After a slow start for Na'Vi coming out of their opening heat, it looks like it's just going to be Creed putting everyone on his shoulders for a minute to get him a little bit taller. And my goodness, he found nearly 30 eliminations in that domination just specifically. You already mentioned his impact that he had during the Search and Destroy. So yeah, Creed's definitely sitting there saying, all right, boys, time to rally, trying to get back into this one. And so far, so good, as they'll be heading over to a map 4 with a 2-1 map lead. Again, the importance of this series, monumental when it comes down to what could potentially happen in this group, because there's a lot of action still to come. Mayhem still have to play Tribe, Na'Vi still have to play Stamina, but largely speaking, we look over the first 3 maps and you'll see kind of a tale of, I won't say 2 halves obviously, but this first hardpoint, things were looking good for Mayhem off the rip.
And it wasn't even like Mayhem was looking bad in that domination. I mean, they were using their streaks in a smart way. They got that B control. They had all of mid under their wing, but it was just too little too late, especially once Na'Vi started to, you know what, we're gonna 5 commit to this B site. We're not gonna leave somebody at A like we have been doing and give ourselves the numbers to take control and push up into street and statue and make sure that Mayhem just can't get past us. And that's what ended up closing them out for that domination. And speaking of stats, so speaking of Creed, after that domination, the amount of respawn kills that he got, I wonder if he's arguably the top contenders for the highest KD or in damage,
yeah.
Because Puckett actually gave me the interesting statistics. Solo right now is #1 in damage and KD for our tournament thus far, but after that domination, I'd like to see if Creed might be contesting that.
Yet to be determined as we take a look very quickly, as unfortunately a bit of a restart coming through for the map between Zygnus and Asilium. And again, it's kind of do or die time right now for Zygnus. 0-2 in the groups and down 0-2 in this 3rd match series. You take a look at the map scores right there. And look, here's the thing. Asilium also kind of a product of a very strange upset in heat #1. They've also stepped things back up. So for the EU region at large, expectations were high for Nova. They have not matched up to them yet. Expectations for Na'Vi and Asilium also pretty darn high coming in, and they've been able to at least bounce back after their very tragic first heats.
Asilium is one of those teams that once they get on a roll, it is really hard to stop them. And unfortunately for Zygnus, they just 3-0'd Mayhem in Heat 2, as we just saw Mayhem struggling now in our Heat 3. So Zygnus is probably just getting the brunt of that momentum.
Yeah, it'll be difficult, obviously, for the reverse sweep that they would have to find a way to get back into. But this heat, I still maintain, Allie, is a absolutely important one for so many squads. We're starting to see the results kind of come through in certain ways. Full house, Zygnus, both teams 0-2, absolutely needing a win. So far, looking like both will very well come up empty. So our attention then would have to go to what's happening with the teams that are 1-1, because being 1-2 with 2 very difficult matches to play leads to a very difficult path to qualify for tomorrow, which is where, again, all of our attention is mostly focused, simply due to the fact that only 2 teams will find a way to get out of their groups. We look over what's happened so far in that group standings, and the desk will be back with us here to kind of break down the action of maybe some of the things we've missed so far. So Bucket, Mommy, Bobby, let us know.
Thank you so much. We have Explicit looking clean at 3-0. Stamina improves to 2-1, and ARP is also there in the top 3 with a winning record. Over in Group B, though, it's been all Tribe in the NYSL versus Navi game. Clearly going to be the biggest one that is going on right now. Who is going to take the lead in the standings? This is going to make or break a tournament. Bobby Plays, any thoughts so far of what's happening here in our Group of Death? Group B's been nuts.
It's just been absolutely ridiculous. If you were going to tell me there's a very real chance that Zygnus is going to start this off 0-3, I would have thought that you were joking, but there's just so much talent right here. Obviously, Tribe really rising to the top right now. 3-0. For them to have not dropped in a single map in this group is absolutely ridiculous.
Chief Mommy, the game is starting, so I need this to be a yes or no. Does Asilium 3-0 and start Zygnus off 0-3?
Most definitely, Asilium has been doing really good. Zygnus, you better take a step back.
All right, it's time to hand it back to our casters. We got I Hold Shift and Alley Cat on the mic.
Thank you, 3. Really great look to see kind of how things have unfolded for the large majority from the first 3 heats for most of the squads so far. But we continue to now dive on in. Zygnus, do or die time, and great start here for the raid domination. They've already gotten the B flag, and really, with this position for Tatio, they're going to be able to contest this for a while, or are they? Balance, brilliant read, and all of a sudden, the Asilium looking to recontest.
0-2 in pool. Zygnus now down 0-2 in the series as well. They have to not only win this map, but win this series if they want to contest to that top 2 in our prizing. Now they've had a hot start. They have C and B under control, 20-13, though it is still only our opening breaks. Asylum here looking to push up here in circle. Not too many gunfights going their way, but they're getting some progress on the B side, but they're going to have to answer all 4 players of Zygnus.
Faints just said, later, Balance, I'm out. They were trying to double stack it, and Faints bails. And very well may actually pan out nicely for him with that little tactical retreat. Some progress being depleted. Faints trying to find him through the smoke. And as the search continues, he almost actually turns to see a second. But Chato can only do so much, and eventually the numbers for Asilium too good. The B flag now reflipped back over as we have an AB hold plus a player on the back from Balance looking for maybe a flip over towards the C home flag of Zygnus.
Balance doing what Balance does, constantly getting behind enemy lines. Some streaks actually getting called in pretty early as well, and Balance did just enough distraction to pull the Zygnus force off of the B side and let them get the cap, but they're looking to answer that fairly quickly as it seems Asilium is struggling to get this mid control for B side.
Yeah, maybe a bit over-aggressive or just a combination of multiple little things going wrong at the same time, leading to a perfect storm for Zygnus to retake B. Jazz, mid-map. Maybe trying to build an opportunity to work into red. That could be huge when it comes to trying to work their way over and contest ring. And that's exactly why. You come through screens, through a smoke, and you don't know who's looking at you or where from, and Zygnus will say, hey, there's about 3 of us looking at you. So clean plays, clean pickups, and the play around the back for Asilium also turned aside. So this first half looking very positive for Zygnus.
There was a really good double push on the side of Asilium to go over to the C side, but Cheeto he gets the read on and he pushed on the C side, and he had a teammate with him. Not that he needed him though, because he got both kills under his wing, and now he's just holding on to the C side while his teammates watch over B. Jazz getting a couple kills in mid here, maybe getting some control, but 64-45, only so much damage that can be padded here.
Yeah, really solid stuff here for Zygnus. Brilliant opening to get the first 2 flags. Brilliant recovery to turn it back aside as Asilium only were able to flip the B flag once in this first half. Looking like it's going to be a 75, probably 50, which is really not bad overall when you look at it from Asilium's POV. But for Zygnus, this is why. Why use 2 Predator missiles when you're already going to win the half? Like, that is what I look at and say, this is a mistake. Like, now all of a sudden off the break, you don't have that, and you're on the weaker side trying to get over to B.
I completely agree with you. I saw those streaks being called in the end, and I'm looking at Marvel, who's just sitting on a death machine right now, looking to save that and capitalize it here in the second half, which is exactly what they should be doing. So maybe Asilium could be low-key in the driver's seat more than we think based on the score alone, 75-50. Again, on our other screen, we have Navi versus NYSL Mayhem. They are now up 2-1 in the series, but actually down and out in this hard point as Mayhem is looking to take this 42-3.
Yeah, remember, NYSL Mayhem nearly shut out Zygnus on the raid hardpoint when they played in their first heat. It ended up being a 150-56, but it was 133-0 at one point in time. So what I'm getting at is if you're Na'Vi, you're starting to sweat already considering it's 44-3. Then we'll take our attention over to that direction as it looks like NYSL are off to another hot start here. Trade's looking favorable. Thumper's coming in, but down line. Nice little play. Tectonic trying to find him and deal with him, and will be able to do so 3 in a row for him. And now turning his attention over to Money Window, as that is exactly where Na'Vi is spawning up from.
To be fair, should they get all the scrap time, it puts them right back into this game, so don't want to call it out yet as some streaks actually get invested as well because it seems Na'Vi realizes this as well, but they're just getting smoked out of this by Mayhem. 56-3, 17 seconds left. They might get that in their hand, but the Thumper on the side of Veer has something to say about that. And the biggest problem right now is looking at your mini-map. There is no rotation out of the likes of Na'Vi, so we'll check back in with them later and hopefully don't see anything too scary. But Zygnus versus Asilium, they are 94-69. Zygnus looking to finally take a map in this series.
You got to remember, no Predator missiles, and look at this full force coming from the front here. Asilium starting to make some progress onto B. Envoy looking, finding, but trades keep going back and forth. Only one more member for Asilium still left around the B flag. That was Faints. And he actually committed to Death Machine, only taking down one with him. So now Chado, outside ring, has an SKS. Stunned. Shark on the hunt. Takes care of him. And once again, red arrows start to flood on in towards the B flag. That stack's going to be good. And this is, look, I don't mean to just over-harp on it, but we talk about cause and effect. You've got no bailout. You've got no Predator missiles there to recontest if you're Zygnus and you lose gunfights. So now all of a sudden, the Asilium can start digging into this deficit and potentially flip the lead if they can hold this AB setup, or pardon me, CB setup.
Not only that, is if they keep going on these streaky moments here, they're going to have streaks of their own to invest as well. But as soon as we say that, B's control is completely lost as all 5 members of Zygnus push up onto circle and regain this control. I don't know how Asilium keeps losing these power positions.
Does Jazz make a play for A here? He spawns backside basketball. Sure, the B flag will flip, but now number 2 in red has a chance to flank around the backside of jungle, and this pinch could be super devastating. Envoy up front, not going to read anything. Shark, Jazz combining for the first 2, and that's full-on wipe. That's laundry control. That's an opportunity to stack, but Envoy had actually earned up a Predator missile. Makes good use of it, and then Kimwax. Death Machine in the play. That'll be good for a double. Cluster Strike will now rain down as Zygnus have built up and accrued enough score streaks to keep this B flag in their favor, and they grow their lead closer to 150.
Asilium have to get the double cap here now, 126-103. They just do not have time anymore. They need to start investing all that they can. All 5 members of Zygnus are going to try and regain control of this side, and that's 3 for the side of Zygnus. Na'Vi, Asilium just not being able to win these gunfights.
Balancer on the back is going to have to stay here to cap the A flag. The problem is Zygnus can just win off of 1 flag, and they're bunkered up all in and around the B flag. They're actually spawning ring right now. So can you make a play to just hold on to this? Will someone maybe have the awareness, maybe try to make a solo play back over towards C? Maybe not happen, as Zygnus will actually send 2 members back over to A. That will put this one out of reach. Asilium gave it a go, and thought maybe for a second there was an over-investment from Zygnus with the score streaks at the end of the half that was all but over, but they still put together a brilliant second half there on raid domination. They extend the series as they will find their first map against Asilium, an important matchup, obviously, to stay alive in this tournament. But looking back over to the left side of our screen, 68-99, not nearly the runaway that we saw from Mayhem earlier in this tournament, as Na'Vi are definitely fighting back.
Big comeback from Na'Vi as we first checked in on them, down almost 60 points, 108-68 though. They need to start getting into the hill. Now Goliath is going to be standing in the mid-map here though right now, as it might find 1 or 2. It is still almost about full health. Managing to stay alive, a little bit of contest coming out of Na'Vi here. I mean, this is everything going in this mid-hill shift.
Honestly, not bad, though, from Veer, just to contest even a little bit longer against this Goliath. And now, Little B has to rotate. It's never fun rotating with a Goliath, and you see exactly why. But while that's all occurring, you know, Mayhem did still pick up the scrap time, so the lead starts to grow incrementally more. But you look at the setup coming up for what's the next hard point right around ring. More blue arrows than red at the moment, but Nero has an opportunity to work through this laundry window, and he may be contested by Veer here. Smoked out. Veer coming around the back side, but Awaken will deal with him. So numbers now starting to spill on into the hard point as Na'Vi still hold the status in favor of this first hill, but NYSLM getting a really good look to try to break this up.
very scrappy back and forth. Na'Vi is trying to hang in there. They got to play a little bit of perfect hard point here, and that might be what they're looking to do is they might break 100 points here. They can't win it off of this one. They got to get that early rotation on Mayhem as well, which is looking a little bit down low. Little B utilizing his death machine currently and getting a couple kills, but they don't have control just yet. They finally get in. Only 8 seconds needed. I don't think anybody's going to be close enough to contest.
War Machine from down the line. Finds 2 with it. Space. Trying to contest in. Oh boy. Watches the cross. Second one tallied. Third one around the corner. No! Quike keeps it alive, but I mean,
it's on the shoulders of down lane.
Look at the rotation going over to 2 here. Yeah, there's just overwhelmed this down line. And now it's just down to 1 more attempt here for Na'Vi. Have to break on your first attempt. Creed does not wait for help, which, to be fair, is very delayed. So with that, NYSLM will be able to get the kills, tally things up. Favorable spawns in the back, but no one's going to be able to touch the Death Machine of Tectonic. That will be map number 4, and that will send us into a map 5 situation. 2-2 the map count, and NYSLM still looking very dangerous on the raid hardpoint. I'll say this one out loud for any coaches that may be listening. You find yourself playing Mayhem, ban that map out of the picture. Don't play them there.
I'm happy to see this series go the distance now as we're heading into a map 4 and a map 5 in our series are left over. Na'Vi, I'm happy to see them not be down and out though yet in that hard point. As we first checked in on them, you know, we've seen Mayhem do mayhem when it comes to the respawn with some asinine numbers. So the fact that Na'Vi was able to hang in there gives me some hope going into the S&D.
Here's the thing though. Na'Vi and Search so far today have been relatively absent. So if there was ever a time to step back up, clutch up a map 5, put yourself 2-1 in the groups, it would have to be right here. Because Mayhem's bread and butter, you know, going through stage 2, going through stage 4, was their search and destroy. Largely because Little B's sniper presence was very much so unrivaled throughout a lot of the North American region. So I think there are a lot more questions. Hey, we said this last time we were here. What were going to be the questions for Na'Vi? We now have them ready to go as we look back over the highlights from what we've seen so far from these 2 Goliaths. Although no mechs on screen right now. But the thing about it is Na'Vi staying resilient through the respawn's great, but they really have to come together with a solid map 5 wherever it takes us.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
This is the strength going into the search and destroy for Na'Vi. If somebody takes out Little B, scream it out and just run. Scream it out and run, because Mayhem, when they lose their main sniper, especially really early in a round, they tend to really slow down and struggle on their decision-making of where they're going to go. So I think if Na'Vi kind of capitalizes on that and kind of gets in their face and gets aggressive, they might be able to sweep the S&D out from them.
While we're waiting for that map 5, we tally back into what's happening in map 4 between Zygnus and Asilium. It's hard point on takeoff, and Zygnus, strong start here so far.
Oh, okay, I'll take the momentum switch here off of that domination. 22-10. As soon as we say that, it should be evened out here. But as we're looking at rotation, it looks like Zygnus might be the first to touch it.
Positions are strong for right now, but good patience here from Faints as he's just kind of playing his life and actually gets rewarded with an elimination of the Kimwax. And with that, spawns flip. So you're absolutely right. Zygnus was looking like they were in a great spot, but one player gets kind of missed in the count, and it's Faints who's able to turn spawns into Asilium's favor, and in the same moment, they also open up the second hard point in their name. One more player around the back for Zygnus. That was Kimwax. Dealt with as a double comes through for Shark. And now all of a sudden, a break required for Zygnus from the front.
Unfortunately, with what I'm seeing, it's looking like a scary amount of time going to go in the hands of Asilium as Shark finds 2, and they're looking to hold this for the rest of these 30 seconds. As these players are all 4 trying to enter in from one side. Shark takes down 1 before he gets wiped out. 28 seconds left, and actually good break from Zygnus, 43-30, keeping this game close.
The thing is, the next move that has to happen has to come from Zygnus. They're spawning favorably right now for this hard point, but they need to get across the map at some point in time, and Asilium are doing whatever they can to make that rotation difficult. A couple of nice kills, though, for Zygnus, as the kill feed largely goes red to TO on a handful in a row, but eventually turned aside by Faints. Balance also getting the picture from the opposite side of the map, and that may be just enough for Asilium. Even though down 3, they should have a favorable look here as this hard point opens up the next 2 seconds.
Jazz and Faints pushed out really far into mid, and that actually made Jazz spawn out across the map, which I was very worried about for a second here to give Zygnus that deep spawn over by the next P3, excuse me, but thankfully they hang on and get the kills, but the collapse is what I'm worried about here. Only 2 members on the side of Vasilium are going to be in the hill. One to get shut down, and now the collapse is coming in from the side of Zygnus. If they all wait for each other and hit this, get the trades going in their favor, this could be a lot of time in their hands.
It's a play from Generators, but here comes Vasilium trying to reinforce as much as humanly possible. They're not going to get here in time as Just turns the hard point into a lovely shade of red. Vasilium still spawning close, though, trying to work for maybe a bit of a rotation as a couple of players kind of gave up on the hardpoint re-break and then wanted to play for the top left side of the map, and it's not going to work out all that well for them, but Balance, other designs in mind, comes through with 2. And Zygnus, who can still contest this, have to win a couple of the next upcoming gunfights. Marvel with a double, but weakened up. We'll find no more than that. So with 6 seconds to boot, Vasilium very well may try to get in, but I love the play from Jado. Just make life a little bit more difficult for as long as possible, and then just walk right on into this 4th hard point as it opens up here in the next couple of seconds.
Although Vasilium does have the lead, it doesn't feel like they're in the driver's seat. Zygnus breaking into the hill they had no business getting into. Not only that, they also have the spawns as well and the early rotation going into our next hill, and Tatio is looking to find a second. It is still lighting up red, pretty back and forth here. If both teams are spawning right next to this hard point, time will be in favor of Vasilium for now. A good retake out of them.
And I was about to say, we've seen very little, any sort of operators or score streaks coming through. Finally, death machines get brought out in a very tight back and forth affair. Most of it being called from Vasilium's point of view. 2 death machines on the floor right now. Obviously, the one for Shark used to clear off the hard point. It's Faints who's using his to try to make sure nobody can contest. And as Zygnus finally deal with 1, they will then follow up by dealing with the second. So, hey, not bad overall. It's a heck of a commitment for Vasilium. They used 3 death machines for the 4th hard point, and this game is still breachable for Zygnus' point of view.
What was so bad about that is the fact they called the death machine out and they were looking one way, but they had split spawns. So the second the death machine turned around for the more favorable spawn to get all of Zygnus out. That is also when Artatio and Just was able to come in through the back and shoot the death machine in the back and almost making it useless. 104 to 69 now as we're heading into our last couple of hard points. We're going right back to P1 into mid. Control looking in the hands of Vasilium as they find 3 members of Zygnus.
Oh, this is dangerous. I think worst case scenario here for Zygnus is you have to start committing your specialists on what is normally very scrappy hill, and the zoning from Vasilium so good. Available as a sentry turret. I don't believe I got called fully in, but Faints has earned it at least as he is going to be respawned back in. Tio up top. Brilliant position. Faints going to commit the Predator missile first. That's good for 2. And right back into the hill go Vasilium. And at a certain point, Zygnus, you've got to commit something here. You can't keep letting Vasilium just get free time.
Tatio looks a little bit lost right now as he was waiting for his teammates. Possibly he will find 2 and free up the hard point, but there's only 20 seconds left there. They got to start working on new. As you can see on your mini-map, that's already 3 blue players waiting for this retake now. 13 seconds left, and only need 20 seconds to take the map and the series 3-1.
Got to start calling in some things here. Envoy's got to rotate with this death machine. He has to be huge because now the sentry turret does get called in. 128 to 90. Sentry down. Balance, Faints, Shark all over this hard point. And they're going to put a second. Oh, they're just repositioning. I was going to say this had a second one he's already been able to learn, but no. It's the same one, but it's going to zone off the back staircase. Now you can just throw nades on the stairs, and you would think that this would be favorable. Death machine also coming in, but Zygnus using some of their own. Envoy for 2. The full pinch coming out, and it looks like Zygnus will turn the tides for now, but more required, and it's not going to fully be there as Vasilium still spawning close. Have a chance to continue to flood numbers on in, even though the sentry gun is down. The raw vanilla weapons seem to be doing the trick just fine.
They're contesting for just enough, though, for their cavalry to come in through the back. 140 to 93, only 10 seconds left. It's Zygnus coming out on top in this hill, but again, they have to play perfect hard point here if they want to sweep this map under the rug. 4 members of the Vasilium sliding in. The trades are back and forth. No serious time going to either side. Jazz is going to be the one left on top in the hill. 8 more seconds left. That's another kill on the side of Jazz. 19 kills over on our bottom right. There's only so many things Zygnus can do at this point. 1 more second. Vasilium's going to take the series 3-1.
Man, what a weird battle that was. A lot of it just came down to who was going to pull out death machines first. And Vasilium said, we are. And, you know, the 3 that they pull, it gets them the favor through the 4th hard point. And then at a certain point, Zygnus just get completely zoned away from Fountain. And there's never really a good chance for them to use any streaks or specialists of their own to snowball. But we jump on into the search and destroy. Na'Vi has been, I would say, in tatters for the search and destroy based on what we've seen so far on the day. But here in the first opening round at Hackney Yard, 4v2 situation as Little Beast trying to fight back what would technically be a 2v5 overall.
Hackney Yard, search and destroy. Bomb laid down, 30 seconds on the clock. On the A side, it is a 1v4, by the way. Tectonic actually will get shut down fairly quickly, as I was thinking maybe it was possible. Na'Vi up 1-0 in the S&D. Don't you love Hackney Yard S&D? I know it's your favorite map, Chef.
It is. It is my favorite map. Yeah, because you know, now we don't have to just worry about nades. We also worry about thumpers that can be used on these initial set pieces. So I would say a lot of favoritism towards the offense just to get over to the state side, especially if you can get trophies down, which Mighty's able to do. Shorty in hand. Tracks down one, Veer another. That was a more long-range fight, and then Don Lai able to get involved, and the first 3 kills perfect for Na'Vi.
The aggression out of Mighty was huge there. I mean, he just pushed right into bottom garage and pushed to the other side and got a free 2 kills. And not only that, his teammates traded out around Warehouse Tectonic. Once again, left by himself in top Warehouse. 1v4, 30 seconds on the clock with bomb planted once again. It's basically a replay of round 1.
All right, so first 2 offensive rounds that we've seen so far. Na'Vi, heavy spam, the nades to mid, get Veer set up, watch mid containers. He found 3 kills that round, I'm pretty sure. And everyone else just gets trophies down over towards Warehouse, and they full flood. There has not been a response for that yet. And it looks like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as Na'Vi's going to be largely doing the exact same thing. But this time Awaken gets a trophy of his own down, needs to win this first battle, and does. Help from Little B above as he takes down Veer. So the middle of the map becomes more open, and a snapper from Awaken. That's going to do well for a 3v2, and the positioning for the first time favorable for Mayhem. The only player who's escaped the onslaught is Creed. He's on the other side of the map.
Mayhem not letting that happen a third time as all 5 players flooded into bottom Warehouse and get those opening kills as they already knew exactly where Na'Vi was going to be. Creed, though, we've seen him do crazier things today in a 1v3. Bomb is down, and all of Mayhem knows this as well. Looks like he's going to try and creep his way up top Warehouse. He does. Oh, he doesn't finish the kill, but he does pull out the thumper. He doesn't find anybody with that. Unfortunately, now they have the information about where he is. He could waste a minute on the clock, though.
It's just that was your one avenue that you spent so much time to clear. You have no idea where anybody is through mid-map. There could be someone in useless for all you know. And Creed just doing a 360, kind of giving us that sentiment that, yeah, nothing is safe at the moment, but he does find his position top L. Clears back barrels, no one in the home. 2 players stacked inside garage as the thumper has already been mostly expended. And yeah, this is just the smart play for Mayhem. Group up, play trades. Don't let Creed do anything incredible again. And it looks like Creed will continue to just finesse as much as humanly possible. He's still got 35 seconds to work with. I mean, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, we're on a tour with Creed right now through Hackney Yard. Right now we're going through mid crates.
And if you look to your left.
Yeah. If you're looking down the back here, you might check this corner. We're going to see the inside of Warehouse here shortly. Checks out a body on top crate.
This is actually really good for Creed. He knows there's nobody top L. There's nobody mid.
He's like, where are they?
He has to know they're all inside. Wait a second. Ah, but he doesn't expect Tectonic to be stacked up with them. I was about to say, he cleared off enough work. It's just the only thing he would have missed is the quad barrels down low in front of the garage, and I think he was thinking someone else was going to be there. But he gave himself a look at it. 5-1 through 3 rounds for Creed as he continues to be the search and destroy savior for Na'Vi. At least so far, don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
Bomb is going to be in the hands of Kike. He's stunned out in mid, currently crates. No push into A this time. It looks like they learned their lesson that it no longer works to flood inside. As you see, Awaken's actually pushed up into bottom Warehouse, just waiting for somebody to peek through this door. That is basically A, done and dusted. They could possibly make a rotation over to the B side here. The only thing they have to worry about is Tectonic in deep spawn. Little B is still in spawn too as well, I guess, with the snipper.
I was about to say, not a lot of utility has been used yet, though, for Na'Vi, so they could maybe bait a rotation to B by throwing a smoke or 2 and then sending all their nades into Warehouse. Kike with bomb has already done that. Veer, mid-map, takes care of Little B. Again, that long-range sniper battle, so pivotal for both sides' POVs. And Veer tilts the advantage now in round 4 towards Na'Vi, but still not committing to the bomb site yet.
Creed has got to be screaming out that there's nobody on the B site, and it looks like the bomb carrier finally listened to making the deep rotation to make over to that side. They do have to worry about Tectonic, but if Creed plays how we know Creed does, he should get the drop on this guy because he doesn't know he's behind him. He wins the gunfight. That is B completely open. Finally, bomb will make its way over to that side. Unfortunately, I guess there was some miscommunication there because a lot of the Na'Vi players are still by Warehouse.
Look, Creed doesn't have to move. He can stay here.
Yeah.
Don Lai's mid-map. He's got all of front L controlled. Bomb's going to be planted for free, but Creed over peaks. Look, I don't mean to oversell the kill, but it's an important one for Mayhem if they were going to find a way to retake. The big question now is, which side do you want to hit? As you've got no information on anybody else, but Veer with the pistol caught out. Timing is good. Now the scope. Space over the top. Throws some shots his way. Veer will reposition. Don Lai up top playing the clutch spot. Nowhere else for him to go besides just here, playing for sound, and Veer says, I got you. Last player left is Nero. 1v3 required, not going to get past the first. Na'Vi up 3-1 after 4.
I love that play call from Veer because he has his two teammates that are like, we're watching the bomb, and he knows they have to rotate from warehouse. He knows they're all stacked inside of A. So he re-travels over through his spawn, checks mid, and gets a free kill with the pistol that typically, you know, normal 1v1 who would not win. And not only that, then gets to snipe across mid as well, which could have been a scary situation for Na'Vi should he not done that and they got shot in the back. So they are now up 3-1 in the S&D. Again, this is game 5, tied 2-2, NYSL Mayhem versus Na'Vi. Bomb now looking to make its way into A once again. Kike gets a couple shots to the dome though and suddenly decides that's not the best idea I've ever had and backs up.
But Veer, just kind of looking at the minimap, both number 3s are your snipers. I was going to say, Veer actually had the angle on Little B first, took a shot and pushed Little B into a reposition. He tried to go back docks and Veer was waiting for him the entire time. So another sniper win for Na'Vi. Every time they've won that battle, they've won the round. Will this one hold true as well for round 5? Last one of the half before we swap. Kike still looking for an opportunity to make their way in, and maybe they're just waiting for Na'Vi's scopes to kind of just take over the middle of the map again and then eventually go. Looks like that may be the case as Mani has a scope of his own playing deep, but off this pixel peak space, SKS. Impressive, but only gets one. Now it's down to Awaken. 3 contestants in front of him. Finds the first. Needs the double and triple up behind that. Gets the thumper out. Damage is good. Takes a second with his life, which is fine because Nero can play his back trade. And all of a sudden, after the first blood, Mayhem find themselves recovering after an early 4v5 situation.
They got that kill on Little B, and I was like, perfect, this is where you need to push up and play aggressive in warehouse, and that's what they did. But Awaken, the fact that he got those free 2 kills there that he had no business getting, I mean, those trades were there. There was 3 players. There's no reason Na'Vi shouldn't have shut him down before he did that much damage, and now we have Veer stuck in a 1v2. Not impossible. Bomb is down in warehouse though, so he has to know that there's going to be somebody watching over it. Once again, a little bit of a replay, watching all of our corners, but if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be Veer.
He's got type 25 to work with as well. A little bit of a fool me once situation there. Don't stack garage on me, he says. But Nero slides out. So you make a really good point. You take care of Little B mid-map. Where is Na'Vi's presence mid-map then after that? There is none.
Yeah.
You just full flood into warehouse as if you didn't just win a big sniper battle mid-map. You had nobody contesting top L stairs, and I think there's a missed opportunity as we swap the sides.
I think they were just a little too stuck on getting into warehouse because they had those first 2 rounds that worked out really well, and then Mayhem quickly took care of that in our round 3. So after that, once you get that pick on Little B, mid-map is free. If you have the bomb on A site, just re-wrap towards B. Clearly that works fairly easy. Once you get control of that site, you send Creed up into spawn, you sit in corners, and you just wait it out. But they were so obsessed with pushing that A site that they kind of fell through near the end. And as we're heading into this again, 3-2, 4v4 right now. Bomb is actually making its way towards the B side on the likes of NYSL Mayhem. They are the attacker now.
That was a big trade from Awaken. It's going to force Veer to now reposition to help watch over the B site.
Enemy contact.
Sees nades come over the top. Awaken making the first play down towards the B side. He does not have the bomb though. That has to come by way of Nero. Now as they kind of trade places, Nero will come up. Little jump peek action. Little B though comes out of the doorway at the perfect timing. But Creed from top 3 has a free look. Takes care of the bomb carrier. The bomb now dropped, not planted. And we go 3v3.
He's reading the push from the back of spawn as well as he drops down, waiting for somebody to come for the trade, but Awaken finds kill on Don Lion, bottom green. Bombs does still need to go down. This is not impossible for Na'Vi. They are in a 2v3. Somebody needs to check it, though. Miney might just be a little too late on it, as instead takes down the trophy and will get shut down by Awaken.
Yeah, you could see that he was looking for Tectonic. No one had seen him yet that map, or this round, rather. But Creed, what do you have left in the tank here, brother? Aced in a search and destroy earlier on takeoff. No chance to get the 1v3 here as Tectonic just held his position mid-map, and we get locked up at 3-3. And, you know, here's the interesting thing. First round, we've seen either team take towards B, and Mayhem find success. So what do Na'Vi do, maybe positionally off the break here to try to respond to that?
I hate to call out stats, but Space is 1 in 6. So Na'Vi across the board, I mean, you have Kike sitting at 2 and 3, but that's not even that bad. It seems like Na'Vi is in the driver's seat, but something just makes them all fall apart. And Bomb's actually already made its way up to the B site. Good Lord, that's going to be the fastest plant I think we've seen today. There is number 3, Veer in the deep back with a sniper, but he unfortunately does not able to pick anybody up. Bomb goes down for free. Now complete bomb green control is in the hands of NYSL Mayhem.
The pick from Veer, though, does open up Mani. Maybe a chance to move around the back, but the player you had called out, Space tallies the second elimination here in the round. Now from the front, Na'Vi trying to force their way forward. And not going to happen. Awaken Space just over the top of the jump wall. No chance, no how. And now the interesting question has been, I mean, because look, the first 7 rounds has seen both snipers go mid-map. Defensively for Kike, he's been the only player putting his attention towards B, and he's just playing top office. He needs some help, clearly. And what is the play going to be, and how about it? This time, Miney moving away from Warehouse. He's going to try to help out. Or just reposition.
Creed specifically needing some help here as the second Veer gets taken down, and Mayhem know to capitalize on that. And they know to capitalize that one of the big gunners, one of the big Goliaths on the side of Na'Vi is taken down, but Na'Vi's struggling. Na'Vi's struggling when they take down Little B. They still play slow. They still allow themselves to get out-rotated. 3v5, though. Na'Vi looking to retake this bomb. Still make his way towards the B side, but unfortunately all by himself. Miney's going to be one to answer that. It's going to be Miney versus Nero. The gunfight's going through. Nobody falls just yet, though, as they manage to stay alive.
And Creed's in just a menace of a spot. With numbers, he's guaranteed one, you would have to think. His teammates would be there for any trades as well, kind of playing the backside of the site. And look, the little kind of tag team tag out there where Miney says, Kike, you know, thanks for trying, but let me do something a little bit unexpected. Takes the KRM top office. That'll work in close range almost every time, and it catches Mayhem a bit off guard. So that's the response in this round as the chess game continues, and Mayhem have to figure out what moves are left to make here with this 3v5 and 50 seconds on the clock.
50 seconds is a lot of time, but it looks like Creed's about to get his free kill that he was waiting for. He will find one, push his way across top so he doesn't get traded out, and nobody was even actually there for the trade. Miney now pushing up spawn as well, finds one of his own. That was bomb. 30 seconds on the clock. Na'Vi hanging in there to tie it up 4-4.
That is such a cheeky strategy, though, for Miney to sit there and say, I got this. Let me play top office. Let me show you how it's done. So a slippery defensive setup, and now the question goes back to Mayhem's camp. You know, this is the first time you've been matched and bested over by B. Do you maybe try to over-invest a couple of utilities to say, if you want to take the KRM up top, here's 3 stuns to deal with? And that very well may be the case. I mean, they're continuing forward, and they're just going to play trades. So they're actually going to beat number 5 in Kike over, who's going to be up top, but he's got an SMG this time, pretty much top type 25. And as he sees that the threat is imminent, he backs away to hold his life, and Creed will follow up with the thumper for first blood.
You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't think he meant to fall off there.
Well, we'll say
I'm going to be honest. I don't think he meant to fall off there, but it might work out in his favor as they do find first blood on Mayhem. Bomb is now stuck in green as all of Na'Vi have rotated over from the warehouse to collapse onto the site to regain control.
This little chess game happening over in the top set office has been a very interesting one. Monty actually still holds on to the KRM, but as he loses his first opponent, he realizes, okay, got to back up, changes the angle. So dirty. You dirty boy. So a 5v3. And now all of a sudden, again, you're left with Mayhem. It's like you're playing chess, but you just have pawns to play with. What do you do here against 2 bishops and a queen?
You know how to play shift? You know how to play chess shift?
I'm really bad at it, but I do know
really bad at chess. I'm really bad at chess,
bad.
too. Na'Vi isn't, though. 5v3. 48 seconds on the clock. Bomb still needs to go down. Awaken will find one. He's going to find another one. Doing turns for the easy read. 3v2. Big 2 out of Awaken there. Plenty of time to put Bomb down, but they could just get the kills instead. As Little B finish is the last kill. 5-4. I lied. I don't think Na'Vi knows how to play chess either.
Look, I know Bobby is obviously with NYSL, but NYSL Mayhem looking like Bobby Fischer right there in this chess game. That was a very forced reference. I apologize. But it's 5-4 nonetheless. Mayhem again. This is map 5 in a very important matchup between these 2 squads. And first blood comes by way of Nero. First time we've seen Mayhem attack over towards A. Na'Vi scrambling to reposition to even contest this whatsoever. And they may be just a little bit too late to the party.
I'm assuming Space heard me when I called out his KD earlier because he's quickly put himself on the board. I believe sitting at 6 and 7 currently. First blood also now in the hands of Mayhem, looking to close out this game 5, 6-4. 5v4 as well in how it does it. Bomb should go down for A at free.
Looking like it will. The only player watching the flank at the moment is going to be Little B. Space up front. We've asked the question, can he be match up? And Creed will find one. That'll maybe open the door just a touch. Donline now sliding across the top L. The long player on the back is Veer, but Little B, when the kill matters most, he finds it. So now 2v3 situation. Kike Donline. Last chance here for Na'Vi to try to send this to a round 11. And they're going to play this from opposite sides. Last time we saw this, NYSL, they full stacked in the garage, but that's not going to be the case this time around. It's Awaken and Tectonic who will deal with it. And a massive matchup here in heat number 3 goes the way of the NYSL Mayhem in 10 rounds on Hackney Yard. And that puts Na'Vi in a bit of a, well, very treacherous situation. They're now 1-2 in the groups as Mayhem have built in a little bit of extra life for them, going 2-1 in a very stacked group up.
Somebody help my boys Veer and Creed.
That's so true.
Somebody help my
So
boys
true.
Veer and Creed. Veer with the sniper hitting the flank with a pistol. Like, come on, man. You got Creed doing 1v5. Somebody help my mans. But Mayhem, they looked, when they win rounds, like, it was incredibly convincing. It was very quick. But sometimes, man, it was just like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those that we continue to mention, the fact that Navi's Search and Destroy has been a little bit lacking so far on the day, save Creed's takeover on takeoff. But still, that one, a bane in their existence, a bit of a thorn in the side, if you will. Navi in a really interesting spot now because they still have to play up against Stamina at the very end of the day. I believe they have Zygnus coming up next, and that very well could put them to 2-2, but still, at this point, you're 1-2. You have to essentially hope for tiebreaker situations to get into the top 2 of your group.
And that's the toughest thing, you know, doing the math, what all the other teams have to do, and I'm sure that's a lot of what our lower end of the groups are doing, and they're doing the math. All right, this team needs to do this, and this team needs to win or lose this because we are almost down and out. We're going to watch the replays now from the match that we just got. Navi versus NYSL Mayhem. Now, Shift, is this what you predicted going into this? NYSL Mayhem, okay, they win their first match in the Heat 1-3-0. Then they drop down in Heat 2 0-3, and now they win their match against Navi 3-2.
It's really interesting because one of the biggest things for Mayhem that I always put in favor when you look at what their corner has to offer is that they do things that are very different from other squads. That time, it's a lot of success by hitting the B site. But if you miss anything of your own gameplay, again, Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III with the rewind time feature will allow you to clip your own plays and turn into your own Bobby plays, where you can just go ahead and upload them to YouTube and you can look better maybe than him or Hawk's Nest or any of those guys that are out there.
Absolutely, and now we throw it back to Bobby Plays as he needs to defend himself against the slander from the timeline.
I mean, it's not tough to look better than Hawk's Nest. It's pretty easy. It's easy to look better than me, but just about anybody can look better at Hawk's Nest.
We love you, Hawk. We got to talk a little bit about that last game, Bob, because let's be honest, NYSL did not deserve the W. That second to last round, a 5v3 is choked by Navi. And Creed was popping off this entire time. Navi is going to be kicking themselves. The team's got to be furious, but it's still going to be anyone's game here in the group stages. A lot of games still to be played. How are you feeling personally, though? Because I know that game had you stressed.
Oh, I mean, I've got a headache trying to calculate all the possible different scenarios. I feel like Doctor Strange when he's like sitting there calculating the 14 million different universes and figuring out which one they win in. That's me trying to figure out who's going to move on to the next stage.
And Beef Mommy, we got to take a look at the big picture here. We have round 4, Heat 4 coming up, we should say. But here's what happened in round 3. Another big win for Stamina from the EU. ARP gets the win over Nova. What's the biggest surprises? What are the biggest moves here from Heat 3?
Ooh, biggest move for me, Stamina. That is going to be a very important win on their end because obviously they had so much against them, but against Skade, looking so fresh in that first 2 heats, but really just faltering at the very end. So yeah, for me, Stamina looking really good here for the next heat.
We got to take a look at our overall numbers, and a big shout out to Europe. Asilium sitting at 2-1. I think is a surprise of the tournament for a lot of us working on the broadcast side of things. ARP from NA had a shaky start. They have righted the ship, now sitting at 2-1 as well. And as you can see, we have our front runners at the top of that box. Still anyone's game. Everyone's still trying to play spoilers. But we had one person who is making a statement. And I think even though his team is 1-2, we are going to see Creed doing more of this. Let's take a look back at some of his incredible S&D performances. He started that game 5, by the way, 6-1, but this was the first S&D, and he gets the full-on ace, Beef Mommy.
The ace was just absolutely crazy, and for him to pull it off in a map like Takeoff, which is so huge with just this gun, and that really proves no matter what gun you use, it really matters what kind of skill the player has. Not only that, he just pulls out every single time, not only in the search and destroys, but also in all of the respawns.
Creed clutching up the 1v2. That was part of his 5K round as he takes out the entire opposition. I love what we're seeing out of Navi. Unfortunately, I hate their scoreboard. Their story is going a different route, but NYSL is heating up, and they still have to play Tribe Gaming. Is that the biggest match of the day, Bobby?
I think it's going to be. It could very well come down to how these next couple play out because there are still tons of scenarios that could result in different teams making it there. We have Asilium going up against Navi still to be played. We also have, Tribe? I can't even remember. There's a lot of people that can still make it.
I got great news, Bobby. We have to go to a break. During that break, we'll run the numbers and we'll update you with everything coming up your way in heat number 4.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The one, gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? You ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over, move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
1v1.
Bang! What in the world?
Hi, I'm Space from the team NYSL Mayhem.
Hello, I'm Little B from Team NYSL Mayhem, and I'm going to be playing in the Western region of the Stage 5 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Playing like fluidly was a little bit of an issue for us, and I mean we've kind of come a long way from there.
Putting everybody on the same page is really key. That was one of the challenges we hit in Stage 4. It's the last tournament of the year, so we're going to give it all we got.
To see like such diverse people come together and play for a team is just kind of a cool little thing.
As a kid, I always really wanted to make esports as a career. Who doesn't want to play video games for a living, right?
I mean, right now, Call of Duty is basically my full-time job. I mean, I stream, I make content, and I play in tournaments. I compete competitively, so I love it.
I love it, you know, representing your region especially is really important for me. I mean, I'm representing the US, but I'm also representing Mongolia as well. So it's really important for me to represent, you know, and also, you know, play against other regions because it's the competitiveness. Also, you have the nation backing you up. It's something we love to play for.
Thank you for the support. I'm Space from the team NYSL Mayhem, and I hope you'll be cheering us on to take home that trophy.
Thank you for the support. I am Little B from team NYSL Mayhem, and hope you'll be cheering us lift that trophy. Peace out, guys.
And we are back live from Los Angeles. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Finals here. And of course, we are here in the World Championship for the Western Finals, right? We are seeing the best of the best from North America, Latin America, and Europe go toe-to-toe in one of our favorite mobile titles of all time. And our storylines, some of them are intact. A lot of them are just starting. But if you're an NYSL fan, you can see why this team is so loved. Little B representing Mongolia as well as NA here. He has been putting on a show, and he popped off big in that Game 5 to keep them in the running. The storyline for us, though, Idle Shift, is who is coming out of that Group B, because there's two teams with 1 and 2 records, and one of them's got to beat Tribe to give someone else hope.
Look, that's the beauty in some ways of seeing 4 1-1 squads. You're going to come away with 2-1 teams and 1-2 teams. For the 2-1 teams, you control your own destiny by winning out. The 1-2 teams, you have to win out. That's the big kind of storyline right now. And even if you do fully win out, you're still hoping for tiebreaker situations at that point.
Alley Cat, what's been the best part of your day? Because we talked about not knowing what to expect from the other regions. You and I watched Europe together. Well, we have seen a lot from everybody.
No, it's definitely been the fact that a lot of these teams have shown up where we didn't expect them to. Like all the surprising matches, all the Game 5s in Heat 1, NYSL getting 3-0'd in Heat 2, and obviously Heat 3. Now it's do or die heading to the ending of our day. We have 2 more heats to get through, and it is do or die, like I Hold Shift said. So just, you know, the matches and them being beyond our predictions, that's probably been the best part.
If you're just joining us, this is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship presented by Sony, and all of our players are rocking their Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III. This device is absolutely insane, and we've been talking about how you can get your name out there. Start pumping out content with the RT record feature. This stuff is ridiculous.
Look, here's the thing. I don't pull up like OBS or those things to do full-on local records because I don't make enough big plays. So with the rare occurrence that they do happen, love the fact that I can just hit a button to take those last handful of seconds, 30 seconds pre-recorded. So anytime that you see something happen that you're just not already recording in, that kind of saves you in that way.
Shift, our thumbs are a little bit more meant for controllers, but Ali, I saw you crushing, and this thing's got 120 FPS on a mobile device. This is insane if you're a gamer.
Absolutely, and not only am I a gamer, I'm also a traveler. I'm a traveling gamer, and I can't just pick up, you know, my $3,000 PC and take it with me wherever I go. So that's what's so great about Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III is it is literally a little PC that you can take around and do some high mobile FPS gaming.
We have 6 teams in each group. We have 5 games for all of those teams. 2 games remaining, 2 matches remaining, we should say. And at the top of this list, you're going to see a favorite. Explicit sitting at 3-0, going against Stamina, who is 2-1. Nova is taking on Skade. ARP takes on Full House, who is still winless. But that Tribe Asilium game, I think that's the one that everyone on the desk is excited to see. And it looks like we have our games about to kick off. So let's send it over. We got Bobby Plays with Beef Mommy.
I appreciate it, Chris. There's a lot of good matches. I don't think that's the only one. We, on the other side of the bracket, also have Stamina going up against Explicit. That's 2-1 versus 3-0. So another opportunity for a team to really make a statement and potentially knock some of their competition a little bit further down.
That is going to be very exciting initially. I mean, all 3 heats so far have been absolute bangers. And you already know heat number 4 is not going to disappoint. Now, one point that we really want to prove to you guys. LATAM, super strong in the first heat. Second heat, slowly fading away. And just like that, we are in our 3 and 4 matches already. And LATAM better pick it up because they proved us that they can actually go and win everything here today. And now we're going to be starting off hardpoint and firing range.
Yeah, right here, Explicit is really looking to prove themselves. I think there's probably a lot of people that would look to discredit their record so far, but dismantling the #1 team by most people's considerations in EU coming into this would absolutely put them head and shoulders above the rest of their group. And it also puts that much more pressure on Stamina. If you can put them at 2 losses, that is absolutely huge because at that point it puts them up against the tiebreakers.
Exactly, and Stamina still needing to find their footing, and Explicit already having such a monumental start, which no one really saw coming. But now, moving on into the next hardpoint, we see finally Stamina with the break, but we only have one person left here to actually go and make a difference, although really winning those gunfights. Really solid start here for Stamina here, but I know there's going to be a 10-point differential between Explicit, so it's still a very unexpected match.
See Inferno pulling out the SKS right here as on 4, but gonna get dropped off. Does manage to get his Pred missile before he's taken out. Snipes on the inside, trying to make his way on in, but Grizz says not today, and just like that, Stamina's gonna be able to take the lead. We got 5 kills, make it 6 on the board for Snipes as he looks to rotate toward next, but Drari's already on the inside, sees the laser, doesn't quite register in his mind what's happening right there. Lucifer's gonna be able to win that one. Has control of the hard point for the time being, trying to hold down things until his reinforcements get there, but Stamina swarms on in, and just like that, a big break with a whole lot of control.
Now, this is what I like to see with Stamina. Early Predator missile, early equalizer, it means they're winning their gunfights, and now we are at trailer. It's going to be I think the easiest hill to actually go and defend apart from P2, so you only have 2 entrances to really just worry about. They were able to hold it, the pinch was really good, but then Solo, of course, Solo goes in there to ruin the party. Solo holds it, everything for himself, and now we see 3 plays right now from Explicit, really having a good hold.
They call him Solo for a reason, and he is living up to his name. I think we mentioned the highest KD in Stage 5 as of a couple matches ago. Looks like he's trying to maintain that as right now backing up his teammate. Allows them to push off the backside of trailer, trying to make the rotation forward P4 right here, and they're able to get pushed out a little bit, watching the edge of bathrooms. And they're in a really good spot to potentially get a push, but Inferno's going to shut things down real quick. A crucial 2-piece for them.
Both teams really just lacking that map choice, the map awareness that they needed to do to have any kind of control here. So they actually go in and spawn very, very far away into the firing range, especially for the side of Explicit. We see a very strong hold for Stamina, but we've seen that before already in P2 and P3, where they went in there early for the rotation, but Explicit is just a little bit too talented when it comes to going in and infiltrating the hard point. But again, a really good start from Stamina. Narcs already with the Gravity Vortex gun, really just shutting down any kind of entrances, but I feel like he's not using it in the best way possible to shut down all of the entrances.
Yeah, maybe it could have been a little bit better used. Part of the thing is his team has such good map control that he's not really in a place where he can use it effectively, because nobody from Explicit's able to make it anywhere close to the hard point right now. Lucifer has a Gravity Vortex of his own that he could potentially use, but it looks like they've basically completely given up this hard point, and they're going to go ahead and wait for the next one. Lucifer able to spot out Drari across the map. That's going to be a big one to prevent the tower climb, but as you can see, we got Skade versus Nova, as well as Tribe versus Cilium. Cilium in the lead off the start. Definitely a big opportunity for them as they look to take down the #1 team so far in this tournament. Has not lost a map, We're going to take a look at Nova Skade right here. Skade starting to build on this lead.
From the firing range and going into the snowy mountains of Summit, it's definitely not going to be cold. As we see here, the snow melts as Skade having a very heated matchup against Nova. We can see that Skade really is doing a good job. And of course, they did such an amazing job into that first half against ARP. And they really want to represent Latin America into the very end. We can see that finally the Goliath comes into play, really just setting up for P3.
2 Goliaths. They've got 2 Goliaths on the inside
They were
of the
on top
hardpoint.
of one another. I didn't really get to see that.
I don't know what Nova's doing right now, but they're definitely not stopping the other team from getting streaks. The fact that we're on, what, P3? You got 2 Goliaths on the inside already. Nova just in absolute shambles right now. It was one of the favorites coming into this, and they have just not been able to find their momentum so far, and it's not going to happen on this hard point unless you get some sort of god-tier score streak or operator to go ahead and clear that one out. One of the Goliaths going to go ahead and rotate. Pab going to sit here and take some shots until he's finally taken out. Nova looking like they might finally be able to get the break, but that's going to set up the early rotation for Skade.
I don't like the early rotation happening
Yeah,
now.
that was a tad early.
Yeah.
Oh!
Big kills. Okay, one more. Miguelis really trying to prove that he's going to probably flush out all the players, but no. 30 seconds left on the hill and you go in for the full rotation. That's going to bite you in the butt later on into the matchup when the points you need the most. That is going to be very tough, and hopefully they get to hold this hard point, and that early rotation is going to give them a little bit more of an advantage and pays off at the very end. And now, I'm not quite sure if I like the SKS, but you can see here, he has the most kills right now in his team.
Yep, 17 on the board, making good use of it right there. There's a reason people wanted it banned from stage 5.
Exactly.
And Nova trying to get the break right here. I am a little bit curious as to whether or not this rotation was a tad too early from Skade. 25 seconds, close to 30 on the board. That's a lot of time to give up, especially when Nova's lead was as small, or Nova's points were as small as they were. Yaya trying to get the break on in right here. He's pretty much stuck in a corner, and one thumper should be enough to take him out, but nobody pulls it out, and just like that, Nova's going to be able to get the break.
We keep seeing Nova breaking in very easily. Skade really weak on defense, and yes, the rotation is also a little bit on the miss side, really just allowing Nova to take all of the scrap points. I don't even know if I could consider it scrap points. That's 30 seconds, because usually scrap points is like 15, 10 seconds that you give to the other team, and now you're just going to give it away for free. And now the rotation needs to come through. Again, very early rotation coming in from Skade, which is going to be a little bit better than the other one, because you can see that P1 is definitely going to be a little bit of a harder hill to go and defend.
Yep, Nova Karma from the top side, hopping on in, seeing if he can sniff out those remaining Nova players right there. Marky gonna, I would assume, probably thumper himself as we see in the feed, and that has been a theme for today's action, but that is the cost of the thumper when you do decide to use it. Leo holding things down on the bottom side, has prediction for the spawns over in green as well. Not going to be able to get the kill quite yet, but Leo holding things down here on the hard point. He's going to be able to get the assist there. A lot of teams back, or a lot of teammates backing him up. Some of the operators coming on out alongside a thumper, and it's a whole lot of Skade in the feed.
Finally, we get to see Skade really just racking up the points. Gonna have a little bit of an extra boost compared to the other hills that we actually got to saw. So hill number 4 going into the mids, but that rotation going into the first hill definitely gave them a lot more to actually go and hill. But then this is going to be a really tricky one. P2, you're going to see a lot of the score streaks really go down. Predator missiles, cluster strikes, if they actually go and have any of them. Leosin, though, is going to be looking very good with the Death Machine, can actually go and stop the push coming from Stamina right now.
Speaking of death machines, Leo's going to pull out his own miniature death machine and see if he can find a kill right there. They are going to be really pinned back with all of the artillery coming from the opposite side of the map. Pab, their best shot at breaking into the hard point right now. They need that top side control. A couple of assists go in. Leo's going to spawn opposite, but unfortunately for him, he gets beamed from the top side. Marky pushing back on through. This one going to come down to the wire. Only 5 points separate these two. Major assists off this start. Really, really solid team play from this Nova team. I mean, everybody's getting assists. The team shots are just absolutely impeccable. Pre-fire in that corner on the inside. Karma not going to be able to find anybody there, but around the corner, there's another Skade player. And Nova looking good, but they got to keep in mind that rotation over to P3.
Now, this is going to be scary. I'm pretty sure Karma is going to be very, very volatile into this next hill. He's known to go and spawn trap all the players going into the back end of P3. And now with Death Machine in hand, but soon going to go away. That is going to be very troublesome for all the teams that's trying to make it. But then 149 and 121. One more point is left for Nova to finally get one more match. But before we actually take a look at that, Tribe Gaming and Asilium right here on your right side. Honestly, it's the same thing that's happening here, 102 and 99, but there you go. Congratulations. We're moving on to the next. Nova did such an amazing job here, and let's see if Asilium can actually go and pull through, because you can see it's the tie game.
Wow, Balance, huge kill right there. I don't know if we've seen Tribe losing on a respawn so far, so this is new territory for us. Balance trying to go for the wall bang. Holger, pretty useful on a map like Firing Range, where the walls are made of paper mache. That is a high-value concussion nade, but they're not going to be able to get a kill out of it right there. And Child's spawn trapped way at the bottom of the map. Marvel is going to continue to pre-fire that doorway. Nobody's getting in without taking... I take it back. Somebody's going to get in without taking some bullets right there. Tribe going to be able to clean up the scrap time right here, but Asilium with the early rotations on over to P3. Shots from Jazz coming on through, 2 in a row, but Bam going to be able to shut things down right here. And now Tribe with the tall task of breaking on in a whole lot of Asilium players on the inside.
Feint's going to be an important player to go and slay every single one of the teams that try to go in this, honestly, the trailer. That's the hardest point to actually go in. And now Band with a Death Machine of his own. 26 already to his name with 46 seconds left on the clock. That's still a lot of time. If you don't see Tribe Gaming go in for the contest at all whatsoever, they're losing their gunfights. And the timing right now of Asilium to use all of their score streaks and also their operator skills is absolutely key. They can't even come close.
Yeah, this has been just an absolutely picture-perfect hold for Tribe. Asilium can't get anywhere close. Every single player trying to make their way in, shut down time and time again. Envy taken out by his own thumper, but it's not gonna matter. Tribe Gaming, complete dominance in that final hard point, and they make the comeback once again to keep their perfect record alive. We're gonna hop back into the Explicit Stamina matchup. Obviously, Stamina taking map number 1. And that's a big step for them, as obviously Explicit has not lost a match yet. Explicit looking to end that, and Drari with the wall bang onto Solar.
Great start right now for Stamina. You can see here 2-1 into the favor of Stamina right now. Not just that, they also won the hard point. So it's like extra pressure for Explicit to go and deliver. But they are 3-0 right now, so maybe this is the team that can finally go and take them down. It is going to be a 3v2 situation. 57 seconds left on the clock, and the bomb still has yet to be planted. But then with Solo right there around the corner, that's going to be very difficult for them to pull off. But then Lucifer with a very important snipe stops the plan.
Yeah, Solo in just such a good spot to be able to get that information. Lucifer going to be able to hit the final snipe to close it out. It's going to let them tie things up at 2-2 right here, and looking like it's going to be another really back and forth one as Snarks 2 kills on the board. It is Stamina on the offensive side, and typically this is considered to be a more offensive-friendly map, so it could very well be to Explicit's advantage that they're tied up right now, even though they don't have the lead. Shift going to be able to find Solo off the start right there. Given that he's been the biggest factor for them for the entirety of the tournament, that's not a good sign, and they're going to get picked apart really quickly.
Like what you said, it's a very offensive-heavy map, and you can see that Stamina definitely takes advantage of that. And now it's going to be a 1v5 situation. Now this ace, not quite sure if it's going to be able to happen here. Veteran is going to have the hardest time, but does be able to get Narcs. Narcs goes down really quickly. 1v4 situation with 26 seconds left on the clock. That is going to be the most difficult thing to do as Inferno finally shuts him down. And Stamina going 1-up.
That was some pretty impressive wallbang accuracy out of Inferno. You get kill number 4 on the board, and now we're going to go ahead and switch sides. So we do have Explicit moving to the offense. Typically pretty predictable what teams are going to do as far as the offensive side goes on this map. There's just so much advantage to planting over on the B site. There's not a whole lot of reason not to do it unless you're trying to throw in some crazy psych out play. Because even if you're going to like play a psych out play, people are going to be waiting for you over on the A site. And it looks like we had Grizz taken out by a nade?
Stamina? What is Stamina doing hanging out at the very back of the map? You need to go in there. I mean, yes, they died. One person went down. Grizz did go and lose a gunfight against Solo. Again, Solo with another kill takes out Inferno, but Drari takes out Veteran. Now, Bobby, this was a very weird round, and both teams very passive, and they're Explicit doing a lot of great things with Stamina being a little bit too slow with the rotation.
And Solar's going to miss the snipe, but he gets the information. That's going to leave Narcs alone with 4 hungry Explicit players on the opposite side. Oh my, what? He takes out Solo right there. That was a pretty quick response time. Unfortunately for him, Solar's ready for the rotation to the top side. Oh, highlight play right there.
And now, speaking of a highlight, we're going to be taking a look at who's going to be playing right, left here. Crossfire, again, is the name of the game. Same thing here. Search and destroy. Nova, Skade. Now, we get to see what is going to happen here with the Western Finals. Heat number 4. Nova goes down. And finally, the first ever point going into Skade in that particular matchup. But we're going back over here. Explicit versus Stamina, where both teams looking very sharp.
Yep, 2 huge openers for Stamina with Lucifer and Solo out of the equation. When you take Solo out alone, it makes it so much more difficult for Explicit, but Lucifer's been hitting the big snipes for them as well, and they just don't really have a whole lot of options. Veteran with the bomb in hand, trying to find somebody on the cross, not going to be able to spot anybody. Solar with a big opener, Drari's going to drop. They've got an ability to make the rotation, but it also looks like they've used a ton of their utility at this point, and that just limits your options even more.
Absolutely, and now things are evened up as Solar gets rid of Inferno, and now a 3v3, no, a 2v3 situation. The Solar gets another one. How many has Solar gotten in this particular round? 3? Excuse me, but then it's a good thing. Shift goes in and just eradicates Solar, but it's a 2v1 situation here, obviously at the favor of Explicit. Now, Bomb just needs to go down.
Okay, well, I don't really understand why Snipes peeked that. It didn't really have any reason to, but now he's going to force his teammate Veteran into a 1v1 right here. His teammates can, or basically all of the round has been on the back of Solar. He picked off the entire team 1 by 1, and now Bomb going to go down onto B, 23 seconds, but that's going to get bumped back up to 45. He can sit back, play this a little more passive, has a general idea of where he needs to look, and ooh. Gonna actually make the rotation over toward X. He's gonna find Shift. What a read out of Veteran right there, and that's gonna be crucial to give his team the lead.
Now, that was a very tricky play. If he didn't pull that one off, he probably shouldn't have pushed in a little bit too far, but his gut told him, Sniper, gonna want to do a long range kind of shot, and there you go. He didn't have any kind of shot to go in there. But finally, 4 and 3, one more, and we're finally at match point. Explicit doing such a great job, but then with Solo going down, that is gonna be very dire for Explicit.
Yeah, those aggressive pushes over toward A have not paid off for Solo the last couple rounds, especially if we go to a round 11. I'd like to see him play a little bit more passive. I know he plays more of the off-angle lurker, playing for those picks, but you got to be able to play your life better, especially in the early time. And Snipes pulling out the thumper, and I think he was just checking behind the dumpster right there, to be honest. He's going to be able to push all the way up. And right now, if Stamina doesn't have the read on this could be absolutely crucial. Solar being the X factor once again. See, they're throwing all the nades through, but it's going to be where he's not. But they do have the read. Shift is ready. Type 25 in hand. They're going to look up toward that top side. Bomb is down, but Stamina, they've only got 2 players. Veteran's going to find the pick onto Narcs. He's got angles on him right there, but he's in a 1v3. I think he sees his hand through the wall right there. Going to be able to find 1, but still 2 more to deal with. Only 18 seconds. Solar doesn't have to read, but he hits the snipe anyway. He was looking the opposite direction. And Explicit looking like they might be able to take the S&D off of Stamina.
Solar with a flick, and right now he's at a 10 and 5, and he's defused 1 bomb. This guy's absolutely cracked right now, and if you give an opportunity for a sniper to absolutely just be cracked in a map like Crossfire, it's lights out, bye-bye, and Narcs needs to go and step up.
Yep. Making his way to that top spawn building. Solo finally going to be the one with the opener. And he's actually, I believe he pulled out the shorty himself. Maybe that was the icon for the Type 25, or not the shorty, the R9, but it's going to be now a man advantage, bomb down, and this is looking bleak for Stamina, especially with how they've looked on the retake so far. Narcs with the sniper in hand, not able to find anything. And we actually have the pistol shots coming out of Drari right there, but trades left and right. Only one stamina player remains. Inferno left to try to clutch up. He's a pretty good player, but I don't know if he's got what it takes to be able to get out of this position. Solar's going to spot him out with a sniper. And Explicit ties things up, winning the Search and Destroy. And we're going to take a look at some more gameplay over on Crossfire S&D.
We love more gameplay and we love Crossfire and S&D. Let's just not play it in domination, please. But here we go, Nova and Skade going at it again, very evenly matched. And obviously these two teams need to go and step it up, only having one win in the Heat series so far. So this is the difference that they need to do. Nova's going to be up and Skade needs to play catch up. And speaking of catch up, Saturn's going to be able to go and get a kill here. Skade really looking good here so far.
Yep, Pab trying to find the sniper angle from up top. He's had a solid game so far, 7 kills through 4 rounds. Leo's going to be able to find Karma right there, and that's going to let him be the only player remaining. Finds another one onto Leo, and right now Saturn's 2 kills on the board, but time down to 18 seconds. He's going to get hit by a sniper to the leg. I don't know how he's alive. Lynn's finally going to be able to take him out right there, and Skade going to extend their lead against a struggling Nova team who came into this, like we said, one of the favorites. They took map 1, but not looking great in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for them to go and turn around, as Skade has been looking very crisp here, especially with Leozin really applying that pressure to this team. Now, they are going to be going in aggressively into this B bomb site. You can see the rating of the parade, and Miguelis takes out Marky Yaya also with Leozera, but not gonna forget what is another map that's happening onto the left side, on the right. Tribe Gaming versus Asilia. Everyone's playing in Crossfire Search and Destroy right now, Bobby.
I don't know how that happened. I feel like we haven't watched Crossfire Search and Destroy all day, and suddenly we got 3 at one time. As you can see, Tribe with the 2-0 lead, but Asilium with a man advantage and an opportunity to win right here. Bombs down, beautiful shots from Envy. They've got a chance for the defuse. Trying to find that last player. Jazz gonna get picked, and wow. What a retake out of Tribe. That's going to give them the 3-0 lead.
That is not going to be surprising, the fact that Tribe has been doing so well. But after we actually take a look at that, we need to go back to Nova and Skade. Now, going to be a very quiet approach here, as they're going to bunch up together as a duo, and Skade, oh, Saturns kills himself, and that is the price that you pay for using the Thumper.
Somebody tweet me that clip real quick, please and thank you. All right, Lim's going to be able to find Karma right there, and now Turu all by himself. And that seems to be the story for a lot of Nova players so far today in Search and Destroy. Turu, only 1 kill to his name. Has a decent wrap right here. Crouch walking around the corner, should be an easy kill. Opportunity to pull off the 1v2. Lin's going to be forced to back up. He's making a whole lot of noise right now. You'd think he'd want the element of surprise a little bit more, but now he's going to slow things down to a walk right here, and it's going to be Lin's crossing the street. I think got vision on him right there, and should be an easy kill over onto B. Yeah, just waiting in that bottom side, but Turu might be able to outgun him right there, just trying to push out, but now he doesn't have all the time. But the Thumper can find anybody anywhere around the world. Turu able to clutch the 1v2.
Now this is what we see, the spectrum of the Thumper. We see Saturns in the same round accidentally kill himself, but then Turu able to finish up with a big 2-piece of his own. Finally getting 1 more point, but still Skade into the lead, but Nova looking really good after that win.
Yeah, they're keeping their hopes alive, and especially now that they move over to the offensive side, you got to think, feeling a certain amount of confidence. Yaya's going to get picked off the start, which definitely doesn't help, but they've got players at least in position to start to go for that plant. I don't think a whole lot of utility going down so far, and with Karma pushed up this far, he's got an opportunity to get some information, maybe a couple of picks as well. Marky not spotting anybody. He's not had a whole lot of practice with the team over the last month, so not going to give him too much crap for the goose egg right now, but definitely would be crucial for his team for him to be able to find a pick.
Now taking a look at that A bomb site, central building. I was going to say they got
There
three
we go.
players stacked there, but Marky, it doesn't really matter as he takes down Leon. I was going to say that was a really good play, but unfortunately for them, he was just a little bit too fast with his snipes. Finally, just getting one. So it's already like round number 6, and Marky only has 1 kill. Maybe that's the reason why Nova has been struggling just a little bit too much, but finally get to see the footing and the bomb finally being planted.
We got Leo sitting way back in spawn. He's playing as passive as possible, one of those off angles, but bomb goes down for Nova, and especially with this positioning, you got to think they've got some type of advantage. Saturns, you got to hit that one. He was walking straight toward you. Can't make it any easier. Karma going to find one. Lynn's going for the ninja defuse right here. He's going to be able to get it. Nova had no idea what was happening, and he finds a huge round for his team.
How could you leave a site so open, knowing very well that you could still defend it with... How many players were there? How many?
Too many for that to happen.
Too many to count. It doesn't even matter. Even one matters. And you just gave it so free. There were 2 players of Skade just sitting around there waiting for anything to happen. But now, a different approach from Nova, really getting aggressive into the central building, and that pays off for them so far. Marky finds a snipe.
Saturn's got the R9 out. He's looking to rule the building right now. And with that early 2 players pick for Skade, oh my gosh, that timing. He didn't see him cross right in front of him. Bomb's not going to go down right there either. Leo and Pab trying to clutch up for their team. Pab going to find one onto Yaya. SKS in hand, and I mean, Saturn's doesn't have a whole lot of versatility. When you got a shotgun on a map like Crossfire, the only option is for you to play the inside of that building. He's got to hope he can find a pick, or his team can do it for him. Marky moved to the top side. Somebody hopped on his head, and that is exactly where the R9's going to shine. He's going to get picked. Leo looking for a 1v3 of his own. Karma across the way, going to make life miserable. And Marky looks like he's starting to heat up a little bit, so he's got an opportunity. I don't know why he wouldn't check that corner, because that's the only place where it makes sense for them to be, but Karma going to be able to find the kill. Nova keeps their hopes alive.
I really like that push from Nova. That really aggressive call going into Alpha is going to be really great. But speaking of Alpha, we see Explicit capturing Alpha here on your right screen. Domination already ensuing. 1-1 stamina. You are guaranteed a game number 4, and I'm looking forward for a game number 5. Everything's evened out here so far, but Explicit, they're not going to make it easy on stamina.
Yep. Nova looking better than they were, and obviously much of that probably attributed to being on the offensive side. Saturn's still holding down that main building, and I don't think anybody from Skade wants to take a chance at pushing on in here. You can tell they're on the stairs. They're like, should we do it? Should we not do it? Should we do it? Should we not do it? And they're just going to sit back and hope they can find those picks from the long angles, but he can get a lot of information from that position. Even when he's not getting the frags, still a lot of utility, but just like that, he's going to get taken out by Leo.
See, if you are Nova, you already know that Skade likes to stack central building with 3 players, at the very least 2. And the response of Nova a while ago to stack a lot of players into central building, that's when it actually got and worked out. And now you've allowed 2 players to push in a little bit too deep, especially with Linz getting a lot more kills here with the Type 25. That is going to be very hard. You allow them to go and infiltrate you.
Yep, we see the players. Yaya, crucial 2-piece. That's going to even things to a 2v2. Bomb's still down. 1-for-1 trade once again, and now it's Linz versus Yaya. Yaya's just trying to get information. He knows exactly what the play is right here. Linz going to try to stick another ninja defuse, but I don't think they're going to fall for it twice. Yaya now 12 kills to his name through 8 rounds of search and destroy, having himself a game.
Beautiful timing from Yaya, really just playing the patience game here in Crossfire. And finally, Nova, that actually was a little bit of a shaky play there, knowing very well that they got flanked so hard by Skade, but it's a good thing they were able to win their gunfights. Very aggressive start going into that Bravo side. Nova already with the bomb, trying to see if they can go get an early flank. Already a 4v2 situation.
It looks like the aggression was paying off, but maybe Nova got a little bit too aggressive and put themselves in a spot for Linz to be able to get the pick. Wasn't able to clutch up last time. Going to go ahead and hit the pre-fire, but Karma's backed way up. No opportunity here. Marky's going to get picked. He had a big opener with the first blood right here, but now the 2v2 time is ticking. Looking to make the full push up toward the top of the stairs, but Turu has the read, but the COD timing! Oh, the COD timing could not have been any worse. Truly unfortunate. Karma trying to clutch, but he's so weak. Nate's going to go over top. I don't know if it was on the spot. It was. He played too far back. I don't know if he's got enough time for the defuse.
No, he doesn't have enough time. It blows up. The timing, the bomb, it was perfect. How much of awareness do you have as a player to stop a plant by throwing grenade after your death? Come on, man.
That was.
Come on.
And I think Skade could have potentially won that. I'm not 100% positive, but I think he sat too far back because he was worried about the nade, even though it would have hit the wall instead of him. Oh, just truly unfortunate. Leo going to hit a one-tap to open things up. And oh my gosh, Skade was not happy about that round. They come out guns blazing, 3 kills off the start, and Nova going to scramble to try to find something here.
That is level 9,000 IQ plays. Probably one of the best plays I've seen when it comes to a grenade here in this competition so far. Marky finds someone off the cross here, no man's land. That's the reason why you don't go and cross here, and you pay the price. Miguelines, just like...
You gotta pay attention to the bomb, guys. You can't, like, kills are important, but watch the bomb. If you're gonna play at the bomb, defend the bomb. Oh, man.
This is a very strange game of Crossfire Search and Destroy. Bobby.
It truly is.
There are a lot of interesting things happening here, and I'm living for it. This is the only type of content that you see in the World Championships here, and we get to see Nova and Skade go at it. Round number 11, finally getting into it. Very aggressive push right now coming in from Nova. It's still evened out, though.
Honestly, I think this is a really stupid push, but it's working, so that means that it's not a stupid push. Because the push that is the smart push is the one that works. Usually the defensive push is not something that you see, especially on Crossfire Search and Destroy. Saturn's thumpered himself again. Guys, if there's something in front of you, don't shoot the thumper. It's usually going to end up poorly, and just like that, Skade finds themselves with a man advantage again.
Now, this is the type of thing that we like to see after every update, how all these players use their guns. And ladies and gents, this is how you don't use the thumper. Twice already, Saturn has killed himself, and that can cost them the round and eventually might even cost them the tournament. And it's really just micro decisions like that that you really need to consider. They're just sitting put. They're just waiting for Skade to go and plant the bomb. It's just really hard for me to see that for myself. 2 in a row.
Oh man, that's just gonna be an absolute confidence shatterer if you're Nova right there. Like you're in a good spot, you're in a 4v4, and then your guy just noob tubes himself. Bomb's gonna go down for Skade. Linz looks like he's gonna be able to get out alive. Nobody there to wallbang for Nova. Another player gonna get picked. Now it's all on to Marky, and peeking that angle with a sniper, usually things are not going to go your way. Huge win for Skade to even things up at 1-1.
Maybe he was too used to use the noob tube. maybe just a little bit. But now we're heading over here, even though we just had like a microsecond window here into this matchup. Godsend versus NYSL Mayhem. My goodness. Very big win for Mayhem. But then just like that, we're hopping on over to Tribe Gaming and Asilium. But I just want to commend Mayhem did a really good job, even though we only saw like 5 seconds of the matchup. And I'm really glad we're going into a game that has just started.
Mm-hmm. It's a big opportunity for Asilium, but Tribe's looking like they're going to maintain their dominance. 5 kills off the start for Marshy. He's got the sprees going early. Got a Pred missile, got a drone, and got some map control along with B. I don't really know what he's looking for right here, but he's going to go ahead and back up. Childs is there to defend. Nade goes onto the B site. And right now, Asilium kind of scrambling for some map control as they are pretty spread out all across.
Oh, very big gunfight being won right now by Jazz. 2 only to his name, but that's going to be very important nonetheless as 2 people already going in there. But Marshy with a 3-piece absolutely denies the B cap. We keep saying it. Marshy has been a really big player for Tribe recently.
And it looks like Asilium's actually going for the A flip. If you can get the A flip and get that top laundry control, typically that's going to be the easiest way to defend B, but it's going to be Asilium clearing things off, and that means they're going to be able to maintain B as well. Child's last bullet before the concussion hits going to be the one that takes him out. Crucial right there. Thumper's going to come out, finds 1. How do you let him get 2? He crossed the doorway twice. No reason for that to happen, but Child's going to stay on his 4 spree right now. an opportunity for some streaks for himself.
Ooh, with the pre-shots right there, doesn't really quite go and get the kill. Spots one more, but Jazz finishes the job. Streaks are going to be very, very unlikely to actually happen. And finally, we get to see an AC cap right now from the side of Tribe Gaming, doing such an amazing job at providing that distraction gameplay. Now we need to see Asylum go in and choose a particular flag to go in, and that's going to be very tough. Marshy keeps going in with his Predator missile. How does he keep having score streaks?
I mean, he's on 17 kills, and we're not even at halftime, so that's probably the main reason. But, oh my gosh, just too much Marshy again. Bolu holding down that garage. The solo hold over on C, going to let Childs hop on. He's going to be able to take it all the way back down to 0, and they call in the Goliath. It feels a tad late in the half to call in the Goliath. And then also they call in the Goliath and then they lose B. So they're going to allow Asilium to get some more time in right here. Obviously pretty close to the end of the half, and they're going to be able to get AC as well. Maybe it's because Envy was having a bad half. Last time we looked at him, he only had 2 kills, so maybe they just wanted to give him an opportunity to get some more kills. But that seemed like a questionable play.
Yeah. XS1 Goliath, knowing very well you only have like, what, 8 points left to go and catch up. That is going to be very dire. That could have actually ended the game right there. But then 3 games already in your screen right now. We were seeing Tribe Gaming versus Asilium, and then right now Godsend versus NYSL Mayhem right on top. And on the right side, Explicit versus Stamina. See, a lot of things happening here for you guys. We got a domination. We got a hard point. We also got a search and destroy. See, a lot of chaotic action here, but this is what we love here so far. But now we are going back into that Tribe Gaming and Asilium kind of matchup where we really get to see some questionable plays that XS1 Goliath that they could have used early into the second half of the match.
Yeah, we had another Crossfire S&D. I didn't think we were going to go 4 for 4, but that is where we are so far. Balance hops on B just in time to be able to take control right there. Bolu's got another Goliath to work with, so looks like if the Goliath strat is what Tribe wants to do, not necessarily the worst thing in the world that they gave it up. And like we mentioned, Goliath not quite as effective as it was previously with the amount of thumpers in play. Tribe still with some operators to work with as well, making the rotation from mid-map right here. Jazz currently holding down the statue area, and Tribe has not been able to get anywhere close. Asilium looking solid off the start, and Jazz going to be able to find another. He's on a 3 spree right now with another opportunity for some streaks.
Solid map control right now from Asilium, and Tribe are in shambles. They don't have any sort of power position that they can actually go and have, but it's still Tribe Gaming that tries to go in for laundry control, but Jazz always, even though he only has like 14 to his name, he has very important kills, always shutting down every single one of the people of Tribe that try to go and infiltrate for a power position. But now we see here Tribe Gaming primed in position to go and take B.
That was a huge read for Marshy to be able to get him off of his streak. They still have another Goliath to work with. I believe I saw Bolu wasn't a Goliath, or maybe he was just, oh yeah. Okay, now we're going to get 2 Goliaths in play, so Tribe not really hurting for Goliaths to be used, I guess you could say, but 20 kills on the board. Marshy just having the time of his life today, absolutely slaying on every single map. Using the Holger, no less, not one that we've seen a whole lot. The majority of players have stuck primarily to the Type 25. But if it works, it works. And right now, you got a whole lot of Goliaths marching on toward the B flag for Tribe. But I think we saw some Tempest shots flying across the map. That could be lethal.
Beautiful movement by Marshy.
It got destroyed.
I know. Now, that was very unfortunate for him. The ADS a little bit too slow with his Holger. Probably should have just held his head over into top laundry control. And now, whatever happened to that XS1 Goliath, nothing happened. They weren't able to utilize that very well. But the push finally going into Bravo. But the problem is there's still a lot of Asilium members going around and about. And the pickup finally goes into that Bravo flag. But no, it's still balanced with the death machine over and over again.
And it looks like Asilium's going to be the first team to take a map off of Tribe Gaming. Barring Tribe getting a triple cap right now, they really don't have any opportunity to make something happen right here. Obviously, we got a whole lot of action. Time's ticking. Tribe going to be able to get B, but they got to make the push for C, and the entirety of the Asilium roster is standing on top of it. They got a death machine. They got to push, but both players going to get shut down. And Asilium manages to be the first team to take a map off of Tribe Gaming in Stage 5.
brilliant games here so far, and that's what I like to see, the top dog being brought down. But speaking of another game mode and the same map, we see Nova and Skade trying to set a different story for themselves. Almost getting triple cap. Skade was in a little bit of a pickle there, but they need to go ahead and take a lot of those power positions that we like to say, gallery, top laundry, which unfortunately they don't have.
Yep. Skade watching the lead dwindle away, and Karma's waiting for the top side, but he gets absolutely beamed around the corner, even pre-ADS right there. Lynn's making the push into money room right here, but he gets turned on by Yaya, and Nova's going to be able to maintain right here. Some progress going on to B. The Thumper's going to start going on out. Turu going to be able to find 2, make it 3. He's starting to heat up a little bit, and Nova trying to keep these hopes alive. They find themselves tied up at 1-1 and pretty close to the half.
That is going to be a very big one for Nova. And yes, even though the points are a little bit far away, 16-64, that is not that much of a gap to go and close. Now, Skade, for a little bit, slowed down for just a moment. They are having a hard time really just breaking through. You could literally put a horizontal line coming from top laundry to central garden where they can't even go and cross. The defense is just a little bit too solid right now from Nova, and they really want to go get these points. And now both of these teams have a point of their own, and that's why it's so important for them, especially going into the second half, to finally go get those power positions to take home the domination win.
It was actually a nice read out of Saturns. He knew that they were going to try to thumper the position he was in, so he backed up all the way to the opposite side of the wall, be able to play his life, keeps his 3 spree alive, and now another opportunity to play for streak, especially when you got a death machine ready to go. Could potentially be a big opener, and just like that, going to go ahead and pull it up, pre-fire around the corner, going to get absolutely beamed. Gotta imagine that was probably a one-tap from Pabs with the SKS, and all of the operators and score streaks coming in. There is not a whole lot of discipline with the way that they're using these, but it is going to allow Nova to get some progress onto B.
You're absolutely right with that. That Predator missile could have helped them in a little bit more of a better time where they could actually go and push for that Bravo flag, but unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to utilize that very well. You can see here Nova already in position, getting rid of all the Skade players. We see a solid Nova team right now, and yes, that is a very solid hold. We need to see Skade have a little bit of an answer because they're just having a very one-dimensional play right now.
Miguel is 1-13, and Skade is still in this game. That is honestly a testament to the team themselves. I don't know what's happening right here. Maybe he's just having a really bad game, but man, those are not pretty numbers, and Skade needs him to bounce back if they're going to be able to find a way to win here in domination. Saturn's torching the entire team from top laundry right here. Pab gonna be able to find one. That SKS just so lethal in his hands, but he's gonna get picked by an SKS himself. Marky beams him off. And Nova gonna be able to maintain right here, even without top laundry control, able to hold this down pretty well.
Yes, it's all because of one person right now. They only just need one Goliath into that Charlie flag to go in there for the defense and bring everyone else to really go and defend that Bravo flag. They don't need top laundry because they can send a little bit more people there because they know that the defense is going to be solid in Charlie, but you can see the trip going from gallery all the way to Bravo. This is going to look so tough from Skade. They already have a power position, but they're not able to use it well.
Yeah, right now the Goliath pretty close to Red Room, and that's going to be able to beam anybody across the map. He's got a sentry gun to work with as well if he ends up wanting to use it. 16 kills to his name. Temp is going to come on out, and somehow they're not able to capitalize. I guess the second Tempest shot didn't hit or whatever it was, but that should be enough to seal the deal for Nova right here. They've got 130, and they have put Skade into triple cap territory, starting to bounce back from those slow starts.
It's going to be very hard as one person. Saturn's already with 21 kills to his name. Already with a death machine as well to try to end everything. But with 136 and 111 and with how Skade has been playing the whole matchup, that is going to be so hard. They were doing so well in the first half, but into the latter part of the first half, that is when they actually started faltering. And with the cluster strike going down, with the Predator missile also with the assist, it's just harder and harder for Skade to leave spawn.
Yeah, I mean, they've lost all map control, and Miguel's pushed up a little bit right here, but it's too late in the game for anything to happen. Nova going to be able to close that one out, and they find themselves in lead for something that has not happened a whole lot today. And oh my goodness, Tectonic is having himself a game at 10-3 off the start for Mayhem right here. They're looking to close things out, but moving over to the defensive side. We know right now, Godsend's got to be feeling good on the offense, especially if the strategy is effective. And right now, Mihawk's going to find a big opener onto Nero.
Mihawk, a very important player right now for Godsend. He is the S&D MVP for his team. And now, 3 players into the site right now, but then Awaken with a beautiful 2-piece. Really wants to have a third one, but Mihawk shuts him down with the thumper, and that's how you use a thumper correctly in close range.
Ooh, Tectonic almost gets turned on right there. He's going to get traded out. It's going to be a 2v2 right here. Little B still alive. Space just trying to get information. That is his primary job right there. Just keep shooting through that wall. Make sure nobody gets a bomb plant down. Mihawk trying to find an angle. The battle of Little B versus Mihawk is probably going to be the determining factor of who's able to win this round. Still a good amount of time, 57 seconds to work with, and they're not trying to push anything they don't need to. I believe 2 snipers in play for Godsend, marksman rifle, and that's where Space wants to be. He's inches away. Can't find anything.
I hate being the observer sometimes because we know how close everything can be. Awaken, such great game sense, but then Joker gets rid of him with a beautiful sniper. Now this is gonna be very hard. They know where Little B is, but then Little B a little bit too fast with his snipes. Gonna be Mihawk versus Little B with a plant going down. 40 seconds left on the clock. It's a sniper versus sniper showdown.
Yep, the 1v1 right here. Little B, no stranger to making big plays on Crossfire S&D. 1v1, hit markers, pistol comes on out. Should be easy to clutch. He's going to be able to hit the shot right there. I thought he might choke it for a second, but fortunately for him, Mihawk not able to hit the quick scope, and that's going to allow Mayhem to be 1 round away from closing this one out as well.
Big ego challenge, and that's how you know that someone is very confident in their weapon, that they can just go around the corner and they know that they can scope them. Fortunately for him,
maybe too confident.
It's pretty confident. I mean, you can see the score right now. And you know what? Even though Nero has just 1 to his name, it doesn't matter. Every single one of the Mayhem boys can actually go and pick him up. 1:46 left on the clock, and we can see that Joker having 8 to his name, trying to spot 1, as it is going to be the map differential. 1 more point, and Mayhem's going to take home the crown.
Yep, Doodoo hopping on down right here, feeling awfully aggressive on the offensive side. He's going to take out himself with the thumper again. Guys, when will we learn? I understand there's a lot of utility in it, but you gotta get a little bit more accurate with those shots. Mayhem with the 2-man advantage, making a 3-man advantage. Awaken finds one there as well. Little B with the pick. And for the most part, I'm just going to try to not pronounce these names. Ara is what I'm going to call him. He's
Araujo.
Yes, that. Stuck in a 1v5 right now, trying to clutch up, hoping somebody comes through that doorway. If I had to guess, Mayhem probably doesn't have much of a reason to challenge anything over there, so they're going to let the clock tick down, sitting in those positions, not taking any type of unnecessary risk. The shorty going to come out, trying to find a sniper angle, but just such limited options in this scenario.
I mean, we've seen craziness already happen here so far with a 1v5 clutch. I don't want to cancel this out quite yet. Even though he only has 3 to his name, he can pop off just like that. And now he's trying to spot every single kind of corner he can actually go and make. Don't like that push going to no man's land. Always a tricky situation, and now they know where he is. But he does have the correct gun tip and also the combo for him to go in there. But there you go. Tectonic finishes it. It wasn't easy in the first place, but there you go. That's going to be very, very difficult. But hey, that is going to be a very great matchup. And I just want to say, fuck it. Welcome back. That was a crazy series.
Yeah, Beef, that was a fun one, especially if you're an NYSL fan. And for the Latin American fans, unfortunately, today has not been your day. But there was a moment in this game before we took you full screen, and I need to show it to you because this might be my snipe of the day. Let's take a look. It's Mihawk from Godsend. And the man was playing with so much confidence. Take a peek at this one. Quick elbow snap. He's doing this on a cell phone. the official smartphone of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Mihawk giving you plays like that. And this is just the first time we are seeing the World Championship. I think that 19-year-old is going to be back next year, and he still has more of this match still to go. We're going to another matchup, though. We got to get over to Skade versus Nova. Skade trying to stay in it. Nova playing for their lives as well. We got that live. I'll send it back over to Bobby Plays.
Oh my gosh, just non-stop action for us today. And Skade looking to bounce back after a slow S&D right there. 32 points on that first hard point. Looking pretty solid. Lynn's only one to his name, pushing on in, trying to get this final Nova player cleared on out. Not going to be able to find anybody yet. Playing ring around the Rosie. Pocket full of Posey. They all fall down.
And now it's Child's Play, and the reason why, you have the spawns already into your favor. You are at the Special Forces base, and yet you have a very hard time with the infiltration into P2. Nova need to look strong here against Skade, knowing very well that they can just take it from under the rug and bring it into game number 5. But Yaya getting a lot of these kills here so far, having a really good response. I mean, it is still early game, so a lot can still happen here in Takeoff.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a misplay from Skade. Both players jumped in the window and peeked the exact same angle when there's quite a few angles that you got to check in this hard point. And just like that, Nova's going to be able to take the lead. And as I say that, of course, Skade gets the break.
Skade just skating through every single matchup they can go, and finally we have an advantage going to Skade. But just as I said, that Nova getting a lot of the points, the scrap points, but the rotation already into the favor of Skade going into P3. That is a place that you really want to get all of your points, and probably the most important part here is the rotation going into P4. You'd want to have all of your spawns in Generator.
Oh, that's crucial for Linz. Not only is he able to get a 2-piece, but he shuts down a death machine there as well. His team early rotated right here, looking really strong, ready for marking around the corner. See if he can make it a 2-piece. Yaya shuts down, but trades come in immediately. Karma, 13 deaths already. Not a great game for him so far, and Leo going to town, if I had to guess. Probably still, no, Pab is the one that rocks the SKS. But right now, Skade doing a solid job of holding things down right there as Pab gets shut down.
This is a really good map to actually go and use the SKS because of the long-range engagements that you always need to have, and we get to see it right now. Even Leozera also has the SKS. This is the reason why a lot of these players use this gun. Yes, it takes a lot of skill, and there's a reason why they're called pro players. We see Skade getting a lot of the scrap points, as well as the rotation is going to be important into P4, but we see one player in the name of Leo dies. I was going to say he's at a prime spot to go and take out a lot of the Nova players, but unfortunately for him, loses the gunfight.
Yep, Turu having his own struggles. 5 kills to his name. Carmen from the top side going to hop on down, finds one right there. Thumper, 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 not going to connect. Teammates going to flood on into the hard point. Lynn's there to trade, and huge trades for both teams. Turu trying to make the most out of his death machine right there, but he's not going to be able to win that one. Miguel with the better death machine in his hand. He's going to be able to do some damage there too. Huge feed going in for Skade, and they're going to continue to build on this lead.
That is a great run from Skade, and even though that they weren't able to go in there for the early rotation, we're able to still go in there for the infiltration, and Skade always looking very solid for hardpoint, and Nova always just struggling every single time that they go in there. It's going to be so hard because going into P1 and P2, Nova had the upper hand in the beginning in the first rotation of having that special forces base but still not getting a lot of the points down. Skade gets a lot of the scrap points. Nova nowhere to be found in the next one.
Yeah, and right now, both of these teams are really fighting for their lives. Both of them at 1 and 2, and once you hit 3 losses, you're pretty much out of the competition. 3 losses means there's just no way that you can make it into the top 2, but as long as you've only got 2, your hopes are still alive. If one of these teams, I mean, whoever loses is pretty much out of the competition. So these guys trying their absolute hardest at every single moment of this and really hoping that they don't get unlucky when it comes down to the tiebreakers. We see Leo holding down these long angles, and that's part of the reason why the SKS is so effective right now. Gonna see one right there, not able to get the kill. Actually, able to take out Saturn's right there, but the Nova players flood in once again. Somehow Skade still able to hold things down. Their hardpoint holds just so clean so far. 124 points, only 26 needed in order to close this out.
Nova hasn't moved that whole time. Only just 1 point to their name, and that whole time they were trying to go and fight for P1. And now the rotation coming into P2. Both of these teams already primed and positioned to go in there for the defense, but unfortunately for Skade, they just didn't win a lot of the gunfights there. And now we get to see Skade having an XS1 Goliath. That is going to spell trouble for Nova. They need to bring out everything that they can. Operator skills, death machines, everything that you need to go and just get rid of this XS1 Goliath. This is the point where you can just go use your thumper.
And the good news for Skade, most of their players have control of the spawns they want. It looks like Leo's trying to flip spawns, even though they had strong side spawns, so I'm not entirely sure what's happening right there. It looks like the Goliath going to get shut down. Marky tries to hop in, but the thumper doesn't fire. Skade continuing to build. They don't really need to play for spawns now that I think about it, because they can win it right here. So They don't really have to worry about it at that point, and it looks like they're going to be able to close out this one to even things at a 2-2. Attempted break. Not going to be quite enough. We take a look at Mayhem, who's up 2-0 in the lead in the domination as well. Looking to put themselves at 3-1 and give themselves a shot at moving on to day number 2. It is going to be Skade winning that one, but Tectonic in top blue trying to hold things down.
Mayhem proving everyone that they can go and win, and they just really want to get this. Just one more second. Take a look at that. Little B with a very essential kill just denies Godsend that B flag. And now that AB, they don't want that to happen yet again. I remember they were playing over here against Asilium, and they just had to lose it in 1 point. So they want to deliver here. Triple cap is in order. Oh no, I was going to say triple cap, but then we see one more player just capping A all by himself.
Yep, Mayhem pretty much in control right here. Not really struggling too much on the gunfight side of things. Noel hasn't found a whole lot of success. 5 for Dudu as well. Kind of a Dudu type of game, but you can always bounce back in the second half. But oh my gosh, there's so much Mayhem in the feed right now. Just no breathing room for this Godsend team. The triple cap goes in to end the half, and that's really just there to make a statement at that point.
Mayhem is angry. They just didn't want to lose that map here in the same particular game mode that they just triple capped the house down, and they want to keep dominating in this domination matchup. Now, what Godsend needs to do is to find a proper response and not be bullied right now by Mayhem, because a triple cap here in standoff, that is going to be very tricky. Probably one of the best plays to go and hold a triple cap for so long. Now the push going into A, that's what I like, but them being so open and really pushing through mid, not quite liking that idea.
And Space not going to be able to get full usage out of that gravity vortex right there. Had to take himself out in order to get the opponent. We still see AC split, nobody in control of B. One of the tougher B flags to cap, and definitely the easiest one to hold. So once one of these teams gets in a position where they see 3 or 4 in the feed, more than likely going to see that push go on in. Mayhem actually going for the AC split right now. Tectonic trying to hold down that C side while his teammates are spread out. Nero going to be able to clear out over by Grandma's as well. They said, you know what? B is pretty tough to cap, so we'll just go AC instead.
Yeah, for a while there, Mayhem didn't really quite have a home flag, automatically going into the spawn of gas station. That's where you're going to go. And that's why it's going to be very easy for you to go and spawn trap your enemy, because it's most likely they're spawning off of gas. And for Godsend, they're doing an amazing job here so far, not allowing Bravo to be captured, yet applying enough pressure to Mayhem to not even get at least 2 flags. Because it could have been one or the other way, an AC flip, but a very great rotation going into Alpha. And for a while, Mayhem didn't really have a home flag.
I tell you what, Tectonic just loves that statue on Standoff. I feel like every time that I've watched him over the past 2 years on Standoff, that's where he is absolutely terrorizing everybody on the map. Little B comes on through, Equalizer's going to come on out. Tries to clear off B, but there's nobody there, so he's actually going to die as a result. Some progress over onto A for this Godsend team, but Awaken! Crucial gravity vortex right there. Might be able to find another one over by Tractor. That's going to clear off the players and give an opportunity for Mayhem to get some control.
And finally, every single player of Godsend right now onto the back side of the map. Guys, again, going into gas station. They need to make some sort of presence here, and Mayhem not quite finishing up that Bravo flag. Really just allowing Mihawk with 12 kills so far to his name, finally capping B. What happened there? Everyone else was in the backside, and then just like that, 2 players capping B all by themselves.
Big gravity vortex kill for Noel. They've got B control for right now. We see it start to tick back toward Mayhem. 1 player on it is going to be Little B hopping on as well. Awaken, I think Awaken may have actually had the solo cap right there. Big OBJ plays. 19 to his name, and more than likely that's going to be enough for Mayhem to seal it. It looks like they might actually be able to get the triple. Not quite able to defend over there on the C side, but no map control right now for Godsend, and all Mayhem in the feed again.
Hunter Killer Drone. Seems like they love Mayhem today. And right now, they had a very solid triple cap hold, but finally we get to see Godsend go in there, but they need to go in there for another flag from Bravo. Yes, winning a lot of gunfights. Tectonic shuts down every kind of opportunity that Godsend has to go in for Bravo.
Yep, looking really comfortable right there. Little B hopping the top side. Gonna find one for himself, trying to make it a 2-0 or a 20. And try to close out this one relatively quickly. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, that tells most of the tale. Nero 20 and 9, Tectonic 21 and 9. Just about everybody on Mayhem double positive, and just no type of momentum for Godsend. So they're going to be able to close that one out. But obviously, the one that we're really, really concerned with is going to be our Game 5. How is that a hit marker? Oh, he hits the follow-up. Pam comes up huge right there. 2-0 for Skate off the start. You can tell, looking at the camera, he's feeling good.
And you don't want to have that kind of momentum in this map. Habzira doing a great job with the DLQ here. It's going to be Search and Destroy in Hackney Yard. Skate and Nova, game number 5. They're all even things out, but Skate having the upper hand of 2 rounds to their name. But it's going to be very difficult as one by one, they actually go fall like flies. It's a 1v5 situation. It all is up to one guy, Miguelis, but not quite doing enough. Finally, we get to see Nova 1 point up. This is going to be another situation where I might think it's going to be a game 11.
It might be. Saturn's had a whole lot of kills right there with R9 in the inside of that warehouse. Trying to switch things up, and it looks like he's got the right read right here. Is there going to be a whole lot of... Oh! He's got the read, but he doesn't have the timing. Somehow staying alive right there. Lim's going to be able to take him out. Oh, huge... He could have probably had a triple kill if he had had the timing right, but unfortunately for him, COD timing was not on his side.
I was going to say that Saturn's, that was the best opportunity to put the thumper kill, even though he missed the first one. Knowing very well there were a lot of people there, probably should have used another one. But then 3v3 situation here. Even things out. It's going to be a very passive play in the rotation coming in from Skate. It's going to be very nice as we see that Nova still thinks that it's going to be a Bravo push. There is no presence whatsoever from Nova at the A-bomb site.
Yeah, right now, it looks like it should be relatively free over at A. I guess Skate just trying to play things passive and not get too overconfident, but Bomb's going to go ahead and go down, and that's going to allow them to push out and get into some positions. 2 are going to go for the cross. It's going to be risky. That's going to be easy information, easy shots, even with Limbs. Not going to be able to get it right there. I don't know. What? That was a snipe? Oh my gosh, I don't know how he had an angle right there, but absolutely crucial for a Marky. That's going to give him a man advantage, trying to make the read right here. There's a guy to your left. Let's see if he predicts it, and he does. What a quick scope there as well. His teammate's going to be able to close out the round. Wow, beautiful plays for Marky.
Now, if it's a time where you can go and pop out, this is the time, and Marky finding the smallest of space to go and have that snipe. We didn't even process that could actually happen. I thought he was actually going, I thought he was safe behind that wall. For some reason, Marky still found a way to go and take him down. Really important start right now from the side of Nova. Now, it's 2v2. A 2-2 to both of these teams with Bomb. Skate still needs to go and take it.
Yep. You see Nova pretty much just lurking mid-map right now. 1 player with a sniper in hand, that's Marky. He had a slow start. We know he hasn't had a ton of practice, but man, this guy is starting to heat up right now. I believe Yaya got sights on at least 1 person on the inside of offices right here. He's getting the audio cues, but he's not able to spot anybody. His timing just not there time and time again. It may be lagging a little bit right there. That's definitely not what you want to see if you're Nova and you find yourself in this position where it's pretty much do or die.
Leo, there's one person right there, not quite hitting the shots. SKS, that is the price that you pay for having very slow fire rate. But then there's going to be another war to be won over in through mid, but Saturn's is going to pay the price by pushing a little bit too far, and Pabzera sniping down Yaya. That was a very quick turnaround. Not quite sure why there's 2 members of Nova into A, knowing very well everyone of Skade is actually going to be in that Bravo site.
Because they wanted to go top L and then make the wrap toward the back of the site, and now Nova has no idea, or Skade has no idea where they need to be looking, so the bomb's going to get picked up. But Turu's making his way, whoa, wanted to go bottom offices, but he said, never mind. I'm going to back things up, play this with my teammate. Oh my gosh, the timing for Karma just truly unfortunate in that scenario. They're not going to be able to get a pick. Turu's going to drop. Oh man, that just could not have been any worse. And now Karma on the wrap toward the outside. He's making a whole lot of noise. You got to think somebody's probably got information at this point. Leo taking some shots, but he's got no ammo. I don't know how he was able to get that kill. Pre-fires around the corner. He might be able to get the 1v3. Leo's super weak. He's got both, but one player hiding. I don't know if he's got the time. He's definitely got time to work with, but the nade goes over top. Yep. Karma trying to make the read, not able to make it happen.
That was just unfortunate. Karma didn't have enough time to go in there and make a play. I feel like for Nova, that was a pretty good read. That rotation into the warehouse was supposed to be good, but I feel like a pinch probably could have been a little bit more effective. Having 2 players, yes, it might be a little bit risky to go off on your own, but I think in this situation, it would have probably been really good. But then Karma and Marky having a really great start right now for Nova.
Yep. Saturn's going to be able to back up as well, and Leo going to be all by himself. 1v5 right here. Bomb the hands of Turu. That's a lot of missed shots, and that's probably going to cost you the round. Not that it was manageable as it was. Okay. All right. Maybe we need to go to the firing range at some point. That was a couple magazines worth.
High risk, high reward for the SKS, and that's why you need to be such a skilled player, especially if you're going to be using it from far away. You got beat right now. Was that a Type 25? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Imagine, you have a marksman rifle, and an assault rifle beat you from that far away. So there needs to be something different right now from Leon Zera, having just 3 kills to his name.
Wow, what a start for Nova right there. The R9 barges on into the point. I don't think that was what Saturn's was trying to do right there. But he's alive, and that's all that matters. Better than making a mistake with a thumper and bopping yourself in the face. Yaya making the wrap. Bottom offices right here. Bomb the hands of Yaya, and it looks like they're going to go back toward A. Couple players lurking mid-map for Skade right now. See if they can get the read. They have no idea. Yaya's going to get dropped on the hop-up. No trade there either, and now Pab finally going to be taken out. Leo all by himself now in the 1v3, and Skade losing momentum pretty quickly right now. Leo tried to make the 1v2 happen, but it wasn't meant to be.
He could have had a 2-piece right there. It was actually pretty possible, but a little bit too quick and really good with those gunfights. And now Nova, 4-3, 1 more, and it's going to be map point. Skade needs to find a way to respond to that. I feel like Leo Zera, he had a really good job with SKS early round, but then had a hard time with the matchup.
Man, Nova's looking good on the offense. They're a little iffy on the defense, but they have looked pretty much untouchable right here. Is off the bat, I believe they've gotten first blood every single time. Thumper going to come on out. Leo hoping somebody's on the inside. Hoping somebody's on the inside again. Nobody's going to be there for either one, but Leo comes up big. A quick 2-piece on the Karma and Marky, and now all the pressure's on Yaya.
He listened. He used the SKS to his advantage, and finally his shots hit. You gotta hit those shots, man, and he absolutely did. A 1v2 situation where Nova, they were supposed to win this round, doesn't quite get it. Leo Zera with a very great push again. 3 kills for him of what we've seen here so far. We actually didn't get to see if he had more kills, but for sure had 3. A very important matchup. Not gonna be surprised if there's going to be a round 11 in our midst.
Yeah, looks like it might be in the cards right here. It seemed like Nova had taken all the momentum, but just like that, Skade bounces back. Yaya gonna move topside right here. Not seeing anybody on the backside. Actually, a pretty aggressive topside B push out of Skade right here, and Pab seems to have information on where Karma is. He's the tip of his gun. Oh, you can shoot the tip of the gun and still kill him. Oh, the quick scope onto Marky. Somebody sign this guy. Wait. Okay, Skade signed this guy. Beside the point. Now the opportunity to clutch up once again. Fakes the defuse right there. Hits another quick scope. Could it be a 1v4? It could be a 1v4. Pab clutches up big time. 11 to his name. 5 wins. And they're 1 away from closing this out.
Big kills from Pab, and that is why he is here to stay. One of the best snipers that we've seen here in the competition so far. There was no hesitance on his end. For a while, I actually thought he was going to get a collide in the last 2 kills that he was going to have, but if you have a guy like him popping off, you need to shut him down if you were Nova.
I don't mean to pick favorites, but it's tough not to cheer for somebody hitting shots like that. Trying to find somebody over top of the B site. Not going to spot him quite yet, or over top of the A site. Leo going to sit back and play things passive. The quick plant coming out of Nova right here. We'll see if they can capitalize. It's going to be tough to bounce back after something like that happening to you, but they've got to make it happen. It's do or die for them right now. Players picked left and right. Skade finds a couple. They've got the man advantage right here. The clock is ticking. Only 20 seconds. Lins finds another big one right there. Making a 2-piece Yaya around the corner. There's 2 Skade players alive. And who else but Pab, the man, the myth, the legend!
Heck yeah, let's go! That is how we end the series with a beautiful game number 5. And I have a new favorite, and I thought I had so many favorites today, but that was probably one of the best plays that we've seen here so far.
Oh my gosh, Pabzera coming up absolutely massive for his team. I mean, you get a 1v4 and you follow it up with a quick scope to end the S&D. Just an absolute beauty of a finish.
Skade looking very sharp in this competition. They have one more chance to secure that spot. Nova, on the other hand, they're in a little bit of a pickle. I mean, that's me being very positive already, Bobby. Very, very positive. But can we talk about the man himself, Pab? I feel like Razor, I'm seeing the future. I think he's going to be coming up right now, being the very amazing player that he is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely deserves it. That had to be the play of the tournament so far, the 1v4 that we saw out of that one. I think we're going to take a look at it right here. Obviously, we got to take a look at the rest of the maps because Game 5 going pretty long, down to around 11. There was a whole lot that happened all the way through in some of the moments that we didn't get to see. Obviously, we had Nova taking the hard point off the start. Skade looking pretty good in the search and destroy, but it was really back and forth most of the way through.
Absolutely. It was a back and forth in that search and destroy, and it's always been in that case. And these two teams, they're in a pretty even playing field with Skade just having a little bit more of an edge, and they just need to be a little bit more consistent. But here we go. We get to see the greatness that is Marky, but unfortunately for him, at the late game, he wasn't able to respond, and that was the biggest problem in this Hackney Yard search and destroy. Skade was popping off with their snipers, and Nova just couldn't respond back.
Yep, and you got to give credit to Nova. They tried their hardest, but there's just so little that you can do when a sniper's hitting shots like that. And you can see right here, this is the round. Pab tries to find the wall bang, hits the... Oh, did he have an ace this round? No, his teammate finds one. Finds another right there. Yep, that was it, and then he follows it up. Oh my gosh, just an absolute beauty right here. Slides the corner, gets the read. Not able to get it right there, but he hears him coming on in. A beautiful fake, and oh my gosh, just absolute perfection.
Little B, this is your particular person that you need to see in the future. This is who you're going to be matching up with. And if you see a guy like this, coming from a team that you wouldn't think could actually shine this bright in this tournament, I am so amazed with what I've been seeing here. There's so many amazing matches there today. You got a 1v4, 1v5, and we're taking a look at what happened to the best of 5 here. Summit Hardpoint 150, 124, close games. Crossfire Search and Destroy, even closer. Raid domination, that was a little bit far off, same with the takeoff as well, but Hackney Yard finally 6-4 to just end off every single one of these matches. I want to look it back, and if you have the Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, you can take a step back, rewind, and watch every single beautiful play that you hit, especially if you hit a clutch. This is the best phone, 120 hertz display to go watch that beautiful shot.
Fun fact, it actually has a feature where you can like pull up your web browser on top of your game, so when you're waiting inside of a 360-second queue time, you can actually pull up the COD Mobile World Championships and watch it while you're playing COD Mobile.
Oh, see, that is going to be a very handy situation to be in. But then speaking of a situation, I want to throw it back to our host right now. Puckett, Ali, and Shift, take it away.
Thank you so much. Another Game 5 going the distance, and this one, well, I didn't expect a player to pull out a sniper rifle and get 4 kills. Ali, I know you've pulled off a few of these, but have you ever gotten a tip of the gun kill? Because I don't even try for those yet.
I can't even use a sniper with a controller. I can't imagine how they're doing it with their phones. Listen, hear me out. I know chat would love this. I have to see Little B, Veer, and Pap Zera load up into a lobby in a free-for-all, snipers only. Tell me that wouldn't be the most entertaining thing you'd ever see.
I think we got our plans for the All-Star Game 2022. We're already starting. Before we get there, though, we got to wrap up today. This is day 1 of the Western Finals, and if you're just joining us, only 2 teams move out of each group. This was heat number 4, your second to the last, and this one made things interesting. Explicit, Stamina, and ARP in Group A, all now at 3-1. Over in Group B, it's Tribe Gaming at 4-0, and NYSL Mayhem at 3-1. But all kinds of tiebreakers could be coming our way here, Shift.
Yeah, almost too many for us to really kind of calculate in one particular moment. The biggest thing that you could say is Stamina did their job, getting that win versus Explicit, forcing that 3-way tie at 3-1, in which you got to keep in mind, for all of you avid fans, now they play their regional opponents. So EU plays EU, NA plays NA. So when you look over at the group standings eventually, you'll get a pretty clear look to see what the path would look like for some of these squads. On the other front, you know, a bit unfortunate, Zygnus 0-4, Full House 0-4. But the thing about it is, both those teams can still play a bit of spoiler. So I'm excited to see it, but that 3-way tie up top in Group A, really for Explicit or ARP, since they're playing up against each other, whoever wins that match gets in. On the opposite side for Group B, Tribe is already good to go. They'll get a top 2 seed no matter what. They play up against Mayhem. If Mayhem lose that matchup, they will be in a weird situation with the EU squads, who would then be in a one-way tiebreaker with them.
And with Mayhem in that tiebreaker, I think it goes head-to-head. So if it's against Navi, you're good. If it's against Cilio, you're in trouble. Let's take a look, though, at something we got going on for everyone who wants to win at home. If you buy your own Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III today, I'm hooking you up with 43,200 COD points here in the United States. It's worth 540 USD. You'll love to see it. Shout out to Sony for supporting mobile gaming, mobile esports, and of course, the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Western Finals. 4 heats are done, 1 more to go, and this decides who is walking away with 75K, still in the running for that 300K, and of course, playing on day 2. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, and able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day. All I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The 1 gets the second.
I do it when I cold shoulder, cold shoulder. You know there ain't no other going out with a bang. How you like
Another one! Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
game over? Ready? How you like me now? Game over, game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now? Over.
До свидания. All targets eliminated.
You are so disappointing. I thought this was gonna be a fight.
You have no idea what is coming. This is just the beginning.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into the LA studio here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships Western Final. I'm your host, Chris Bucket, alongside Beef Mommy and Bobby Plays. We're just casting that last game. How we feeling?
Feeling really good. I mean, we saw hella snipes over there, really just 1v4 clutches. Pab, you are the man, and a lot of these guys have their eyes on you as their main competition. But apart from that, really crazy games here so far. It is do or die for the next teams that are going in for heat number 5.
Really exciting stuff. Before we move on to this next heat, Bobby, I really want to quickly touch on Season 10. It is out for anyone who has been sleeping on Call of Duty Mobile. What are they missing on, and what would be your suggested loadout for a day one player?
For a day one player, ooh, that's a tough one. Probably a PP-19 with a marksman barrel, and you can throw anything else on it.
Beef likes it. Yeah,
I do. Big mag size. If you miss your shots, you have a chance to go and recover.
Yeah. It's the good one. If you guys haven't tried it yet, download it right now. It is free. And of course, if you buy your Sony's Xperia 1 Mark III, we'll give you $540 worth of COD points. It was 42,000 or something crazy like that. Enough of that talk. We got to talk about this device that's in our players' hands today, because they are all using the game enhancer mode. They've got the best possible video. They've got their audio dialed in. This is one of the greatest gaming devices you can hold in your hand, and our players are all decked out with one for this tournament, Bobby.
Yeah, it's got all the features you can want. Customizable refresh rate, maximum refresh rate of, 120 up on top of the touch refresh rate of 240. Just absolutely ridiculous primetime gaming.
The Call of Duty Mobile World Championship presented by Sony, and we are going into the final heat for our Western Finals. North America, Europe, and Latin America, one more go-around. And as we take a look at this heat, it is a huge one. Explicit sitting at 3-1. We've got ARP at 3-1. They will battle for the #1 spot in their group. That is one of many matches coming your way. And we got our games kicking off just a moment from now with Alley Cat and I Hold Shift. Shift, take it away.
This could not have been any better for us here, Allie, because we only know one team who is for sure going to make it. That's Tribe sitting at 4-0. They have a chance to go flawless against their North American counterparts. Everything else, pretty much up for grabs. Multiple team tie situations in one group, and maybe a head-to-head situation depending on what happens with Tribe versus Mayhem and the other teams that find themselves kind of sitting right now at 2-2.
I wouldn't expect it to go any other way. After the exciting day of Call of Duty, we had that first hour and a half of Game 5s and Heat 1s. And as we went through our heats, it started to spread out a little bit more even, but I wouldn't expect anything less. A 3-way tie, I believe it's in our Group A. A lot of specific puzzle pieces have to fall into place for certain teams, and that's when you start doing the math. You know, that's when you're mid-series. You got to think, maybe that's messing with the player's mental, because mid-series, they're thinking, we have to get this many rounds. We have to win this many games.
Right.
This
Exactly.
is the team we have to win against. That is so much more pressure heading into our 5th heat.
All you really want is the knowing of we win and we're in. And that's exactly what we have on the table here for two of our North American squads. It's ARP, your regional final champions, going up against the upset case. Explicit started their day off hot. They also finished off Tribe in stage 4 for a top 6 position. Whoever wins this matchup gets in. The other subject to tiebreakers, and we get on into the firing range hardpoint.
An already opening break, pretty even across the board, although Explicit does take the lead early. ARP are in control of the hill. That's going to be Snipes, though, on your mini-map, trying to grit a contested go through. He is by himself, though, so looks like he's going to play his life just a little bit in mid, wait for some help from his teammates, but ARP flipping the lead here with a big 20 seconds.
Oh, Lucifer doubles down. Huge pickups as he's trying to make sure this back P2 area will stay safe, while meanwhile, ARP find themselves a whale of time here on this first hard point. So would this maybe be punishing for Explicit, who are giving up some space, not just through the middle of the map, but now they're going to be tested on rotation as the full flood starts to come out for ARP, leaving the old time, moving over towards new. But Snipes mid-map, able to keep most of this rotation safe. It's just down to what happens on the break attempt, and Jesus Save still keeps that play possibly alive as he gets a double.
Ooh, Snipes and Lucifer were caught out mid on rotation. I don't know why they were so far away from the point, but it's leaving what seems to be Veteran by himself. He unfortunately is not able to hold it on his own. So what was supposed to be a perfect rotation out of Explicit to get that first initial time, they end up getting broken fairly easily from the push of ARP Gaming, going for 50-20 for a big answer by Explicit, though, as Solo pushes his way in. We've been talking about this player a lot today. Again, last we checked, he was top in respawn KD total damage overall in our tournament thus far, but they've got to start making a change here in this hard point.
How about this for some statistics for you? ARP has played firing range map 1 every single series they've had today, only losing it to Skate in their opening matchup. Or pardon me, actually they won it every single time. They're flawless on this map, so for this it could be the 5th time as the charm here. Explicit definitely being tested and being pushed around a little bit to start. Now, granted, again, 24-point game, it's still marginal, but when specialists start to come out, can ARP maybe snowball this into more of a substantial lead?
That's a really interesting statistic. I can't believe Explicit allowed that to slip through the cracks, allowed this map to be played in one of probably the most important series of their day thus far, but already we're going to see the Death Machine getting invested here for some huge time. It does get shut down by Jesus Saves, but again, time is still in the hands of Explicit as they're looking to catch up here and even it out 64-54. Wow. 40 seconds left in this hill. The flood is coming in from ARP Gaming, but Veteran is going to be the one to lock it down. It's a little bit too individualistic from ARP. Explicit are just feasting on these solo chows that are coming out, and then the Death Machine for Veteran. That's going to put him on 3 in a row. 10 straight kills essentially for him as he's continuing to use this Death Machine to great avail, and has also earned the Goliath in the meantime. So Explicit, they steal away the trailer and largely get most of the 60 seconds that presided there. Now we're going to be probably watching Veteran for how he chooses to invest his streaks. He has already invested the drone, I'm guessing, for rotation going into next. 4 seconds are still on old. New has yet to pop, but they do have a 30-point lead now because of that hold, and they could very well, on the top of these streaks, bust their way in. And really, Mago is getting nothing with this Death Machine. He's trying to make sure that the backside of trailer doesn't get rotated through, but while holding that down, Explicit just ran right in the front door. So ARP, they don't just lose a lot of time on trailer. They've lost their setup here on wood. The number's still good. Now we've got Jesus Saves trying to make a hero play with the Death Machine of his own, but he's still really far away from the picture. He's still playing front side trailer. He gets dealt with. Explicit looking solid, but the play from back jungle will allow ARP a chance to break. Big 1v1 on Amago. Actually, they were holding spawns at first. They ended up getting picked out of the back, looking for the rotation to slide in and win that 1v1. That was a big gunfight to keep them in this, but it's already over the 100-point mark. Explicit 115-75. This was in the driver's seat of ARP, and Explicit has quickly yanked it back into their territory. So to answer your question, why do you keep this map pool in? We're figuring it out pretty darn quickly. And here's the thing for ARP. You still eventually are going to have to deal with the Goliath, the Veteran. So what do you need to do here? You need to put the pressure on. Force Veteran to pull that Goliath out sooner than he'd like to, because that's win condition right now for Explicit in terms. 40-point game. It is still very doable for the side of ARP, but just like you said, Chip, there is still a Goliath on the side of Explicit. And when they choose to invest that, that's when ARP need to capitalize. Now 55 seconds is still on this hill. We are back in P1. There is no mid control for the side of Explicit. It is on the hands of ARP. But number 5, that's going to be Solar Season hitting up the back. He finds a free kill, manages to stay alive. Should he get the kill off this hill, a lot of score streaks getting invested, as well as ARP Gaming cross the 100-point mark, 104-122. Here we go. Predator missile, and Pepe's going to be able to find one with it. ARP still dominating this first hard point. They're streaking close to getting to the 122 that the point total has halted for Explicit, but still that Goliath will now finally start to come down. I think he just put the smoke down for it. So Veteran's looking to pull this out, and he's got it bottom side trailer. They're looking to lock this up, but the lead swap will come through. ARP has been flawless here on P1. Can they shut down the Goliath? That's the only question. Zia gives it one shot of the thumper. There's a second. Veteran low. He will still survive, but it's not all that healthy. And on the backside, Mago deletes it. ARP, they've got the lead, and they've dealt with the Goliath. No, he had 3 teammates with him. Solar had such a big gunfight to win so that they didn't get shot in the back when the Goliath was landing. That is gone. That is all the cavalry they had to hold this hill, and now they are spawning across the map. 10 seconds left for ARP to steal this hard point. They were in no position to do this, and now they only need 5 seconds. There's going to be a slide in from Solo with the grab. It doesn't kill anybody. 2 more seconds. ARP come out on top with the first hard point.
It all came to rest on the script of you have to play essentially perfect hard point, force that Goliath into a weird spot, and they did both of those things. Perfect P1 execution, perfect neutralization of the Goliath, and now we look at another very important matchup when it comes to this game of things. Stamina need to win to maybe hopefully send things into some sort of a tiebreaker. Nova, on the other hand, well, they're pretty much just here to play spoiler, and we'll see more of this firing range hard point.
Playing spoiler is exactly what they want to do. In case we didn't get enough firing hard point, we're hopping right back into it. Nova having the lead so far. It's only 20 points. It's only the first couple of the hills, but a shining light nonetheless. Although Stamina has pushed their way into P2, it is pretty scrappy back and forth. A lot of time left on this hill, but for some reason, Nova is still kind of caught out in mid here. It looks like Yaya's trying to play spoiler, maybe go through the back, catch a couple of players off rotation, but while he's doing this, all of Stamina is sliding into the hill to get control.
Clarification, with 3 teams in this group at 3-1, Stamina being one of them. They win, they're also in. So we've got some pretty clear win conditions built into how do you get to Sunday for 3 of our teams that we're focused on here in that first group. But Nova definitely do not want to go down without a fight. They can force a multi-team tiebreaker situation. They're out of the picture for it, but they can make things really interesting for their EU brethren. And they definitely don't want to go down looking like maybe a bit underwhelmed compared to where we had them going into this tournament. So 39-33, 3 seconds remaining on the second hard point, but our focus largely exists here at trailer. Inferno able to find 2. That's going to be good as, well, all of a sudden, Stamina, they have an opportunity maybe to try to work their way in from the middle of the map, but Karma, he's going to shut that down single-handedly with the Death Machine. Tallies up 2, and with that, hard point opens up red.
Big plays out of Karma that he was literally by himself in that hill the entire time while all the cavalry from Stamina was pushing in. But once again, 6 matches going on at the same time. Tribe Gaming 4-0 in their pool right now, playing NYSL Mayhem. They dropped early on in our Heat 1, but then haven't lost since. They are sitting at 3-1. So checking in on them, Tribe is up about 40 points. We'll catch them later as we hop back into Stamina versus Nova, 41-58. A pretty even game across the board shift.
Inferno having a whale of a time here at the SKS. We know both Bobby and Beef Mommy were talking about the proficiency required for this weapon. Inferno showcasing it, although taken down. Now Stamina have to kind of fight this against just weaponry galore, as Karma's been able to use the Goliath and throw a little bit extra afterwards. Nova definitely feeling feisty against their E3 counterpart, but now you have to rotate, and well, the mech doesn't move all that quickly. So where do you want to put it, I think is the biggest question here, because you don't want to soak up too many thumper shots.
I believe he stood there and went up for a hot minute. Like, can I mantle this on a Goliath? Like, can we test this out? He will get shut down, though. Stamina is in control of the hill thus far, but that's 3 members of Nova just pushing through the front for basically free. They will get traded out finally, but I believe that gain Nova spawns as well. A fairly close game right off the bat. Grizzly can go on a spree, though, as he finds 2 to lock down some good time in this hard point.
Yeah, a bit of a split spawn situation, oddly enough, for Nova. They had a couple spawns by bathroom, coupled over towards the jungle path, and Grizz makes sure he makes safe one of those 2 alleyways, making sure that Stamina knows where to focus their attention for the following hit. 30 seconds left on the hard point. Marginal lead here for Stamina, but Nova slow to try to even make a move towards this hill. Again, split spawning north to south, and they're not able to focus too much of any numbers whatsoever, and the kills that you're seeing are really negligible until maybe Tour was able to find an entry, but denied. And with that Stamina looking good for the scrap time, and also they'll hit the sentry mark first.
I don't know what I'm watching on the side of Nova right now, if I'm being honest. They're spawning deep on the other side of the map, and they're pushing into mid and just kind of spreading out. It feels like they don't really know where they're trying to commit to. There was 30 seconds left on the hill. I was like, this is a really bold early rotation out of them, but it wasn't even that. 2 players actually ended up trying to contest the hill last second and just getting picked off for basically free. So now Stamina is past the 100-point mark, 100-66. We reset. We're back in mid once again. Nova hopefully looking to regroup here as they get a couple kills on board.
Yeah, keeping the game scrappy is not going to be enough to beat a team like Stamina from the perspective of Nova. So you've got to put something together. You'd like to do it sometime soon because, like we see, Terrari's already got himself a Death Machine to use to lock down this hill. Also, we've got Narcs pulling out the mech. Goliath in play. Just no nonsense is what it feels like right now for Stamina. This isn't exactly what you would call the most opportunistic time to pull this Goliath out, but Stamina just don't really want to let off the gas pedal, even if it means using this Goliath in a very weird time.
This Goliath looks like the most fun thing ever to pull out, especially in a competitive match, to just walk around in this hunk of metal and get kills like this, hold the hill like this. What a fantastically fun time that must be. 125, only 25 seconds needed for Stamina to take this first hard point. Again, we are in our 5th heat. This is a lot of do or die matches for most of these teams to get into the top 2 of their pools. Shift finding a good 2-piece here, looking to close it out on P2.
Yeah, this Death Machine locking down the front door will mean that Stamina will open up the second hard point to their name. But the hit from Nova, looking to build up some pressure from the back. Karma right through the smoke, gets up and in, and that's clean from Nova. 3 straight kills, find the 4th, why don't you? Hunting down maybe even more beyond that as Stamina now all of a sudden find themselves the byproduct of some split spawns, and Nova, they're looking solid here on P2. You deal with this next wave, and all of a sudden we've got ourselves a game, but the thing is, you got 3 Death Machines on. Have you saved anything to actually see yourself make this comeback?
Absolutely not. I don't think they're thinking that far ahead right now. I think they just want to lock down this 40 seconds of time, get themselves past the 100 mark, and possibly go for a scrappy trailer push. Once again, though, they do have the final scrap time going in. No investment looking at the side of Stamina, but it looks like a Goliath is actually getting called in on the side of Nova on the side of our map over here. But the problem is that Goliath's got to rotate, and it is on the other side of the map from next still. So only so much can happen, and the Death Machine gets called out now, already at half health before the New Hill even pops. Saturn's got to make the trek of a lifetime to make it into New Hill.
This is still doable. This is still doable, but you've got to find a way to open up space for your rest of your team to work on, and there comes out the Thumper to deal with the Goliath. So the entry not going to be found by way of a mech. 135, 121. Stamina still in the hard point. Here comes the hit from Nova. Multifaceted, or is it? Drari shuts down the front door, and from the opposite side, Grizz says no thank you to the back door, and with that, it's looking solid for Stamina to take map number 1. A bit closer than I'm sure they would like, but regardless, it's a map win nonetheless. One that would for sure win the series and put them into a position to auto-qualify into tomorrow. And same situation, if you continue to rehash for you guys, we'll beat a dead horse if we have to. Winner of this match also gets to Sunday.
It's funny, Nova put a sentry on the outside of trailer before they even had control of the inside. I just want to know what was going on there as Grizz got the 2-piece. But ARP Gaming versus Explicit. ARP is up 1-0 so far in the series. Tied up, though, in the S&D round count thus far. Bomb is planted on the B side. Nobody has dropped just yet. This is a very rare occurrence I feel like we've seen, especially in COD Mobile. Search and destroy to see the bomb go down without anybody getting picked off from either side. But finally, first blood comes through for the side of Explicit. That's another one on the side of Solar Season. He gets traded out, but now it's a 1v5 that they're just hunting for him on the other side of the map.
Explicit's coming off of 2 straight series where they have played and won on this map mode combination. So, look, it's a little too early to make this statement, but imagine a world where they don't drop map number 1, which was ARP's pick. You come into your map selection here for Search and Destroy, you have a chance to go up 2-0, but that future has been taken away by ARP's comeback on the firing range hard point, but a 2-1 tally nonetheless for Explicit on the offense. ARP, heavy stack as they're looking to get aggressive over through B, and boy, with the first blood from Pengi, they're going to be allowed to do so with numbers, but Veteran reads it, but can't get more than just the 1, and with that, ARP dominate over the B side defensively.
I'll take the 1 over none, but serious aggression out of ARP Gaming up front and Explicit, which usually is something we see from their side of things, so we're going to slow it down just a bit because Explicit's like, well, now we don't know where you are. You are now on the backside of our spawn. However, Bomb is down at B. They have plenty of time to work with, plenty of time to pick it up. Explicit is spread out enough where they could get a free kill. Free kill on Solar. There it is. 2v4.
Love this from ARP. Tempo-wise, you feel like Explicit's feeling confident after their last 2 wins. It was a 6-3 and a 6-1 when they last played here. But all of a sudden, your attacking half has started to go a bit awry. I mean, losing 2 rounds on attack would not feel great, I had to imagine, but it does go to show how evenly matched these 2 squads are. Leaving Snipes by himself here for a 1v4 situation. Pengi cleaned up 4 of the 5 kills that round. So, great stuff coming out of ARP defensively. 1 more round before we swap the halves.
Snipes got terrible timing there as he just kind of played ring around the rosy for a second, but because of the call-out, the rest of them kind of collapsed inside. Only so much you could do in a 1v4, though.
Yeah.
Tied up 2-2. We're going to be on board with Snipes. He's got the snipe out, naturally.
Oh, but this time around, ARP are trying to make the same hit happen. But it's being read. Trophy systems down. Veterans watching the side door. trade happened over the middle to get us to a 4v4 very early on. Solo changes that as he finds the third kill in the round. It's on to Zia. Pepe, different flank. Oh my goodness, how has he been able to maneuver into this space? Solo says, well, you can maneuver the first time, but not much space for you to work with there. And the last two left alive. Mago, Jesus saves, both playing with scopes in a 2v3.
2v3 bomb looking to go down. It's definitely possible if Mango keeps this angle, but his teammate unfortunately overpeaks and gets taken down. 1v2, bomb goes down, 40 seconds on the clock. It's Solo and Snipes. This is not the duo I'd want to go up against with bomb planted.
Yeah. Same, by the way. Especially considering that, look at Solo's position. I mean, he could just sit up top broken in his playoff contact that Snipes finds. So a difficult situation here for Mago. It would require 2 unbelievable shots. And he's not going to be able to get the first one off. Snipes able to beat him just outside the mid. And with that, it will be an offensive side favored slightly for Explicit, but slightly is the most important real word in that sentence as we swap the sides over, and it's only a 3-2 lead.
Game face on as again we see the cams of our players in the bottom mid of our screen locked in. On board with Mago right now. 4 and 3 across the board. Team doing pretty good. He just found a nasty snipe to open up the round. That's going to be Lucifer down and out. He's sitting at 0 and 5 right now, struggling to get on his feet. Hopefully he flips some gears here soon as Bomb was going to go down on B side. It looks like it's going to back up because of the vision for the side of Explicit.
Yeah, I'm wondering how much information Zia just got before falling, because look at all the red arrows. They're swarmed right around this double building outside of A. They haven't quite made it into bottom broken as of yet. That's being contested by Mago, who is apparently just playing over on the corner. But Solo is making a move. Number 2 in red, trying to open up some space around the back. The bomb carrier Pengi is just having a little bit of fun with the bus here, tapping away. And I think Mago has actually recognized the potential threat, and he will back up into a corner, which I would not imagine anyone would ever check.
I thought Solo got the information there on Mago and maybe called out for a veteran, because veteran instantly made the rotation into building with him to hold his back angle. A lot of slow gameplay right now. Nobody wants to give anything up. 2 and 3, again, Explicit in the driver's seat right now when it comes to round count. But this bomb has got to go down. 45 seconds. We could be looking at quite a stalemate here until the dwindling seconds.
And the question for me is, are there any smokes here for ARP? Because watching the cross is Solar, who we feel like probably has a scope. We'll see. Pepe trying to create some space for the bomb carrier Pengi, who has still not committed to even getting onto the B site. Now finally making their move. Snipes looking for a bit of a wall bang. Plant has not started yet. Does not quite hit the crevice in time, but there it is. Solar on the cross does take down Pengi. 18 seconds to play. Got ourselves a 3v2 favoring the attack, but who can deal with Solar on the cross? I believe he's seen him, and yeah, Solar still has the angle. It's traded by Jesus saves. 10 seconds left, 2v1. Solo has to make a move. Jesus looking to get the plant off, and I believe he's going to get it off. He does. So now a 1v1. Bomb planted, and where's Mago? Nobody has seen him in the last 45 to 50 seconds. He's going to play around the backside corner. Solo taking his time. Mago watching the cross. Hasn't seen the angle as of yet. Does he get caught looking? There's so many bodies down, but he doesn't take the shot. Solo on the corner. Timing. Solo gets a couple of shots up, but he has to play for the defuse. Mago is still holding his position, and Solo's going to make his move. Is there an angle? Can Mago, does he even check it? He's not going to, and Solo is going to sneak the defuse away underneath Mago's nose.
Huge ninja defuse decision there by Solo. He was like, you know what, I'm going to bet on the fact that because I tagged bullets in you that you're not going to make this check. So then Mago goes for the wrap, maybe get a different angle on the bomb site, and Solo utilizes that time for that 4-second defuse. Folks, again, this is something, if you're new to COD Mobile Competitive, it takes 4 seconds to defuse, so a lot quicker than you may be used to. No wraps coming in from this side, but as we head in, Explicit up 4-2 in this S&D. Opening kills, though, do go in the favor of ARP.
Bold play from Solo. Seeing maybe if he's got the hot hand and he get caught by just too many ARP members. Smoke will envelop most of this site. Snipes hits a collat? Or is that just a straight double the kill feed to catch up on? Regardless, impressive nonetheless to catch 2. Now the defense with numbers can retake, and they're looking to go quickly, but Pepe watching over the corner, and he's going to get information and help from Mago, who finds a double of his own. Quick response coming through. Nade over the corner, over the broken wall. Solar stays alive through it. No tags. Pepe following up, gets 1, looks to hunt down the second, wants to go with the Type 25, but Mago says, don't worry, brother, I've got your back.
Oh, that trade was huge there, because he was ready for the shell, but his teammate actually cleared it up for him, so he didn't even have to worry about it. ARP and Explicit, they are neither giving up anything. Lucifer still has yet to find his first kill on the board, going this far in the S&D. You wonder if he starts warming up here soon, getting a pick or two, if this game would go any different. On board with Maga, though, looking for a free spin. Misses the shot, and Solo makes it away for free. Finally gets shut down with the help of his teammates. But you gotta hit those free shots, Maga, or else you can't be in that top 3 conversation with Veer and Little B and Peds.
You're absolutely right. That's a shot you have to hit. A 1-for-1 exchange for Solo's fine. He gets so much information on what else was around this area. So now all of a sudden the defense has a more keen idea as far as what could be happening here in the next couple of moments. Number 5 in red, Solar, also cruising into bottom broken. Mago might have to be responsible to clear this, but again, he goes back towards his spawn, maybe hoping that Jesus Saves, who's playing the backside of the bus depot, could hold a corner or an angle to help clear this. But while all this is happening, they're allowing the bomb to essentially get planted for free. So even though the numbers you would feel like are generally decent for the defense to contest the bomb site, they're not able to get an angle.
I can't believe Explicit is just fully ignoring the deep spawn on the other side of the map, which is where Mago is. Mago's just sitting there, and the second you slide out, Solar slides on him, and assuming he's about to get shot in the back. No, he misses the shot. He almost turned on him. Mago, please hit your snipes. We're sick of the heart attacks. Thankfully, he does get cleaned up. 4v2 ARP in the driver's seat. Snipes get shut down. That's going to be another round to tie up, to search and destroy. But how many times has Mago just sit back deep in spawn and wait for an overtile from Explicit? They got to send somebody to check those corners as they now tie up this S&D. Again, ARP Gaming already up 1-0 in the series.
Lucifer joins the agency at 0-7. Mago, different angle for him. Wants to try to play for the initial pick across to see if anyone's going to, again, try to challenge that bus area off the rip. But this time, Solo is kind of holding back just a touch. And look at the threat coming through for Explicit. 4-man stack over through bottom broken. It's just Mago who's here, and Snipes is right underneath him. And there's really no way you challenge this, but Pangy's going to give that information saying, dude, what? How did he get here? Takes off the cross, and with that, now you've got to clear it out, and Jesus Saves may have just done it. We go to a 4v4.
Can we talk about Solo? He's just been sitting in this corner since the beginning of the round for about 40 seconds. He's just been kind of chilling, waiting for the overchill, pistol in hand.
Still got nades too.
Nades, concussions, everything. He's just waiting for a chow. He's waiting for some sort of information from his team to get the move. Maybe this patient pays off because this bomb is trying to make its way up onto the B side. It gets naded off. Now Solo has that information. He might not even need to move, though, but him and Lucifer are going to push up to hopefully get this kill before the bomb goes down. That's going to be all she wrote. 3v2, though. Mago with a huge snipe to tie it up. But again, that bomb is down and out at that B side, and you know Explicit has that information.
Oh, Snipes, it just wreaked havoc from bottom broken. You can see it from Mago's POV, not happy about it. Wait, it was Snipes there the whole time, dude. Come on. I mean, there's no way for him to flush it out with this scope. He needs some help for it. And the thing about it, like you had mentioned, he continues to kind of play passive around broken, and then once he feels the threat, he backs up into spawn. So there hasn't been an instance where ARP are going to send a second number to help clear out bottom broken. Early smokes come through. Once again, defense making their way largely over towards the A house, and once again, Snipes very well just may sniff his way into bottom broken for free.
I feel like we put a lot on Mago's shoulders right now, and I just looked at his KD. He is 13-4. Somebody help this man. 4v4 now. Explicit looking to move their way up the mid site. Once again, all trapped in this building. I feel like every round we've just seen all red getting trapped in this building near the A site. Bomb looking to get planted on its way to B. Mago looking over it. We've seen this play time and time before during this entire series.
Delayed smoke, allowing Zia to try to go for a plan, and this is better. Mago and Jesus Saves collectively as the double scopes make their way across through broken, clear out bottom, make sure Snipes doesn't get a free angle. And now a 2v4 situation, trying to get this to a round 11 or ARP, and it all falls onto Veteran. No chance. It's Pepe who tracks him down, and it's a round 11. A massive one as well. Explicit. This is their map pick. They nearly stole away ARPs, but it all comes down to one round, and it's Explicit on the attack.
I mean, what better way? Round 11. This will set the pace for the rest of the series. Again, Explicit and ARP 3-1 respectively. This will be a huge momentum change for either side of these teams. Already, Bomb is making its way actually towards the B side. A lot of contest over at A, but nobody's down and out yet. We're on the board with Jesus Saves right now. He's been a big playmaker all day, getting behind enemy lines and just clutching up for his team. It's moments like these where it makes some of the best players in Call of Duty Mobile. Again, nobody want to give anything up. Solar finds the first snipe onto Jesus, saves 4v5, but it's not down and out yet. They still have 1 minute and 23 seconds. Bomb has still not made its way up to the B site just yet, and you got to worry about Pepe and Mago, who are looking straight at it.
But the thing about it is Mago is watching the front side of bus. He cannot see the bomb plant from top laundry where he's positioned. So it's all going to fall onto number 5 in blue, which is Zia, to maybe even play off a contact point. Big advantage right here for Explicit, taking down Jesus to start. Pangy in a position maybe to try to follow up, but the bomb's going to go down unchallenged, uncontested. Late set nade coming through, not going to get there in time, and Solar once again, the angel on the wings here of Explicit, find their way for another. Pangy pushed back. 5v3 in the post plant is just so darn good. I don't know how you break this if you're ARP.
You don't break this. It's a 3v5. You'd have to get some of the luckiest caught timing to isolate some of these gunfights, and none of them go their way. Explicit in a very convincing fashion in a 4v1 bomb planted. 15 seconds left. It's not impossible, but it sure as heck is hard. Mago's going to go out with a snipe. That's going to be Explicit to tie up the series 1-1 going into the game 3.
My goodness. I mean, it's just by the literal skin of their teeth. The fact that ARP sneaks away their first map pick on the firing range, hardpoint, and then Explicit does the same to respond back. We're at a 1-1 tie. Desk, thoughts?
Hoping this one goes to another Game 5, Round 11. Give me 2 S&Ds that go the distance. Now, to catch you guys up, I wanted to break down our tiebreakers. If teams in the same group finish with a similar score, we go to our tiebreakers. You look at Group A, well, I got 3 teams currently at 3-1, so let me break it down for you. Here between ARP and Explicit, winner is in. They're playing on Championship Sunday. Now, Stamina beat Explicit in the previous round. If Stamina now finishes off Nova, which they're up 2-0 over, it's Stamina moving through. If somehow Nova reverse sweeps, ARP and Explicit will go through no matter what. Over in Group B, we know Tribe has been playing fantastic. They are 4-0. They are in. Mayhem are in if they beat Tribe in this Heat 5. And if Asylum beats Navi and Tribe beats Mayhem, then Asilium are in. If Navi beats Asilium, Mayhem are in. That is the chaos that is going on. All kinds of different ways to win. But basically, if you're NYSL Mayhem, beat Tribe right now. If you're ARP or Explicit, win your match right here. And same thing can be said about Stamina. That's the breakdown of everything going on here in Heat number 5. The games are coming up here in just a moment.
Oh, well, they were right back into it. Thank you so much, Poco, for breaking it all down for us. I was never good at math, so I'm glad we have you here to keep me on board. Stamina versus Nova. Already a little bit of a lead on the side of Stamina. They are in the second half of this domination. We are going 96-64. However, Nova do have C and B under their control, so we could see a flip here.
Yeah, this is a absolutely massive opportunity here for Nova to try to get back into the series with this 2 flag capture. The timing would be close, but they very well may need a trip cap coming through. And Stamina, they are all over this A site. They're going to call in a Goliath to try to reinforce just to make sure there is no follow-up push. Sentry gun down for Nova right over the middle of the map, so that'll keep that safe. You can commit numbers here, but Marky, as he turns the corner, no, Bale, get out of here. There's a Goliath in there. Don't go in there.
That was so perfect. He literally corner peeks that and says, oh, no, I am not equipped for this gunfight right now. Stamina 107, Nova 84. Nova still in control of C and B, but with Narcs in this Goliath looking to hopefully break into this B point. He's got a couple kills under his belt, but still not enough progression to take over the site. I wonder if somebody can slip behind enemy lines and go for this C push. That's actually going to be Grizz who makes it top. He finds a kill. This is the pinch that they need to get into this point. Although they're in the lead, they need this double cap to keep it going, and that's going to be the kill. Big Grizz play going through the top and for the back.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a spawn out situation for Stamina. They get a really good call saying, hey, we're splitting right now. We got split spawns. Make sure you're working on the back. And off screen, it was Drari and Inferno who made sure the A flag stayed safe. But Nova fighting back. Goliath taken care of. but how do you get rid of Inferno on the heady? That seems to be the bigger issue, maybe more so than the Goliath was, as he just continues to look left, look right, look up, look down. Doesn't seem to make much of a difference. He's on 4 in a row. 19 total kills for Inferno. Turu, the next contestant, as he continues to dance in and out of the computers right in front of the B flag, but dancing is not capping, and that's exactly what Nova's going to need if they want to find a way to extend the series.
Shift pulls out the death machine, but actually doesn't get to use it at all. Thankfully, Jari is inside, able to protect this B site. I believe Nova would need a triple cap to keep themselves in this game. They're already down 2-0 in the series, looking to get 3-0'd down and out in our 5th heat. Stamina looking fantastic. 140 to 112, A and B under control. You can see the streak, see the specialists all getting utilized here in top, and now that should be all she wrote. Shift.
Yeah, sort of looking that way. Stamina only really stumble versus ARP. They got 0-3 there, but everything else very much so in control for one of the EU favorites. You see Na'Vi, Asilium, just starting things off. Another matchup over in Europe. And the fragrance here is all about what can Asilium sniff out, because Na'Vi is essentially out of contention for making it to tomorrow, but Asilium's hope, it would rely on some things going their way. But first and foremost, you have to beat Na'Vi.
We gotta get through this 1v1 gunfight first, if I want to be honest. It lasted a little longer than I think any of us expected. Na'Vi, though, in the driver's seat, 134 to 100. Asilium looking to make the comeback here on this hill, and as soon as I say that, KK finds 2 more, cleans it up for the rest of his team to get in the hill and looking to pull himself into mid for a couple of freebies. 143 to 99. They have to contest, and they're going to have to worry about the rotation. It looks like Navi's going to take this.
Well, the thing about this is if you can hold on to this second hard point, the third one will spawn on your back. But you've got to clean things up. Feints. Looks like he's got the death machine out. Jazz also trying to work things out, but Na'Vi, they get a break very cleanly from down low. Now KK, he's got a death machine of his own. Nades all over the place. It's just thumpers all around the hard point. No chance for Slim to survive through it. And Na'Vi take map number 1. Again, they're playing spoiler in this particular matchup as we continue to watch over to see who qualifies from both these pools, because at the moment, Allie, we just don't know. It's just, it's too hard to say. I mean, Bucket, not only is he smart, he is handsome to give us all of those breakdowns, but really, at the end of the day, for a lot of these teams, it's just take care of your own business. Get your own win.
Absolutely. I can promise you right now, everything Bucket says already out of my brain. I've already lost it. We are getting into so much action here at the Call of Duty Western Finals, heading into our final heat. This is Heat 5. This is do or die for a lot of our teams. You know, the bottom 2 in pools. Only so much we can say there, but they can still play spoiler, like Shift said, and I think there might be a little fire underneath them. You know, it's good to see that they haven't counted themselves out as they want to still have an effect in our pool play.
Point of pride still exists too. That's the thing I really enjoy about this 5th heat, is that everyone is playing up against a regional rival in some ways. You know what I mean? Like, you've got your 1s versus your 3s in some of the instances. You've got your 2s versus your 4s. It's, again, a lot of pride on the line for all of these squads that are playing in between the regions. So as we go back into it, it's been a very tight affair here for winner moves on ceremony between Explicit and ARP. And we jump on over to a Summit domination, which we haven't seen a whole heck of a lot of on the day so far. For each of these 2 teams in particular, you look at what they've done on the domination of the map 3, and it's been pretty much flawless for ARP. Explicit is the team that I have the most questions on when it comes down to especially this map mode combo.
Well, we're about to find out. Tied up 1-1 in the series. Explicit not in the driver's seat this time. ARP Gaming with B and C under control. And you can just see the line of red on your mini-map. Just this huge front line that Explicit is going to have to try and force their way through if they want any hope of not getting too much of a lead out of this game.
Great start for ARP with a BC hole. Explicit trying to work their way through the underground, maybe trying to hit a different route. It could provide, with the right kills, maybe even a chance for a spawn flip, but they're turning their attention over to the middle of the map. And with the kills coming through, it's looking good to at least start making some progress on the B flag. ARP, can you touch anywhere? That's the real question. You've got Pepe who's nearby. He's able to come on through with Pengi, and there's 4 straight kills. Oh boy, a heroic play nonetheless, just before the B flag is able to get flipped.
I blinked. I blinked and the front line was gone, and then I blinked again and it was about to be a triple cap in favor of Explicit, and then I blinked again and ARP Gaming flooded through the front, cleared out every single member, and are still in control of the B and C points, and about to be A as well. Now a triple cap on the side of ARP Gaming. I don't understand what is going on. They are capitalizing on the spawns right now. Explicit looking to fight back on this C side, but that couple seconds of triple cap is going to hurt late game.
Major shout out to this guy on your screen right here, Zia, the last member that was alive alive behind A, waiting for his teammates to start spawning with him. Made sure the A flag stayed in their favor. Now he's finding himself a bit of a spree. 3 in a row, just locking down the computer staircase. Help is here to really kind of start setting in. Lucifer for one trade. Lucifer slides and gets a double right in front of our eyes, and that may provide an opportunity for Explicit to get right back in, and wouldn't you know it, there's the B flag with the C home flag they've already possessed.
Pengy is still in here, though. He's still trying to contest, getting that B flag capped over back to their side, 57-28. Not how much you can do here as we're heading into the end of the first half, but CS Solo and Snipes are forcing their way in once again. Split spawns on both sides of the map. The collapse here could go in favor of Explicit, but again, there's only so much they can do with 10 more points on the board for ARP.
The good news here for ARP is you still have the way to contest this B flag, so if you're just going to handshake home flags, that's okay because you're still holding onto a 2-flag status. It's an AC hold right now for Explicit, but that's only marginal and for a very short amount of time. And with really not a lot of time to play with here in this first half, ARP, wow, they really swam through that chaos. Veteran? Did you just pull out a death machine at the very last second?
All right, we're gonna take a break from them. We're gonna take a break and check in on our other teams after that chaotic first half of domination. Again, that is a tied up series, 1-1. But Tribe Gaming and NYSL, they're going through their domination as well. It looks like a pretty close matchup over there. We'll check in on them again a little bit later. Streaks get invested again, 36-75, a convincing lead for the side of ARP Gaming. Now the death machine gets called out for Peggy, but he gets shut down very quickly. Explicit looking to force themselves back into this game.
That's a massive play from Solo. Veteran still rocking a 3 combo, but you still have to wonder, that death machine, does it come out to pan out? Maybe it doesn't make much of a difference because Solo's just doing it all himself. Man is living up to his name. R9 at range because why not apparently? Shoddy pistol combo and Solo has just absolutely taken over the map.
Solar watching over him up top. Again, just favorable spawns might have been the name of the game for ARP earlier, as Explicit is looking to fight their way back into this. As a number 1, that's going to be Solo. It's actually pushed up to the A site in a perfect position to watch this cross, to not let anybody through, but he actually will get taken down. Snipes, I don't want to know what happened there, but 2 players from ARP end up getting into the B site. They're looking to get a little bit of a spoiler here, but this front line of blue is just impossible to get past. 1 in 5. Mago and Pengy finally make their way in, but unfortunately trades don't go in their favor.
ARP creating a bit of chaos here. It does force out the Predator missile. Actually, that's ARP's Predator missile. Jesus finds 2 with this. Wait a second. The Solo player over by C gets dealt with, and in the meantime, there wasn't enough pressure to get back over and really do too much with the B flag. So the 2-flag stat is still good for Explicit. They are digging into this deficit and doing it very quickly. Jesus saves, similar play that we saw just a moment ago, but isn't able to fully get over towards C. This is a very stretched out play for ARP, and honestly speaking, trades are just not good enough. You have to be able to get up and stack somewhere. Lucifer, last Explicit member in the back, as another split spawn situation comes out, but it's ARP who are making the initiative move, and they will have a 2-flag status first.
Wow, that call. Solo actually stayed alive over on the A side even while they were losing C. He did not move a muscle until his teammate, actually Veteran, spawned in the back of A, and the second that happened, there was that call out. He pushed his way up to C to try and help that contest, and though they will get the A side now, they have completely lost control of B and C over that. Now they're digging their grave. 112-88. What was all in Explicit's favor. It took one mistake for ARP to put themselves back in the game.
Yeah, for Mago and Pepe, they both operate into the death machines to just lock down A and make sure Explicit or spawn trap behind Ski Lift. It's absolutely picture perfect. Gives their teammates some time to overwhelm and eventually retake the B flag. So now Explicit, we start to turn our attention your way. And Solar gets shut down with the equalizers just as soon as he takes them out of the holsters. And ARP have just taken care of a very credible threat as they're very close to getting up to the 150-point mark. Oh.
130-96. The pain in your voice shift. I am right there with you, Explicit. You had the second half all in your favor. You know what I thought? Maybe, you were chalking the first half. You had the bad sides. You were going to capitalize on the C and B cap, but then you flip yourselves out and then lose your B and C control. And ARP, again, they take 10 more points to get up in this series, 2-1. Again, this is pretty do or die for both of these teams because they are guaranteed in if they win this, I believe, shift.
Yep.
On that side of things, so this is it for them.
Wow. ARP, clutch plays coming out of Mago and Pepe when it matters most. stops Explicit dead in their tracks, and with that, they will go up in this series 2-1, with a map 4 eventually coming up. When we turn our attention over to what's going on the opposite stream, that is Tribe playing up against Sickness. What? True?
Tribe and Zygnus, 13-2. They're in hardpoint. I guess this is map 1. Control already in the favor of Tribe, and also a lot of scores. Oh, there we go. 136-99, NYSL Mayhem. You know, I was just rolling with it. You know what they showed me on the screen? I'm just like, you know what, this is what's happening right now. But Marshy, big 2-piece already. 10 more seconds for them to also lock this domination to go 3-0 against NYSL Mayhem.
Tribe lost 1 map in group play. In a group that both Bobby and Beef Mommy were saying group of death, flat out. For them to lose 1 map, this is a team that finished top 6. They lost to Explicit in the regional finals, and apparently that was the wake-up call they needed. Coffee straight to the IVs for them. They drop a single map, and they go flawless through their group as the #1 seed. Wow, that's unbelievable from Tribe.
Again, I don't remember all the math around that for NYSL to get 3-0'd for Tribe. How that works out with all those ties, I'm sure we'll figure it out by the end of this heat. But Asilium and Na'Vi, this is a match we're focusing on right now. Na'Vi is up 1-0 in this series, but not so much in the S&D. Asilium 2-1 as we're on board with them. They're forcing the bomb to go over to the B side.
You have to remember that Mayhem does not hold the head-to-head tiebreaker versus Asilium, thanks to their 0-3 loss. We'll let League Ops and Puckett handle the technicalities, but I know that for sure. So Asilium, still the condition for them is they must win here versus Na'Vi to have a chance to get in tomorrow. And a search and destroy that they would love to be able to capitalize on right here. Brilliant play from Shark. He has been the master of his domain on this backside of trailer all day long.
Bomb is still kind of stuck out in spawn here. It's going to make its way back towards mid as what it looks like a B push. Marvel and Jazz are just too posted up back there for Na'Vi to be able to really do anything. So now they are stuck in a 3v5. They just have to hope for a pick, but Kike gets a little aggressive, gets the bomb player. He might get on that as well. He gets shut down, but Bomb is down. 50 seconds on the clock. 2v4. Not impossible, but you got to have a lot of solo gunfights go your way.
Update from League Ops. If Asilium wins, they will knock Mayhem out of the #2 spot. If Na'Vi wins, Mayhem safe. That's what's on the line here. Literally ride or die situation for Asilium. 4v2 situation here in round number 4. Fear. Mid-map bomb to his back. No problem to collect that and also pick up a Type 25. So which tool is best served for the job is the question. Don Light going to give the lay of the land as he's the first one forward. Contact inside a trailer, wins that. Now a 2v3 situation. Don Light's continuing to push forward. This is free space for Veer just to walk on in behind and get a free plant off.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Don Light's just waiting in this corner. No, he gave it up the second they crossed. They gave it up the second they crossed. He does pick up the kill. His teammate is still safe because the cavalry from Marvel did not help Jazz when they were pushing through. But man, that was about to be the worst COD timing I think I might have seen today. Marvel gets the pick on the bomb though. Huge win here from Don Light. He's got to get this kill. He will. It is now a 1v1. He picked up the snipe as well. The bomb is planted. 25 seconds on the clock. Don Light versus Faints. Faints is laying down, it seems, just waiting for the chow. He got the information, but does he have the time? He has to get this kill. Is he going to hop it? No, he's just sitting on the bomb head. Don Light should get perfect timing right here. He's on the head. He just has to check it. Player life. Player life. He just has to check it.
Faints is going to hold. He's going to defuse. Don Light, though. Perfect. Oh, right in the nick of time.
2v4 clutch. Beautiful out of Don Light.
Wow. That is such a confident play just to start for Don Lai. And that's the thing, you know, we've seen some teams in these odd man situations when it's against their favor kind of just back off and just, ooh, we don't have numbers so I can't make this play. But sometimes you've got to force the square peg into the round hole. And that was the case for Don Lai. So 2-2 here, last round before we swap the sides around. And Na'Vi, bomb carrier leaning B, in which there's only one defender here. It'd just be Jazz. Marvel's close by. You have to feel like he's got a scope. But look at the defensive pressure from Asilium. They are all up and in towards this obstacle course backside trailer.
I will say this, I like this play out of Na'Vi. I don't usually like it when they play this spread out, but what they're doing is they're waiting for the information. They're trying to figure out where the heaviest amount of pressure on the side of Asilium is and then make their move. Although I think they are a much more aggressive team for this. If they just pushed up onto the bomb site, they would win the gunfights. I still like the idea. I'm sure they're going to call it from Veer right now. There is a lot of cavalry over here on the A side, and now the bomb is making its way over to the B, where it's basically for free other than Jazz looking down the site.
Jazz has to find one. You've got to at least trade your life out for one. What kind of an exit would he be able to find if he does chow here? Miney first blood. That's mid-map on a Marvel. Here comes Jazz. He dives on in. Jazz able to find one, but the trade comes through. That does put the bomb down onto the ground, but the problem is all of the crossing angles still being held by Na'Vi. And with that, it's just down to Balance and Shark for a 2v3 situation.
Na'Vi does still have life advantage, but I don't know why nobody was watching the front mid push. Jazz literally just pushed in for free to get on that bomb. But again, the trades went out in their favor. Bomb will get planted, 40 seconds on the clock. And it's Balance and Shark in a 2v3 against Online, Miney, and Creed, who are in the perfect situation right now to take this round.
Shark has to win this 1v1 backside jungle. He's trying to back away, though. Creed just chases him down. Last chance. On to Balance, 1v3. Playing from top 10. And he's not going to get a look at anybody. And how about this play from Creed? Just going to completely flip the tables. What's up, Balance? How you doing there, brother? Not bad. All right, sweet. 3-2 the half as we swap the sides.
Creed being a big talking point all day today. I mean, the confidence to just be like, right, there's one guy left. I'll just go find him. He's got to be somewhere and get him in the back. Now up 2-3 in the search and destroy. Again, this is an incredibly important match for both of these teams. More importantly, an incredibly important match for Asilium especially, who are already down 0-1 in the series, also down in the S&D as well.
The scope's coming to life here for the offense of Asilium. First 2 kills going their way, 1 each. Creed looking to still get aggressive. And honestly, since Don Lay had cleared out jungle pathway, he knows that he's got mid-map for free. Quike is able to get one more. This is a double up right here. Bottom side wood. Yeah, the bomb has made its way over towards A, but the flank is still open. Taking a look to see how things are going with Explicit and ARP. ARP up in the series 2-1, but into the raid hardpoint. A marginal edge for Explicit as of right now. But the bomb planted on the right side screen with Asilium and Na'Vi. Don Lai able to find one. Shark trades it back, and it leaves it all onto Don Lai with a 1v3 situation. No chance to get even in towards trailer. So we jump back over to, again, a must-win map here for Explicit if they want to stay alive and get out of the groups.
Well, they're looking to do it here. 130-74 and in control of the hill. Goliath did get called out for the side of ARP. They could play spoiler here, shouldn't make it in time, but again, these Goliaths are so slow to rotate into this hill. Not that he needs to get in, he just needs to make sure Explicit stay out, and that's exactly what he's doing. But you gotta look at your mini map. Solo is already on rotation for New. He's gonna shoot a couple players in the back here as they gain spawns as well. They have got to play perfect hard point here if ARP want to take this back.
Wait, this read for ARP is actually brilliant, though. Jesus finds Veteran. Solo will reveal himself as he gets the trade, but Jesus saves us. Holding down the angle, or is he? There is no such thing as holding an angle versus Solo, apparently. Gets the double, hunting down maybe 3 or 4. Thumper comes out, repositions. The finesse game is strong, but not quite strong enough. 139-87. ARP putting together a very strong kill feed, but Explicit start to spill on into the hard point. Jesus saves from the outside of ring, taken down, and with that, Explicit hold the numbers. Last chance saloon for ARP to get in and try to extend this map, but it's not looking all that positive for him. This one's got map 5 written all over it for a chance at Sunday.
Let's go. Map 5, no better way than for our Heat 5 to go, as we're going to jump back over to Asilium and Na'Vi. Actually, Asilium showing more life in this series as they take another round to go 4-3 in the S&D. I only wonder what happened. We were gone. Suddenly a switch was flipped, as it seems Asilium's looking to crawl this one back.
You have to feel like it's, again, reliant mostly on what's going on with Marvel and Feints. I mean, the snipers were so good in the first round we saw in the offense, and that was apparently a very clean round as well. So 2 straight for Asilium to give them a narrow edge. A lot of nades being thrown over towards A, and Na'Vi will not be able to get a defender in towards the site. So they're going to be very passive on the backside of A. And with that, you're actually starting to see Miney maybe even considering a rotation to help out just in case.
This round is a huge deciding factor for both these teams, so it's pretty customary to see everybody slow it down, not over-aggressive, not try to throw any of your lives away, wait for the information, and this is when they get really methodical as well. I almost wish they would always play this way, as again, no information gained for either side. Bomb is looking to go down on A, but it's still pretty stuck back, trailer back near their spawn. No serious consensus yet.
Yeah. The thing about it is how much did Asilium spend just to get that early utility out, and what do they have left to actually execute onto a site? Na'Vi has responded, and granted they didn't really need to. They're still holding ground nicely, and take a look at number 4 in red. Creed has worked his way up towards the mid-sniper tower. Not sure what he wants to do with that position, and once again the scopes come up clutch for Asilium. Marvel able to find first blood. Looking for more, sure, why not? It's actually Faints able to find one as well. So 3 straight kills tallied, all of them by way of sniper rifles for Asilium. And with that, bomb will be planted today.
Faints and Marvel clearly figured out the key to winning this match, and that is both of us pull out the snipers and just pick apart the entire Na'Vi roster. 30 seconds left on the clock for the bomb. It's now planted at A. Should be a free kill in mid for Balance. He runs out of ammo, though. He does get help from his teammate Jazz from in spawn, and now Asilium are in the driver's seat to make this series go 1-1.
Mayhem is sending all of their energy Navi's way. That's all that we could really say at the moment. But Marvel and Faints have taken over this attacking half. Game 5 starting up, round 1 coming on the left-hand side of your screen between Explicit and ARP. It's going to be a standoff. Looks like there will be a little bit of a side swap reset coming over. So we'll jump back over with our EU matchup. Well, this one resets. And a very commanding spot. This is so big for Asilium to be able to get the snipers hot. That's got to build so much confidence for him.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I thought that was a round, so I was in here like, oh my god, there's so much happening. We're blinking, this round is going by. But Asilium, again, they've now gotten 3 picks, Faints and Jazz and Marvel, once again picking apart Na'Vi with the scopes. There's just only so much they can do.
Don't solo chow this!
Green finds 3!
Oh.
The trades go in favor of Asilium, but good God, Na'Vi definitely wanted to give us a little bit of a heart attack there in the last final moments. So to tie up the series 1-1, Na'Vi and Asilium, Creed, man, lights out all day.
Got a little too close for comfort. I feel like anytime Creed finds himself a teammate to play off of, he's going to do something incredible, and he nearly does again. Man, it feels bad that we're not going to be able to see him on Sunday, but tip of the cap to you, Creed. You have played your heart out. And the big key here is still pride on the line for Na'Vi. Take down another one of your EU counterparts. On the opposite side, with Mayhem losing to Tribe, the big key in this series in particular is Asilium controls their own destiny. They win, they're in.
That's such a scary thought, to think that your fate is literally in the hands of another team. That's just, I mean, going into match, Asilium going into this, I'm sure that they have people telling them, right? Like, what happens should they win or lose? You got to think of the pressure on the pressure on your mentality at that point. Shift, do you think they're getting told what's going on? I mean, again, they're playing on their Sony Xperia 1 Mark III that happens to be a smartphone, so you might getting the text messages mid-game. Hey guys, if you guys win this, like, you're in guaranteed. So
I don't know.
Got to think about the pressure.
It's a tall ask, I think, just generally to tell your players that, because going into the series, your whole win condition at the first place was just, hey, we got to go in, we have to win. Add the extra pressure saying, oh, by the way, we have to win to get in. I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I was a
right?
coach.
Win anyway.
I don't know.
You don't need the pressure on top of that of winning. You get in the top 2 of your pools. Just win anyway.
Yeah.
You're the best, right? This is Western Finals. We are in Game 5, 2-2 ARP Gaming and Explicit going in the first round of S&T. Explicit already down in lives, but not down and out yet like the bomb in a mid-map.
Mago trying to get the scope into position around Brown. Pepe up top, but slipping underneath them is Solo, or is he? Pepe is done with Solo's antics. He's checking every corner. He's like, yo, Solo's still alive. I'm checking everything. But the thing about this, as the bomb is collected, you still have Lucifer playing inside a cubby. What kind of utility is left? And do you throw anything to maybe try to flush him out? Thumper does not connect. Lucifer still concealed. The smoke embellishing around him. And Pepe with the bomb, starting to make the play forward. Lucifer for 1, but the trade is going to be there. Now it's on to Snipes. Is this timing good? Maybe find the bomb planter before it can get fully down. The answer, no. And, well, doesn't make much of a difference because Jesus still sniffs him out from long angle backside by the wooden fence. And with that, ARP take the first round.
Yeah, even if he pushed up and got the kill on the bomb player, Jesus was just holding that angle the whole time. There's no reason he wouldn't have gotten traded out. Now up 1-0, ARP. Big plays out of them all day. They've been in the conversation now. You know, they are the top seed in NA. We saw a little bit of a shortcoming on them in that Heat 1, but the rest of the day seems to be pretty easy for them. Game 5, though, up 1-0. Pretty spread out push here on the side of Explicit. Bomb is in the mid-map right now all by itself, possibly making a B push, but all of ARP are just sitting waiting for this information. Explicit is all trapped in their spawn currently.
But it seems to be at their own actions. they've put themselves here almost as if to say we're okay being in the spot. The thing about it is you've got nobody inside of Cafe. And with that, you don't have a really great look to contest a bomb plant unless Solo and Snipes have an angle that we may not be able to see just by way of mini-maps. So ARP throwing just as much respect back towards Explicit as Explicit's given to them. And the real question is going to be, as we get to 60 seconds of the clock, what's going to be the first call? And maybe that pick on the Snipes gives us an option.
I love this play in the deep back by Veteran right now. He was literally just sitting here waiting for somebody to cross. He's waiting for this push, and that's going to be Pepe who does it. The patience out of this one, but he does it with the gunfight. He was busy reloading, and so Pepe takes the chow and evens it out 3v4, 40 seconds on the clock. Bomb has still yet to lay.
That's not just a kill. That freezes this Explicit defense. In fact, it makes Solo have to continue to play over the middle of the map because you don't know where this bomb hit's going to come from. Lucifer has to find 2 here. The bomb's going to execute. He gets stunned up. The timing, beautiful from ARP, and the execute successful for what surely would be a bomb plant.
Once again, another free bomb plant on the A site. That's going to be number 1 Solo. He was going to maybe try and make a flank, but it was read by Pepe, who was still over there by Cafe. It's going to be Solo Season by himself. He's unfortunately not able to take down with him. ARP Gaming up 2-0 in the S&D, looking fairly confident on these bomb pushes.
It's a little bit of mutual respect being thrown around, but largely it's ARP sitting here saying, look, Jesus Save and Mago popped off in the second map. Let them continue to try to find a way to keep sniping. And that seems to be win condition, at least so far through the first 2 rounds. Getting into the third, though. First blood, this time from Pepe. Jesus responds, but Solo getting aggressive. He's got help, too. It's Lucifer that's with him as they completely clear out the front side of A.
Wow, what an aggressive push out of mid-map here. Now, Bomb is actually by itself on Statue. Solo, I guess he hasn't gotten the sights on Pengi just yet. He's just playing spoiler here. As anybody crosses over to this A site, he has a free kill in the back. 3v4, fairly doable. But Pengi hits a Kobe nade on Lucifer in deep back. That opens up the map. Bomb is going to push its way over to the B site. Sure, they're going to have to answer to Solar Season, but Solo, once again, sitting in this corner mid-map, just waiting for any sort of information to give his teammates.
ARP know that he's in here somewhere. That is an unbelievable nade from Pengi. Solo now reveals himself. Can he find more than just the first? Oh my goodness, he gets 2. Gives an opportunity for Solar to still try to work this 1v2 situation. 55 seconds though, and ARP are not going to bite off more than they can chew. They'll take their time.
Solo said, I get my 2 pieces to your turn, Solar Season. 1v2, it is very doable. Bomb is still not down. Andy has the snipe in hand. This is very possible. Maybe not favorable, but Bomb's actually going to go down on B side. The bomb crossed her mid. It's going to get laid, and actually that's going to be Mago playing in mid. The sniper battle. The 1v1, who's going to hit it? He's going for the jump shot. He doesn't hit a shot. Solar's just waiting for the cross.
Mago knows he's there. So now Pengi can rotate. Solar, has he seen him? Doesn't seem to. Not a lot of attention being thrown towards the second floor of Grandma's, and they trade places. Pengi has already left. And Solar thinks maybe he got timing, but little does he know he's lost his opponent. But the quick scope comes through 1v1. He knows where Mago was, but is he still there is the current question. Solar not going to even bother. Tries to go, just toggling for the defuse. Tries to hold it. Mago needs to make a play. Mago needs to make a play, and he's not going to go! Explicit steal around away.
Love that play out of Solar to just hit that bomb again. That defuse is so quick. There's no time for wrap. You have to continuously check it. And he was like, you know what? I haven't seen him pop up in a while. So he hops that defuse and gets it through. Puts them on the board 1-2.
Man, what a series we've got on our hands. Meanwhile, going on in a 1-1 tie. It's the domination between Na'Vi and Asilium. And the first half was a good one for Na'Vi. Although on the raid, it looks like Asilium is going to get this B flag without much contest, so they've got the ability to dig back into that, but our attention, of course, stays with map number 5 here. And in this round, no first blood, which is a bit uncharacteristic. 30 seconds have passed, and we still have a 5v5.
Yeah, nobody has gotten any blood yet, but look at the map control on the side of ARP Gaming. They are completely pushed up here. Bomb is on A site. They have complete control for a free plan here. And as soon as we say it, now it has all dwindled down to a 3v3. Bomb has been planted at A. It's going to be Solar Season Snipes and Veteran versus Zai, Jesus, and Pengi.
The thing about this, though, is that win that we saw from Pengi just off screen, there's the threat of a potential threat on the flank, but not going to happen. It's all going to be a full flood, and Jesus finds a double. Put it into a 1v1, though. Veteran has to try to hunt down Pengi. Where has he gone? He gets a look. The shots come through, but no! Pengi responds back! And ARP tilt the edge up 3-1.
I was almost so angry at Pengy there because he made a full route from mid to try to go top building, and it left his teammates in a 2v3, so I was like, those trades are not going to go in their favor and leave you by yourself for the bomb. Thankfully, though, he does win the 1v1. 3-1 now in our Game 5. S&D, they have slipped straight past team members. Pepe finds 2. He does get shut down. 3v4. It is chaos. It is chaos. Shift, tell me about it.
I can't begin to explain how good that is from Pepe. The opening stun for Explicit hit. They send 3 members through, and Pepe responds to 2 of them. The trade comes through for the 3rd, and then the response concussion says, take some of your own medicine. ARP, swap the sides. You're up 4-1.
Unfortunately, it looks like the confidence from Explicit is slowly dwindling down. 4-1, they are down 3 rounds in the S&D. This is Game 5. Remember, this is do or die. They cannot be down and out yet here. There's a very aggressive push on the A side of the map, and there's no blind counter. There's nobody on the A site. Solo pushes up for free mid-map. Looks like they're trying to lay this as fast as they possibly can to get this information. Penky and ARP, they have no idea this is going down, so the bomb should get planted for free.
Retake required. ARP, you've got to go quick. There is so much that you have to do, a laundry list of errands that have to come out here. In the first, maybe a bit off screen. It's number 2. Oh, Pepe responds to Solo, opens up the back. The kills from the front also coming through. Snipes needs to get a double, but only finds 1. It's just down to the last 2 members who are Explicit, trying to lock things down to the site, and things go awry. Solar drops and the retake. Oh, it's like poetry in motion. ARP, map point, and a chance at Sunday, 1 round away.
My jaw is open. Everything was going right for Explicit. They got their early control. They got the bomb down fast. All they had to do is sit and wait in a defensive hold for all of ARP to push into gunfights, but nobody was winning their 1v1s. There was no trades going down. It was all in the hands of ARP Gaming. Pepe is 13-3, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus is 7-2. Just wiping the floor in this S&D right now. We are on match point. As you can tell on your mini map, everybody has slowed down. Explicit incredibly spread out on the map. The bomb is still deep in spawn. Currently, nobody giving an inch of information. ARP, we have already lost Zion's side, as well as Jesus as Snipes finds a connection. Now they can start moving. Now they can start getting some control. Looks like we're going to move over to the B site.
It would take 5 rounds in a row for Explicit. Do you have it? Can you get through Pengy? Okay, goodness. Had a really good look to try to see what the vacancy status was of Hotel. Only gets 1 though, so the number is still prevailing for Explicit. But Pepe zones away the A site. Joining him now will be Mago on the backside. Maybe he even has an angle down across here to see what's going on over towards B. The bomb is being planted. A little bit of a contest comes out. Lucifer able to get the plant down and successfully exit with his life.
Veterans going all the way through the back to try and get a long angle here on this lane from the A side. He could get vision on Mago here, but Mago actually decides to go through mid and possibly group up with his teammate here. They don't have any information just yet. Solar's playing a very big spoiler corner here. Should Mago decide to push up?
Pepe, you dirty dog. What is that play? The cojones to jump the wall, but it doesn't make a difference. He gave himself a look, but the problem is he lost his teammate just as he made the pinch play. So that's 1 of what would need to be 5 in total for Explicit. I mean, let's be honest. Here's the thing. You know, we come from the more competitive style of things where we swap sides every single round. But hey, you start to build some offensive favor and there's no response from ARP. 5 rounds in a row is not unheard of.
Absolutely. I was actually just thinking about the fact that you are an attacker multiple rounds in a row. So if you find something that works, well, then anything could be possible. The Thumper is going to get called out, though, but it doesn't catch on to anybody. Snipes actually takes down Pepe. Huge opening kill for the side of Explicit. If they're going to do it anywhere, they're going to do it here. A control in their favor. Getting a little bit of PTSD here. They are in more of a life count, though, than we saw in previous rounds. Bomb goes down.
That was a huge play from Solar, number 4 in blue. Pushing past the bomb site, Pengy on the flank though. Opportunity, they've now completely bottled up Explicit onto the site itself. ARP looking to overwhelm from the front of the site. But look at the long flank, Solar's bailed. He's gonna try to play through the middle of the map because he get a no, Jesus finds the kill. Now a 3v2, here comes the retake. Veteran response, so does Lucifer in the same rate. Zia, do you have it in you? No. And Explicit still hangs on.
They're hanging in there. Heart attack at a time. 1 heart attack at a time, but they're hanging in there.
I would be on the edge of my seat if I had a seat.
We can get you one.
No. No, standing. Have to. Early thumpers through the smoke. Zia not going to connect. Passive approach here for Explicit. They throw at least some utility over towards A, and it has at least in some way moved the defense. But look at number 5 in red. Pengy's already pushed forward close to Archway in front of Brown.
I'm expecting Solo to see this. I'm expecting Solo to get that information. That is his corner. We've seen him there many times before, so I'm expecting a push out from him, or possibly if this bomb makes its way over to the B side, they get the kill on Pepe and get it laid down. That should be a free kill, but Solo moves from position to help the push. It is only one player of ARP over here, but playing spoiler is going to be number 5. That's going to be Pengy. As he mushes his way in, he could get this 1v1 timing if he wants to.
It's so tight. Explicit wanted to go back alley, but Pepe's presence was felt, and they say, no, we don't want to go through Pepe. But now they have to go through Pengy, and Solo's going to realize that too late. Pengy for first blood. 55 seconds on the clock. 4v5 needs to come out for Explicit, and look at the rotation from ARP. They're going to go back towards back alley. Do they expect that Pepe's still holding this angle? Can you even challenge it? That's the other question. Explicit need to make a decision, and there's not a lot of options here.
Explicit is playing way too scared. They were heavily depending on the fact that they were going to get an opening pick, and now they're struggling to force their way onto the A side, and that was just free kills for Jesus. He finds 3 of them, and that's going to be all she wrote. ARP Gaming take it 6-3, 3-2 in the series.
Welcome to Sunday ARP. The day did not start as planned. Losing to Ladan's number 2 team, we all sat back with peeled eyes and wide open jaws, but they recover. It's a 1v1 matchup with your NA counterparts, and they provide a map 5 win. Oh man, what a run it was for both of these 2 teams, but ARP retained their, well, I won't say necessarily number 1 status from North America with Tribe going 5-0, but hey, that's a heck of a way to bounce back after a really strong test from Latin America throughout their day.
No, absolutely. Again, from that Heat 1, I was like, today is going to be full of surprises and upsets because, once again, this is inter-regional. A lot of these players haven't played against some of these teams, and this could be their first time truly matching up in this competitive of a setting. Congratulations, ARP, though, making it to our Sunday Explicit. We're so close. They started to make a little bit of a run there near the end, but in that S&D, it truly seemed like there was just too much pressure. You know, there was just too much weighing on the fact that they had to go round by round by round. But as we hop in, one more to go, Na'Vi and Asilium.
Asilium find themselves up after the domination. We have takeoff for the hard point. Na'Vi looking to play spoilers. Mayhem, the biggest Na'Vi fans in the world right now. A win from Na'Vi keeps them in the number 2 spot in the group. If Asilium find a way to win either here or the map 5, they will control their own destiny and secure the number 2 seed out of this group alongside Tribe, who were pretty much perfect throughout the day.
A lot getting invested into this hill, though, as Fanes puts down a sentry gun. He also has a Hellstorm to play with, but he actually gets taken down, but the time is still in favor of them. A free 2-piece for Shark. We've seen him playing today, just being a huge playmaker for the side of Asilium. 53-33. They should get this final scrap time, and not only that, if you look at your mini-map, that is a full rotation coming from the side of Asilium.
This is okay, though, for Na'Vi. You're able to get some contest on the scrap time. If you lose a lot of those fights, maybe number 4 and number 3 in both Quike and Veer rather, would have to come back and try to help out in the fight, but now they can keep their attention on rotation. Over the middle of the map, big 1v1. Shark, he gets absolutely ankle broken. And with that, now numbers for Na'Vi as they start to threaten the early time here at 3.
It's all on the backs of Veer and Kike right now, who are trying to play spoiler into this hill, and they win out the trades. They had no business getting that first couple seconds of time. Asilium had the spawns, they had the players in the hill, and those 2 just flood in, play it out, and still manage to stay alive. The collapse, though, the split spawns on the side of Asilium should be able to slide in and trade out. This is going to be a scrappy back and forth hill, 70-47.
What an entrance from Balance through the smoke. Taken down 2, but Na'Vi off the proximal spawns, able to fight back. 77-47. One more chance to hit this. 20 seconds left on the clock, and Jazz has committed into the death machine. trying to get a little bit of wall spam coming out. DK also trying to match through the smoke. Veer able to come on in. He finds one. Balance trying to respond. This will be a 1v2 for Balance to try to lock down the scrap time, but he doesn't want to overcommit, knowing that the threat of DK is right here. Still wins one battle, and the contest can go on, but look at the rotation. Red Arrow's already in, ready to go for P4 coming up next.
Way too much of an investment out of Na'Vi there for that last 10 seconds. At first, I was like, ooh, there's a death machine. You shut down a death machine, that's big time. And then you look at the clock, 10 seconds of scrap time going their way. And as soon as I say that, Asilium now are getting the first couple seconds of hardpoint. A lot of streaks being used here. 2 Hellstorms on the side of Asilium to try and close this out. 50 seconds left still on this hill. Donley, though, is actually the one on top. He's the one left in hill here after all the investment from Asilium.
That's a lot used and not a lot found. And now all of a sudden, Mindy's going to say this is the time for the equalizers. Takes down 2, understands and recognizes the threat that Donline's going to have to deal with, but the help from Kike from behind is perfect. Faints, though, commits the death machine. You take care of this if you're Na'Vi, and you're right back in this game, but Faints has found 2, and the help from Marvel will tally the 3rd. Last chance to get on in would be from Veer, but as he gets shut down, the back 20 seconds starting to look mighty good for Asilium.
Na'Vi, although they are looking good in these early breaks, not even having to rotate, Asilium just has built too much of a lead for themselves here, and as all the investments come through, 7 seconds left on this hill time, and there are still 5 members of Na'Vi surrounding it. Now working on rotation is every member from Asilium. That's going to be 4 on your minimap, but it does reset. We go to P1, which is incredibly scrappy, the amount of angles you can take on this hill, 108 to 77, 40 seconds needed for Asilium to take this series 3-1.
Somebody from Na'Vi needs to earn streaks off this first hard point if you want to have a chance to claw back in and win a rotation to P2. Balance, contesting for Asilium. Oh, you thought for a second he may have been overwhelmed, but the response is good. Turn your attention forward. Him and Marvel doing an unbelievable job to clear out the hill. And Na'Vi, well, streaks are off the table. The hard point's off the table. And for Mayhem, their chance to making it tomorrow very well may be off the table, as well as Asilium is raking points here on the first hard point.
Don't think I agree with the death machine call out, but he does get streaks as well, so even cares. Use all of them, call in the Goliath, 130 to 77. This should be all she wrote, unless Na'Vi happens to play perfect hardpoint here, but with the streaks, I mean, Balance is still streaked out, hasn't called a single thing in just yet. Going into the next hill, it's not looking too promising.
Balance would have to squash himself with the Goliath again to even make this close. No Balance, I did not forget, but he'll instead just use the Predator missile. That's good for a double, 137 to 79. And it's last call here for Na'Vi. Here comes the hit.
Balance killed Marvel with the Goliath call-in. Balance killed Marvel with the Goliath call-in. And now this is going to be Na'Vi in the hill getting this couple seconds of time. They could flip it on its head should they get this full hold.
Can you potentially deal with the Sentry as well as the Goliath? You can contest with the backside. Donlai, wait a second. It's not over yet. Donlai goes massive. Veer and Creed also getting involved. It's only Shark from the middle of the map. He's looking to mantle through the window. Takes down a double, but that's all it is. So all of a sudden, all the investment from Asilium has been countered. Na'Vi's still in this map.
They have nothing. They have nothing. The death machine investment for the score streak, you use all 3 of them on this hill and maybe manage to get 10 seconds, which is exactly what you need. They're back in it. They're back in it. Na'Vi has to keep throwing bodies at the hill. They have to keep contesting. However, they are in a position to rotate as well. Should they make it that far, they need to contest for 1 more second. They're good. They're good. Na'Vi can now rotate. If they can play perfect hardpoint here and hold this with no contest from Asilium, they could be good. But Asilium, they need 1 second. 149 to 100. It's going to be Na'Vi in the hill first, but you can see the cavalry. All 5 members of Asilium is about to hit this hill.
Na'Vi's got a sentry turret down. That may be what they need to hold on. With the kills coming out, can there be a response? Balance on the entry. He's been good for 2 in the past. Can he do it once more? No, Miney stays alive. Na'Vi's still staying in contest, but the flip comes through. Sentry turret or not does not make a difference. Asilium win in map 4, and they will also punch a ticket to Championship Sunday in the Western Finals.
I'm sweating. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sweating. Na'Vi, that was so close. I feel like they know whenever we're watching them, because every time we've tuned into a game with Na'Vi in it, they are pulling that game back in their favor as much as they can. Unfortunately, it was just a little too late in this series. Asilium take the win 3-1.
We ended the day up here almost as hot as we started it. My goodness, what a day of groups. And, you know, regardless of who's made it through and who hasn't, we saw an unbelievable display from all 12 of our teams here in the Western Finals. Even the teams that may have been out of the running for getting out of the group a little bit earlier than they would have liked. Hey, whole thing at the end of the day was everybody played to a very high competitive level. It's really inspiring and encouraging things to what the future holds globally for Call of Duty Mobile. But we look back on Asilium and how they punched their own ticket, controlled their own destiny to make it a championship Sunday. And Hallie, they still hold on to a chance to play for $300,000.
I mean, you gotta look at this run from Donai. Like, yeah, sure, they didn't take the map, but this hold was literally perfect from their end. I mean, the fact that he just was able to stand there, he took down the Goliath, they survived all the score streaks, he went on a run. That was incredible out of him. So I hope he's feeling good after that matchup, but I believe that's the end of our Heat 5. It's the end of our day 1 shift.
That's unreal. It's been a long day, but I'm ready to go for another 8 hours. If the action continues to look like
you do that on your own. Me and the teams, we're going to go take a nap and we'll get back to you later.
Well, that's what's waiting for 4 of our teams tomorrow. A chance at glory, a chance to raise a trophy, and, well, a chance to pad your bank accounts by a couple of figures. Actually, a lot of figures.
A lot of figures,
yeah.
a couple of digits.
Here we go. A last look at some of the scores, but it's going to be Puckett, Beef Mommy, and Bobby Plays to give you the final reactions over Heat 5.
Chat, show us some love for Alley Cat and I Hold Shift. They just crushed this marathon of a day. We came in 12 hours ago, and now we have our 4 teams officially locked in. As you saw on that scoreboard, one of the biggest wins in our final hour belongs to ARP. They were in a win-or-go-home situation against Explicit. Same thing for Stamina. Both teams showing up big tonight, Beef Mommy.
Honestly, at that last matchup, every one of us, we were looking at Bobby when we knew that Asylum was the only team that could destroy Mayhem's chances of staying into tomorrow's matchup. I mean, with that into consideration, great matchup every single time. Every single one of these teams, they are going to have fun tomorrow. But, yeah.
Bobby, we got 2 NA, 2 EU, right? Let's take a look at how it all breaks down. We have our first official reveal of the bracket. Bobby, what do you think's going to happen?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Looking at the bracket, I was kind of hoping that it would be flip-flop because it looks like it's going to be Tribe versus Stamina in round number 1.
You feeling a Tribe Stamina?
I think those are the 2 best teams remaining, if I'm being completely honest with you. Those were 2 of the 3 teams that I said had a chance at winning the whole thing. So it definitely seems like one of those teams, whoever wins that one, I think ends up winning the whole thing.
And then Beef Mommy, I'm so pumped up for the Battle of the A's. ARP, the #1 seed from our NA, going up against Asilium. What do you expect to see here in our bracket presented by Razer? Who's moving on to that winner's final?
Ooh, I really want Asilium to really prove themselves that they are worth it to be here. Not just because Fate brought them here, but because the skills that they showed today will bring them to the very top and get that $300,000.
We want to give a big shout out to all of our competitors who aren't making it to Championship Sunday, but we have plenty more to break down on the other side of this commercial. Don't go anywhere. Interview coming up after this.
Further beyond that, looking for the third. Oh my goodness!
I'm taking it up a level, gonna even that score.
Oh, he's able to get both!
Hit that floor every day, all day, all I do is win. I'm the best in the world, now let the games begin.
The 1, gets the second.
Another one! Now 1 versus 1, what is this?
Game over. That's how I do it when I move over. You know I'm taking over, game over.
On top of the North American region, coming out of the lower bracket.
Going out with a bang. How you like me now?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Western Finals. That is a look at the trophy that our 4 teams from our Western Finals will be competing for. 2 from NA, 2 from EU, and $300,000 that goes along with that bad boy. Welcome back into the LA studio. It's Chris Puckett on the mic, as well as Beef Mommy and Bobby Plays, and we are wrapping up an epic day 1. Beef Mommy, we came in here 12 hours ago. We finally know who's moving on to Championship Sunday.
I didn't even notice. At this point, I just closed my eyes. We just didn't start yet. And then when I opened my eyes, there you go. 4 teams already left here in the mix. ARP, Asilium, Tribe Gaming, and Stamina to battle it off tomorrow. $300,000 to $75,000 these teams could actually win.
I'm so excited. This is all kicking off tomorrow morning. Remember, everyone who got to the Stage 5 is getting paid out. So if your favorite team is not on this list, don't worry. They got $40,000 waiting for them in the bank account. But these are the 4 squads that are going the deepest, and we'll find out who will officially wear that Western crown at the end of Championship Sunday. A great day and a lot to recap, a lot to cover as we look back at some of the highlights. Bobby, I want to start, though, with some of the star players, because for me, coming from the console scene, I'm blown away by these slides, these entries. Balance was popping off in that final game. Who had your eye throughout this day? I mean, everyone seemed to have killer moments.
I think for me, if I had to pick a player of the day, it would probably be Creed from Na'Vi. I know his team didn't advance, but he was just absolutely popping off every single game throughout the entire day. Absolute beast, but you got to give a lot of credit to the teams that are advancing as well. I think especially if you look at Band for Tribe, I know a lot of their matches weren't televised, but every single one that we saw, he was tearing it up.
And we are going to showcase so many more highlights on Bobby's YouTube channel. You just wait for that after the tournament. But Beef Mommy, as we take a look back at this matchup, I mean, it's crazy. You're going into your final match of the day knowing if you win, you're playing tomorrow for serious money. If you lose, well, you're going to be watching. We know ARP was able to live up to the hype. They performed under the pressure. Who are some of the standouts from this team, or how did they get this job done against a squad that started 3-0 on the day in Explicit?
Honestly, this breaks my heart for Explicit because you have one member of Explicit just absolutely crushing it. It's going to be Solo. He was the player of the team in every single one of their matches. And unfortunately for them, they did such an amazing job in the first 3 heats. But in the end, they just faltered too much. ARP, they're just proving to be like they are deserving of that last spot.
ARP came in as the top team in NA. Another top contender was the NYSL Mayhem. And they were going up against Na'Vi in this one. Very good matchup here, and we talked a little bit about the prowess of Creed from Na'Vi and what he was able to do. Both teams had some extreme highlights in this game. A lot of stellar shots coming through.
Absolutely. It's going to be Lil B for Mayhem. That's going to be your player of the day. For Na'Vi, it's going to be Creed. Now, unfortunately for Na'Vi, it was just Creed that it just carried the whole team. Mayhem, on the other hand, we had different people doing their jobs. Little B, yes, he would be heavy on that search and destroy, but at the very end, both of these teams, just a little bit too late for them to go and catch up.
We'll see these players again in 2022, I guarantee you that. But Bobby, we are going to see one of these teams tomorrow, the one on the left. Stamina got the job done when they needed it most against Nova, and this is a team at the start of the day, you said look out for them. They're representing EU tomorrow.
Yeah, they've had multiple opportunities that we've seen over the past year where it seemed like they should have been the top dog and they just couldn't really execute. We saw it in Masters. They were the favorite going in, weren't quite able to pull through. We saw it in Stage 4 as well. They were the favorites, but Anarchy bounced back big time and had too much momentum. Anarchy, now Na'Vi. But, man, they looked absolutely phenomenal today despite the slow start.
A great finish for Stamina as they are able to close out with a bang. They get it done quick and fiercely over Nova. Shout out to all the competitors from our EU Masters. They are now going to be sitting on the sideline cheering on their EU natives. A great finish to a fantastic day, but we wouldn't be done without talking to our players. And in just a moment, we are going to be talking with some of Stamina's best. Grizz had a standout day, and we are going to see some fantastic stuff from the rest of the squad moving forward. I guarantee it. Bobby, who's the X factor on this team? Is there anyone from Stamina that has you nervous, though?
Nervous? What do you mean by nervous?
That they might not be able to perform the way they did today, or maybe that they just didn't play today the way they might tomorrow.
I mean, in Stage 4, it was Grizz. He definitely played, I think, below what he was able to in Stage 4, but he brought his A game 100%. He's the player that they need to come and show up if they're going to be able to win.
Fantastic finish as Stamina gets it done. They are moving into Championship Sunday, and we have our player ready on the board right now. Let's send it over. We got iHold, Shift, Alley Cat, and of course, Stamina's great face, Inferno.
Hey, thank you so much, Puck. Hey, Inferno, good to have you, my man. Congratulations on the day.
Thank you, thank you.
You guys qualify. I got to get your first reaction just to the day in general.
I mean, at the start, we were kind of nervous. People were like screaming for no reason. You know, we're kind of nervous, not really patterned up. But then when we lost against ARP, we knew we had to turn it up. Like, if we didn't change something, we were going to lose. So, yeah, we played Skate. We played really well. Lost to S&D. We pretty much beat everyone else. And, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much beat everybody else.
Nothing much else to say. Everyone in my team performed well at the end of the day. I'm very proud of my team and all the effort that everyone has put in so far.
Well, I know you're on top of the moon right now, but we still have Sunday coming up. So now you have made it in the top of your pools, and you have to go against the likes of Tribe. Now, are you already thinking ahead of that? What is y'all's plans, your confidence going in for tomorrow?
I mean, of course, we're definitely confident. We all know we're going to win, and we know Tribe is one of the best teams in Call of Duty Mobile right now. So, yeah, we're hoping for the best tomorrow. Hopefully no one is nervous. Everyone is confident. No one starts shaking. And, yeah.
I will ask this
hoping to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I will ask this one question, though, because I think there is something to be said here. You guys came out a bit surprising of a start, right? I mean, Full House gave you guys one heck of a test. ARP, you know, kind of put you guys down in pretty bad. You know, the 3-0 beatdown they had given you. But how much do you take away from that in the instant moment, saying, okay, let's wake up a little bit, because it was a scary first two series from you guys today?
Yeah, the first series, everyone was just really nervous. No one, like, everyone, the first game we pretty much out-fragged them. Our bottom frag had like 24 kills, their bottom frag had like 12 kills, and we still lost. Like, it really didn't make sense. And the other hard point, it was like we were losing 90 to 140.
Yeah.
We could have pretty much been out. But we made that comeback. Yeah, we made that comeback. And then against ARP, we played like idiots. We had no clue what was going on. I guess the pressure came to some of us, and it messed up the momentum. But then after that, we were like, you know, we have to focus, because this is only one chance this year, not gonna happen again. So yeah, we patterned up and beat everyone else.
Absolutely. Completely understandable. I mean, this is Western Finals. Naturally, it's going to be pretty nerve-wracking in day one. Now, I do want to ask you, this is our layout of your map wins, map losses, win-loss ratio 12-7. Overall KD is positive. Now, of course, you have teammates that are right alongside you. Tell me about them. Tell us about the team vibes.
I mean, I'm the captain. Grizz, you know, Grizz is the Slayer, gets all of the kills. Shift does the OBJ, bomb plant, caps, the point. Troy was slaying like crazy today as well. I was really surprised with his performance. He really made us win those last, which one was it? I think the last explicit match.
Yeah.
He was like 8 off a nuke against them. Yeah, he really popped off. It was his day at the end.
Awesome.
And knocks out with Sniper, makes us win most S&D rounds. And yeah, our team, before stage 5, we were all, you know, we weren't really active with each other, weren't so motivated. But once we got here, everyone was chilling together, you know, we're spending a lot of time. Then we put a lot of effort into practice. We had the chemistry, the momentum. We had just a positive environment in between us, and I think that's one of the major factors why we're going to be playing Sunday.
Awesome. Hey, love to hear it from you, Inferno. Thank you so much for taking the time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Only to this point, best of luck tomorrow, my man. We're wishing you guys the best in your opening matchup, and hopefully we can see EU maybe raise that trophy at the very end. So big shout outs. Thanks again for stepping on. But that does it for our interview here as we wrap up the day. Back over to Puckett and the guys at the desk.
Thank you so much, Shift. Thank you, Inferno, and thank you to all of our teams for the entertainment today. It has been an incredible 5 stages, and we only have one more day here in the Western Finals, so make sure you set your alarms, wake up bright and early as we kick things off on Championship Sunday. We'll see you then.